Alright. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sekali lagi selamat datang di FIA World Endurance Championship kali ini. Bahrain 8 hours straight balapan nih pasti. Jadi masih bersama saya Gary di sini dan juga nanti akan ada rekan saya Papa Rico yang akan menemani gue juga, dan pastinya ada narasum kita yang sudah sangat luar biasa. Seperti biasa nih ada Pak Arif Kurniawan juga yang akan menemani kita selama 8 jam balapan nanti. So, buat teman-teman yang baru bergabung, sekali lagi selamat datang. Dan seperti biasa saya informasikan dulu untuk balapan kali ini, mungkin buat teman-teman yang baru nonton balapan ini ataupun yang sudah mengikuti dari seri-seri sebelumnya, kita akan menyaksikan balapan 8 jam di Bahrain round ke-6 FIA WEC 2021 ya. Balapan kali ini diselenggarakan di Bahrain International Circuit atau BIC ya, yang menurut data yang dikumpulkan oleh tim digunakan sejak tahun 2004 dengan panjang sekitar 5.412 km, 5,412 km kok 5.000, 5,4 km. Jumlah tikungannya adalah 15, 9 kanan, 6 kiri. Lalu letak untuk pole positionnya untuk WJ sendiri ada di kanan ya. Dan pastinya sirkuit di Bahrain ini juga digunakan untuk event Formula 1 selain di World Endurance Championship kali ini. Dan seperti biasa tim kesayangan kita yaitu Jota nih ya. Jota ini akan berada di posisi ke-6 atau sebentar. Jadi untuk listnya, nah ini sudah didapatkan, aku agak kurang kelihatan. Kita untuk tim Jota ini overall di posisi 6 ya kalau nggak salah ya. Betul sekali, Jota 38. Jadi pastinya ini bakalan sangat ada dua Jota seperti biasa ya yang akan bertanding kali ini, Jota 28 dan juga Jota 38. Untuk Jota 28 ada di 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sementara Jota 38 ada di 6, 7, 8, 9. Nah, posisi ke-9 setelah kualifikasi kemarin. Nah, ada pun trivia-trivia yang bisa aku bawakan buat teman-teman yang sedang menyaksikan kali ini. FIA World Endurance Championship di sirkuit Bahrain ini diselenggarakan sejak tahun 2012 ya. Dan istilahnya untuk perkiraan jumlah pit stop untuk mobil LMP2 ini untuk race 8 jam adalah sekitar 10-11 kali. Sementara untuk rekor fase lap-nya di Bahrain International Circuit untuk Formula 1 rekor tercepatnya adalah 1 menit 31 detik, tercatat atas nama Pedro Della Rosa dari tim McLaren di tahun 2005. Sementara untuk LMP2 sendiri adalah 1 menit 48 detik, tercatat atas nama Paul Di Resta ya di tahun 2019 seperti itu. Nah, seperti biasa saya tidak akan sendirian kali ini, akan ada narasumber kita yang sudah sangat luar biasa. Mari kita terhubung dengan beliau. Inilah dia Bapak Arif Kurniawan nih. Selamat sore Pak Arif.
Selamat malam,
sore masih sore nih Pak Arif di sini Pak Arif. Baik, Pak Arif lagi di mana ini Pak?
Di Bahrain kan minggu lalu nyambung.
Di Bahrain, wow, langsung Pak. Di Indonesia masih jam 17.34 Pak. Di sana jam berapa Pak kalau boleh tahu?
Beda 4 jam.
Beda 4 jam, setengah 2 ya. Wah, di Bahrain nih Pak.
6 kan?
Yes, betul sekali. Saya belum pernah ke Bahrain nih Pak. Pernahnya Dubai sama Uni Emirat Arab. Gimana Pak cuaca di sana atau kondisi di sana gimana saat ini?
Ya, walaupun panas tapi tidak sepanas minggu lalu. Beda seminggu sih, cuma beda banget. Kalau minggu lalu terus pas balapan 6 jam itu kan kebetulan juga mulainya di di siang hari ya, jam 11. Biasanya jam 5 sore itu panas banget gitu. Nah, sementara sekarang mulai jam 2 siang waktu sini atau nanti jam 6 WIB itu udah sejuk. Tadi aja pagi pas kita sarapan ya. Ada matahari sih, tapi anginnya tuh enak banget, sejuk banget. Padahal sejuk banget, dan pernah kita nongkrong ya jam-jam 2-3 gitu ya. Panas sih, tapi anginnya udah mulai sejuk nih minggu ini nih,
Oke,
weekend
oke,
ini.
oke.
Nah, jadi balapan kali ini sangat jauh berbeda dari sisi persiapan dibanding minggu lalu.
Oke.
Karena nanti kan balapan tuh lewat malam ya. Kan di
Oke.
sini maghribnya jam 5 lah kira-kira ya. Jam 5, sementara masih ada 5 jam lagi nih ke finish. Balapannya kan 8 jam, finishnya nanti jam 10 malam. Itu malam itu juga akan lebih sejuk. Malamnya di sini kalau ada angin tuh lebih sejuk, dan angin ini beberapa hari terakhir eh, udah mulai ada, beda banget sama minggu lalu, nyaris nggak ada angin dan terik banget gitu.
Oke,
Itu
oke.
sih perbedaan besar dari sisi cuaca ya.
Cuaca ya Pak ya, dan ini akan menentukan apa nih Pak kebalapannya nih. Mungkin buat teman-teman yang masih awam nih, yang istilahnya baru menyaksikan ya. Jadi kan kita kan ini kan istilahnya tayang di sini kan tidak hanya untuk teman-teman kita yang memang menyaksikan balapan dengan apa ya, istilahnya sudah berpengalaman menyaksikan balapan di FIA World Endurance Championship ini kali ini. Mungkin ada yang baru nonton nih balapan ketahanan ini. Apa sih yang istilahnya mempengaruhi, istilahnya yang dipengaruhi oleh cuaca ini Pak di balapan kali ini Pak?
Nah, buat yang baru nonton juga, saya kasih tahu, ini saya sekarang ada di media centernya Bahrain International Circuit nih. Kalau yang minggu lalu nggak nonton ya, saya masih sama live reportnya dari sini juga ya. Dari Bahrain International Circuit juga. Nah, dari sisi strategi balapan nanti pastinya saya udah ngomong juga sama race engineer-nya Jota 28, akan jauh berbeda. Pembalap juga persiapannya approach ya, bukan persiapan, approach ya, pendekatannya juga jauh berbeda. Walaupun durasi lebih lama 2 jam ketimbang minggu lalu, tapi balapan di sini itu lebih friendly lah nanti. Untuk minggu ini lebih friendly ketimbang minggu lalu.
Minggu lalu Pak ya.
Dan karena balapannya juga lebih lama 2 jam, pit stop nanti juga lebih banyak, penggunaan ban juga lebih banyak. More or less itulah kira-kira nanti perbedaan antara 6 jam dan 8 jam. Kalau lebih detail sih ya nanti misalnya driving time. Driving time-nya pembalap itu kan kalau satu pembalap ya, kan ada satu tim itu ada 3 pembalap. Di tim Jota 28 kan ada Sean Gelael, ada Stoffel Van Dorn, ada Tom Blomqvist ya. Kalau minggu lalu 6 jam itu minimal satu pembalap harus ada di atau geber mobil 1 jam 15 menit. Di 8 jam ini minimalnya itu 2 jam. Minimal traffic time-nya 2 jam, jadi beda ya. Minimal traffic time-nya 2 jam, terus poinnya juga beda. Poinnya juga banyak, persiapan di pedok ya, udah mulai rame nih.
Nah ini nih udah mulai rame nih Pak ya.
Persiapan di pedok ya.
Kalau dilihat dari tangkapan kamera memang lebih lebih panas ya Pak ya dibandingkan dengan mungkin kondisi yang istilahnya biasa kita alami di Indonesia ya istilahnya. Dan ini kering apa humidity-nya gimana tuh Pak?
Enggak, ini enggak terlalu kering. Humidity-nya juga ini saya baca cuma 26%. Ini yang sekarang ini saat ini 26%.
26% Pak ya.
Nah, suhu sekarang 31 derajat.
31 derajat.
Suhu di atas trek 44 derajat ya. 44. Kalau dari sisi ininya suhunya memang mungkin sama-sama minggu lalu. Tapi dari sisi kalau kita ada di trek, karena minggu ini banyak angin, itu lebih kerasa, lebih enak ya, lebih friendly buat kita ya orang Indonesia gitu. Ini Normanato, bekas rekan Sean Gelael, yang sekarang kan jadi musuh dia ya. Dia membela tim Real Team.
Betul.
Kemarin dia hampir ditabrak kayak ini Anthony Davidson. Kemarin Normanato waktu kualifikasi hampir di free practice hampir ditabrak sama Tom Blomqvist ya. Hampir. Nah,
ini sudah mulai
lagi wawancara sebelum nanti akan sebentar lagi prosesi dimulai, akan ada lagu kebangsaan dan nanti tepat pukul 2 sini akan dimulai balapannya. Nah, balik lagi ke perbedaan-perbedaannya, Bung Gary ya. Pembalap Argentina Jose Maria Lopez. Tadi driving time udah kita kasih tahu. Poin kan juga berbeda. Kalau poin di 6 jam itu kayak sama kayak F1 lah, 25 sebagai pemenang, 18 dan seterusnya. Kalau di sini kira-kira 1,5 kalinya lah. Menang dapat 38, runner up dapat 27, poin ketiga dapat 23 dan seterusnya. Nah, ini nanti akan menentukan nih menentukan nanti perolehan poin kita di akhir klasemen, di akhir balapan, di mana finish kita, di mana finish WRT 31. Itu jadi karena kan kita lagi fight nih sama mereka nih untuk berburu gelar juara LMP2 ya.
Yes.
Nah, itu dari sisi poin, dari sisi driving time ban juga beda. Kalau ban di balapan 6 jam itu kelas LMP2 dapatnya 18 ban atau 4,5 pasang. Itu dipakai dari kualifikasi ya.
Dari kualifikasi Pak ya?
Ya itu ban. Jadi kalau di LMP ini kan di World Endurance Championship itu ban dipisah. Untuk 3 free practice dapat 12 ban atau 3 set. Itu mesti dipakai. Lalu untuk quali dan lomba itu dapat ban berbeda. Nah, ban berbeda itu kalau untuk yang 6 jam dapat 18 ban atau 4,5 set. Itu mesti dipakai dari quali sampai lomba, terserah ngaturnya gimana. Untuk balapan 8 jam ini untuk quali dan lomba dapat 26 ban atau 6,5 set lah. 6,5 set. Nah itu pakainya gimana terserah. Kemarin Jota 28 udah make hanya satu set ban untuk kualifikasi. Jadi masih ada 5,5 set. Ban lagi nih yang akan dipakai untuk lomba
ya.
Plus yang kemarin maksudnya yang 5,5 set baru yang udah kepake masih bisa dipakai lagi. Kan bannya dari kualifikasi sama lomba tuh jadi satu paket. Jadi masih bisa dipakai lah.
Oh iya. Pak, ngomong-ngomong masalah tim Jota nih Pak, tim jagonya ayam nih Pak. Gap antara kemarin balapan 6 jam sama 8 jam, kegiatan apa sih yang dilakukan di Bahrain selama itu Pak? Ada waktu seminggu lah. Praktisnya seperti apa, persiapannya dari Sean sendiri seperti apa Pak? Kira-kira?
Nah ini menariknya ya. Kan habis balapan 6 jam kemarin itu hari Sabtu ya. Hari Sabtu itu hari Minggunya itu nggak ada istirahat.
Waduh.
Ini tim jagonya. Bayangin itu hari Minggu siang jam 12 lagi terik-teriknya. Itu mereka menempa fisik, main volley, habis itu berenang di laut, terus kadang main tenis, main volley pantai di pantai, main volley pantai. Tapi itu memang pembalap profesional ya mesti seperti itu, mereka harus jaga fisik ya. Walaupun kalau untuk orang ukuran normal habis balapan capek, atau kalau kita habis nyetir capek lah gitu. Habis nyetir capek kan pengen tidur seharian lah misalnya gitu ya. Cukup. Ini enggak ada cerita. Habis balapan 6 jam hari Sabtu lalu mereka istirahat yang cukup di malam minggunya. Terus hari Minggu habis sarapan langsung main volley siang-siang jam 12 siang di pantai. Habis itu renang, terus besoknya main tenis, besoknya lagi main pokoknya untuk ini aja. Kalau ke gym sih udah
pastilah ya, ke gym pastilah ya.
Untuk menjaga fisik mereka. Kenapa? Karena fitness level mereka harus jaga, karena minggu depan maksudnya hari ini itu balapannya jauh lebih panjang ketimbang minggu lalu. Maka itu kalau kita lihat dari selama sepekan terakhir para pembalap itu benar-benar relax, tapi fisiknya terjaga. Dan menariknya juga nih Bung Gary ya, itu kan ini kita lagi fight nih fight buat championship nih.
Untuk championship ya Pak ya,
Jota 28 tim WRT 31, Jota 38, terus United Autosports 22 itu mereka nggak ada, itu hanya fight di atas track. Di luar track itu mereka
nongkrong bareng lah ya Pak ya, berkegiatan bareng lah ya,
bercanda bareng. Bahkan waktu kita merayakan ulang tahun Sean ya, ada syukuran kecil gitu ya. Itu kita bercanda-canda bareng gitu. bercanda kita bareng, enak banget gitu.
Nah ini tim Jota 28 nih Pak nih,
tim Jota 28 ya disorot ya. Sean akan start nih.
Ya Sean akan menjadi pembalap pertama Pak ya kalau nggak salah ya Pak ya. Aku lihat di info drivernya nih. Nah itu Pak Bos.
Juan Pablo Montoya dan
ini Pablo Montoya,
mantan pembalap F1 ya.
Yes, betul sekali, yang sudah sangat melegenda ya Pak.
Minggu lalu kita sama-sama lihat dia ini nih banyak lepas dari mobilnya sampai sesi dinetralisir oleh Porcello ya. Nah, ini Juan Pablo Montoya.
Montoya akan membalap kedua ya Pak ya kalau nggak salah Pak ya untuk balapan kali ini.
Belum tahu. Belum dapat, hanya dapat starter dari tim itu. Ini dari tim musuhnya, musuh utama Jota
Nah ini
28.
WRT nih ya.
Ferdinand Habsburg itu musuh besarnya Sean, tapi sekaligus teman paling akrabnya Sean.
Ini
Jadi
apa ya?
mereka
Anomali ya
bercanda.
malah ya.
Anomali, karena memang kan itu apa namanya berantem cukup di track
Iya
lah.
betul.
Setelah
Berantemnya di
luar
track.
track musuhan lagi. Gitu.
Nah ini tim Richard Mille yang
Ya,
terdiri atas
minggu lalu
ladies.
ya ladies minggu lalu Tatiana Calderon nggak ikut ya karena ikut balapan super formula di Jepang.
Wow.
Minggu ini dia ikut nih. Nah, minggu ini ikut dan mereka juga bercanda juga sama
Yes.
sama kita. Tatiana juga waktu apa buat Tatiana. Sophie Flores juga apa namanya ikut syukuran waktu ulang tahun Sean gitu. Jadi ya benar-benar inilah benar-benar apa namanya benar-benar asik lah.
Asik lah semuanya gabung lah Pak ya.
Suasana di WEC ini ya nggak kaku gitu ya.
Oke.
Ya, friendly banget tuh ya. Gitu. Sangat-sangat friendly.
Oke.
Nah, balik lagi tadi ke persiapan,
Ah.
bukan persiapan sih, semata menjaga fitness level
Nah, fitness
para
level
pembalap ya.
teman-teman pembalap ya.
Mereka tadi kita mereka malah menempa diri di saat panas-panasnya suhu dan itu malah membuat mereka akhirnya benar-benar fit ya terjaga.
Yes.
Tentu asupan mereka dijaga karena di sini kan mereka juga bawa personal trainer ya
Ya.
yang akan melihat apa namanya
Kondisi
segala
mereka
posisi,
juga ya.
mereka fitness mereka selama ini pembalap 7 kali juara dunia Sebastian Ogier
WRC ya.
yang besok ya juara dunia rally ya yang besok akan melakukan tes di sini di tes di WEC ini.
Heeh.
Sebastian Ogier
Kelasnya apa Pak kira-kira Pak beliau Pak nanti?
belum tahu kalau kelasnya apa namanya kelas dia turun belum tahu. Ini solid Jota 38
Yes, betul.
musuh dalam selimut musuh dalam selimut.
Satu rumah beda kamar.
Satu rumah beda ya garasinya cuma beda berapa meter.
Makanya kan beda
Cuma
cuman
beda.
ya segitu doang garasinya
Cuma
gitu
beda 3
kan.
meter. Dan menariknya ya kalau kita masuk ke garasi Jota gitu ya itu nggak ada sekat, nggak ada pemisah. Jadi 2 mobil 28 sama
38
ya
barengan.
kalau lagi buka engine ya buka aja
Buka
gitu.
aja geblek
Kalau
gitu kan
di
ngelihat geblek oh gini oh ini nama oke. Sudah
F1 kalau
kelihatan
di F1 kan
nggak boleh.
kadang-kadang suka nggak boleh tuh.
Nggak boleh,
Karena
Pak,
saya
ya.
juga pernah masuk ke
pedoknya.
garasinya
Garasi.
F1 ketika engine dibuka nggak boleh moto apa segala macem gitu kan bahkan emang F1 jauh lebih strict
Strict banget Pak ya
Lebih-
berarti Pak ya.
lebih strict ya. Ini Antonio Davidson yang paling kanan di tengah sebelahnya adalah Antonio Felix da Costa pembalap Jota 38 yang ini tim hypercar
Hypercar.
Alpine Marmot ya.
Ya, betul.
Nah, jadi balik lagi ke persiapan ini lagi persiapan di track ya. Kalau persiapan di para pembalap tadi saya udah dapat informasi bahwa Sean akan 2 stint.
Oh, 2
Dua stint di
stint.
awal.
Oke.
2 stint di awal. Sean akan 2 stint di awal. Dan kalau pekan lalu setelah Sean itu
Siapa yang akan
Tom
keluar?
Blomqvist.
Tom Blomqvist ya.
ini saya dapat bocoran awal setelah Sean adalah Stoffel van Dorn. Stoffel van Dorn.
Nah,
Tapi Sean 2 stint dulu.
oke.
Tapi setelah itu saya belum dapat informasi. Hanya dapat informasi Sean 2 stint lalu Stoffel 2 stint.
Strateginya
tahu kan
Pak.
ya?
Kira-kira Pak,
Ya,
ada
strategi
bocoran dikit nggak Pak? Strategi dari tim Jota ini sendiri, apakah nanti gaya balapannya gimana, pertukaran ininya bagaimana setelah kan 1 2 3 abis itu balik satu lagi apa kedua lagi apa gimana Pak?
Soal strategi gini, Bung Gary kan kemarin ada problem ya di kualifikasi.
Yes, kualifikasi lagi
Nah,
nggak
jadi
oke nih,
sebelum
Pak.
kualifikasi saya sempat ngobrol nih sama Tom Blomqvist.
Oke.
Boleh semangat 45 nih Tom Blomqvist sampai bercanda. Saya tanya Tom, target pasti pole saya bilang gitu kan. Ya of course kata dia gitu kan. Ini Robert Kubica, pembalap F1 juga.
Balap F1 juga dia.
Lagi jalan di pedok karena dia tidak melakukan
Tidak.
sebagai starter ya,
Oke.
di tim high class racing. Nah balik lagi ke Tom tadi, kita Tom pole semangat nih katanya. Target dia adalah lebih baik dari
Balapan lalu.
lap time. Maksudnya target itu lap time. Lap time minggu lalu kan dia pole juga nih, Jota
Yes.
28 pole yang
Betul.
geberkan si Tom ya 1:49.9 ya waktu itu. Dia bilang sih minimal 1:497 nih. Oh semangatnya tuh dia. Tom kemarin tuh semangat 1:497. Oh oke. Fastest lap kemarin kan United Autosports ya, 1495 ya. Tapi bukan berarti Tom itu kan cuma target ya, mungkin bisa lebih cepat. Tapi sayangnya kemarin tuh ada problem. Kita juga rame nih di tim jagonya ayam nih. Sampai kenapa Tom begitu pelan kemarin gitu kan? Pelan banget, kita ngeliat langsung di tag tuh kok kayak nggak pede di tikungan gitu. Biasanya kalau tikungan tuh ngambil ngeremnya sampai deket tikungan, artinya bener-bener late breaking pede, habis itu nikung gitu kan. Ini enggak, kemarin nikungnya tuh kayak takut-takut terus melebar gitu kan. Terus di radio kita dengar Tom reports ada break temperature problem ya. Jadi itu, dan akhirnya Tom benar-benar nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain lah istilahnya gitu kan. Waktunya kan jauh banget 151, padahal targetnya
147 atau 49 ya.
497 maksudnya, 1497 ini jadi cuma 151, jauh banget kan. Bahkan dibecandain sama tim cewek mau ngasih daster lah bahasa gitu. Karena gue kalah sama yang cewek.
Itu soalnya timingnya waktunya lebih better yang tim Richard Mille tadi ya berarti ya.
Nah, itu bercandanya di sini. Mau ngasih daster ke Tom
Ngasih
Dompis
daster.
katanya.
Oke.
Dia nggak tahu kita ada problem soalnya.
Iya, makanya kan kita nggak mungkin juga buka dapurnya istilahnya dalam pedoknya segala macamnya kayak gimana. Kayak gitu.
Ya, akhirnya setelah ini dikulik dibuka ya problem di break. Ya kita berharap hari ini tidak ada problem di break karena di balapannya panjang banget ya. Dan kita lagi berburu gelar juara.
Betul.
Ini kan story juga nih.
Yes.
Jota 28 jadi juara LFP itu karena saingannya ketat banget, baik yang di atas berbeda 5 poin dari tim WRT 31 atau dari ini nih tim yang sedang disorot tim ini Roberto Gonzalez yang start di Jota 38. Pak, 12 poin dari kita lebih kurang. Kenapa?
Winning conditionnya apa nih Pak? Untuk
winning condition itu gini.
Jota 28 bisa jadi juara kelas LMP2 kali ini Pak.
Yang pertama, karena bedanya kan Jota 28 nilainya 108. 113 tuh WRT, 96 di bawahnya atau peringkat 3 itu Jota 38. Paling aman tentu menang. Kalau menang, udah aman ya. Aman banget gitu kan, karena selisih dari pemenang ke peringkat 3 itu bedanya 9 poin. Kan selisihnya Jota ini kan 5 poin. Jadi aman. Ini Sean Gelael. Ya, kita lihat dengan helm barunya.
Helm baru nih.
Kita kasih semangat tuh nih Sean Gelael. Hai Sean.
Luar biasa. Halo Pak Bos. Semangat Pak Bos. Semoga bisa menang nih Pak Bos.
Semangat tuh. Amin. Nah itu kalau kita menang ini balik lagi ke Sean ya. Saya hai Sean. Terus kalau kita runner up maka Jota WRT 31 maksimal finish di posisi keempat. Ini dia tim di
WRT ya.
WRT 31 Ferdinand Habsburg ini yang akan melakukan start ya. Nah itu mereka harus finish 4 ke bawah. Dan Jota 38 nggak apa-apa menang. Nggak apa-apa menang karena menang itu gapnya ke peringkat 2 kan. Kalau misalnya kita runner up itu cuma 9 poin, padahal kita unggul 8 poin. Satu lagi, kalau kita menang, kalau Jota 38 menang, Jota 28 runner up, Jota 38 menang dan Jota 28 runner up itu kita masih bisa juara karena selisih poin kita ke mereka 12
ya.
Nah, aman lah insya Allah.
Apa ya.
Nah, kalau peringkat 3 Jota 28 peringkat 3. Nah, peringkat 3 ya itu kan ini hitung aja ke bawahnya itu pokoknya bedanya 5 poin terhadap WRT 31. Hitung aja dia harus pilih ke bawahnya pokoknya selisihnya 5 poin, sementara ke atasnya maksimal Jota 38 itu maksimal runner up. Itu kondisi-kondisi yang bisa itu istilahnya permutasinya lah. Winning conditionnya seperti itu. Tapi kita juga nggak boleh lupa, ini kan pole position diraih oleh United Autosports. Dua-dua.
Betul.
Mereka adalah defending winners, defending champion di kelas LMP2. dan mereka kencang banget ya. Mereka punya 3 pembalap yang merata, Felipe Albuquerque, Philip Hansen, dan Fabio Scherer. Rata banget nih kekuatan mereka, dan mereka udah dapat 1 poin nih kemarin di pole position. Walaupun memang gap antara mereka ke bawah ke kita, dari kita itu 20 poin, 20 poin, tapi mereka bisa jadi batu sandungan gitu. Bisa jadi batu sandungan juga buat perburuan gelar juara. Ya kalau kita misalnya nanti kita akan lihat kondisi seperti apa nanti di atas track. Mudah-mudahan winning conditions yang tadi kita bahas terjadi salah satunya gitu. Terjadi salah satunya. Mudah-mudahan sih yang paling ideal Toyota 28 menang.
Menang, betul.
Jadi udah menang balapannya, menang championship-nya atau dapat title gitu. Itu paling ideal. Kenapa? Karena Toyota 28 di musim ini, walaupun orang bilang Toyota 28 itu adalah the winning car, mereka selalu aja ada ganjilan, nggak bisa menang balapan.
Ada aja ya Pak ya istilahnya ya?
Ada aja problemnya. Mudah-mudahan kali ini nggak ada lagi problem. Oke lah, kemarin aja cukup di kualifikasi, tapi setelah itu selesai, dan ini sudah start. Mereka akan melakukan satu
warming,
satu formation lap, dan setelah itu akan ada running start Bulgari.
Oke, kalau begitu teman-teman, kita sudah melihat mobil-mobil yang kali ini sudah bergerak. Jadi sesaat lagi kita akan menyaksikan balapan 8 jam di Bahrain ini akan segera dimulai pastinya. Jadi buat teman-teman yang saat ini menyaksikan, saya ucapkan selamat menyaksikan, dan kita akan ketemu lagi nih nanti sekitar 2 jam lagi untuk bahas-bahas lagi. Ada apa aja nih Pak ya nanti selama 2 jam? Apakah nanti fluktuasi klasemennya bener-bener kenceng banget, atau ternyata adem-adem ayem? Misalnya kalau kita bilang early-nya ini adem ayem, middle-nya gimana, late-nya nanti gimana? Kita akan bahas nantinya. Jadi langsung aja kalau begitu, live dari Bahrain. Inilah dia FIA World Endurance Championship edisi 8 jam balapan. Langsung kita sikat ke sana. Silakan.
In the hottest of the conditions, would think maybe they might take it a little easy on their gentlemen and allow them to go out when it's a little cooler.
Yeah, the 3 outliers in that one, you're quite correct, are the car starting on 3rd on the GTM grid, Cat Leg. Gold-ranked driver will start that car. It's then Francesco Castellacci, as he did last week, will start the 54AF Corsa car from 8th in GTM. And again, Tomonobu Fuji, this time, will start from further down again, the 11th place car in GTM. Martin.
So looking all the way through our grid as they roll around this sweltering Bahrain International Circuit. Toyota locked out the front row in qualifying. Our LMP2 pole sitter starts 4th, Phil Hansen. He will leave a rose gap or so to the hypercar in front. You can see Nico Lapierre weaving some heat into the blue and white roofed Alpine. That is the 3rd of our hypercar entries. So Phil Hansen will be on his own ahead of Loic Duval and Roberto Gonzalez, then Gero van der Garde, the yellow and black. Watch out for that at the start. There's Vincent Vos, who's looking after the WRT team as ever. Pole, as we talked about in the GTE Pro class, went to the 92 Porsche. The 2 Porsches will start on the right-hand side as the driver sees it of the grid. Down the inside line, nose to tail. The 2 Ferraris will be on the outside, and clearly there will be an intention from the 2 white cars to hang the red cars out to dry. Behind them, Cetilar, easy to spot, the bright blue Ferrari. It's such a clear standout colour, especially in light like this. You'll see him on pole position. Roberto Lacorte ahead of Francois Perrodo with the chrome Ferrari. So, the field being paced here by the number 7 Toyota. They have 3 straight wins here. We had 2 races last season in Bahrain. This is the 2nd this week, the 2nd this season in Bahrain. They're going for their 4th win. We are moments away from the start of the 8 hours of Bahrain. It is 1:59 local time. Pedro Cachero, our pace car driver, our safety car driver, is pacing the field around. Looking back from the leader, number 8 should pull up alongside, then the Alpine will try and get in between them. The final race of the championship is about to get underway. Lights go out, the Toyotas head to the first corner. Phil Hansen in LMP2 takes the inside line. Real Team's Norman Nato goes wide down the inside. Geert van der Garde looking for the lead, and as he did last week, he takes it, and the Alpine goes through on the inside of the two Toyotas.
Alpine leads.
Oh, and a mistake by the 91 Porsche allows the Ferraris through. They now go as they qualified. The Cetilar car all three wide, WRT on the dirt. Down comes the Real Team car. This is for second or third, I think, in LMP2, and the Alpine led. But will he lead off turn 4, Al? It's at this sort of point that the Toyotas really start to motor.
Yeah, it is, and they'll be able to push away in that middle sector. But looking at this battle, it's a heck of a one in LMP2, because all of these guys just want to get track position right now. For United, it's important they try and lead. However, it's Guido van der Garde, as you said, that was able to deliver that killer blow into the first corner, as exactly as he did last week.
Yeah, Phil Hansen kept his nerve and hung on to second place. Third place is the Real Team car of, it's Loic Duval, not Norman Nato, who started that, the sort of slightly lighter blue car, but the race leader is still the Alpine. Further back, Richard Mille Racing Team and the Gold Nose, that's the 38 Jota car. So that is Beitske Visser.
And he's just gone round the outside of Beitske Visser there in the 1 into turn 11. The back straight. It's important to try and make these moves if you can on the first 2 laps before people settle into a rhythm and before you actually as well understand where the speed is difference between, say, for example, the car ahead of you or not. But it's the Alpine that leads overall as we come into the end, the first lap.
Right, cut to the Alpine garage to see some smiling faces. Yes, it's lap 1 of 8 hours, but they are still leading the Toyotas, and that is their devout intention, to try and make Toyota sweat for this one. Little further back, the white and red, that's 31, 5th place in LMP2. And that is the WRT car we heard from 30 Habsburg, chasing Roberto Gonzalez, left front puncture. First lap for one of our championship contenders. That is Ben Keating in the TF Sport Aston. That's the final. No, that's he got through the final corner.
Turn 13, so he's got maybe about 1.5 kilometres to go as Guido van der Garde is pulling away at the moment from Phil Hansen in second place, as already one of the title battles in GTM seems to be swinging in the direction of Francois Perrodo, who is leading the championship, as Ben Keating now has got a bit of a mountain to climb.
Now the deal for Ferrari and for Porsche in GT Pro, as you said, Alan, whichever of the 2 title contenders finishes ahead of the other will take the championship. They don't have to win, they just have to be in front. And right now, it almost looks as though the 51 Ferrari of James Calado is holding up Jimmy Bruni in the other Porsche. Now the other Porsche, the 91 and the 52 Ferrari behind, are not title contenders. It's 92 that's out front and 51 for Ferrari. So Richard Lietz can play his part here by putting that Ferrari under pressure. Ben Keating back in the pits, nothing left of the rim either. Look how it's been machined flat by the abrasive surface. They're checking to make sure the hub is okay. Away they go, the 98 Aston Martin of Paul Dalla Lana also in the pits. Looks like there has been contact between the two of them, Alan.
Yeah, I think at turn 3, so basically right at the beginning of the first lap, there was, it seems, an incident between the two of them. And it's, oh yeah, left front to right rear. Left front to right rear seems to be the status there.
Yeah, so Dalla Lana coming in even more slowly than Ben Keating. Alpine lead from Toyota and Toyota. Racing Team Nederland out front in the LMP2 battle. There's Sean Gillel with the white nose on his Jota car, now feeling pressure from 30 Habsburg.
Keating was held there for the LMP cars to come by, now released, as is Paul Dalla Lana, so they get out, will not lose the lap to the other GTM contenders. That could be critical.
It could, yes, there is likely to be so much more. Now, those of you who were watching last week's race, and if you weren't, shame on you, there were bollards on the inside of some of the corners which mount into solid, bolted into the ground sort of mountings. None of the bollards are present, but the mountings still are, and the race director said, be careful, because they will damage tyres if you run over them. That clearly wasn't the case there. That was an incident between the two cars. But they are now a lap behind the GTE Pro cars, and here is the leader in GTE Pro, stuck behind the number 44.
Yeah, this is the 44, the ASRC Bratislava with Konopka at the wheel. But now the Ferrari is using that opportunity to have a little look at Kevin Estre. And this is an opportunity certainly for the Ferrari, but also for Jimmy Bruni there in the second of the Porsches. Try to do something, but there's a bit of confusion ahead.
Yeah, Mira Konopka in the yellow car is being held up a little by Ben Keating's Aston. It's not as quick into the corners as the P2 car wants to be, and that is now going to be an issue for Kevin Estre as well. Estre's language on the radio is possibly just a smidgen fruity at the moment, but there's not much the other two cars can do. There's Alex Stalig in the cab, who's the head of this Porsche GT racing program, and actually after qualifying he was saying, you know, we just, or before qualifying, saying we just want to do what we want to do, go out and win everything, both titles.
Ferrari has got the run down from into the last corner. It looks like it's going to be Ferrari taking the lead of the final race of the season. They're millimetres apart as they break into the final corner, and it's done.
Now the question is, how much dare they take out of these tyres early in the race? What's the strategy? Did Ferrari put fresh rubber on, expecting to do a single stint and try and get ahead?
Completely irrelevant. If you've got track position, you control the people behind, but I think Estre's already thinking about other things. And this is going to be one heck of a dogfight. This is good.
If they're like this for 8 hours,
Always went wide.
They don't have enough tyres to be like this for 8 hours. But you're right, you want track position, because when Estre was in front last week, he was able to nurse his tyres, dictate the pace of the race. Now Ferrari have got a little back in terms of performance compared to last week, so the Porsche team are possibly now discovering what Ferrari have really got, which we didn't see last week and probably didn't see in qualifying either. But Kevin Estre's down the inside. Oh, wheel to wheel, door handle to door handle, off track goes James Collado, hangs on new dad James, whose baby was delivered this week back home in Wales.
Yeah, but I think that's going to be then discussed on the radio, because definitely could be seen as forced offline, but then he kept his position by being off track.
Yep. Down into the tight tyre killing hairpin. Alan, it rips the tyres apart going down in there and rips them apart coming out as well.
Yeah, but now look at the fourth of those cars, the second of the Ferraris going into turn 11. He's going to have a snick down the inside, maybe of Jimmy Bruni. Now this is where Bruni's got to try to protect the 92 of Estre up ahead of him, but also just make sure he doesn't get attacked at the same time.
Now the other thing is that first and fourth wins the championship over second and third. Right now, if they threw the checker now, Ferrari would take the drivers' and teams' titles.
Yeah, we do have 7 hours and 52 minutes to go before we get to that point, so let's just enjoy it while we can, I think, Martin.
It's already a significantly better GT Pro battle than we saw last weekend, and it looks set to continue for, let's hope, another 7 hours and 52
Yes,
minutes.
that'll be the same Ferrari team that said we have no hope, there's barely any point fielding any cars just a week ago. So Alpine lead from Toyota, and interesting that neither of the Toyotas has got on the blower yet and said, right, can we get a move on and get past this car? Alpine will have to do more fuel stops, and significantly more, in 8 hours, because they can't run as far, their fuel tank isn't as big, they can't carry as much energy as the Toyotas. So Toyota content to sit there, Graham, and wait for Alpine to peel into the pits to fill up with fuel and then begin their race when they've nursed their tyres a little?
Well, they've been less than a second behind since this race, or since that lead battle sorted itself out to the advantage of the 36 car. The answer is they're going to be putting under pressure. They're going to be trying to force the air, Alan.
Yeah, they'll wait a little bit, but they certainly don't want to get one of the cars ahead and the other one to stay behind the Alpine. But this is exactly the same now. We see WRT Ferdi Habsburg, the second of those cars, trying to get by Gonzalez here. Gonzalez has delivered a really, really good start to this race for the 38 car. Antonio Felix da Costa, nervously, he wants this championship. There's no question. 9 points is the difference in the title at the moment, but it is going to be one heck of a battle in that LMP2 as well.
Car 51, we're going to hear.
Yeah, car 51.
We should hear from Eduardo Freitas.
What he's going to say is that 51 must give the position back for overtaking or keeping the position off track, I'm sure.
I'm sure that's absolutely precisely the case. Just looking at the background there, you can see the two Aston Martins, and then just behind them is the leader in GTM. So the two Aston Martins that were delayed are just on the lead lap.
Yeah, all but a lap down. It's going to be a long 8 hours, isn't it, for Ben Keating and his crew. The 33 car is the second of our title contenders up against the 83 Porsche. So in GT Pro right now, James Calado leads. For Jimmy Bruni, absolutely no incentive to hurry up and close the gap to James Calado, make him come back to you and drop back, because he's going to struggle to drop back between Bruni and Estre.
Yeah, Estre's basically just in a watching brief, but what I've seen in that last lap is that Calado has got some pace. There it is, and the overtake is done. But now I would suspect that Bruni's going to try to sniff through as well.
Exactly right. Now, Jimmy Bruni was not quite as nailed to the back bumper of Kevin Estre's car as I imagined. And this is where, you know, roller coaster down the hill, using all the curbs and everything. That's where the move happened, where Calado and Estre got together. Jimmy Bruni now under pressure from behind. Daniel Serra in the second Ferrari. So it's almost like, okay, well, wait a minute, now go.
Yeah, but I tell you, that Ferrari kicks off the corner really, really well. When it got into second and into third gear, it had some real acceleration. And so that definitely will allow them in traffic to be in a good position. But I would say right now, in pure speed, I think the Ferrari is that little bit quicker.
There's certainly not the yawning gulf of performance between the two, is there?
Goodness, in the final race of the championship, who'd have thunk? Back with our lead battle, the Alpine remains out front ahead of the two Toyotas. There's Philippe Signot, looking fairly sanguine. He does talk a good race, Philippe Signot, and he produces a great race team as well. Nico Lapierre, former Toyota driver, of course, ahead of two current Toyota drivers, Mike Conway and Sebastian Buemi. Lapierre will be enjoying every minute of this. Leading a race against opposition like Toyota Gazoo Racing is always to be enjoyed. 29 leading, there's the black and yellow Racing Team Netherlands, then the red, white and blue of United. More blue on Real Team. Jota's 38 car with the white nose, the 28 with the gold nose, and behind the red and white of the W Racing Team, WRT.
But Van der Garde pulling away here from this pack. Let's hear what's going on at Jota.
Really good job, Roberto, really good job. We are now catching Duval, You're doing good on fuel and good on tires. Carry on.
Say he's the star of the LMP2 so far in this stint, because we've got to remember that he is the gentleman driver in this. It's not his prime job in life, and in that respect he's just got that car into the mix. But I actually think it's not necessarily Van der Garde that's pulling away. I think Hansen is trying to control the pace and control his tyre. If we remember a week ago, it was actually the second stint was where WRT had the dominance and where everybody else seemed to lose a bit of performance. And I think now there's a protection of the tyre through this first stint to get to the end of the second.
I was talking to Anne Davidson and he came out with a great phrase for it yesterday. Your tyre will never forget the abuse and will pay you back for it. So you use it up hard in the opening few laps, you're going to suffer as it drags all the pain back out of you later on. So no further investigations in the race start. That's all good news. Clearly the two Aston Martin blue on blue contact was considered to be a racing incident. I wouldn't have doubted it any other way. 36 hanging on here, but the number 7 Toyota, Mike Conway, just starting to look like he's angling for a way by. Nico Lapierre, meanwhile, here is the battle for second already in GTE Pro. A stunning opening stint for Tomonobu Fuji in that black and green 777 Aston. Took him from 10th to the lead in one stint last week. He's gone from 12th on the class grid, now up to second ahead of Catherine Legge. Yeah, it's a great run from Tomonobu Fuji. Only Roberto Lacorte remains in front. What's the gap? First to second, 3.5 seconds. That's a really big opening stint for Tomonobu Fuji.
Remember, he is the silver rank driver here, but we've still got the bronze rank Satoshi Yoshino to come, so they are getting the laps in for one of their quicker drivers early on, but they're looking for track position.
Now, a week ago, Francesco Castellacci, that man there in the 54 Ferrari, he started 6th and he was the first to get to the front of the field. He got ahead of the other 2 Aston Martins into the lead. Fujisan followed him quickly through and then passed him. But Castellacci is not making as much inroads into the field as he was a week ago. And again, in the first and second turns, the rotation there of the Toyota a little more nimble. Let's hear from Sebastian Buemi in 3rd.
Okay, Seb, look after the right rear tyre. Look after the right rear tyre. Yeah, okay. What are you seeing now in the inside? We're using more of the tyre than car 7.
Well, there you go, change for the lead nearly from Mike Conway. Some good racing with Nico Lapierre. Lapierre keeps his nose on the inside. Poorer Schiavone, Claudio Schiavone in the black and yellow Ferrari, just trying to stay out of the way. It's now nearly 3 wide for the lead. Fantastic stuff. Sebastian Buemi being told just to look after that right rear tyre, and that was a tyre that struggled on that car last week, but here comes Mike Conway again, unleashing the hybrid drive, and through he goes into the lead, this time surely. And for the number 7 car, really important to put the 36 just between them and the number 8 car, at least for a moment. Sebastian Buemi will now have to figure how to get by. It's taken Conway 8 laps.
Yeah, but I think what's happening now is that the Alpine's struggling with rear tyre grip. It's struggling to get the power down, and that's allowing the Toyota to stay close enough on the exit of the corners, and then when they do have the hybrid boost, which is at 120 kilometers per hour and above, then they can start to accelerate past. So I would now see, between now and the end of the stint, Mike Conway start to edge away, and Sebastian Buemi has to, for the World Championship chances, get past the Alpine as soon as possible, so that his teammate doesn't just drift off into the distance. Not down into the first corner this time, Alpine, but again wide, just struggling to try and get the car stopped. Alpine's losing tyres. It's basically eating up the tyres with that keeping in the lead at the beginning.
Yeah, definitely battling just a little too hard, but enjoy it while you can and then settle down into the rest of the race and make them work for it. Remind them that you're still here and you're not just going to roll over and have your tummy tickled. Sebastian Buemi, wheel to wheel, is to go by the GR Racing Porsche, and Nico Lapierre, you know, old habits die hard, don't they? Buemi sends it to the inside again. Alan, this is two real top-level pros in 2 very different cars that got different strengths and weaknesses. This could go on for a lap or 2 yet.
Yeah, but if Buemi's going to make the move, it's quite clear now Lapierre's not that keen on giving it up. He's going to have to be decisive if it's one of these sneak down the insides, but I think it's already done now, coming down into turn 11. So 1 lap later, Sebastian Buemi has now made it a 1-2 for Toyota.
Yeah, unfortunately the wrong way round for the number 8 crew, and they do need the number 7 car not to finish, essentially, for them to take the championship here. So it is a big ask for number 8. They can't do it on race performance. It has to have some outside influence. Several laps of proper close door handle to door handle racing in the top category. The Alpine team may have murdered their tyres, but they certainly made the Toyota team work for their positions. Back in LMP2, second, third, and here's the battle for 4th. Ferdy Habsburg sends it very late, was not quite seen by Roberto Gonzalez. And these are not cars, Alan, that have got the visibility of a normal road car. I mean, look what the driver can see. 3/4 of nothing, and he's got a helmet on. It gives you real tunnel vision, doesn't it? Makes it sometimes hard to see a late lunge.
Yeah, it is, but that's why you do a late lunge, is because you can't see it coming. So Ferdy Habsburg delivered it very well, as now the Toyotas in the mix of the GTE AM traffic. But that just allowed Habsburg up into 4th position and put Roberto Gonzalez, who is a title contender, we must remember, with the WRT car, and it put him down into 5th.
In the background of the shot there, Sebastian Buemi chopping the nose off a Porsche as he tried to make his way through traffic. This is the battle between 56 Project 1 car with the 83 Ferrari, and the Toyota trying to work his way through behind Francesco Castellacci. There's WRT's Ferdy Habsburg, moves onwards and upwards. He's now up to 4th place. Real Team's Loic Duval And the darker blue of the two cars, Phil Hansen, they are the targets in front.
It has been a season of 3 big teams in LMP2, dominating races, but not always dominating every race. There you go. Was that light contact? Maybe. Certainly hearing from Tota that Mike Conway reported light contact with the Alpine in that tussle.
Skirmish.
Skirmish, we like that. It's a good word.
Is that they're not allowed to hit each other, but clearly their gloves are off when it comes to taking the lead.
Yeah, the Alpines drop back quite a lot now as the Toyotas are sort of running reasonably line astern. And in LMP2 though, when we saw the battle there, we've got to remember that Guido van der Garde was 6 seconds up the road in that battle.
Pulling away still, and the 54 car now looking to get by the Iron Dame 65. Castellacci behind Catherine Legg.
Iron Lynx team with 2 cars in the fight, the all-female crew car here and the 60 car we saw, which is now up in 13th place in the class. And Francesco Castellacci goes outside inside, a classic move here in Bahrain if you can get the car rotated and find the grip. Catherine Legg comes right back at him. Behind is Francois Perrodo, and then the first of the Porsches, the 56 car with 88 right behind. Khaled El Khabaisi in the 88 car behind Egidio Perfetti alongside Egidio Perfetti. So there's a 3-way Ferrari battle and a 2-way Porsche battle, door handle to door handle behind. Khaled El Khabaisi, a former winner here in GTEM, moves up. He's now the best of the Porsches, so he's ahead of the 56 car and in 8th place.
Ferdy Habsburg now with the real team car.
Sparkling start to the race in all 4 categories, you've got to say. It's almost like it's the last day of school and they don't have to race these cars in a week's time. Through on the inside he goes. That was clean and clinical, Alan.
Yeah, it was. It was a nice late dive into turn 4. Basically similar to what he did a couple of laps ago to Gonzalez, but he did it to Loic Duval up into 4. It looks like once again WRT's got a reasonable speed and capability to protect their tyres, because now he's marching on it. I'm interested to see where he can get to with Guido van der Garde though.
Yeah. Also catching that group, Renger van der Zande, after watch this move again first with the inside line taken by Ferdy Habsburg. A lovely clean whistle really, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's a nice overtake because he basically dives to the inside but keeps it straight, so he reduces his risk of locking up front tyres and running wide, and if there is any contact it'll be physical side to side, which then means the least risk of punctures and things.
So that's a battle for second. This train of cars starts with Philip Hansen, goes through Ferdy Habsburg, Loic Duval, Roberto Gonzalez, and now with Renger van der Zande joining the fun.
Yeah, he has, hasn't he? He's closed right on the back of that queue. I think that underlines what Al's saying about the United car sort of dictating the pace there. Here's Catherine Legg again under pressure from the 83 car, Francois Perrodo. Now, he did single stints last week with the heat. I think that might be the case again this week. Plenty of time to get those stints done, of course. But Khaled El Khabaisi closing right in from behind in the 88 Dempsey Proton car.
Catching rapidly, isn't he?
Yeah, you can see the Team Project 1 Porsche. He was side by side with that a lap ago, and he's completely left the 56 car of Egidio Perfetti. Oh, and down the inside he comes. The Ferrari there just sliding a little wide under braking. Francois Perrodo didn't quite get it stopped the way he wanted to.
It's a warning flag for the 2 cars, 98 and 33, abusing track limits and causing contact at turn 3.
That was right at the start of the race. That's what caused the puncture to the right rear of Paul Dalla Lana and to the left front of Ben Keating, and effectively I think took the TF Sport out of the battle for the title, which is currently being led there by number 83.
Yeah, lots of racing still to go, but at the moment definitely a little calmer. It has to be a big change around. Essentially, Ben Keating and his crew need to win with Francois Perrodo 5th or worse. So they need fate on their side, because right now that is a long way from what is happening in the race.
And what is also happening a little bit further up here is that we saw the D-Station Aston Martin of Fuji getting through into second. Well, he's caught race leader, not caught completely, but he's getting close to the race leader of Roberto Lacorte in the Cetilar Ferrari.
Yeah, he was 3.5 seconds back. It's now down to under 2 seconds, so that gap is coming down. Again, Tomonobu Fuji doing a great job. Here comes Francois Perrault, who's got a run on Catherine Legg down the straight. Not enough of a run, though. So the American domiciled Brit hangs on at the moment in that 54 Ferrari. She lies in third. Francois Perrault looking to move ahead. Might need to get a wriggle on as well, because Khaled El Khabaisi's being joined. Now let's take a look at the start. All fair in Love and War and in LMP2 and Hypercar. Gerard van der Garde lunging down the inside line, basically just blocked past the entire field. Let's take a look at the GTE classes behind, though. There's contact between United.
That was Van der Garde with another demon start here.
Yeah, well, the United car ran wide into the real team car. There's the Jota team watching, the 28 crew.
It's effectively exactly the same move that Guido made last weekend.
Yeah, you'd think they'd have learned by now. Now watch the pale blue Aston. Okay, this is the pro class in GT. 91 went too deep. Richard Leeds outbraked himself, left the door wide open.
Yeah,
Jimmy Bruni rather. And then a little further back, there's the 98 Aston, there's the 33. That was later. Yeah, this is later on. We didn't see the contact, the pass on the grass, or the grass-coloured concrete. Ferrari an awful lot more on the pace this weekend than they showed last week. LMP2 cars working their way through the GT field. That's spreading them out a little. Phil Hanson being incisive in traffic, and that's so much a part of an endurance racing driver's art. Let's hear from the number 22 team, see what's occurring with them.
Okay, 31 now behind, seems to be on a bit of a mission, so...
And that is...
So expected to be coming.
Yeah. The calming tones of Gary Robertshaw, who's been the head of the engineering programme at United pretty much in the beginning. So that's what's the thinking at United. What about WRT?
It looks like Galail is driving target lap times, so don't over-push the tires.
Now that's really important, isn't it? Because they're talking about the 28 Jota car setting, in fact probably both Jota cars, setting lap times and sticking to them. So, is that the case? Let's hear what Jota say. Now let's bear in mind, although we're not hearing that, 28, that Jota Sport car, Sean Gillel driving at the moment, they lead in points by 2 points from WRT.
So if you're cruising, we have the possibility not to take tires at the next stop to try to jump some people. Let me know what you think of your tire state. No, but it's not the best conditions as well. It's difficult.
Didn't quite hear what Sean said there, but the WRT one before was basically saying, look, Gael is behind, so therefore he is running a target lap time to try to protect the tyre. That's the one they're fighting in the championship, and so therefore you don't go too far in pushing your tyres, because actually you're racing someone that is 2 cars, 3 cars behind you.
Yeah, second to 7th in this LMP2 battle, separated by something like 7 seconds. The other thing to remember here, of those top 7, we've got 2 of the cars. It's both the Jota cars starting their lower ranked driver, and they're the only ones starting the lower ranked driver. So this is good news at the moment for Jota.
It is looking good, isn't it? And it's interesting because the 28 Jota crew are leading the driver's standings over the 31 WRT crew by 2 points, but in the teams, WRT lead the 28 Jota by 5 points. So So there's that little mix, but it is super tight. LMP2, I think we're not going to find out who wins it until the checkered flag, frankly. So we may leave the maths for the computers later.
Kind of Capacey, but sorry, apologies.
I'd say one thing to that. In that WRT car, Lacey is officially their silver driver. Yep. However, he's been on pole position on a few occasions on his own merit. So I'm not saying that it's he's going to be dropping back.
Chance to hear from Louise Beckett in the pit lane. You've been chatting to Jota, Louise. What's the deal?
I'm losing you, Martin, but what I can tell you is that, yes, they are driving to lap times to try and conserve their tyres. At the moment, whatever Sean said is that they're still not sure at the moment if they will need to change tyres at this next pit stop.
All right, excellent. Well, Louise and Duncan Vincent will keep us updated with what goes on. And to a degree, a little bit like in GTE Pro, in LMP2, you don't have to win, you just have to beat the other guy. So there's a margin of caution early on, perhaps.
We've got Phil Hansen and Freddie Habsburg and Luke Duval making their way through this battle in GTM, which, by the way, now has Khaled Al-Khabazi ahead of Francois Perraudot. So the Porsche has gone through and is now battling with Cat Leg for third.
Now this is an opportunity, this is an opportunity for Ferdi Habsburg as he slides it down the inside. And this is now an opportunity for Luc Duval as he gets the best run out of any of them to come out last corner.
Everybody going 2 or 3 wide. Hansen leads Habsburg, Duval gets through as well. Khabazi got by Catherine Legge, so Al-Khabazi is now up to third place rather. And down the inside slides Ferdi Habsburg, not looking after his tyres just yet. The 38 Jota car getting in there, mix there as well.
That was mighty close, by the way, with Loic Duval pulling back into the line past the GT car.
And Renger van der Zande having to try and work his way through as everybody picks up the pieces.
Yeah, but Habsburg up to second. He delivered a nice overtaking there on Hansen into the corner. He sort of made it by squeezing Hansen out of the last corner, which put Hansen slightly wide and not able to get onto the throttle in time. Duval wasn't able to take as much advantage as I was expecting, but Habsburg definitely did. And another clean, tidy pass by him to put the WRT car. Now, his head is fully focused on the Racing Team Netherlands car, which is 14 seconds up the road. Guido van der Garde's got a 14-second lead in this race, and he's only done 17 laps.
It's a big lead, and look at the queue of cars behind. This is a 5-car queue in LMP2, and right behind is a 5-car battle for position. The 6th car is the 38 Jota car that's coming through there. So the GTE battle is well alive as well. And again, the leader, Chetelaar, Roberto Lecourt and Tomonobu Fuji for D Station, they're a long way clear of the battle for third. On board with Ferdi Habsburg, checks the mirrors again, checks the mirrors again. Where is he, where is he, where is he?
Very nice there. What he does is he just pulls out now before braking to get a little bit of air onto the front of the car so that he knows he's got front downforce when he does brake, and then he's got more security not to lock up. Very tidy overtake.
On board with Hansen, and although the 31 car goes in deep, that actually puts him closer to the apex in turn 2, so that's effectively a block pass, stops Hansen having any way of coming back at him. And then look behind Duval and the 38 car, there was contact there.
Contact, but I don't see very much damage there. Maybe something to the left front dive plane of that 38, but now it's got to be a little bit careful because Renger van der Zande is now on the back and he'll be hustling to try to get past.
Richard Dean there, the co-owner of United, at the back, standing up. And,
one of at least a dozen ex-Formula 3000 drivers here this weekend, as we discussed at some tedious length yesterday.
Van Zant Vos with Charles Milesi.
Yeah, but look at the gap. Habsburg's just been in this position now for a lap, and he's already pulled, what, 1.5 seconds away from United Autosport's Phil Hansen.
And just taking a second out of the lead.
Yeah, last lap for Geert van der Garde, a 55.2. Last lap for Habsburg, a 55.7.
Here we see that touch again between Gonzalez and Loic Duval. It's reasonably harmless at the end of the day. Duval went a little bit wide. That allowed then Gonzalez to have a snick up the inside. 2 just had a bit of rubbing.
Yeah, Loic just kind of wriggled his way just back it with his nose in front, didn't he? Only just though. 92.51 at the moment. That Porsche, the 92 car, will win the championship, and Porsche will beat Ferrari in the team's battle as well. This is not the end game that Ferrari want to see. They need to be in front to win the Drivers' Championship. They need a win to win the team's title as well.
Just dropping this 52 car a little off this 4-car train.
Yeah, the one area I think we've got to remember is what the situation is if in terms of tyres, because it looks to me that the third and fourth place GTE Pros have probably got a bit of a different tyre strategy.
Yeah.
Both of them started to drop back at a similar time.
Kevin Estre talking as well after qualifying about the fact that the longer, cooler running will allow them to use a different tyre compound later in the race as well. So there's another factor coming in. It won't necessarily be that both cars are capable or are thinking of running same tyres. Oh, little wriggle from Loic Duval. A bit of the fit of the head shakes. Renger van der Zande in the green yellow into Europol car all over the back of Sean Gelael, Graham.
If we stick with this LMP2 battle, they're rapidly coming onto the rear of Tomonobu Fuji, who is still catching Roberto Lacorte, who's had a fantastic opening stint in the 47 Cetilar racing car. First they've got to deal with Paul Dell'Anna. It's the next challenge for Phil Hansen to find his way past cleanly. He's under pressure from behind with a train of 3 P2 cars now.
Yep, Hansen goes by down the back stretch. The driver's right there is the supplementary pit lane. That's where the Porsche Sprint Middle East field is garaged.
With the drag strip between.
Yep.
Kuba Shimowski and Alex Brundle in the Inter Europol garage. They've had a strong season.
Yeah, Shimowski with his suit on and his helmet ready already. The next driver in, effectively when the race starts, is ready just in case. Van der Zande got through and now losing the place again. Gelael with the inside line down the hill. He's not going to give that away. Renger goes out wide to try and get the cutback onto the straight.
Worth saying, by the way, that Renger's 2 teammates still mathematically can win this Drivers' Championship in LMP2. They're 23 points back. It does require some dramas elsewhere. And we have, for the first time, we've seen the 2 GTM leading cars in the same shot. Gelael to the inside, Van der Zande to the outside. Still traffic.
Well, we're into Europol to win in LMP2. The 23-point gap means that their closest rival, or the points leaders in the 28 car, could only finish 6th or better. So it does definitely require some mathematical
dramas,
jiggery-pokery. Yes, absolutely. However,
better run through traffic there for Gonzalez. Renger van der Zande just drops back a little. It's also allowed Gelael to just claw back a little.
Now, for the first time since the opening lap, Graham, we're seeing the bright blue Ferrari, the Cetilar car of Roberto Lacorte. There he is in the middle of this LMP2 battle, and as he dives down the hill through 9 into 10, there is the black and green Aston Martin of Tomonobu Fuji. So that is now the gap, first to second in GTE AM, and it was 2.2 seconds. I'm thinking it's less than that now because the Ferrari has been pushed offline a lot by this LMP2 field coming through.
Also in that same shot, there it is, the baby blue Aston Martin TF Sport. After that puncture, the very first lap, the other title contender with the 83 car. That's the mark of the progress that's going to be needed over the next 7 hours and 22 minutes.
Yeah.
All but a full lap down.
It's a flipping long race when you've got 8 hours and you get a puncture on lap 1, isn't it? And effectively lose a lap.
So Phil Hansen, Loic Duval, Roberto Gonzalez, Renger van der Zande. Gonzalez doing a stunning job here. Barodo now back with Catherine Legg. It's a storyline we had what seems like about 15 minutes ago. The 83 has gathered back up that momentum, back up in contention for what will now be, is that 5th place? It is 5th place, with Khaled Al-Kamaisi having made his way by the Iron Dames car, and there he is off into the distance in the teal-coloured Dempsey Proton car. Here come the 2 Toyotas leapfrogging through the GTM mid-pack.
Yeah, like 500cc motorcycles going by a pack of 250s. Gap is about 2.5 seconds, depends on traffic between the two Toyotas. In the GT Pro field, the gap is somewhere around half a second, maybe 6/10. Currently, Kevin Estre, Neil Jarni would be champions by 11 points from Alessandro Pierguidi and James Calado. And their sister drivers in the 91 Porsche actually would tie the Ferrari crew on points as well. It is possible that Porsche could go 1-2 in the race and the championship and win the manufacturers thing. So
missed that one. Kathleen Legge's just lost another couple of places. So she had a moment.
No, in fact, she's lost 3 places.
3 places.
So
what's happened there?
Was there? Oh, not a touch, but she got in very late, distracted by the Toyota, locked up in turn 1. Through goes Francois Perrodo, through goes Egidio Perfetti, and as she's trying to recover and get some grip back in the tyres, Christian Reed also pounced in the 77 car.
So Christian Reed, the sole representative of the Done Every Single WEC Race Club, still. So that's side-by-side action between the Aston Martin, the 54, and the number 1, Richard Mille Racing Oreca. 40 minutes through this 8-hour race. Getting into that area now, Martin, where the LMP2 teams will be starting thinking about when they're going to come close to pit lane.
And the Alpine as well. So Racing Team Netherlands and Jota apparently are preparing, according to Louise. So our race leader, the 29 Racing Team Netherlands car, still 21 seconds clear of 30 Habsburg for WRT, who is 4 seconds ahead of Phil Hansen, who's 3rd in the United car. And it does definitely look now as though WRT and Racing Team Netherlands have throttled back and are in engines on cruise, preserve the tyres mode. In GT Pro, there will be a lot of that going on. They'll be very close and they'll be trying to really match each other in terms of pace, but also desperately trying to save the tyres and save the fuel. Again, if you bully your tyres early on, there will be payback later in the stint, that you can't just throw fresh tyres at the car every time you stop. The allocation does not allow it, and that's all part of the unique juggling act that you have to do in endurance racing.
What we saw in the 6 hours was teams changing just 2 tyres at a time throughout that race. We'll see the LMP2 cars pit road before the Alpine. Alpine were doing something like 26 laps last weekend. That surprised them. They thought that was at least in part temperature affected, and as Alan said at the start of the race, blisteringly hot again. So even if they make 26 laps, that's another 3 to 4 laps before we'll see the 36 down pit road. We should be seeing the LMP2 cars in the next couple of laps, and in fact that's one of the Jota cars diving for pit lane as I speak.
So it looks like 28 Sean Gelael coming in. 38 car continues with the white nose ahead of Renger van der Zande. So Sean Gelael in, and that will be the first of our stoppers. We'll have to remember later in the race, when I get emotional and overexcited, that TF Sport and AMR, the 98 Aston and 33 Aston, have both made a stop for that puncture damage, and that's why they will be seen as having done one stop more than anybody else. It wasn't for fuel.
Tyres ready for the Jota car.
And again, it will be left sides only. Those are the ones that get more abused than the others. Although the track surface here, they are brand new tyres as well. Sticker tyres going on, brand new tyres still.
New leader in GTM. That is Tomonobu Fucino ahead of the Cetilar Racing car.
Yep.
So he's closed that gap, made that move, and he's pulling away.
And judging by how far away, are we going to see turn 1? We are going to see turn. Look at the way the Toyota had to dive back in. Tomonobu Fuji taking no prisoners there.
That was quite an aggressive defence, wasn't it, from Lecourte?
Well, I think Lecourte had to make the corner. I think Fuji came in quite a lot later than Roberto Lecourte was expecting, and actually the Italian might have been distracted by the fact that there was a hypercar coming up behind as well. Fuji-san, no such distraction. He was going for the jugular right there. Mike Conway, the race leader for Toyota Gazoo Racing. And we are 44 minutes nearly into the 8 hours of Bahrain. He has now a 4-second advantage. So talked to a couple of laps ago about the Toyotas. It was only 2 seconds as our LMP2 leader hits his marks for the first round of pit stops.
So some early stints here. First stint here from Guido van der Garde.
Well, don't forget, he's 20-odd seconds ahead of anybody else. So if they're coming in, we probably won't know for another 10 seconds.
WRT are in, Real Team are in, Jota's number 38 car is in, and Inter Europol competition are also in. Phil Hansen, though, goes through and takes the lead. He's not stopping this time around.
Ooh, so that's part of the reason why there was such a big gap ahead to Geert van der Garde. Hansen was driving to a lap time, not trying to chase the leader, trying to look after his tyres.
Yeah, but also the fuel as well, being able to go a little bit further, so it's he's targeting fuel numbers, so that is something that relates to strategy later on in the race, as Guido van der Garde, who was out in the lead, rejoins.
And if he's being gentle on his fuel, that hopefully means he's being gentle on his tyres as well. Left sides only for Loic Duval. Louise Beckett reporting from the pit lane. No tyres on the WRT car, but Ferdy did stall trying to get away from the pit stop. However, he still comes out ahead of Renger van der Zande. That worked very well for Inter Europol, Graham Goodwin.
That was great pit work from Inter Europol. Now, what have they done in that pit stop?
Yeah, does that mean they didn't do tyres?
Just looking at the lap, it's 1 minute and 4 seconds. I don't think they did.
No, okay. So they have not gone with tyres. WRT did not go with tyres. Looking there at Henrik Hedman in the white car with the blue stripes up the centre, the Dragon Speed car. He is currently lying in 3rd place. Geert van der Garde returned to the track in 2nd ahead of Hedman. And Phil Hansen is the leader yet to stop. 20 high class, that's on the pit road. That's Robert Kubica.
So only Hedman and Hansen.
Dennis Anderson, a big part. Oh, trouble! Trouble for the Alpine. That has all the hallmarks of a Control-Alt-Delete. That is Nico Lapierre. Oh, that's off-cam as well. Not only offline coming out of the hairpin.
He's in trouble.
Is not sounding healthy. This is a very major problem for Alpine. It is also a very major problem potentially for the number 8 Toyota.
Yep.
Well, unsurprisingly, Louise reports quite a lot of unexpected action in the Alpine garage. They wouldn't have been too far away from expecting the car, but this is not a... I can't imagine it's a fuel issue.
Can't be fuel. It'll be 25 laps. So United on pit road. It is going to be no tyres, we're hearing, for United car from Louise.
There is the 22 car on its way out already. Henrik Hedman yet to pit. So he has gone as long on fuel as Phil Hansen. He peels into the pit lane and the Alpine is in front.
This is the 36. This is what happened. Let's listen.
Sounded like gearbox to me there. Sounded like it was very late as soon as he went onto the throttle.
Kadunk.
Now, it could be something related to diff, it could be something related, I would think it's more likely in diff area.
But is it actually the diff or is it electronics? We talked about this last week.
I don't think it's electronics, because when he went onto the throttle you did clunk clunk, and he went on with steering angle in the middle of the corner, and the fact then he didn't have much speed to drive suggests to me it's a little bit more mechanical.
So very bad news for the 36 Alpine. Juan Pablo Montoya climbing aboard the Dragon Speed car. Hearing from Lou down in pit lane, the 21 car. Henrik Hedman starting that car, of course. But after a sparkling start from Alpine, it's gone wrong, and badly wrong. So United, by the way, got out ahead of the WRT car with that fuel-only stop.
Yeah.
And Renger van der Zande, the big winner here, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that Inter Europol car has jumped Real Team and the 28 Jota car as well.
Into the garage, unsurprisingly, goes the 36.
Richard Mille Racing Team, by the way, the number 1 car, Bikes now up to 8th place, so ahead of High Class, ARC and Dragon Speed. This might not be a very long race for the Alpine. if that is a mechanical rather than electronic issue. Ooh, driver out. That is never a good sign. Right, so it may just be for a driver change while they're in there as well. You can do anything you like in the garage.
Mathieu Vazeviera, I think we're hearing from Louise, is climbing aboard the car. Past the pits comes the WRT car, now in third place in LMP2, but in fifth place in the race overall it will be, because that's just gone by the stricken Alpine.
Yes, so again we could well see our P2 winner on the overall podium, and we are only 49.5 minutes in. No, by no means certain that there will be no more mechanical carnage. It'll change of place there as the real team car of Loic Duval goes by the Inter-Europol car of Renger van der Zande. So, did we think that Inter-Europol didn't take tyres? 6 seconds longer in the pits for real team suggests there may well have been a tyre change there.
Yeah, gearbox end of the car, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not good news.
I watch Loic Duval here as well against Ferdy Habsburg. Ferdy used a lot of his tyre in the first stint. What was his last lap? A 57.4, a 54.9 for Loic Duval. So I think Habsburg again now, he's throttled back to cruising altitude. Make sure we don't lose too much time in this next stint. He's got another 40 minutes to go on these tyres or so.
This is going to help Duval.
Yeah,
Slightly delayed there, Habsburg, with the GTM Porsche.
Problem is that the outside line is full of Porsche, so Duval can't get through. Let's see what Ferdy's got to say.
So the car behind you did fuel only, and the United in front also fuel only.
Car behind. I think that was old when it was Van der Zande did fuel only. I think Loic Duval definitely had at least left side tyres, and that just gives him enough of an advantage. You know, the first couple of laps on those fresher tyres, he's found a couple of seconds a lap, and now he is making use of that, and that's purely a strategy call. You can use your tyres whenever and however you like. You're just not allowed to use more than the requisite limit. Now, last week in the 6 hours, they were very stretched on tyres. For the 8 hour, there is a greater tyre allocation, obviously because we're racing a full third longer, but it is more than a third extra tyres. Yep. So you've got more of a cushion. And I talked to teams who say it would suggest itself that when the conditions are toughest and the track is most abrasive, to the layman you think, well, that's when you use more tyres because then you keep your performance up. But actually the way it is you suffer as much as possible now, and when it's cooler and hopefully the tyres will last better, that's when you throw more good rubber at the car to improve your performance more greatly with a new tyre than you would in these conditions. So we'll see a lot, and GT Pro is absolutely going to be this, a lot of hanging on to the tyre as long as humanly possible and then have fresh rubber left to fight for the flag.
Still all 4 GT Pro runners in the same shot.
Yeah.
And in case the first 2, or the first 2 runners effectively on the same patch of ground, because that is nose to tail still with the 92 car of Kevin Estre ahead of James Collado in the 51 car.
Changing the routine habit of that 51 car, it's almost always Alessandro Pierguidi who starts, does quite a lot of the donkey work. James Collado starting today. Maybe they're just thinking of different ways to crack this nut, you know, have a different driver with different ways of going about it behind Kevin Estre means that he can't necessarily predict what's going on. Little change of place. Who took over from...
It was...
it's Juan Pablo Montoya still in Dragon Speed car, moves ahead of Miro Konopka.
Heavyweight battle here between the 21 car and the 44.
That's one Christmas card that one won't have to send. Kevin Estre still just ahead of James Collado. That is still one of the tightest battles, just 0.2 of a second between them.
Car going back together at Alpine. Costly delay for them. Let's hope that's fixed whatever the issue was.
You can see Nico Lapierre out in the background, and as Louise reported, Mathieu Vazeviera is the man at the wheel as they get ready to go back out.
It's going to be a drive-through penalty for the GTE Am leading 777 for contact with the 47 at turn 1.
Yeah, saw that they were looking at that. Alan McNish, you're a racing driver. Drive-through penalty? Harsh?
To be honest with you, I was looking at something else. What was it for? As we see the
triple.
And we've got a change here potentially for the lead.
Yes, it's not always a slower car that gives the chaser the opportunity. It's very frequently in this class, or in this racing, quicker cars that push the slower cars offline.
Yeah, but right now the Ferrari again seems to be in a little bit better position here. It's sort of keeping pace quite easily with the Porsche up ahead, but also Jimmy Bruni's been able to catch up in the back. So I'd say Kevin Estra's managing the pace right now, because behind you've got Daniel Serra in the second of the Ferraris.
Yeah, Daniel Serra's dropped back off this, hasn't he? Top 3 covered by a second, and Serra's nearly 3.5 seconds behind that. 2.5 seconds, over 2.5 seconds behind. So Serra perhaps managing fuel and tyres a little more in the hope of taking something away from the Porsches later in the race.
Yeah, sorry, what were you saying about the drive-through penalty?
Yeah, Tomonobu Fuji for the lunge on Roberto Lacorte. Fuji-san had a Toyota behind him, heaving up behind. So he may have felt the need to make the move rather than be stuck behind.
Information to pit lane. Stewart's decision number 25 gives a drive-through penalty on car 777 for a push on car 47 at T1. Drive-through penalty on car 777 for a contact with car number 47.
Seeing it on this first angle, you think it was a bit harsh. On the second angle, it was a bit reckless by Fuji, to be honest with you. It was unnecessary, actually, because Lacorte had already gone wide. And I think he just got drawn into it, but hit Lacorte, importantly, on the right front wheel at an angle, and that puts a shock into the system. But now let's go down and hear from Nicolas Lapierre, who's been in the 36 Alpine and had the problems earlier on.
Nico Lapierre, you made a great start to the race. Unfortunately, the car came in a bad shape, and we've seen you watching on. Tell us what happened for you in the car and since then with the repair.
Yeah, we had a gearbox issue. We could not select the good gears. So the last 10 laps we were struggling with upshift and downshift. And then we decided to stop because the problem was getting too big and we were afraid to damage the gearbox. So we pitted and they changed some parts, and let's hope it's working now.
You haven't heard back yet, have you? Because you've had that
No,
headset on.
yeah,
So
not
okay.
yet, but he's running now, so hopefully we can stay on track until the end now.
Frustrating for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, we did what we could, you know, and we had a good start. The car was working good. Unfortunately, it's the end after only 1 hour, so very disappointed for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, so gearbox or gear selection, my guess would be the latter.
Yeah.
As the changing parts there. The car back on track now. We'll keep an eye on lap times for Mathieu Vazevière. He is running 31st. The 777, by the way, takes that drive-through penalty as we're listening to Nicolas Lapierre, and he will re-emerge in 3rd position in class. So Chetlar Racing go back to the front. In fact, he's dropping down the field, of course. It'll be lower than 3rd.
Yes, there's that massive queue of cars coming through. Meanwhile, change for the lead. Big dive from James Collado on Kevin Estre. Goes through into the lead in GT Pro.
Leader in the pits.
And
that was the 91 car heading to pit lane, I think.
So leader is in the pits as well. Little early for 91, little early for GT stops. Jimmy Bruni is in. Meanwhile, Mike Conway hits his marks.
It's probably in the window for GTE to stay on strategy.
James Collado coming not from particularly a long way behind Kevin Estre, but I think possibly catching Estre by surprise with the move there. Didn't catch the director by surprise. The TV cameras picked that up superbly. Nice little move to move through into the lead of the race.
This is that move. Oh, it was just a quick touch, wasn't it there?
Robin, as they say.
So 31 laps on that stint for the number 7 car, so it can be at least 32 for the number 8.
Yeah. Well, Toyota,
in the ball, 86.
Is that Mike Wainwright starting that car? It is. He's there.
Damage.
Puncture, left rear.
Well, halfway round the lap. Ooh, slow down, you little... What's it? Left side tyres on the number 7.
Turn
we
8.
are told by Toyota that the number 8 will take
Watch
4
this again.
tyres.
What happens here? There's Mike in the background.
Fires it off the curbs, loops it into a spin, and avoids a major clonk on the wall.
Yeah, let's hope it is just a puncture.
Ferrari battle for lead. We've been here before, actually. We haven't been here before, not with Chetelaar, not last week. However, Francesco Castellacci, the 54 Ferrari, once more moving up into the lead of GTE AM. Roberto Lacorte, don't forget, is the gentleman driver in the 47 car, giving a very good account of himself, and is now actually a lap ahead of the 98 Aston, so that has lost the lead lap. Paul Dalla the 33 TF Sport car that was in the pits early on, has not left the lap now. We were told by Toyota Gazoo Racing that it should be a 4 tyre stop. It looks as though they're pulling muck out of the wheel arches, and it will be a no tyre stop.
Top of the hour as well, as we're seeing the LMP2 dramas here. The 51 Ferrari, that's a change for the real team car going ahead of Phil Hansen. The 51 Ferrari and the 92 Porsche, both on pit lane.
Right, we need to see whether there were any tyres going on the number 8 car. It is still in the pit lane. We were told it would take tyres. 92 will go left sides only. Mike Wainwright in the pit lane in that GR Racing Porsche. Christian Reed in for Dempsey Proton as well. So top 2. Okay, so tyres for Porsche. What's Ferrari doing?
Meantime, the 52 Ferrari carries on for a further lap. As Alan was saying earlier in the race, different strategy for that car.
Now, not sticker tyres, the Ferrari comes out in front, not sticker tyres on the 92 Porsche, but they could just have done qualifying, so they might have done a couple of laps. 91 leads and stays out again. Jimmy Bruni out front, and James Collado ahead of Kevin Est.
Was that fuel only for Jimmy Bruni? It's a quicker pit stop for the 91 car. GR Racing into the garage.
Renger van der Zande under pressure from Sean Gelael, who's squeezed. Oh no, hang on a minute, that's the 38 car, Roberto Gonzalez.
Yeah, but now he's under pressure from Sean Gelael, who's just slid down the inside, took the opportunity by van der Zande having a look at the back of the other Jota car. That was a really nice move there by Gelael.
Gonzalez got by both of them. He was behind both of them, so something happened. Maybe Sean Gelael had a little look before, and it didn't work on Renger van der Zande.
Gonzalez is still behind Gelael here.
Daniel Serra, the leading Ferrari, is in the pits.
Yep. There he is.
This is where we start to see some of the immediate effects of the changes, of the differences in strategy in class and in teams. But where is the 52 car going to emerge? Took the lead with the 3 cars ahead in GT Pro making their stops. It's tyres ready for the 52.
I'm not sure he's going to take those. He's been driving in carpet slippers on the first lap.
They're ready.
He's ready.
Yeah. Left sides only, maybe. There are 4 tyres there. Doesn't necessarily mean they'll use them.
Sorry, they'll look at splitting the 2 cars in strategies to try to make track position for one of them. I think that's what Porsche did with the 91, and I would expect that's what they'll try and do with Serra at some point in the race. Maybe not necessarily now, but a little bit later on.
Whatever the strategy at TDS Racing is delivered 1-2 for their 2 Pro and cars. Real Team and Racing Team Netherlands are leagues ahead at the moment. It's 33 seconds the lead from Guido van der Garde to Loic Duval. That's his 3rd position, remember, overall now with the delay for the Alpine.
Oh, there's the trademark dive down the inside, late, very tight angle. Habsburg gets past Hansen.
That's for 3rd in LMP2 and 5th overall.
Ferdy does like going full send, doesn't he?
Yeah, but that is actually the safest way to do it. If you half attempt something at this level, then it will catch you out. If you commit, then you've got a chance of getting it all to work.
Yep. He's very confident and very clear in the moves.
But it means he's also confident on the brakes, which means the car must be actually comfortable at that position.
Yeah.
And that's a very, very positive sign when you've got generally a low grip situation with the tyres dropping away from you.
Driver change as Egidio Perfetti is out of the 56 Porsche, and it will be Ricardo Pera. Seem to think that was the way they were last time, however.
How much to gain, Alan, with hanging on to the tyres you possibly can as we get to the cooler part of the day? We're going to be running into darkness. We're going to be running with the sun down, floodlights on.
It's as much temperature drops about 10 degrees from the heat of the day. For the track, temperature will drop about 10 degrees. Air will only drop about 4 or 5. But for me, that's one factor to it. But the other factor, which is a more predominant factor, they've had 6 hours of putting rubber down in this circuit last week. They've had all of the practice and qualifying sessions, and then they will have another sort of 5 hours before it gets to darkness. So the rubber build-up, especially coming up into here, into turn 4, just as you turn in at that apex point where the front would slide until you can see the rubber lines are actually forming quite a lot, and watch that evolution over the next few hours. That, I think, is more important than 10 degrees of track temperature, where it's either extremely hot or just very hot.
Yep. The Alpine making its way back, well, I'll say up the field. It's not last, now up to 30th position with Mike Wainwright. That car in the garage are clearly not just a puncture for the number 86 car, further damage being attended to.
Just confirmation from Toyota, they did change all 4 tyres on the number 8 car. We didn't see it, but we did see lots of debris being pulled out of the wheel arch. Now coming out of the pit lane, D Station and Project One. Battle for position.
It's a change.
That is a change. So the 56 car, that is Ricardo Pera, and it was a driver change in D Station as well. Satoshi Hoshino taking over. So he went from gentleman in the Project One car to gentleman in the D Station car. Driver change here as well. Francois Perrodo handing over the 83 car.
And Francois did a great job here, put that car where it needs to be.
And that'll be Alessio Rivera taking over, unless Nick Nielsen, the Dane, has gone for Italian colours on his helmet.
I remember before the race, 4th or better brings that car the title, but the great news for followers of that 83 car came at turn 3 with the number 33 TF Sport car suffering a puncture in a side-to-side contact with the number 98 Aston Martin. There's the irony, 2 Aston Martins, and that has put the 33 car effectively a lap down.
Yep, real tough break for Ben Keating. Here is the Cetilar car coming back out in front of Francesco Castellacci in the 54 car that stopped a lap earlier, but it's been a driver change at Cetilar as well. Giorgio Sanaggiotto, who is their bronze-rated driver, is now at the helm of the Cetilar car. Driver change at 54, didn't notice that. So Thomas Floor, he's their bronze-rated driver as well. So he took over from Francesco Castellacci. Alessio Rivera is one of the quick drivers in the 83 car, so the chrome car with the red, white and blue, watch for that. Meanwhile, Project One versus 77. So who is in the Dempsey Proton car? Christian Reed stayed in. He's ahead of Ricardo Pera for the moment. And then the D Station car is behind with Satoshi Hoshino. Catherine Legg stayed in at Iron Links as well. And Khaled El Khabaisi stayed in the 88 car. Driver change, Ben Keating's Texan Star. He is out of the car. I'm not sure if that is Felipe Fraga going in or not. And a driver change as well. Claudio Schiavone out of the Iron Links car. We'll wait and see who takes over there.
It's another of those slightly odd timings for minimum driving time for bronze in an 8-hour race, 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Yep.
So it doesn't neatly fit in GTM with the stint length times.
Probably doesn't neatly fit in the stint length times in LMP2 either. That would be the whole point of doing it, is that you can't just do, right, 2 stints and we're done.
Better at LMP2, it is for a bronze driver, it's a minimum driving time of 2 hours.
Yeah, so you have to do 2 full stints. Okay, so
Three
LMP2,
full stints.
3 full stints rather, yeah. You have to do 3 stints. Or a full course yellow and a bit and a bit and a bit and a bit.
A nip and a tuck and a thing.
Yeah, exactly so.
Yes.
So there is always mental jiggery-pokery going on to try and make sure that in every department you lose as little time as possible compared to running at maximum speed on the racetrack. 22 United Auto Sports car currently lying in 4th place in LMP2. Phil Hansen ahead of Sean Gelael with the gold nose. Gelael gold, Martin. Remember that. Rodriguez white doesn't work, but Gonzalez white doesn't matter, but Gelael gold. That's the one you've got to remember.
Drag race down here to turn 3. Pretty clear that around the outside there. So the strategy for Jota beginning to kind of pan out.
Yeah.
It does look to me as if Phil Hansen is doing the heavy strategic lifting at this part of the race for United Autosports.
Trying to remember now, did Gelael take tyres? I don't know. 1 minute 8 on the pit lane
Two
compared
tyres,
to
I think.
1:01 for United, so it does sound like left sides, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Jimmy Bruni leads in the 91 Porsche, the non-driver title contending car, as the GR Racing Porsche is back out on pit road. James Calado leads title rival Kevin Estre. As of now, Porsche would be team champions, but Calado and teammate Pierre Guidi would be drivers' champions. So that's a change within the last 20 minutes and a loop around from the 28
Gelael.
car.
That's Gelael.
Yeah, the gold end plates on the wings.
Has he got a puncture?
I don't know. It did go around with some alacrity, didn't it?
Squirrel away, didn't it?
Mind you, we saw him, he was John Alesi donutting his way back on, so we'll see if the guys in the truck saw what happened there. On board with the Ferrari of James Calado. There is the race leader in GTE Pro.
Having gone by Phil Hansen, he would have been in close proximity.
Well, could easily have been in traffic of another kind rather than a class rival. First, second and third all together. Kevin Estre is going to make sure that James Calado works very hard for that position. Yeah, okay, here we go. Sean Gelael down the inside of the all-Ferrari battle.
No.
Yeah, takes to the runoff area to avoid contact.
Head down, Sean. Head down. All good. All good. Come on. Head down.
Yeah, he sees that the gap is not as big as he had hoped, and he has to go over the curbs on the inside. Of course, there's no grip there. Oh, trouble for 88. Khaled El Khabaisi loses a place to Christian Reed in the 77.
Christian making good progress here, you know. It's
well, he's driven a race car or two, you know.
Yeah, he's had a bit of experience. Not a rookie.
Once or twice.
Another father fortunate enough to have children in multiple motorsport disciplines at the moment.
Yes. And they are the third generation of the Reed family that have been racing, at least that I'm aware of. I don't know if Gerald Reed's dad raced.
Possible. Probable.
Yeah, I'm sure. Oh, meanwhile, Kevin Estre getting very feisty behind James Calado.
I think he can
Hands
see.
up, who thinks the Porsche's got more tyre now?
Yeah, I think he can see that there's the opportunity here to attack in this phase of the race.
Yep.
Jimmy Bruni would be driving, I'm sure, a team role here. But this could be another interesting phase for GT Pro. What a much better race we're having in GT Pro this weekend. Funny that.
Because there's a race going on, whereas last week there was 2 cars and then 2 other cars, and they followed each other around a bit. So, however, we sort of anticipated that might be the case with points and a half up for the final race.
Replay.
Don't want to shoot your bolt too soon. Estre just trying to give himself a little bit of a view and maybe a run, or maybe just to psych Calado out by showing his nose.
Would say Sean Gelael, that was an error from Sean. The key to it now, as you heard the engineer just trying to get his head back in the game, can he do that? Saw at the start of this year in the Asia Le Mans series where they debuted this effort. First 2 races, Sean had a couple of problems, let it get in his head a little bit, didn't get the results. Second 2 races, I think learned from that and came back with 2 very, very strong results indeed.
Roberto Gonzalez in the other Jota car with the white nose and white end plates all over the back of Phil Hansen for 4th. And definitely, I think, from lap 1, taking care into the first turn and letting Renger van der Zande go. The eyes have been on the prize for United Autosports, Alan, in a very Porsche way, just kind of, back-timing it from the checkered flag.
Very true, but the car doesn't look to be underneath him, as we see now Kevin Estre just trying to sort of just get into a position on the cutback or something to have a little go there at James Calado. But I think in terms of Hansen, it looks as if the car's just not underneath him quite as much. And also definitely there is damage to that left front dive plane of Gonzalez after his small rubbing with Loic Duval, who's currently second place, fourth overall, second place in LMP2.
Not much to choose in terms of performance between the two Porsches and the two Ferraris at the moment, with the exception of the Serra Molina car, which is dropping away quite quickly.
Ferrari track limit not going out, so this has been already formed. So short track limit. We have to reform everything. Not going out Ferrari track.
Yeah, but I think that's a given. Anything that can be thrown at either side of the fence, they will do right now.
Yeah.
Just saying, look, track limits, track limits.
Well, what they must avoid at all costs is a silly penalty.
Yep.
Sit behind. You've got 6 hours 45 minutes. Sit behind him for 6 hours. Don't get a penalty.
Now, when it comes to track limits, you get a couple of basically a get out of jail, a warning, and then after that you get the flag. But let's get back to this action.
Yeah, here comes Sean Gelael down the inside of Renger van der Zande. Good pass, nice and clean. And van der Zande really, you can see how much filth there is offline, and that really won't help.
He was offline, he was also in the AstroTurf offline, and that's not a really grippy surface. But coming back to it, you do get a few sort of slap on the wrists before you'll get a penalty for track limits, and it resets itself every stint.
Yeah, the driver will be told, the team will be told, and when they get to the final warning, we will be told they are being warned for exceeding track limits.
Keeping an eye on this LMP2 thing, the Guido van der Garde are now 38.6 seconds ahead of Loic Duval. Wow. Those top two cars, remember, both Pro-Am cars. We've still got to see the AM drivers, if you like. It's Fritz van Aert in the 29, Esteban Garcia in the number 70. Third and fourth overall. Could we, it's a long way to go, but could we see a bronze driver on an overall podium?
Very possible. I think when you think about it in championship here, you said about that. We've also got another group in there with Hanley, Hedman and Montoya that's second in the championship. So Fritz van Aert is actually leading on his own this particular championship, just by the way that he's had different drivers running alongside him through the year for other reasons. Can you imagine if he wins how happy he'll be?
He's never unhappy when he's at a racetrack, is he? He's so enthusiastic. He might actually self-combust. Now there's a genuine worry that he would explode with delight. Renger van der Garde, leading by 36 seconds over Loic Duval, by 50 seconds over Ferdy Habsburg, and over a minute clear of this battle. And that's in an hour. That's a big margin.
In terms of the evidence space for Fritz van Aert never being unhappy at a racetrack, I present to the courts 2018 Fuji in the rain.
Yeah.
Wasn't happy that day. But,
I think any day that year he was not quite as happy because he really didn't like the car.
No.
Since they've gone to the Oreca, he has been a bundle of...
hasn't he? Loving his life, loving his racing, why wouldn't he?
Winning classes, winning races, yeah, absolutely. Okay, Toyota back together again. The gap was out over 5 seconds at one stage, but number 7 now leading number 8 by just 0.6 of a second. Number 7 took left side tyres at the last stop. Number 8 has taken all 4 tyres. If they can't get by with much fresher rubber, Al, then they've really got a bit of an issue in terms of the length of this race.
Yeah, they have. And it's at the Leben Flow. Buemi hasn't been on the radio too much this particular race, so I think he's much got a more balanced car underneath him than he was, 1 week ago. As now he's just coming back to the GT Pro battle here, though, Martin.
Yeah.
Calado's got right up onto the back of Jimmy Bruni now, and with that car up ahead, then that could be an opportunity sort of up into turn 13.
I was a little confused by the tyre graphic. The tyre graphic showed that both Toyotas tyres had only done 10 or 11 laps. Let's hear from Mike Conway.
Okay, Mike, we're going to swap turn 11.
Okay, so here's the way Toyotas race. The driver behind gets on the phone and says, I'm quicker, let me through, and the team tell the driver in front where to let him through.
Yeah, but that was turn 11 that was back past there, and so Buemi's now dropped back a little bit, so it'll be another, I'd say he's a second behind now. So it'll be another lap before they'll get to that turn 11 again.
Great hypermotion car, hypermotion shot of the hypercars in close contact, as you say. Yeah, Buemi got stymied by traffic there, didn't they? Conway, I think rather artfully, caught it at just the right time. Let's catch up a little bit with the story from GR Asia as we watch the battle for the lead in GT Pro. Louise Beckett, what do you know? Sorry, Louise, we'll come to you. No, we won't. We'll hear from Louise Beckett now, because we just cut away from that Ferrari battle.
So we saw the puncture, obviously, but it was a damper failure for the 86. It just snapped. Thankfully, Mike is okay. But if you remember, this is the same issue they had in Le Mans.
Aha, so that's what pitched him into a spin. Thank you, Louise. Meanwhile, Phil Hansen battling for position with Roberto Gonzalez.
Frankie Gonzalez is going at it like a gold as Anthony Davidson gets suited up.
Roberto had a really good race last weekend as well, and actually Ant says, you know, Roberto Gonzalez is one of the guys who really gave him his love of racing back as well. He's paid tribute to Roberto, and a lot of thanks for that as well. 91 leading still in GT Pro. 51 we're right behind, riding with James Collado. Hopefully, we were hoping we might get some views of the onboard helmet cam in the Bell helmets, but I don't think that's happening in the race now.
As a mark of the progress of Roberto Gonzalez, he's still running in 4th position LMP2. He's a minute and 3 seconds back from Guido van der Garde, an ex-Grand Prix driver. He's a bronze-ranked driver, and we've been racing for 1 hour and 21 minutes.
Antonio Felix da Costa having a quick chat with Ant Davidson. Ant is suiting up. Fritz van Aert is suiting up as well for Racing Team Nederland. So we're now starting to get into the meat of this race, where we balance our driver lineups against each other. Down the inside, Sean Gelael sends it and goes right by Phil Hansen again. Either United haven't got the car to battle, or they aren't willing to just burn up tyres and fuel. They went 1 lap longer on fuel on that first stint. There's Gary Robertson, doesn't look overly worried.
Yeah, but they should be, because they're halfway through the second stint as now. You've got the switch over with Conway just dropping in behind Sebastian Buemi, so the switch came at turn 1. And let's go down and listen to Buemi. Conway.
Okay, Mike, don't forget, you can still try to follow. Let's just think about that we're not on the same strategy. But you can still try to follow. You go to the left behind the GT. Okay.
Yeah, just a little bit of work there. Just reminding Mike about the different strategies on tyres between the two cars. We heard about the left side on one, I think it was a full set on the other.
Yeah, we were told the number 7 had only taken left sides, but the graphic from the RFID identifier on the tyre said that number 7 had 10 lap old tyres on the right hand side, as did number 8. So it looks as though both cars changed, but I don't think that was the case.
They may have had different age as the other option.
That's true.
Anyway.
As the Alpine making its way through the GT Pro leaders, 3 laps down on the leader. The Alpine after 7 minutes in the garage, or on pit lane in the garage, for repair to the gear selection. Led the race, and suffering gear selection difficulties. Car in the garage, Matteo De Vaziviere is left with the heavy lifting, pulling the car back up the field.
8 hours of Bahrain, the final round of the FIA World Endurance Championship, starting at a scorching hot Bahrain International Circuit at lunchtime, saying goodbye to 2 world champions, Anthony Davidson and Kazuki Nakajima, as we get ready for the final round of their racing careers and the series. Toyota looking out the front row of the grid, but at the start, neither of the 2 Toyota Gazoo Racing hypercars made the best of getaways, and that allowed Nico Lapierre to take the main chance The Alpine driver slicing to the inside as the Toyotas covered each other off in their Inter-Nissan Championship battle. Phil Hansen being dive-bombed by Geert van der Garde in the LMP2 class as van der Garde blocked past the entire field. Porsche 1-2 didn't quite happen at the start in the GTE Pro field. The 91 car ran out a little wide, but Chetelaar, pole sitters leading a Ferrari 1-2-3 led in AM. However, the title contending 33 TF Sport Aston made contact in the opening lap with a 98 car, both received a puncture, and then 33 cars championship hopes went up in smoke potentially. Battle for the lead in the GTE AM class, featuring the rising Aston Martins. Eventually, halfway through the first stint, Mike Conway found his way by Nico Lapierre, and then Sebastian Buemi did as well. Lapierre pitting not long after that with gear selection issues on the Alpine. Ferdy Habsburg making his way confidently up the field. He clearly believes that if there is a gap and you do not go for it, you are no longer a racing driver, because if there's a gap, he's absolutely going for them. Making his way through past Phil Hansen into second place. Geert van der Garde a long way up the road at this stage. Challenge for the lead. Tomonobu Fuji hitting himself a drive-through for a robust move on Roberto Lacourt, as the Japanese in the Aston Martin again made his way through from the lower midfield reaches of GTE AM, and a delay in the garage for Alpine. So they have lost a couple of laps on the race leaders, 3 laps on the race leaders in the hypercar class. Battle for supremacy looks to be a titanic one in GTE Pro, Ferrari versus Porsche, and currently the number 8 Toyota has been allowed to take the lead from the number 7 car.
No shortage of drama in that first hour, Martin. And it continues on. 45 laps now under the wheels of the leading cars. 1.4 seconds the gap between the 8 and the 7 Toyota leader in LMP2. Because of that issue for the Alpine making its way back up the field, by the way, 29 Racing Team Netherlands car is in an overall podium position, leads LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am after a stellar double stint so far from Geert van der Garde.
Well, Pro-Am teams first and second in LMP2, in fact. Porsche, Ferrari, Porsche, Ferrari is currently the way it works, but it's 51 and 92 who are battling for supremacy in the driver's title. Currently, Ferrari have the upper hand. Chetelaar ahead of AF Corsa and Team Project One. Thomas Floor in 4th place in the Ferrari in GTE AM. So Ferrari's domination in GTE AM field at the moment, they want 1, 2, 3 in qualifying, is looking to continue as well. Toyota number 8 not escaping the number 7 car. They are currently 1.8 seconds ahead. 151.6 last time round, 152.4 for the number 7 car, so just about a 2-second margin.
And the third hypercar, by the way, making its way back up after that stop, now has cleared the GTM runners, is 18th overall, up to speed, albeit not at the kind of speed we were seeing from Nico Lapierre in his stints. Mathieu Vazevière is about a second off the average lap time there. Whether or not that's just still holding some kind of difficulty, or whether or not that's just a driver difference, we will see.
Yeah, it could well be a long-term issue for the guy. If it is mechanical in the gearbox rather than a selection mechanism or a gearbox control unit, then that might be a long-term hole underneath the waterline. Number 8, number 7 remain relatively close, but the number 8 Toyota hardly making use of a full set of fresh tyres to run away from their rivals.
Okay, Roberto has been told not to fight. Roberto has been told not to fight.
And there you saw, as Sean Gelael went down the inside, Roberto definitely not fighting, saw Gelael pop out from behind the 44 car of Miro Konopka and opened the steering to allow his teammate to go through.
While I was running through that confirmation, by the way, that the graphic was wrong, it was indeed left side only for the number 7.
Well, let's get down to the 4 horseman garage with TF Sport. And let's hear from the ever-enthusiastic Ben Keating.
Ben Keating in the number 33 TF Sport, you came here with a chance for the title. Such an early puncture for you, that's devastating.
Yeah, it was not a puncture. It may appear that way, but you start the race side by side. We go through turn 1 side by side, through turn 2 side by side, and I don't know why Paul thought that it would be single file by the time we got to the third corner. I really felt like he thought he could just go for the apex without worrying about me being there, and so he turned into me even though I was there and I couldn't bail out soon enough, and so we hit pretty hard. My front tire to his rear tire blew out both of our tires, spun both of us out, and so it's another lost opportunity. It's very disappointing. I wish it weren't that way, but nothing I can do about it now. Now we're just racing to try to stay on the lead lap, hoping for a safety car. That's a terrible race. Terrible way to spend the next 6 hours, but the only way we get back into it is if we get a safety car.
Okay, thank you.
It is a tough break, isn't it, Alan? Chances of a safety car don't come around very often here, do they?
No, they're not. There was 2 full course yellow periods at the last race here last week, and that was only for bits of debris, as it turned out. And with the recovery services they've got with the wide open, is the 77 D station. Aston Martin spins at the fine. It's at turn number 8 down the hill.
Satoshi Hoshino spinning out of 7th.
Oh, he's got a tag. He's got a massive tag there as the 65 just comes down. He's pretty slow into the corner, but then the Ferrari's also got something, and it looks like he's spun again.
I think it might well be. There was certainly smoke from the left-hand side rear of the 85 as well.
Yeah, so Catherine Legg going for the gap. Well, that's just firing up. That's where the exhaust comes out on the twin-turbo V8.
But it looks good.
Super rich mixture there. He's clearly been pumping the throttle to try and get a wretched thing to start. Hot engines don't like starting. Pit stop for the Jota car 28. Sean Gelael staying in. Sean Gelael is staying in. 4 fresh tyres.
Yeah, Sean's got to do an increased minimum of 2 hours for this 8-hour race. That's 45 minutes more than what they had to do. That's the same for Fritz van Aert, who's just jumped into this car. And so it does have a bigger impact on the silver driver, on the gentleman driver, certainly than it did last weekend. Yep,
Fritz van Aert into the car, taking over the lead car from his teammate. And he will get a full set of 4 fresh tyres, and the tank is being brimmed. You can fuel only or do a driver change or safety issues, which are often cleaning the windscreen and so on. Then you do the tyres. Real Team are in as well from 2nd place. Both these cars run by TDS Racing, so they're garaged next to each other, and they were running 1st and 2nd in LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am.
Very important race indeed for TDS Racing. They're waiting until after this race to have the final discussions about what's going to happen for next season. At the moment, it's been a heck of a start.
Well, they're not doing a shoddy job, are they?
No,
by anybody's standards.
It's a fair to middling display so far.
Yeah, just 1st and 2nd from their 2 cars. WRT in the pit lane as well. Ferdy Habsburg comes in from what was 3rd place. Driver change here as well. And Davidson or Roberto Gonzalez or possibly Antonio Felix da Costa, depending on which angle of his special helmet you're looking at, gets into the car. It is Ant. So he will take over. That is a little bit battered. Are they going to change the nose? It's a long race to be carrying dive plane damage.
No, that was about an hour and a bit ago where that happened in the back of Lloyd Duval's car, and I would suggest there's a bit of a slow gun there on the right rear of the WRT car. Slow getaway as well when it started, because Louise said that it stalled the last time as well, and it was on the verge of stalling again. And a very different strategy to get away. You hear the Jota car sitting on the limiter and bouncing off the limiter to pull away, whereas the WRT car was a little bit more like just driving away from the traffic lights.
We hear a lot of times about the right rear really heating up. Is that potentially part of the problem that we had? We saw a lot of left rear tyre problems in changes last week, perversely.
Yeah, well, in terms of the tyre, there's one thing that from the tyre perspective, the right rear is normally you'd think it was the left rear that was only going to get the abuse because it's a predominantly right-handed circuit, so it puts all the load on the left. But there's a couple of corners here, like the long turn 12 and into 13, where it actually scrubs the inside edge of the right rear, and that's what heats it up. But there's a lot of heat and load going into those uprights and nuts and everything else.
Yeah. Nice dive bomb from the Kessel Racing Ferrari, picking up a spot from Iron Lynx. Let's hear now from Guido van der Garde, our erstwhile race leader.
Guido van der Garde, what a drive. There's fist pumps and handshakes all round in this garage. That was stunning.
Yeah, thank you. No, I think it was a very good 2 stints. Obviously with the start, I had again a really good momentum with Loic and Hansen, and they were braking quite early. I said, let's go for it, nothing to lose. Took the lead, and yeah, the first stint the car was flying. I mean, last week we had quite a strong car, but today we made another improvement for this weekend, and it was just absolutely stunning to drive, and very happy with the 2 first stints.
Are you surprised, as we are, that you managed to do that same move again, same from last week to this week at the beginning?
Yeah, I know. Sometimes you have to go for it. And on the grid, I was saying already, yeah, you have to take the lead, take care. We are a bit more aggressive. I say, well, whatever. I do my thing, took the lead, and I went off. So Fritz now in the car. Hopefully we can have a good momentum as well. Car's running well, so finger crossed. And
you've certainly done your job. Well done.
Thank you.
Quick point here, the mark of how much of a lead he'd got means that Fritz van Aert has come out ahead of Phil Hansen, who still has to stop.
Yes, yeah. Well, Dragon Speed are in. We saw a double stint from Juan Pablo Montoya. Is he going for a 3rd in a row? Duncan Vincent reporting from WRT, by the way, that it looks like it was a slow change on the left rear that left the right rear change hanging out to dry. So you do the outsides first and then come back to do the insides, and that again, you know, so maybe it's not that the overheating of the right rear tyre caused the nut to overheat or the metals to expand at a different rate. It was again another slow left change.
The answer on Montoya is no, because Henrik Hedman started the race.
He did.
If I just look at the lap times and the average lap times, we were talking about Guido van der Garde there. His first stint was an average of 54.1, his second stint an average of 55.0. And if you take Phil Hansen, who's just popped into the burst, is 55.3, so 1.2 seconds slower on the first stint, and 57.4 on the second stint, so 2.5 seconds per lap over 25 laps on the second stint. That second stint is absolutely killing them.
It is, isn't it? And bear in mind that all these LMP2 teams are using the same chassis, the same engine, the same fuel, and the same tyres.
Yeah, it's about that strategy, who takes what tyres when, and the pace they can squeeze out of them. And Guido van der Garde, that was one heck of a double stint.
Well, United, unsurprisingly, taking on a new driver, and I think that will be Philip Albuquerque, and fresh tyres. He'll get a set of 4. Stoffel van Dorn took over the 28 Jota car from Sean Gelael. Fritz van Aert leads for Racing Team Netherlands from Esteban Garcia, who's in at Real Team. So Stoffel van Dorn ahead of Robin Freins, who's in the WRT car. So there was a driver change there as well. Ferdy Habsburg doing the double start. And Davidson in the 38 Jota Sport car, we saw that. Jakob Schmiechowski is in the 34 Inter Europol car that's lying 7th ahead of Sophia Flörsch for the Richard Mille Racing Team. Juan Pablo Montoya is in a double stint for the Dragon Speed car. That is 9th in LMP2. Then Dennis Anderson and Ollie Caldwell has taken over the ARC Bratislava number 44 car from Miro Konopka. So welcome officially to the FIA World Endurance Championship to the youngest driver in the field, I think, 19-year-old Ollie Caldwell, who makes his debut. He did run in qualifying, but this is his race start in WEC.
I think Sharma Lacey just turned 20.
Yeah.
He just turned 20? I think he possibly
Are we getting into days now?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think we are.
Again, another quick marker on that LMP2 battle as Lombard, the number 92 Porsche, still chasing away 51. This is a world title at stake between the two cars. One with Carver aboard, the one car getting shot. The first of the pro drivers, third position here, behind Fritz van Aert and Esteban Garcia, is 1 minute back from Fritz van Aert. That, again, is a mark of the contribution that we've seen from Guido van der Garde.
It's going to take him forever to catch Fritz. Fritz is not slow.
He's
at the moment about 3 seconds. He's about 3 seconds a lap quicker.
That's a stint, though.
It's a stint.
Complete stint to actually
it's astonishing.
get them back into position. Felipe Albuquerque delivered a pole position lap yesterday that, to be honest with you, I didn't think was in the car. But it looks like it's exactly the same as last weekend, where they can deliver that one lap, but they cannot achieve the capability over the course of the stints in the course of the race. But just one little thing there, in third and fourth, look at this battle now. This is between, we've got Stoffel van Dorn in the Jota Speed car, and then Team WRT Robin Frins. And so this is going to be one heck of a battle, because they've put in two of their key bullets in their guns straight away into the second. And just behind you've got Anthony Davidson as well. And so this the third, fourth, fifth battle in LMP2, I think, is going to be a real. It's going to be a real fight for the next two stints.
It's brewing up this nicely. We've already seen some real hard battling in hypercar, with the Alpine making a fight of it before those gear selection issues. GT Pro doling out the entertainment up and down the field in the other two classes, LMP2 and GTM. And we've still got 6 hours and 20 minutes to go. 20 minutes until we get to the length of the race last weekend.
It's just the warm-up.
Cranky me, look at the stats there. 6 podiums for Van Dorn, but no wins yet in WEC. Whereas on the other side of it, WRT have just, they've got 2 wins already in the championship. One obviously being Le Mans, the other one being last weekend.
So those are all podiums in LMP2 for Stoffel rather than in P1 before.
Yeah, completely. Yeah. But the thing is that he's been there very, very consistently, and that's allowed them to be up there in the championship. However, it's a case of trying to make sure they're ahead of WRT, because at the moment it's WRT that are leading by 5 points over that particular car.
So 7.5 seconds is the gap in for the overall lead now between Seb Buemi, Mike Conway, the 8 from the 7. Racing Team Netherlands, 42 seconds to the good over Esteban Garcia. Stoffel van Dorn closing that gap to Garcia. It's now down about something like 5 seconds over the last couple of laps. Team WRT's Robin Frines is right there with Van Dorn, and Ant Davidson right there with the WRT man. So that's a chasing pack trying to hunt down the 2 AM drivers ahead. Here's the 2 Dempsey Proton racing cars side by side. That's a change. The 88 going ahead of the 77. Christian Reed deep into his second stint. And it is Khaled Al-Khabaisi also started this race. So these 2 drivers will have burned the vast majority of the 2 hours and 20 minutes they must go for. It is going to be a drive-through penalty, by the way, for the number 85 Iron Dames car for that contact with 777 at turn 8.
Stewards are taking no prisoners this weekend, are they?
Well, it is the last race of the season, and everybody is throwing things at it in every way. You know, last weekend they had to make sure they got to this weekend. This weekend they can make sure they've got to get to Sebring in March.
Yeah. I'd like to get the checkered flag first, but yeah, it's all tough battles for position. And there you can see the Alpine just ahead of the Toyota, but several laps down, 3 laps down on both Toyota Gazoo Racing entries. Gap first to second out to 7.2 seconds. You see the number 7 Toyota in the background. Of course, Sebastian Buemi doesn't want to lose any time here. He is desperate to get by, win this race. If they're going to lose the championship, they want to at least do it with a victory here.
There's another lap going on the Alpine from the Toyota. Alpine still, by the way, down 18th place and closing in now on the GT Pro pack. But any hope of an overall podium looks to be long gone here.
say that now, from Robin Frinz's point of view, he's just got to sit there and try to wait and see with this gaggle of 3 GT pros who are obviously scrapping amongst themselves what opportunity that gives them, and that's more than likely going to be down into turn 11, which is a deep heavy braking corner, or through 12, the next one after that.
Let's get down to the WRT garage. This is always where the action comes. As soon as Louise queues up an interview, we'll watch the WRT car attack for position.
It's battle between the 28 and 31. I mean, this just goes to show what LMP2 is all about, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we're having a great time, having a lot of fun. Yeah, it's super cool. I just enjoyed those 2 stints so much. The start of the race was quite intense, especially in the situation we're in. We can't really take too much risk, but we still got to push forward because the gap is so slow in the so close in the championship. But I was so nervous coming in the morning and coming to the track, just knowing everything that's going on. And as soon as I got the helmet on, I was so happy I was doing the start, because just all the nervosity went away and the excitement came in, and I knew what I had to do. So I just had a great time and pushed through. Got up quite quickly up to P2, and I again hope I was entertaining for the commentators, and just had an amazing time out there. Then we had some slight problems, but we're coming back.
You did some amazing overtakes, I have to say. There were some really nice moves from you.
Yeah, cheers. I'm just having a good time, really. I was, like I said, so nervous in the morning. You know, you start doubting for some reason when you get to the last round, when you're fighting for the championship, and as soon as I was out there, I was just so into it, having a great time. And at some point I was like to my engineer, should I go faster, slower, what do you want? What do you need from me? And I was able to do exactly what he needed and execute it. And yeah, it's just, I had a smile on my face.
Your main competitors are United Autosport and Jota. How do you feel about them maybe trying to set lap times, their strategy compared to yours?
We're not looking at them. We know we're quick, we know we can be there, and we're just trying to do the best that we can. I think we're in the position to just believe in ourselves, and they can try to copy us or try to do their own thing, but we're just doing from A to B, the fastest race that we can, have some good overtakes on the way, and just execute. And we're doing that at the moment, and I'm enjoying it a lot. We're in the middle of a Jota sandwich right now, which is interesting, and I'm quite excited to watch Robin, because as a good friend of mine, he's an absolute rocket ship out there.
Well, I'll let you carry on watching this. Thank you.
Cheers.
God, we're watching it as well, Martin, and there was a sharp
He
intake
clearly
of
didn't
breath.
see any of that, did he? Yeah, he didn't see any of that.
I think he did.
so many near misses there, and that was a microcosm of endurance racing, wasn't it? You know, tight battle with a rival car, weaving your way in and out of all these different machines. We don't even have like the banking of Daytona here. We've still got all this drama going on.
Ferdy Habsburg, by the way, with his demeanour as well as his pace on track, is shaping up to be a massive fan favourite in the next era.
No question. Wait until we get autograph sessions back. He is going to be a very popular guy.
It's a hell of a long autograph.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Isn't it? He's just going to have to write Ferdy, or HRH possibly. So Ferdy Habsburg, as entertaining in the car as he is out of it, and as he was actually just, you know, for all his full send, none of them were risky moves. It was all very committed, very well thought out, and great to hear, you know, from inside just how relaxed he was in the car as well, having actually possibly not slept a huge amount. Alpine back in the pit lane. This car
It's a standard driver change.
Yeah, just inside the top 20. Andre Negrão takes over. Again, like Ben Keating and his 33 TF Sport crew, they've got a long afternoon and early evening in prospect.
You know, last week they were doing 26 laps against Toyota's 31. This week they've done 28 laps in this stint, but against Toyota's 31 for Conway in the first stint and 32 for Buemi. So they've definitely gained a little bit, but I think it'll still introduce an extra stop at the end of it. Now, here's one for Robin Frinz, because he could have a little run and look at Stoffel Van Dorn, but I think Van Dorn's got it covered. He'll go down the inside into 30. Now Robin's got to try to follow through, but keep a little eye on that Ferrari on the right-hand side, that it doesn't close the door. So the Alpine's on its way. driver change. McGraw in the car for the first time.
Just the second change, of course, in the race for the Alpine.
A little bit of bodywork damage there, Graham, on the left front.
Now, is that from the 777 impact? No.
Yeah, it's a tyre gone as well. You see the thing flailing around, and that's what's damaged it. So there's
debris as well now.
That may bring out, as Robin Frins has done it, he's got down the inside of Stoffel van Dorn, blocked past. And so Robin Frins has moved up one position, but that may bring out a full course yellow.
That would not be a surprise, would it? It's high speed down there and into a braking zone as well.
They've got debris, they've just notified it. Debris on the track going into the final corner, turn 15, as we're on board. But Robin Frins has made that move. He was very, very patient there, much more patient than I would have expected knowing Robin. But he's delivered it and moved ahead. Now I'm interested to see whether Van Dorn and Davidson, whether they switch those guys around, because he switched the two Jota cars earlier on in the earlier stint.
So that is the damaged 85 delaminated, didn't it?
It's pulled the tread off, so I presume that there's been a big flat spot there, and it's actually just taken the outer lining of the tread off the tyre.
So trouble there for the 85 into the garage, as we saw. Also saw that the biggest chunks of that debris appeared to be off the racing line. So Eduardo Freitas and Race Control will take a good look at that, Alan.
Yeah, but the thing is, the tyre's made up of a whole load of components apart from just rubber. And if it came off like that, they're held together by little carbon strips.
We saw that.
Little wire strips. And so therefore, it is something I'm sure they are looking at, even if it is directly offline.
There it is.
Yeah.
Oh, dear me.
I think that's going to be something to clear that up.
And the something is likely to be a full course yellow, isn't it? There's certainly no need for a safety car, but we may well see that. So driver change will happen as well.
Here we get a repeat
of
it.
Oh, goodness.
Boom.
Thing is, it's a centrifugal force, and they always happen at the highest speed, which is the worst time you want to have anything like that happen. But it's just unravelling the top layer of tyre off the tyre.
Yeah.
The carcass.
And this is for Y Keats.
And that was the area of impact. We saw the smoke. So as that car, has that just been grinding away? We're going to be going to a full course yellow now.
It could have been exactly that, Graham. It could have been actually grinding away.
Yeah. So a little bit of bodywork damage. They will gaffer take that rather than try and replace the panel. And so, are we going to get our entire field of GT cars coming in? Certainly the pros are in.
We've got Collado in, whereas the Porsche's gone past. Porsche 1-2 have gone past, whereas Collado's came in to use this time as a pit stop.
Both Ferraris.
Critical.
Both Ferraris
driver change. So Collado is out, and Alessandro Pierguidi will get in. 2017 world champions. Kevin Escher, Michael Christensen were the super season world champions, and the world champions before these guys, and last year Nicky Thiem and Marco Sorensen not able to defend their title. On your marks. So as the cars come by at 80 kilometres an hour, there is a chance to spot the gap for the marshals to go and pick up the debris.
That could be critical for the World Championship.
However, how long is the full course yellow to Porsche? It's going to take them a long while to get round.
They're not through first timing sector yet. Now they do.
No.
Now the Porsches get through the first timing sector. They've got a long time here, but it's going to be about how quickly they can recover that piece of debris.
Both Toyotas in. Yeah, and you can see that the chosen sprinter is awaiting a gap. But the problem is, with everybody going at exactly the same speed, the gap is only going to be where it is. You can't ask somebody to speed up or slow down.
Yes.
So, and also, Eduardo may have a little shopping list of other areas where there are bits of debris. The marshals in
Porsche ready.
12, for instance, may say, we've got a bit of debris we could do with picking up as well. They radio it in, and when there's a chance, they'll do it. Both Toyotas in, I mentioned that. Number 8 car will take 4 tyres again.
126 on pit road this time. That's a long stop for the...
Ooh.
That's some of the debris that has just been caught by Dragon Speed going in and dragged it into the pits. Cleaned it up very well, I have
There you
to say.
go. Saved the marshal a job, didn't it?
Yeah, but it's got it caught in the back of that car, so it's got to make sure when they take the tyre off, which they've done, that it isn't sort of still wrapped in there somehow.
Now, having had half the field stop, what happened last week, and happens frequently, is the full course yellow will stay out to allow the rest of the field a chance to stop. If they don't take the chance, that's not the race director's decision.
Well, Porsches are now in the final sector.
Yeah. Do we go green though? And will they have a chance to do driver changes? Look at all the pickup on the tyres, all the bits of rubber that get worn off are offline and get stuck to the tyre as you come back in.
Yeah, correct. But just remember, when they enter the pit lane, they've still got about another minute and 20 seconds before they get back out of the pit lane.
Yep.
And so there's still quite a long while for the race director to throw it back to green.
Well, it's not the safety car that Ben Keating was hoping for, and frankly, I'd be amazed if we get a safety car here. The track is big, wide, modern Grand Prix circuit. Full course yellow is about as much as you normally get, unless you end up having to, for some reason, go to a red flag. So there has been wholesale pit stoppery.
Here come the Porsches.
Driver changes as well in both Toyotas. Number 8 has taken on Kazuki Nakajima. Number 7 in the hands of Jose Maria Lopez. Yeah, Ferrari dived in immediately. Porsche waved by that opportunity, or were not ready to take it, which seems slightly less likely, gambling that there would be a chance to come in second time round. And both Jota cars making a late change. Now there's the change.
Yep.
Free nose change, essentially, because although you're stationary, your rivals aren't doing 280 kilometres an hour, they're doing 80 kilometres an hour. So those few seconds kind of disappear down the back of the sofa. Driver change, both Porsches.
Where the Ferraris are on track, they're in the final timing sector as well. So this could be
race off pit lane.
Tight.
Jimmy Bruni, Richard Leitz takes over. Fred Makovici joins that Porsche team. And Michael Christensen, the world champion with Kevin Estre in Super Season, has joined the 92 team. Although, of course, Christensen can't be champion because he's only done Le Mans and this race as part of the crew. WRT ahead of Jota, Robin Freins ahead of Stoffel van Dorn. So that was a change in the pit lane, 91 out ahead of 92 as they came in for Porsche. Where are the Ferraris? They're going to be close. Alan is flicking through desperately to see what's going on. Chetelaar in as well. The Ferraris are coming down the straight and lose track position. So Porsche, I didn't even really want to go down the have they made a mistake with strategy, because that's so unlikely in any of the pro teams. Porsche have actually benefited, it seems, by staying out late. There's James Calado. He came in as the leader. Alessandro Pierguidi is in third place now. Well, James shakes his head. Louise Beckett, though, we'll hopefully be able to hear some words from him from them in a moment.
James Calado, that is definitely not what you want to be seeing on TV.
No, obviously not. I thought we'd actually take advantage coming in just at the line, at the pit entry line. It went full course yellow, so I thought we took advantage. But they've, I don't know what they've done to come out the pits quicker. We need to have a look, but you know, we're there, which is the positive thing. I hope we put on a good fight compared to last weekend, which was obviously super boring. So we're there or thereabouts, and we just got to give it our everything to try and stay with them. We know they're strong.
Yeah, we've got a long time ahead of us, so let's see it happen.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, I think what area that they could have done is, because the Porsches were on the start and finish straight as the Ferraris dived into the pits, then there is a time period that allows you to get down to the, from a safe perspective, down to the speed, and they were already at a high speed, so they have covered long distance within that time period, and I think that's where the difference actually is, because in the slowing down to the safety cars, the full course yellow speed.
Yeah, it's clear frustration from James Calado. Longer on pit road for both of the Porsches. 1 minute 13 for the 91, 1 minute 12 for the 92, as opposed to 109 for the 51 and 107 for the 52.
Well, all this means, Graham, is that we've got another bit of a battle.
Oh, it's going to be great.
And it's going, you know, it's not switched completely. It's, as Louise has just said in our ears, there's still 6 hours to go, and they're about 4 seconds. So it's swung in momentum in track positioning, but it's not as if it's all lost. as Robin Frins and Stoffel van Dorn just tootle down to the final corner.
So
very sedately.
Waiting for the notice from race control to be going back to green flag racing.
And also trying to save as much fuel as possible.
At 15:59 we're removing full course yellow. At 15:59 we're removing full course yellow. In roughly 45 seconds to remove full course yellow.
Well, now the number 20 high-class car looks like it's having a little bit of an issue. Thierry Tassin there, crunching numbers on the laptop, or
sending a message, I think, to Race Direct.
Yeah, Race Direct. Oh, what's going on with that?
30 seconds to remove full course yellow.
How much are the cars in danger of overheating? How much are the drivers in danger of overheating?
Not too much at the moment.
20 seconds to clear full course yellow.
I'm interested what Van Dorn does. This is an opportunity now.
Thierry Tassin getting the protest written up early just in case.
10, 9, 7.
It's going to catch it at the wrong point for Van Dorn, right point for Frins.
2, 1, go.
Yeah, Robin Frins lucked in there, didn't he, at the apex of turn 3 and ready to go, turn 2 rather. That was just what he needed. So Stoffel van Dorn right behind Robin Frins. And the Dutchman and the Belgian battling for position. We talked a little bit about WRT Vincent Vos. Raced at Le Mans in a whole bunch of different cars, including, I'd forgotten, Graham Goodwin, with somebody who we'll hear from in the booth a little bit later, Jamie Campbell-Walter. Well, he didn't actually start the race at Le Mans, but he was in the list at LMP that Jamie crashed heavily in free practice, injuring himself and writing off the car.
My apologies, who are we talking about again?
Vincent Vos.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah. He's raced at Le Mans in Ferraris, Porsches, Corvettes, Vipers, and didn't get to race in the LMP1 car. But
he's still a quick boy, you know, Vincent Vos.
Yeah.
Don't you know, that flat cap of his, don't let it lead you into a false sense of security. By the way, ladies and gentlemen around the world, welcome to the second 6 hours of Bahrain last week, because we're into the third hour now. It's not been lacking for dramas, but we still have 31 cars running.
Yeah, we do. And here is the battle for 4th place in GTEM. Scott Andrews in the yellow car guy Ferrari run by Kessel Racing, just ahead of some young Italian hotshot who we haven't heard much about, Giancarlo Fisichella.
So Scott Andrews, Australian, domiciled in Florida now, and as we said last weekend, we'll said again this weekend, because it's worth saying, his third racing weekend on the trot. There'll be another one next weekend for the IMSA season finale, Petite Le Mans, where he's got to drive LMP3 in the main race and a support race as well. Giancarlo Fisichella, of course, Ferrari racing legend, and famous inventor of the sharp elbows machine.
And habitual occupant of the sofa outside the steward's office.
He does have a plaque, you know.
If Giancarlo Fisichella hasn't been summoned to the stewards, have you actually had an endurance race?
They move the plaque from race to race.
It's the Fizzy Memorial sofa outside the office.
Still hugely entertaining.
The one and the only Pak Arif.
Maaf Pak Arif, maaf semua tadi terjebak macet ya Pak Arif. Tapi Pak Arif, kita melihat dulu deh dari P9 ke P4. Nah, ini sekarang keadaannya berada di belakang tepat WRT 31 nih. Ini kayaknya kansnya besar ya, kayaknya ya, Kang Arif ya.
Ya, insya Allah. Kan kalau kans besar insya Allah ya. Bagus banget malah. Sekarang sih posisinya lagi oke banget ya. Jadi gini, Sean itu pertama P9 kan, startnya bagus. Jadi P7. Nah dia itu disuruh untuk menjaga target time. Target time itu mestinya nggak terlalu kenceng, tapi juga nggak terlalu pelan. Nah, misalnya kalau tadi kebanyakan tuh 153, Sean 154. Maksudnya 1 menit 53 ya, yang di atas ya. Kalau yang lainnya 154, Sean 155. Nah itu jaga. Kenapa? Karena supaya bahan bakarnya jadi agak irit, terus bannya juga kejaga. Kenapa? Karena kan nanti pas pit stop yang pertama tadi ban nggak diganti semua. Nah, jadi bannya itu masih harus dijaga. Karena ban pas pit stop pertama tuh kan Sean hanya ganti 2 ban sebelah kiri ya, ban sebelah kiri diganti. Nah disitulah dia baru istilahnya attack time ya, baru ngejar usul satu persatu pembalap ya. Karena modalnya adalah di stint awal itu dia jaga target time tadi. Itu dia berhasil karena begitu target time tercapai walaupun dia masih di P6 atau P7 gitu, itu nggak masalah karena begitu habis pit stop bisa nyusul gitu. Dan benar aja kan tadi habis pit stop itu dan nyusulnya bahkan disorot terus di kamera tadi berapa kali itu disorot shotnya. Pertama kan dia nyusul Ranger Van der Garde ya. Terus untuk dapat dari P6 itu kan keluar P6 ya. Untuk dapat P5 itu. Terus dia nyusul lagi yang menarik tadi itu United Autosports Philip Hansen. Dia susul lagi sampai dia dapat P4 ya. Tapi saya tadi sempat melintir. Dia ada insiden dengan back marker di tikungan 11 ya. Dia ada insiden sehingga dia tadi sempat turun lagi ke P7 terus tapi dia naik lagi, nyusul Phil Hansel lagi, bahkan nyusul Roberto Gonzalez lagi. Jadi tadi di awal tuh kita disuguhkan oleh ya dramanya Sean lah, drama target time dia jaga, terus dia nyusul beberapa pembalap. Dia sempat bikin mistake di turn 11 tapi dia bisa mengoreksi kesalahan dia itu sehingga dia sekarang pas pit stop tadi ada di P4. Itu menurut saya sih effort yang sudah sangat maksimal, sangat bagus dari Sean Gelael. Karena apa? Karena pas pit stop itu diganti oleh Stoffel. Stoffel bahkan sempat keluar tadi di depan WRT ya. Dia sempat keluar di depan Robin Franz. Jadi pas pit stop itu sempat di depan walaupun tadi kena traffic kehadang dan diambil momentumnya oleh Robin Franz. Sekarang Robin Franz ada di posisi 3 lagi. Jadi Stoffel sempat ada di posisi 3 tapi kemudian karena kehalang back marker, Robin Franz memanfaatkan posisinya momentumnya dan dia nyusul Stoffel sehingga sekarang fight lagi nih antara Stoffel dan Robin Franz di posisi 3 dan 4. Tapi kalau kita lihat ini akan jadi seru sampai 6 jam ke depan ya, antara WRT 31 dan Jota 28. Kenapa? Karena kalau kita lihat sekarang memang mereka ada di posisi 3 dan 4, tapi posisi 1 dan 2 pertama mereka adalah di kelas LMP itu tapi Pro M itu ada pembalap bronze ya, kategori bronze. Artinya bukan tidak tidak sekelas. Kalau yang LMP2 ini kan LMP2 Pro ya. Mereka ada trofi sendiri lah Pro M itu. Jadi lawannya itu memang benar-benar sekarang antara 31 dan 28. Kalau kita lihat tadi Ferdinand Habsburg diwawancara kan sama TV, dia happy dengan stint awal dia dan nggak tahu sih pas diwawancara dia bilang dia nggak memikirkan Jota 28 atau Jota 38 ya, tapi dia hanya memikirkan Robin Franz yang cepat sekarang. Tapi saya yakin sih tim WRT memikirkan Jota 28 terutama Stoffel karena sekarang lagi nempel Robin Franz ya. Ya. Jadi kesimpulan 2 jam pertama tadi itu sih Papariko dan Mugello.
Nah, kansnya nih Pak 2 jam ke depan kira-kira habis Stoffel kan Tom nih. Apa ada kemungkinan balik ke Sean lagi atau gimana Pak?
Saya belum dapat informasi tapi kabarnya Sean akan dapat 1 stint lagi. 1 stint. Bisa setelah Stoffel, bisa nunggu Tom lagi tapi mungkin setelah Stoffel ya. Stoffel 2 stint dulu. 2 stint Stoffel dulu. Kita akan lihat tapi yang saya harapkan sih tadi Sean kan udah bagus banget ya. Mudah-mudahan kalaupun nanti dia dapat kesempatan lagi apakah 1 atau 2 stint ini akan berlanjut karena dia benar-benar memperlihatkan
performanya yang bagus ya Pak ya.
Pertama tadi overtake driver terus dia recover posisi dia yang sempat turun dan kalau ini dijaga aja karena sekarang ini WRT 31 dan Jota 28 itu kecepatan mereka dengan nomor 1 dan 2 di LMP itu rata-rata 2 sampai 3 detik lebih cepat saat ini. Jadi mereka bisa mungkin setelah 2 atau 3 stint atau setelah pit stop mereka akan pada waktunya nanti akan ada di 1-2 antara Jota 28 dan WRT 31. Ya mudah-mudahan yang ada di nomor 1 itu atau yang ada di depan itu adalah Jota 28 karena kita masih punya satu andalan lagi nih Tom Blomqvist kan.
Ya, betul.
Blomqvist kan belum keluar nih.
Betul. Harusnya belum capek juga ya, masih fit ya, masih fit kan Tom Blomqvist kan.
Masih fit dan udara udah mulai enak nih.
Oh, udah mulai enak Pak di sana.
Udara udah mulai enak tadi saya itu juga kan udah mulai ini nih ya, udah mulai
sore ya, jam 4 ya Pak?
Menjelang maghrib lah di sini, menjelang maghrib ya.
Oh menjelang maghrib.
Maghrib, karena maghrib kan jam 5 itu udah angin juga tambah enak udaranya gitu ya. Jadi asik lah ininya, fight-nya asik. Dan kita lihat tadi juga fight-nya Stoff dan Robin Frijns, Stoffel Van Dorn maksudnya, itu juga seru kan. Kita harapkan ini akan benar-benar seru terus sampai nanti finish di 6 jam ke depan.
Betul sekali. Kita masih punya waktu 6 jam untuk menyaksikan kans nantinya tim Jota 28.
Ya, dan mudah-mudahan nggak perlu ada recovery lagi kan. Dengan tidak ada recovery berarti tidak ada insiden untuk Jota 28 ya kan. Kita berdoa mudah-mudahan semua lancar dengan performa Sean tadi kita lihat juga bagus banget di awal race ya. Sangat bagus menurut saya itu dari Sean.
Bahkan tadi saking bagusnya sampai itu English komentarnya salah nyebutin. Sean masih di mobil. Padahal udah diganti Stoffel gitu.
Iya, betul. Dikiranya masih ini gitu loh.
English komentarnya salah nyebutin, begitu keluar ternyata Stoffel Van Dorn kan. Karena dari helmnya kelihatan kan.
Iya.
Helm Stoffel tuh khas banget gitu.
Apalagi helmnya Sean baru nih.
Helm Sean keren-keren sekarang di sana. Udah keren-keren lah di sana. Oke, kemarin sempat di story juga kan pilih yang mana nih yang atas sama bawah gitu. Keren tuh. Helm Sean.
Apakah Sean ini helmnya istilahnya apa ya? Coraknya itu ada ininya nggak sih Pak? Ada kayak dia punya inisiatif untuk ini bikin corak sendiri gitu apa gimana sih Pak?
Ya boleh, kalau di LMP WEC di WEC ini nggak kayak F1. F1 atau MotoGP. Kalau di F1 atau MotoGP kan setahun helm coraknya mesti sama, kecuali satu race mereka boleh pilih berbeda. Misalnya kalau Lewis Hamilton di F1 atau Max Verstappen mau pilih helm berbeda di Inggris, untuk Lewis Hamilton di GP Belanda untuk Max Verstappen, itu boleh aja, tapi hanya sekali ganti corak, selebihnya coraknya harus sama. Nah kalau di WEC ini boleh beda-beda dari seri 1, 2, 3. Soalnya nanti kan di sebelum Le Mans kan helmnya beda, pas Le Mans 24 jam helmnya beda lagi. Sekarang di seri terakhir 2 seri lain beda lagi. Boleh, asik sih sebenarnya. Dan yang menariknya helmnya itu juga dapat supply bagus dari Bell kan. Bell kebetulan pabriknya di sini nih, dekat sini nih. Ini di sebelah sirkuit Bell. Kemarin kita mampir.
Gitu.
Mampir kemarin di pabrik, mampir kita kemarin lihat.
Wah, seru banget ya ke factory-nya langsung ya. Iya.
By the way Pak, bukannya ngecap ya Pak? Saya juga salah satu penggemar helm Bell, tapi ya buat motor lah Pak pastinya Pak, yang disesuaikan.
Karena mahal ya memang ya. Memang.
Gue beli yang cuman buat model
Vespa. Jadi kemarin tuh kita dikasih lihat. Kita dikasih lihat proses pembuatan helm dari yang helm Bell tentunya, karena kebetulan 3 pembalap Jota ini pakai helm Bell. Tiga-tiganya sama pakai helm Bell. Jadi ada pembuatan dari material masih mentahnya, matang, lalu sampai bukan pengecatan dihias tuh ornamennya, liverynya itu kalau untuk helm balap itu handmade ya ininya, liverynya, karena kita juga dikasih lihat tuh mereka lagi menghias, kebetulan pas di sana pas lagi menghias helmnya Stoffel. Pas lagi ada helmnya Stoffel lagi dari Stoffel. Wah, ini my helm kata Stoffel. This is my helmet kata Stoffel gitu. This is my helmet, jadi kayak yang bikin juga surprise. Datangan Stoffel.
Langsung kedatangan yang make
driver ya.
Coba itu tolong diarahin ke kiri dikit.
Tapi jadi driver bebas mengekspresikan ya dari ininya ya.
Boleh.
Jadi bisa milih-milih yang menurut dia ini gitu. Siapa tahu mungkin untuk next season barangkali kalau memang Sean pengen berubah corak, ada gambar paha, dada, sayap gitu.
Waduh, GFC mati ya, betul. Nggak pernah segitunya kali ya. Tapi kita akan melihat ya Pak Arif ya, 2 jam ke depan akan seperti apa, dan mudah-mudahan hasilnya lebih baik lagi, karena kalau kita lihat tadi cukup jauh dengan ini kan pertarungan antara 28 dan 31 untuk bisa merebutkan juara nih. Dan ternyata 28 bisa step up banget ya dari awal race sampai 2 jam pertama ini.
Itu sumbang si Sean.
Iya, besar banget dari Sean impact ya, dan kita bakal lihat 2 jam ke depan kayak gimana ya Pak Arif ya. Jadi buat teman-teman semua, dukung terus Sean Glyle lagi berlaga di Sakhir Bahrain pada saat ini. Kasih hashtag IndoPride-nya. Kita ketemu lagi 2 jam ke depan. Tetap di World Endurance Championship di sirkuit Bahrain. Let's go.
Langsung saja, let's go.
No, of course. I mean, if you're not having fun and if you're not enjoying it, why are you then doing it? I mean, for sure, for us, we are having fun, but we are also really focused on the results. For us, it's very, very important to go out there, being race drivers, but being female and race drivers, inspiring other female race drivers.
I always say this the last question, and then I was thinking something else, which is, and what level of respect are you getting from female peers out there? It's a great paddock, we know that, but what's that like from that perspective? Because that's not been the case in every sporting environment. I sense it's possibly a rather nicer environment in this one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, you see the respect is just growing and growing. I mean, we are getting closer and closer to the really, really good top results as we want. And I mean, of course, there are always a few guys out there who will never respect being beaten by a girl, and that's okay. I mean, we also need those men, but for sure, I mean, the respect is there from the whole program, the Iron Dames and the whole team Iron Links being a newly started project. I mean, it's amazing to see.
I think the thing to say about those guys is it just makes it funnier.
Absolutely. It's amazing. So, and we know who, when we are on track, we know that some of them are like, okay, this is the guy who doesn't like that we are overtaking them, and then it's just more fun, you know. Then I'm definitely having fun in the car.
Do you, I mean, you know, when you're at a racetrack, you're just racing, but away from the racetrack, do you have that understanding that you are providing inspiration for another generation to come along?
Absolutely. I mean, this is the whole project. This is the whole idea behind the project Iron Dames. This is what Deborah wanted. She wanted us to show that really, if you can dream something and if you have goals in life, then there's possibilities. Yes, you need to work for it, and this is also what Deborah wants behind this project. I mean, we have to work hard.
Oh yeah.
She also wants the results. I mean, none of us just want to be out there driving around. We want to win races, and this is the whole idea behind the project. And I mean, we know we are inspiring women. We see it all the time. We get messages, and this is what Debbie wanted in the end with this whole project, that we can get more and more female into this program, and hopefully sooner or later there's going to be an Iron Dame in Formula 1.
That would be exceptional, because as they always say, if you can't see it, you can't dream it.
Exactly.
So, listen, Michelle, really great to catch up with you. Thank you so much for coming in, chatting to us, and continue to A, enjoy your racing, and B, enjoy your success as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Well, delighted to have Michelle in. There's Vincent Vos, Thierry Tassin, the helm of the WRT team. Robin Frames at the wheel of the number 31 machine, second place in LMP2, and catching Fritz van Aert quite quickly now. The gap now down to 20 seconds, so last half a dozen laps he's taken out 7 or 8 seconds. And thank you so much to Michelle. Off mic, come back anytime you like. It's still we've still got 6 hours to get through, so be delighted to chat more. Francois Perrodo leading in the GTE AM class, with Roberto Lacorte closing up behind. Now, Perrodo only managed a single stint in the race, single stints in the race last week, but in similar very hot conditions is hanging in there for a second stint. He will have to do one more to complete the minimum drive time, but right now leading the race, so clearly he's feeling a little bit more up for it this time.
Now he's second because Lacorte has just slipped into the lead. The drivers in GT AM have to do a longer period in the car, so it goes up by 35 minutes to 2 hours and 20 minutes minimum driving time. We talked about it in LMP2 earlier on, but it's also the same in GTE AM. They've got a maximum, though. They can do it 5 hours overall within the 8.
Yeah.
I don't think Francois Perrodo is going to be doing that, though.
No, exactly so. Battle in LMP2, Real Team versus United. United starting to feel their way back into it a little bit. Philip Albuquerque with the tyres on board. Fresh rubber. And again, so much of this race is going to be how you treat your rubber. It is your best friend, but, thank you very much, Alan's passing out the cups of tea. But if you don't treat it, if you don't nurse it in gently, and this is so much about what we hear in so many forms of motorsport that are tyre limited, because it's one way of limiting, or of evening out performance between different types of car. If you don't pay attention to your tyres, then they won't look after you either, Graham.
That's a significant message from race control. Warning flag, car 51, driver Pierre Guidi for abusing track limits. That's the last warning before a penalty comes next, Alan.
And he's only done 11 laps of the stint as well, so he's got about another 15 laps in this stint prior to getting to the end, so therefore he's got to take a little bit of care. He's been sitting there behind, and certainly I think the faster again the Porsches are now controlling, because they're 1-2 after that full course yellow where they basically jumped into the lead of it. But it's exit of this next corner is one of the places I've noticed them just sliding a little bit wide, and they're trying to keep in and close, but with the aero wash just as you get to the apex, and they need to get onto the power to be able to do it. And now Pierre Guidi is on his last warning before the naughty step.
I was just about to point out how much the shadows are lengthening as the sun sinks. It's only 4:20 in the afternoon for Northern Europeans at this time of year. The sun heading towards the horizon is not a surprise, but closer to the tropics and closer to the equator certainly, then the days and nights throughout the year are fairly much even. But the sun goes down here like somebody's just pulled the cork, and it just plummets towards the horizon. So it won't be too long before we are very much in the dusk, but you can see coming down towards the final corner, driving straight into the sun. Very, very disorientating for the drivers.
So Matteo Cressoni, another man, getting a warning flag for abusing track limits. LMP2 is cooking up nicely with Racing Team Netherlands. Still 12.5 seconds to the good. Fritz van Aert, as he's coming his last couple of laps of this stint, has managed to retain that lead against really serious opposition. Remember, it was a minute's lead. It's down to something like 12 seconds. But the mark of that opening couple of stints from Guido van der Garde, remember the Real Team Racing car was second, the second place Pro-Am car. That's dropped behind 4 other cars. They've yet to catch the Racing Team Netherlands car.
But the Racing Team Netherlands car, I think, is going to lead into the pit stop, and that is Fritz van Aert's job, is basically to be clean and tidy, and they know that lead is going to get consumed, but just not consumed more than need be, and he's done a blinding job in my opinion, to be honest. Absolutely,
his job is the same as every race driver's, to go as fast as possible in the car.
Yep.
And that's exactly what he does. And if somebody, if a Robin Freins or a Stoffel van Dorn, race winners in single-seaters at the absolute top level, come up behind him, he loses less time by just waving them through at the easiest possible opportunity. Meanwhile, battle for second again. Alessandro Pierre Guidi all over the back of the 92 Porsche. Neil Jani under pressure. Pierre Guidi looking for a way through, and here comes a chance perhaps. Andre Negrão is going to go by the Porsche a little too early for it to be any use for Pierre
That's actually
Guidi.
position from the Alpine. That is them coming through the GTE field after that delay early on. The other thing on the LMP2 battle, before we forget that point, as the 92 car goes defensive,
very defensive,
is that whatever happens with those 2 or 3 cars behind the Fritz van Aert, as the 92 car now, Neil Jani, also gets a warning flag, so that's both the title contenders, it'll still lead the Pro-Am class, and it leads the Pro-Am class by a substantial margin, about 40 seconds I think. So this is looking very good for the car and the team, that they lead the Drivers' Championship, or rather Fritz van Aert does in Pro-Am, and they are very much in contention for the Teams' Championship. This looks very good indeed for Racing Team Netherlands.
I'm asking Graham now to go and find out when Racing Team Netherlands won LMP2. I can't remember. Was it Shanghai? 2 years ago?
Double check.
Was that their last win? I can't remember. It's been a long and odd couple of years. Neil Jani and Alessandro Pierre Guidi at it, hammer and tongs. And actually the other Ferrari is not far behind either, just 2 seconds back now. Miguel Molina in the car that was started by Daniel Serra, the other red AF Corsa Ferrari. Monza, says Allard Kalf. Thank you, Allard. Glad to have you with us.
Fuji.
Oh, Fuji, says Wikipedia.
I'll go with Allard on this one, to be honest with you.
Calfapedia may
because
not...
Fuji wasn't the this year, so it was last year.
Last year.
Did they win Monza this year? No, I don't mean in Pro-Am. Okay. Booty 2019 from Sniffer, a Mega Drive from De Vries. Okay, so we're going to put Calfapedia on the back burner there. Still, however, you know, and it's a long race. But the way Racing Team Netherlands went last weekend and the way they're going now, it's definitely not beyond the bounds of possibility. There is the second place car, Robin Freins closing in behind. I did, when we did the podcast, the WEC Talk podcast a few weeks ago with he and Vincent Vos, I did double check whether it's Freins or Freins. Everybody's saying Freins, and I was told originally, I'm sure, that it was Freins. And I did check, now can't remember exactly.
It's Robin.
I think it's Freins. I think it's Freins. Anyway,
Robbo.
closing in. So, all Dutch battle for the lead. Stoffel van Dorn in a battle of the Low Countries in third. 1.8 seconds behind these guys. Freins now 4 seconds behind Fritz van Aert. And Alan, you've been a driver in so many occasions where you're closing in when you see the car in front getting closer. Does that give you even more of a get up and go?
Yeah, it certainly does if you're in a deliberate battle. I don't think in this situation, to be honest with you, because Robin's catching at 2.5, 3 seconds per lap, and it isn't necessarily the battle. The battle for Robin is Stoffel van Dorn behind and Anthony Davidson behind him, and so that's the battle for the championship and potentially the overall race victory. And so right now, for this particular situation, it's a case of Fritz van Aert trying to ignore the fact that Robin Freins is coming, and also just behind him Stoffel van Dorn, and for Robin it's about making sure that he is efficiently past Fritz van Aert as possible without losing any time. But I think this could be towards the in-lap from Fritz van Aert.
I think you're right.
He's done 24 laps. Just need to take into account that full course yellow, so it may be extended by one more lap.
Yeah. Job van Uitert ready to take over. I think that's entirely sensible. What you don't want is your gentleman driver starting to flag because of the temperature at the end of the second stint. That's not getting the best out of them. Same as the tyres. Every driver, you need to get the maximum out of it, don't you? I mean, as a team boss as well as a driver, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Here's the overtake for the lead in LMP2. Let's see if Fritz van Aert actually does pull into the pits. It's a Dutchman overtaking a Dutchman. And he is. So it's right at the pit stop.
And through as well, in second place, goes Stoffel van Dorn. Let's get down to the 92 Porsche team and hear from their third driver, Michael Christensen.
Michael Christensen, you're back with us in WEC. You're making the 92 a 3-driver lineup. What are the benefits of that for Porsche over the 2 drivers in Ferrari?
I guess it's just drive time, basically, that you get a bit more rest. Each driver get a bit more rest. The benefit, specifically this race, is that Neil and Kevin got a lot of experience from last weekend, so they don't really need the practice time before the race, and I could take some of that to prepare this race, and I guess that we're a bit more fresh when we get into the car and race hard for hopefully a victory here.
And it's looking like great. I'll just let Racing Team Netherlands go by. It's looking like great racing on track, and are you going to keep that up for the full 8 hours?
Well, I guess so. It looks like Ferrari are strong, and we're doing our best to stay in front. I guess track position here is key, and hopefully we can maintain that for the remainder of the race, but I'm sure it's going to be tight, and it's going to be the people doing the least mistakes who is going to run away with it, I think.
When are we going to see you in your racing suit?
2 hours time, I believe.
Oh, thank you.
Sounds as much of a part-timer as me this week. Mornings by the pool for Michael Christensen. Actually, it's interesting, Neil Jarney saying in the pre-race press conference, yeah, it's not like Michael needs a lot of time to get used to this. It's not like he didn't win world championships in these cars and didn't race at Le Mans. But, yeah, getting himself dialed into the track, of course, is going to be key, because whoever blinks out of 92 and 51 is going to lose the championship. And so it is absolutely critical to be on it 100% of the time.
Absolutely. Ex-world champion here, one of the world champions that came into contention once the GT Pro class attracted full FI World Drivers' Championship status. And by the look of things, they're not confirmed, he's another man who'll be doing back-to-back races. A Danish, unnamed Danish factory Porsche driver, who appears to be not yet named in a car for Petit Le Mans. I'm not aware there's many Danish Porsche factory drivers.
Dennis Olsen.
Is Norwegian. It's Norwegian.
Very good. Allard Kauf being as helpful as ever.
Allard's definitely not Danish.
Confirmed by typing his name the way it's spelt.
Yes.
That is how you pronounce Friens.
Fridgens.
Yeah, no, it is Friens. Robin Friens leads from Stoffel Vandoorne and Davidson in third. Philippe Albuquerque as the United car creeps back up Ulrichs. Job van Uytert in fifth place, having taken over from Fritz van Aert. And here is 60 on 88 action, 77 action, 60 on 77. That's the Iron Lynx car. Matteo Cressoni going by Christian. Christian Reed started the race. Is he still in?
He's burning all this driving time.
He's not burning, he's enjoying it.
Oh, he's having a laugh.
Mind you, he will be about 8 stone lighter by the time he gets
Yes, indeed.
out.
So Christian, well, 3 weekends on the trot. Portimao in the European Le Mans Series, 6 hours of Bahrain last weekend, 8 hours of Bahrain this weekend. In between, by the way, tested an LMP3 car.
Is he not doing Petit Le Mans?
No,
Lightweight.
but he will be. But he will be there as part of the Proton team, of course, running the WeatherTech Racing effort, which is a 2-car squad.
And previously raced. Did he race Atlanta? No, he didn't race Atlanta in FIA GT.
He'll have raced. He'll have raced around Atlanta at some point.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Egidio Perfetti closing in on Francois Perrodo. Again, battle of the gentleman drivers. It's the second stint for both. Oh, hang on. Egidio started, didn't he?
Egidio did indeed start
So
that
it's
car.
the third stint for him in the car. No, it's end of the second stint, isn't it? It's the end of the second stint. Well, if he is going to take a year off, a hiatus, the Norwegian, then the Swiss, whichever nationality particularly works, Italian, yes, Italian, then this will be a fun place to end and a fun battle to end on. In terms of a fun place to end and a fun battle to end on, in terms of the GTE AM category, it was a 2-horse race, and Francois Perrodo and crew in the 83 Ferrari, who won last year, are definitely a long way up in the odds to win it again this season with the number 33 Aston. Well, up to 7th place, but really the 33 Aston needs victory with a slight disaster for the 83 car to turn that around, and that might be a while away.
Well, they are how many points behind the pot? It's 21.5 points. That means they need to be third, even with a DNF for the 83 car.
Yeah. They do need a. I mean, essentially 33. Their target was to win and see what happened, and as is the case in almost every category.
Yeah.
That took a bit of a hit. Duncan Vincent saying that Egidio Perfetti told him on the grid this may well be his last race. Whether he means last race for a bit or last race ever, that'd be a disappointment. Even if he is keeping the seat warm for ex-motorcycle races, that would be quite an entertaining prospect. ARC Bratislava in the pits in LMP2. Ollie Caldwell brought the car in.
It's, by the way, a mark of how rapid GTE Pro has been so far. We're 2.5 hours in. That's ARC Bratislava, albeit having burned some American Opca's time. That pit stop for them, with Ollie Caldwell staying aboard for a second stint by the look of things, has dropped them behind the GT Pros again.
Yeah. Now, looking here at the Alpine, Andre Negrão just Alex whistling in front of Alex Brundle. The problem there is, even though there is good downforce and there are good brakes on the LMP2 car, it clearly does not stop in the it's just hit a brick wall way that the Alpine does. So that was Jakub Smahovsky in the Inter-Europol car, maybe just not realising quite how abruptly that car would stop. Down the inside, Egidio Perfetti takes second place in GTE AM.
And these two, Egidio Perfetti and Francois Perrodo, what a part of the GTM scene they've been for several years. And
both
if it is,
former champions.
Indeed, and if this is the end in WEC for Giulio Perfetti, a vote of thanks really for bringing the effort, bringing the Mentos livery, which I know is beloved of the fan base out there. And
the commentary team makes it very easy to spot.
Minty fresh, and there's a happy man.
Yeah, Ricardo Perez going, go on, my son.
And Francois Perrodo working on what will be, if things continue as they are for the next 5.5 hours, a third GT-AM title before a move on to another adventure in the world of LMP2 next season.
Back to LMP2.
Indeed, TDS Racing last time, this time with AF Corsa and with the same driver lineup, Alessio Rivera and...
there we go. Right. Dennis Anderson, Anders Fjellback and Robert Kubica. Dennis Anderson handing over to Robert Kubica. Super Pole taking over the high-class car in 11th place.
He's confirming from pit lane that it is this LMP2 Pro-Am category that has encouraged Francois Perrodo back into LMP2. The history books will show that before we had LMP2 Pro-Am, only 2 drivers, bronze drivers, won in the current era of LMP2, either here in the WEC or in the LMS. One of them was Henrik Hedman, and the other one, Fritz van Aert, the race we've just been talking about. But there's definitely been another burst of enthusiasm for the bronze drivers because they've now got a category that could go head-to-head with their peers.
Absolutely. Hedman won in ELMS, didn't he?
He won in ELMS at Paul Ricard.
Misremembering? I am misremembering then. Yeah. So, and in the Dragon Speed entry that Henry Hedman drives, there is Juan Pablo Montoya. And down the inside comes the real team car. So sliding through Norman Nato, that's a change for position. 7th place in LMP2 and 2nd in Pro-Am. And that will be the key there. Norman Nato in the real team car, looking a little bit more comfortable on his feet. Cut his foot the week before. Ben Hanley looking ready to take over. There's Henrik Hedman in the cap in the background.
Another man we think is going to be taking his leave, certainly for the WC at the end of this race. Ben there looks like he needs a helmet that fits rather better. But sun going down, as it does very rapidly here, by the way. And all of a sudden you'll find that the floodlights will be the predominant light source here. And then the colours on these cars, they just really pop.
As of now, Henrik Hedman, Ben Hanley and Juan Pablo Montoya 20 points behind Fritz van Aert, and Racing Team Netherlands simply 20 points ahead of the 21 Dragon Speed car in the Pro-Am title race. So there needs to be a substantial shift in favour of the Dragon Speed car. But right now, Racing Team Netherlands doing exactly what they want to do. Just there in the background behind the 51 Ferrari, you can see Ollie Caldwell in the ARC Bratislava, ARC standing for Auto Racing Club Bratislava. Proud Slovakian team run by Miro Konopka for many years and racing in something or other almost every weekend of the season. Kazuki Nakajima leading for Toyota number 8, 6.6 seconds now ahead of Jose Maria Lopez. This car took 4 tyres at the last stop, and I'm sure Lopez had 4 tyres on as well. The number 7 car. So does that mean that the number 8 car have tuned themselves or their car, as Lopez's car decides it's not really keen on going around the penultimate corner? Have they? Yeah, they have got 21 lap old tyres on both cars, so they will change the last stop. Is it the number 8 car is just a little more comfortable now as some of the heat starts to go out of the track surface?
I think as well, to some extent, the number 7 car knows it can sit there in 2nd place because the Alpine's now completely out of the picture. You know, it's 4 laps down, and the LMP2 cars are 3 laps, unless there's a major issue, which wouldn't actually change anything 1st and 2nd. If they had a major issue and they were leading, and the other car was 6 seconds behind, they would be out. So in that respect, I think it's a little case of sort of making sure that they don't get involved in anything that they don't need to at this moment.
Just look at that statistic, how busy drivers are in traffic. 2 hours and 30 minutes, 126 overtakes. Now, that's not for position, obviously, but it is passing cars. 2 hours is 120 and 30, 150 minutes, 126 overtakes. So you're overtaking at least one car a minute for 8 hours.
Well, to be honest with you, that's actually less than I would have expected,
Yeah.
considering as we are now on with Alpine down into turn 8.
But then there's a
This is
31
earlier
car field here, not a 60 car field at Le Mans. How many overtakes do you do at Le Mans? Oh!
No, this is
oh,
a
that's
replay.
the replay. Sorry, I thought the first one was a replay and the second one was back to live. Yes, this is why the Alpine is dropping, or has dropped down the order. 3 laps they lost with some transmission issue. Andre Negrão at the wheel of the car now. What was their last lap? Last lap was a 1 minute 53.1. Leaders are in the 50s, 150.8, 150.9 for the 2 Toyotas.
About a second off the pace of the 2 Toyotas on average at the moment.
Yeah. And to give you a comparison, Graham, sorry, briefly, 53.1 for the Alpine, 54.9, 54.3 for the top 2 in LMP2.
I think that was slightly traffic affected that lap, but he's now beginning to get into the LMP2 pack. 25 seconds to find before the Champion Racing team. Gripping stuff there. Hello.
Well,
now that was a cool response.
Graham,
There you go.
as you well know from walking around the pit lane, whatever the temperature is outside, either in the paddock or in the pit lane, it's another 10 or 12 degrees hotter, Celsius hotter in the garages because the roof keeps the heat in. It's a furnace.
It has been a very hot couple of weeks for the teams working on these cars, and of course you bring anything that's been out there in there, and that itself, I think Duncan was telling us while he's on air during the 6 hours, that all of a sudden, oh, it was Louise, sorry, certainly when she is just standing in one of the garages and a wall of heat hits you, and it's the cars pulled into pit lane next to you.
And of course, while we've been taking it relatively easy Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday between the races, the mechanics have to strip the cars back to their basic tubs and rebuild them again in 40 plus degrees of air temperature in the garage. So it's been a long couple of weeks.
And Davidson just in and through. I think he's just driven through the pit lane. And Davidson, 27 seconds on pit lane. Didn't see a penalty appear on screens for that, so we're just going to check and see whether or not there's anything on the notice boards. But Davidson has been down pit lane, back out.
There was nothing on any notification.
That's very strange. Well, we might have to get Louise or possibly Duncan to go down to Jota and see what happened with 38. It's unlikely you would have driven past the pit wall to have the car examined. Past the pit lane, through the pit lane. You can do that from the pit wall.
No, unless there's been a miscommunication.
Yeah,
that's
sounds
the only.
like it.
I would suggest that's more the likely chances. It's a miscommunication, and he's committed to the pit lane. And once you're committed, you cannot cross the white line once you're on the inside of it. So, therefore, you're committed then to trundle down the pit lane.
Porsche just creeping away a fraction from the chasing Ferraris. We're on board with Alessandro Pierguidi. 4th, pulling 5th. Magic number 3. I'm not quite sure what that means on the dashboard there.
So,
those little tag, but it's not a big margin, but it just seems that they aren't under pressure quite the same way that they might have been before.
It's 2.5 seconds. That was a touch there to the back of the Dragon Speed car.
Yeah,
and it's still a touch.
Get out of the corner, you're in the way.
Yeah, so it's 2.5 seconds is the gap between the 4 of them in GTE Pro after, 20 minutes shy of 3 hours.
Yeah.
I think it's actually a little bit traffic related, but what I have seen is for whatever reason, Miguel Molina, the 52 is coming right back into the game because it dropped off, if you remember, just after the full course yellow at the beginning of the stint, and now it's actually starting to creep back up into the fight.
Yeah, I wonder if they tried something slightly different on the 52 Ferrari in a sort of suck it and see way, but the problem is once you've double stinted a different tyre, it's too late probably to try it on the other car because the temperature's changed.
I don't think there's a suck it and see at the moment. I think it's a case of predefined strategy what we do, but also the other thing is that a certain car setup can maybe come into its own as temperatures drop, or alternatively rubber built up.
Was that Lou telling us you had an answer on the 38, I think, in pit lane?
could have been. I'm going to have to turn her up a little bit. Louise Beckett in pit lane. Do you have an answer on what happened with Ant Davidson and the 38 car?
I do. It was a mistake by Ant. He thought it was a pit stop call and came through and said through on the radio, "Sorry guys, I made a mistake."
So it was a pure error of communication in that respect.
Very rapid lap underway, by the way, from the LMP2 leader, third place overall, Robin Freins.
WRT ready to change drivers. We can hear Ant Davidson's radio message now.
Sorry guys, just got support on the radio. Just trying to help.
All good, mate. All good. I will keep you updated on the gap. I will keep you updated on the gap.
It's not all good really, but come on. Sorry.
We can still recover. We can still recover from this. So heads up, it's not finished. 5 hours to go.
Well, he'd done 22 laps on a 24-lap stint as he came to that point. What surprised me was that they didn't stop and at least fuel.
Could have.
So they've actually just lost the pit lane delta completely, which was 45 seconds.
Yes, probably tyres were still in the oven. They might have lost even more time waiting for tyres to come out, unless they just fueled him. But again,
it depends on your tyre, but you're fueling, then at least you've got the fuel in for the stop.
And they were only 2 or 3 laps away. The team would have been sort of half ready anyway, wouldn't they? At least getting ready.
Well, the tyres are not delivered to the front of the garage until the cars are on the inlet. That's clear.
Yeah, but even if he'd stopped and they'd started fueling, that's a 30-second window to get tyres or make the decision not to go with tyres. So, yeah, could have mitigated against that. However, WRT have fitted Charles Milesi into their car, so that has made a 4-tyre change. So imagine Milesi will do a double stint.
But at the same time, we also have to note where Jota are in the pit lane, and they're right at the beginning of the pit lane. So by the time Anthony has got to the speed lane limit line, in the middle of the pit lane, then the reaction time's not as if it is Toyota, which is right at the far end. Here you see the car coming into the pits now. This is 28.
Yeah, gold for Gilale. Sean Gilale will be getting in to take over. He was suited and booted and ready to rock and roll. So it'll be another, he started the car, be another double stint for him. Taking over from Stoffel Vandoorne in the lead of the race. So 28 is in. 21 in as well. Juan Pablo Montoya has done a double. So you would assume that there might be a driver change. Ben Hanley, we saw with a helmet on his head getting ready 5 laps ago. So Sean Gilale back in. 22 in as well for United. No driver change. Door open with a drinks bottle. Philippe Albuquerque stays in. There are sticker tyres on the apron. And the gunman is ready. Gunman is now ready. On the left at Jota, left sides only. Everybody is skinning the cat in largely the same way. Duncan reporting at Renger van der Zande saying that the Inter-Europol car isn't really in the window where they want it. They're hoping that that will change as the temperature drops a little. And there is WRT ahead of 28. But being held up a little mid-corner by one of the 2 Toyotas. Border 31 car, and Davidson still leads for the 38 Jota car ahead of Racing Team Netherlands.
And looking at Anthony's lap times, I know there was the problem there with the pit stop, but he's actually very, very quick. So Jota are much, much more in the game than they were last week, and they're in the game with both cars. Admittedly now for the 38 with Anthony. It's probably put them a little bit in the back foot. However, front left puncture there on this car. This car's got a front left puncture on the 28.
Or is the wheel loose?
It says front left puncture, so it's tyre temperature, it's tyre pressure. He's just came out, so he's now going slowly.
Now, are they going to say, don't worry, it's just the tyre pressures, ignore the alarm? We hear that occasionally.
Yeah.
Particularly actually from Toyota.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about this, whether it is low tyre pressure and it'll come up, but then normally it should actually they should calibrate the alarm relative to the starting tyre pressure.
Dear, oh dear. It is a real choreography. Only 2 men allowed across the line at any one time. So
Anthony Davidson in
working
pit.
on the car, and Ant is in this time for real from the lead. So that means Joop van Uytert for Racing Team Netherlands, unless he pits in 30 odd seconds, will go through as the race leader. And in gets Roberto Gonzalez. This will be Roberto's
second time in the car restart.
Final stint. Did he do a double?
Roberto.
I think he did a double.
Yeah, he did. He did a
Yeah,
double.
so this will be his final
stint, correct.
required stint.
Yep. But his speed has been fantastic.
Exactly so. Exactly so.
This time, yep. Not new tyres going on.
And Sean Gillale's just gone past the pits for information, so he stayed out.
Left side's only for Roberto Gonzalez. Don't forget that Ant Davidson's only been in for one stint. The message there by the helmet says, just as well you're retiring because we'd have fired you for that mistake.
No, come on.
No, absolutely. I'm not going to give him a hard time. He's going to give himself far harder a time than anybody else.
Look, I will just say he's won a world championship and many of these races, so we'll give him that.
No, absolutely right. Everybody's allowed to be human. So on board the 38 Joe Sport car. Great view down, especially now the contrast is coming up as the light outside goes down. You can just see what's going on. Stoffel van Dorn. Again, was that a single for Stoffel?
I think so.
I think it was.
It was in... It was, well, yes it was, but he did a short stint before the full course.
Yeah, okay. But I think everybody sort of did, didn't they? Because they were all have pitted at roughly the same
So
time.
36 laps for Stoffel van Dorn, interrupted after 11 laps by that full course yellow.
So brand new sticker tyres going on the left-hand side of the 38 Jota car. And the right sides have done just one stint, as they were new for Ant Davidson. So Roberto Gonzalez goes back out.
Oh dear, 38 under investigation for speeding in the pit lane.
Now was that for the drive-through? There's another bit of, that'll be tape, won't it?
Yes, this is a tape from the repair after that problem with the tyre that was about an hour and a half ago that caused the full course yellow. As you can see, it's flapping around a bit. The biggest problem is that the actual number is off, so therefore this, I'm sure, will be reported to the stewards because you have to have your number visible at all times.
They're about 10 minutes out from their comfort blanket for fuel strategy, about the top of the hour. We're within 10 minutes of that.
Now, even though we are not racing in, although we are racing in darkness, an appendix to the standing regulations for this weekend means that drivers didn't have to qualify in the dark as they would have to do at Le Mans, and you are not going to be pitted to have a failed illuminated panel repaired. However, as Alan says, if the number's peeled off, then all bets off.
The door.
They will, and I think the stewards won't make them do it before the next pit stop, because at the moment everybody can still see which car it is. So the panels on the side are back illuminated, and I don't think every year goes by at Le Mans without at least one car being forced to pit because the illumination has failed. So that's not going to be a fact here because it is so well lit from outside.
Joop van Uytert, by the way, leads the class again here and is being closed down again. He owes this the pit stop, but it's being closed down again, this time by Charles Malaysia.
So what did they do that was different that he is still out when all of the other LMP2 cars have, here we go.
Car 85 to repair the left-hand side door number on the next pit stop. Car 85 to repair the left-hand side number on the next pit stop.
It's almost as if we've worked with Eduardo before.
I know.
Or read the regulations.
Oh, well, I've never read all the regulations. I'm certainly not down to that. Well, let's catch up with the WRT team. Charles Malaysia closing in on the race leader.
Okay, Charles, the car in front of you is on used spares. It's Joop van Uytert. He's full position, but he's not in the championship, so no risk.
The answer, by the way, is that 29 did not pit under the full course yellow.
Ah, so they're on the actual fuel strategy.
Yes.
And everybody else is half a tank shy, up, ahead.
Indeed.
Okay.
Not everybody, because also Roberto Gonzalez didn't pit.
Yeah. Okie doke. So the key there to take away, actually for Charles Malaysia, I would have thought they'll actually also say to him, don't take any risks. Oh, and also he's only got 2 laps left on the stint.
No, he's got a lot longer than that on the
Okay,
stint.
all right, so it's longer than that.
He's got about another 12 laps on the stint.
So he has got very much more used tyres, hasn't he?
There's 2 or 3 games in play here. There is the Pro-Am Championship. This is all about Fritz van Aert and the Pro-Am Championship. So Job will be told no risk, but they lead the class overall.
Yes.
Yeah, but I think there, in that respect, the tyre advantage that Charles Malaysi's got, he just needs to wait a couple of corners and he's able to stick behind him even with the aero wash coming off the Jumbo LMP2 car, then he's able to do it. So it's a matter of time, and when I say time, I mean within 2 laps.
And the deal again for Job van Uyten is exactly the same as it was with Fritz van Aert. Don't lose unnecessary time. And you will lose unnecessary time on 40-lap-old tyres by slowing yourself down, battling somebody behind you who's not in your championship battle on 4-lap-old tyres. Let him go.
Well,
when he comes calling, if he dives past you at the end of the straight, let him go. Leave the door open.
I think it's going to happen coming in the braking into turn 1.
Yeah.
Charles.
Yeah. Job is deciding not to show his nose to the inside of the Ferrari, so exactly the sensible way to go about it. Keep your speed up and allow somebody who's not in your championship battle to go. Now then, number 7 Toyota comes in from 2nd place and nearly 15 seconds back.
Yeah, that's a standard stop for them. They've done 31 laps, so Jose Maria Lopez stays in the car for his 2nd stint. Conway started with a double, now it's Jose Maria Lopez, and then we'll go to Kobayashi in about 45 minutes time.
Hasn't Pachito Lopez really become such a top sports car driver? When he started having converted from World Touring cars into endurance racing, it was a bit of a rocky road to start with. You know, thinking the off at Silverstone, right, in mixed conditions and everything, but he's as quick as anybody else in the pack right now.
On pit lane, by the way, as well, not just the 7, but the 77, and that is Christian Reed after a triple stint.
Are we going to get the D-Station racing car in? All the 7, 777 and 777? That would be good. And auspicious. Oh, is it 8 that's auspicious? It's 8.
And should be just about in range for being, yes, on strategy. Here we go.
2nd place Porsche, 1st place Porsche continues, 2nd place Porsche, and 3rd place Ferrari.
See, such a clear picture from that rear view camera on the tail of Alessandro Pierguidi's Ferrari, you can see on the dashboard.
Now what do we see by way of strategy and track position here? Porsche team go to work, Ferrari team go to work now.
No driver change for either. Louis saying some scrub tyres potentially for the Ferrari, but
windscreen tear off for the Ferrari, certainly saw coming off there. There are tyres indeed ready.
Sticker tyres as well. Now, are they going left sides only? And the teams, Alan, aren't reacting to each other. They will have made their strategic decision. Oh, they're 4-tyre change on 92. And are Ferrari doing the same?
That's a significant advantage to the Porsche there. They're quicker on pit road.
Number 8 Toyota is in.
They're much quicker on pit road there.
Yeah. So Ferrari doing 4 tyres as well, Lou, just to confirm. Confirmed. Fresh on the left, scrubbed on the right.
3 seconds quicker in that pit stop for the Porsche team.
Ooh. That takes a full stint of being a 10th or 2 quicker to make that up, Alan. That's a lot of time to lose on pit road.
It's a lot of time, but it's also a lot of risk the driver has to take to make it up.
Yeah.
And that's the easiest sort of time from a driver's perspective when he's sitting doing nothing at the stop to win or lose time, and it's certainly not gone in favour of Alessandro Pierguidi at this moment.
777 is in, just too late to complete the full set because number 7 and 77 are both left. Oh no, 77 has. Jackson Evans at the wheel of 77. D-Station driver change as well. Satoshi Hoshino is out.
So that is the bronze time burned for the 77, but they're down in 11th place. But
is it?
Yes, it will be. He's done 3 hours. He's done 2 hours.
He didn't start.
Yes, he did. Christian Reed.
Oh, sorry, Christian Reed. No, I thought you meant Satoshi Hoshino.
No.
Oh, goodness me.
Reed.
No, right, okay. Yeah, no, Christian Reed. Yeah. He's as whip thin as any 20-year-old, though. I don't know where he finds the time to run a business and stay as fit as he clearly is. 56, car of Egidio Perfetti, who's at the wheel of that at the moment. Oh, I'm struggling to find him. It is Egidio Perfetti still at the wheel. That car currently in 4th place in GT-AM. Chetelage Roberto Lacourt leads from Kessel Racing. The car guy's car up to 2nd. We haven't actually really seen very much of that. Scott Andrews at the wheel in 2nd. Giancarlo Fisichella in 3rd. Is now 3.7 seconds behind Scott Andrews, who is mentally ticking that one off. Ex-Grand Prix driver left him for dead.
Yeah, he's been punching out those lap times, Scott Andrews.
Isn't he?
Introduced to the team by Mikkel Jensen, who'd raced with and against him, and they got on.
5th, Francois Perrodo, 83, leading the AM class. 7th now, Dylan Pereira, the Luxembourg driver in the 33 Aston Martin, started by Ben Keating. Now, that's not going to help Keating.
No.
Keating needs to win with Perrodo down 5th or below.
Correct.
So there's, however, 5 hours of racing still to go, and who knows
They're
what
fighting.
else might happen.
They are fighting.
Well, listen, there's only one way to go racing, and that's to go in all guns blazing and with both feet, and that's absolutely what they're doing.
Well, to keep the interest level up in that one, the gap between those two cars on track at the moment, between Francois Perrodo, who's aboard the cars, the 91 Porsche now pits. So the gap between those two cars at the moment, the 83 car in the hands of Francois Perrodo is, 51 seconds ahead of TF Sport. That will be the first thing to work its way through. They're about to be joined by, well, a double guest appearance. So I'm going to take a step away, and I think Alan might do the same as well. He's going to let the big man go for this one.
Can we just wait to see what the Porsche stop is relative to the Ferrari? Because remember, there was 3 seconds at the last stop only on pit lane. If they can do the same again, then that's a significant advantage when you then run through to the end of the race.
Last stop for this car was a minute 13. 7 for Miguel Molina, his last stop as well. So the last Ferrari stop for the non-championship contending car was much quicker than the non-championship contending Porsche.
They just about ticked through the hour, by the way. 3 hours in about 5 seconds time. The team go to work to change the tyres on the number 91 car, and this really is shaping up to be quite the battle over this 8-hour race between these two teams. After all the politics, after all the machinations, after all the protests and all the rest of it, it's all going to come down to 4 cars, 8 hours, and who is going to come home with the World Championship. In fact, 3 World Championships, 2 drivers World Champions and 1 manufacturers World Championship.
So 91 comes out back in 3rd place. 52 and 92 both gained. 92
tyre, so they gained on in the undercut because of the new tyre on that outlap. The outlap and the first laps are significantly quicker on that new tyre, even with the full tank of fuel. So that's where the delta is, and that will come back as it goes forward. As you see there, it's an odd one. It's on the right front, a 29 lap, and then new for the other 3.
Now you question whether that's actually accurate or whether it is just an RFID. I think we'll do a single driver swap at the moment. Graham's been on headset, so he can go for a little moment, and we will introduce the audience to a newcomer to endurance racing, at least to the commentary booth. And actually somebody who I've commentated on but not met before. Hello, Alice Powell, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you? Nice to meet you, finally.
All right. Okay, now, actually, Jamie Chadwick was sat down as well, so we'll say hello, Jamie, while we watch the 54 Ferrari change, and the Iron Dames as well, so driver change there as well. So who is getting into 54? Giancarlo Fisichella got out. We'll wait and see who takes over. So both of you are here, Jamie, for the rookie test, which is tomorrow. So what's the deal with the rookie test for your part? You already have GT racing experience, of course, British GT champion. You've won the Nürburgring 24 hours in an Aston Martin in your class as well. So the next step, a prototype to test. How big a jump are you expecting that to be?
I'm expecting quite a big jump, to be honest. Yeah, first time in a prototype. Obviously, I have a little bit of endurance experience, but yeah, not in a prototype. So obviously, with the test tomorrow, really, really looking forward to getting behind the #1 car. It's the Richard Mille team and the way that it's been supported has been something I've obviously kept a close eye on. So yeah, really excited to get behind it tomorrow, and yeah, they're having a great race at the moment, so looking forward to it.
They are having a strong race, aren't they? And actually we had Michelle Gatting in a little bit earlier. You know, part of what is going on here is that we have cars with female drivers racing at a World Championship level, both in GT and in LMP2. But part of what's going on with yourself and also with you, Alice, in W Series you're getting more exposure, you're getting exposure in Grand Prix paddocks to Grand Prix audiences, but this is another whole different audience that potentially of young girls, young women who maybe had no idea that women can go racing at this kind of level. Do you feel that that's all part of what we're seeing happening here now?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously we've got two full female teams racing here this weekend in the championship, and the Richard Mille Racing team, you know, I can't thank them enough for giving my first experience of racing, driving here in Bahrain, but B, you know, LMP2 machinery. It's just going to be incredible, and it's all sending out the right messages that, you know, once the girls can see
Christian
someone
Reed,
racing, then yeah.
I think it's safe to say you're the only driver that's triple stinted, and you look fine for it.
I don't know about the others, but I did a triple stint, so yeah, it was good. Car was good, nice to drive. IC was working quite well, so it's okay.
And you're feeling fine?
Yeah, I feel good.
All right, thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Now, Christian Reed does not have the demeanour of a man who's just got out from a triple stint in a closed cockpit GT car in the sort of temperatures that have us wearing shorts and t-shirts and being in an air-conditioned commentary booth. He is insanely fit. I mean, look at this. I just said before you came in, I said he looks like a 20-year-old racing driver, and yet he's 50. That's
Super
ridiculous.
impressive. It's super hot out there as well. I think tomorrow we're going to be in for a bit of a shock in comparison to what we're used to. So yeah, I'm hoping the aircon works, because I'm going to be a bit of a culture shock for me, I think.
In terms of power and performance, obviously W Series single-seaters, you're going to have a lot more weight. Maybe that, you know, initial extra oomph of the LMP2 car. In terms of grip downforce, what do the teams sort of expect it to feel like? How close to what you've been used to recently?
I think the main thing is a lot more powerful. So for me, I definitely think that's going to probably be the quickest car I've driven. Performance-wise, I think it's quite different maybe to last year from the conversations we've had. So I think a lot of it's just going to be feeling and understanding better for what we have available. But also, yeah, of course, yeah, we're always focused on one-lap performance in what we do in W Series and single-seaters. So starting to understand a bit better the endurance side, and the sort of longer stints that we might be able to be experiencing tomorrow will be a bit different.
Well, you get your head back into Nürburgring 24-hour mode and you'll be good. Drive-through penalty for the 38 car now. I'm not sure whether that was when Ant Davidson made his unintentional drive through to the pits, or whether it was in the subsequent speeding on pit lane. Yeah, but for which visit? The one that didn't have a pit stop, or the one that did? Okay, so that's other car. And again, tomorrow you'll be out in the car, Alice, in the full heat of the day. None of that relaxing, sort of slightly cooler evening temperature. And for you, how much close cockpit racing experience have you had?
Very little. I did a race actually alongside Catherine Legg in IMSA last year, sorry, in 2019. And apart from that, it goes way back to
Ginetta Juniors.
So yeah, a long time ago. So it's going to be strange getting in, you know, a closed cockpit. But no, I'm just looking forward to the experience, to be honest.
Yeah, temperature's a bit different from sort of Ginetta Junior Winter Series. Definitely excited. So yeah, so I mean, obviously a great opportunity. Now, both of you have had quite a long single-seater career. Obviously, Jamie, you sort of really started racing again in Ginetta and then British GT. But in terms of a viable future career as a racing driver, there are basically two formulas, aren't there? There's either touring cars or there's endurance racing. There's sports cars on either side of the Atlantic or across the globe. So presumably this is kind of I hope to nail your colours to the mast, Alice, and show some potential that teams are going to pick up on.
Yeah, exactly. There's loads of great teams, obviously, here watching, and I presume watching the rookie test tomorrow. You mentioned touring cars as well, but for me, I just want to make a career out of the sport. I had sort of 4 or 5 years out of racing prior to W Series, and That looks interesting. That doesn't happen tomorrow.
Is that somebody's air gun has quit the end of the hose? Yeah, no, that doesn't. Well, at least tomorrow you won't be under time pressure quite so much. That everything is under real pressure. And just a bit. Can't actually think of a time I've seen an air hose loose. Leader is in GTE-AM. This is Francois Perraudin, not only the race leader, the championship leader, his car, and that is Alessio Rivera. It says it's still Francois Perraudin. I thought he had changed. However, looks like a relatively clean stop. Egidio Perfetti takes over the lead of the 56 car. And Jamie Chadwick, in terms of the test, what have the teams told you about, you know, what you're expecting to do in the car, what they're expecting to get from you in the car, and how long you're going to be in?
Yeah, so I think for the Richard Mille car, split between 3 drivers, so quite a busy day, especially after the last 2 weeks they've had. So yeah, we get, I think, about an hour and a half each in the car, and yeah, obviously we're going to try and impress and do the best job we can. I think yeah, the opportunity, especially the Richard Mille car, is huge and something I'd love to be involved in. So yeah, excited just to have the experience, and yeah, hopefully it can maybe lead into something more.
Well, you've raced at the Nürburgring 24 Hours in the Aston Martin. You guys won your class. I mean, you know how nutso that is. and it's one of those kind of blue ribbon events, isn't it? What about Le Mans in terms of both your radar? Presumably, like any other modern racing driver, it's a name that you go, okay, I want to find out what it's like.
100%, and yeah, of course in P2 as well, which is massively competitive and up and coming at the moment. I think the Nürburgring race is still to this day my favourite race, and I want to do as many different things as I can, and I'm so fortunate that the opportunities, not just for me but actually all women in motorsport, it's such an exciting time to be in the sport, that there are opportunities around, and definitely Le Mans is 100% on my radar. So yeah, I mean, it's a big step up, but something I'd love to do.
And Alice, I mean, for every female driver, you know, big branded drives like Richard Mille Racing Team, or like the Iron Dames teams in European Le Mans and in World Endurance Championship, not only giving female drivers actually a seat, but also the inspiration that actually you can go out and get a drive. And the next step, obviously, is being hired for your lap times and your ability in and out of the car exactly the same way as every other driver is.
Exactly, you know, Jamie will probably agree on this point, but we want to be racing because, you know, we deserve to be racing, and we set the lap times. But obviously a lot, you know, I still coach quite a bit in the karting paddock, and there's still young girls coming up, but it's hard for youngsters to join the sport when they can't actually see it. They watch Formula One and they have no idea that females are able to race, and I've gone into schools and they said, well, do you even race? Like, is that allowed? And it's like, yes, it is allowed, but because they can't see it, they can't aspire to be it, basically.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think actually that's the single most important thing about the two teams that are here, is that people see it, and so they then dream that they could do it as well. Well, listen, I wish you both the very best of luck tomorrow. I hope the temperatures aren't too awful, but enjoy your time in the car. I think it's going to be fantastic. So, Jamie Chadwick and Alice Powell, thank you very much indeed, and we will catch up with the action on track. Trouble for the number 88 car. Contact down at the first turn. That's Axel Jeffries. Duncan Vincent in the pit lane. What do you know?
I'm just actually going to head to high class, Martin. I think you guys saw on TV it was an airline just burst just as the 83 car was coming in for a pit stop, and it caused all sorts of commotion there. But I will also find out about the 88 car for you as well.
Thank you very much. Well, Axel Jeffries had a little lunge on the inside of the 98 Aston Martin, and that is the second time that car has faced the wrong way from contact. They're fighting back from a lap 1 puncture, and the Northwest AMR car, where have they got to? That was Marcos Gomez. They're up to 6th place. You know, and if you're going to have contact, first lap is infinitely better than last lap. Well, Francois Perraudin, not looking quite as sweat-free as Christian Reed. Looked like he was just about to get into a car, Alan McNish, but you haven't got your headset on. Looked like he'd just done a triple stint. He looked like he was just about to get into a car. Not a bead of sweat on him. And I want to know what his secret is. obviously
Well, I
hard
would
work
suggest
and graft, the
doing
same as everybody
more
else.
training than you,
Yeah,
Martin,
yeah,
if that's the case. But I have to say that you've been out there running the circuit here. In
No,
Bahrain,
yeah, I did
and
one lap,
doing
but
other
it did
things, and
nearly
that
kill
car's
me.
still stuck on the
It really
apex
is.
there. That's not good. So that, if it cannot move, that's going to bring out full course yellow stroke potential safety car. But I'm curious why it's not able to restart.
Doesn't show any signs of what you normally see is smoke and flames coming out of the exhaust as the unburnt fuel comes out. You can see waved yellows down there at turn 1. The car has not moved an inch.
Right, what's this going to do in terms of full course yellow and options for pit stops?
Alessio Rivera, by the
So-
way, is in the 83 Porsche. I thought it was him. He's ahead of Takeshi Kimura in the yellow Kessel Racing car.
So if you get into that, then if there is a full course yellow, it helps Norman Nato, it helps Job van Uyter, who are both close to their pit stops, probably negatively affects Malaysia.
We are going to go full course yellow. There are no sign of lights whatsoever, and that's normally an indication when the lights go on and off, on and off, on and off. 29 is in the pit lane from 3rd in LMP2. Job van Uytert handing back to Fritz van Aert.
Well, Fritz has got longer to do in this race than he had in the 6 hours before, and he's already done one stint, 25 laps.
seconds to full course yellow.
Yeah, well, they aren't going to benefit
20
much from the
seconds
full
to full
course
course
yellow,
yellow.
but they needed to make their stop. They're on a routine fuel schedule, so now everybody else is going to be coming
10,
in with part
9,
tanks.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
Right, so where do we pull that in? WRT is...
Well, Racing Team Netherlands and Real Team both in the pits. Real Team have come in immediately with Norman Nato.
This could help Racing Team Netherlands because about half or a third of a lap for the race leader WRT. Here we see a replay again as he sort of gets caught down the inside, doesn't he? And then just tags the Aston around.
Corridor of uncertainty. The Aston was going for the apex, tucking in behind the Richard Mille Racing Team car.
But the
lights
lights are
were on there. He's turned the engine off to restart it, and clearly it's just going click, click, click. Nothing is happening. That car is going to need a tow.
And that incident's under investigation as Porsche 91's in the pits.
Now, they've not long been in, have they? The 91 car stopped after 92 and 51.
Yeah, 7 laps. It was been in. Neil Yanni's done 9 laps in the sister car.
Ferrari ready as well.
Is this for both cars, or is this only for one for the Ferrari?
That's a really good question. Are you going to top off your second car and put it on a slightly different strategy? Again,
I would top off the car that wasn't competitive, and I would stay with the car that was competitive if I was in that one. So Molina, in this respect, has sort of been a little bit on the back foot with it, 21 seconds off, and so therefore that would be the one that I would roll the dice a little bit.
Into Europolar in.
70 is in and out and took their entire stop on the full course. Well, here comes the WRT car in from the lead in LMP2.
Now, will it keep the
Aston
lead
in as well?
Because it's done a third of a lap under full course yellow speed, whereas the Racing Team Netherlands was able to come in
was
flat
at
out.
full speed. Yeah, and you think, okay, well, everybody's going slower when you're in the pits, but your in-lap is quicker and your out-lap may be no slower.
And also is the 28 Jota car, 22 with Felipe Albuquerque will be the next one by that what you would expect to take the opportunity to hit.
Ferdy Habsburg back in at WRT, the man who's started. It is definitely, it's going to make trying to guess what's going on a little tougher. Now, 88 external assistance.
I think they're done.
That's the end of its race. Yeah, whether it fires up again or not, it should not be going back into the pit lane and back into the race. So that will be our first non-finish of 2 races.
WRT's gained half a lap.
Wow. Well, it depends. Depends how long the full course yellow remains.
Well, it's 22. Still ahead.
Yes.
Here's Jota.
Right, Job van Uytert is out of the WRT car, out of Racing Team Netherlands 29 car. Let's catch up with him. I believe it is Duncan Vincent in the pit lane.
Job fresh out of the car. You can see the sweat still glistening on your forehead after a difficult stint. But you guys, am I right in saying, kind of rolled the dice with strategy? You didn't come and pit under the first full course yellow.
Yeah, that's mainly due to the fact that we need the driving time for Fritz. He needs to do 2 hours. If we already boxed that moment, it means that he had to do 3 times again in the car. So for us, it was more beneficial to stay out, just like our sister team. We're still in the fight, like looking good. But yeah, we're mainly focused on the Pro AM, and that's where that's also now when the strategies become quite different. We saw some cars around me just having fresh tires, WRT, and I think it was Jota and United. But all in all, I think the pace was not too bad.
Job, thank you very much. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Thank you, Job van Uyten. Thank you, Duncan Vincent. Just saw Egidio Perfetti stepping out of Team Project One Porsche, and Ricardo Pera going back in again, I think.
15 seconds.
Chetalage, Giorgio Sanaggiotto
10,
leads
9,
in AM and
8,
stays out.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed. Full course yellow removed. Thank you to all.
Now, not a long full course yellow. Not really sure that the entire field necessarily had the option to stop there. The car was out of the way and the jobs were done. That's probably the way that you normally expect things to work, that the full course yellow is not extended. It does change the nature of the race, but at least it means that strategies are not neutralised.
One team not drawing a full advantage because they're still on pit lane is number 56 Team Project One car. They come out now, they lost out a little bit against the other teams in contention in GTM by burning some of their pit stop under green flag running. But I think only the 91 in GT Pro stopped in that full course yellow.
But yeah, I think you're right. But the Team Project One car was almost out of the pit lane by the time they got everybody got back up to speed. So their outlap will be relatively quick. So it shouldn't be too much of a drama. Ricardo Pera in the car. Dylan Pereira at TF Sport is right behind the Team Project One car. The 83 car with Alessio Rivera now back up to 3rd in GTE AM. And looking here at Kazuki Nakajima, your race leader for Toyota. Jose Maria Lopez lies in 2nd. That graphic for the Porsche, by the way, was correct. Right front tyre did not get changed on the last stint. So Richard Leeds had 3 fresh tyres, as far as we're aware.
So that's is a change of strategy for Porsche. Remember, chasing the manufacturer's title, and either of those cars, the 91 or the 92, figure in that battle.
Yep. 91 did top off with fuel. Ferrari did not do the same with their 2nd string car. Fritz van Aert under pressure from fellow Pro-Am driver Roberto Gonzalez. Gonzalez, in fact, not in a Pro-Am championship, but another gentleman driver. Goes through. Yep. Through he goes.
So that puts Gonzalez up into 4th in LMP2. Fritz van Aert drops back to 5th. The winner in all of that, I think, in terms of the gap, is for the Pro-Am lead, and it is Racing Team Netherlands just dropped a little bit closer to the clutches of Real Team Racing. That gap is one to watch. That's 25 seconds now.
25 seconds is a big margin. It's Esteban Garcia behind Fritz van Aert for Real Team.
Yeah, but
I'm not sure that gap's going to change an awful lot.
But it was 40 seconds when both those drivers were last in the car together.
Right.
That's the change, and a chunk of that came with the 29 car not having their full stop under full course yellow, and the 70 car having their entire stop under full course yellow.
So 38 Jota car. This is currently being driven by Roberto Gonzalez, as we saw. Fabio Scherer 27 seconds up the road from him. Roberto confidently making the move on Fritz van Aert, and also savvy enough to understand that he needed to move over to the right to avoid running the Dutch driver into the back of the Porsche. Roberto will have seen that and will be expecting Fritz to come out towards him from driver's left, and then allows enough time. But look at how bumpy it is over on the right hand side, straddles the pit exit lane. The stewards won't worry too much about that. Yeah, Antonio again watching the replay saying, look how much you bounce when you're offline. It's pretty bumpy online into turn 1, very bumpy offline. 99 laps completed by our LMP2 leader. And that is the WRT car, of Ferdinand Habsburg, back at the wheel of the 31 Orica. Jota's number 28 car in second place with Sean Galale. United Autosports in third. Fabio Scherer in the number 22 car, 23.8 seconds back. 38 in fourth place, that's Roberto Gonzalez ahead of Fritz van Aert in 29. 70 is the real team racing car of Esteban Garcia. And we are watching Fritz van Aert being caught from behind by the GT Pro battle. 92 Porsche leading from the 51 Ferrari. Those are the cars that are in the championship battle. There's Estra reacting to something that we can't see. I don't know how he's seeing it, with Michael Christensen alongside him.
Also watching LMP2, great lap last time around from Sean Galale, the fastest lap of the race so far for the number 28 Jota car. But that is the top two cars in the championship are the top two cars in this race, and last time around 2 seconds taken out of the 13-second gap in LMP2.
5 fastest race laps on the last lap, one of which from Cetilar's Giorgio Senna Giotto, the leader in AM. Alessio Rivera setting the fastest lap in the 82 Ferrari of its race so far. Ricardo Pera doing likewise for Team Project One, and Tom Gamble the same for GR Racing. Now, interestingly, Rivera and Pera have already driven those cars once already. So, the car is quicker now than it was in their previous stint for some reason, and the some reason is probably evident if you look at the sky. It is now night time and it is not as hot. Duncan in the pit lane saying it's a lot cooler. What he actually means is it's a lot less brutally hot. Yes, exactly right. Cooler is what happens when we get home to Europe. Cooler is not what happens in relative terms. Yes, of course it is cooler, but suddenly the track temperature is starting to drop. Ooh,
that was a tag on the back.
Yeah, hitting Fritz van Aert in the back.
That's the leader in GTE Pro having a moment.
Yeah, and the problem with the LMP2 car is it arrives in front and then stops like a brick wall, but the Porsche can't slow down any more quickly. That's, I think, what Kevin Estre was reacting to. They clearly saw that live from the onboard in the garage.
Will not have helped his escape from the Porsche behind.
Fritz outbrakes himself, possibly just a little glimpse in the mirror at where the Porsche was. Yeah. So now, of course, Fritz will have to go back past the Porsche. Double jeopardy.
Yeah,
Christensen has got the Christian Horner leg twitch going there as well, hasn't he?
Almost 3.5 hours in the books, and the gap for the GT Pro lead between the 92 and the 51 is a single second. The gap for the World Championship for drivers is a single second. The gap for the manufacturers World Championship is 1 single second. 4.5 hours to go.
Yep. Well, it was never not going to be a tight battle. No matter what we heard or saw last weekend, it was never going to be a rollover. And again, 4 hours 34 minutes might easily be 4 hours 35 minutes before we find out who our GT Pro World Champions are. Toyota Gazoo Racing 1-2. And Team WRT leading Jota and United. That is our LMP2 leaderboard. We ride on board with the race leading number 8 Toyota. Eight hours of Bahrain, the final round of the FIA World Endurance Championship starting in bright sunny conditions. Teams waving goodbye to Anthony Davidson and Kazuki Nakajima, former teammates and world champions together, both choosing this as their final professional motor race. In scorching conditions, the final round of the championship, the 8 hours getting underway. Toyota locking out the front row of the grid ahead of the Alpine. Behind them, Phil Hansen in the 22 United car defending against the LMP2 field. But as the Toyotas looked at each other, through came the Alpine to take the lead of the race. In LMP2 gear, Van der Garde fooled them last week and did the same again, sent it straight up the inside into turn 1 to take the lead in LMP2. In GTE Pro, should have been a Porsche 1-2, But a little outbreaking moment from the 91 car allowed the Ferraris to come through. And in GTE AM, there was a little bit of wheel banging, which led to a puncture for championship contender Ben Keating and for Paul Dalla Lana, the man who made contact with him. The Alpine led early on, but towards the end of the first stint was struggling with gear selector issues, and eventually that allowed Mike Conway to go through in the number 7 Toyota, followed by Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 car. At this stage, the championship leaders were in front for Toyota. WRT working their way through. Great opening stint for Ferdi Habsburg, plenty of confident overtaking to dive through. Chetelaar's race leader and pole sitter getting clattered by the D-Station Aston Martin, which would pick up a penalty. Gearbox issues solved for Alpine, but that cost them 3 laps. Ferrari losing time in the pit lane to the 92 Porsche. Battle remained tight on track for the GTE AM honours. Number 8 Toyota was waved in front of number 7, courtesy of fresher tyres. It was going quicker, and it remains the race leader in hypercar. In GTE AM, no clue yet who is going to win the race, but the championship battle is looking like it might go well for the 83 car. Contact between Catherine Legge and the D-Station Aston eventually led to a puncture for a delaminating tyre for the Iron Dames Ferrari and a penalty. Full course yellow to clear up the debris, allowed most of the field to come through the pits, but a slower pit stop cost James Calado and Alessandro Pierguidi. Once more, the WRT car was on the hunt, closing in and taking the lead from Racing Team Netherlands. Number 8 Toyota still leading after 3 hours and 28 minutes. Well, the sun has gone, the moon is with us, and we just have another 4.5 hours of racing left to go. However, Alan McNish, we're about to have, in fairly short order, another full course yellow. It sounds like there's some debris somewhere because we haven't seen a car stationary.
Yeah, turn 8 in the middle of sector 2. The drivers are being told to bear left as we now go to full course yellow. And that's at 4 hours and 30 minutes. And it was only 7 laps ago where we started with the previous full course yellow.
So back to full course yellow now. On the last full course yellow, very few cars actually came in and made a pit stop, so it is for a little bit of debris. Ooh, dear oh dear. The marshals doing their very best. Cars doing 80 kilometers an hour, which doesn't sound like a lot until they're very close to you, when it sounds like an awful lot. So being joined, which headset are you on? Being joined by another guest. Now, am I correct in assuming that you are Lilu?
Hi.
Hello, welcome. Now, you are the 3rd driver who's come for the rookie test this weekend at the Richard Mille Racing Team. Tell us the background. How did you end up with this opportunity?
It is the big opportunity for me because it is my first time in a LMP car. So it is the big discovery.
And you've been racing in the Alpine Series this year. You're the champion in the Alpine Series. So it's going to be a big difference, the car and the temperature.
Yes, it's a Berlin, and he has not aerodynamics, so it's a big goal between the two cars.
And before Alpine, did you drive monoplace, single-seaters?
No, I didn't drive monoplace. I did a traction car.
Okay, so a big change for you. So, what did the team tell you? What to expect from tomorrow's rookie test?
First of all, a discovery of the car, of the team, of the ambience, of them and others.
Okay, well listen, it's a great opportunity. I'm sorry you've come in.
No, it's okay.
And you have to speak English because my French is not so good.
I watched the races in Portimao last weekend. We were there for European Le Mans Series. Lilu, the first female winner in the Alpine European Cup, and that's a championship run by Cinetec with Philippe Signor. Is that the route that this invitation has come from? Has it come via Philippe Signor?
Yes, Philippe gave me opportunity to drive in Richard Mille Racing Team. I am very happy with that. And yes, in Portimao, I won the first race in Alpine World Cup.
And the first time that we've seen a female driver do that, and against some good opposition, some well-known names there.
Yes, I am very happy. Very good.
Enjoy the test, enjoy the ambiance here in Portimao. Welcome to the FI World Endurance Championship, and we hope we can be seeing a lot more of you in the future.
Thank you.
Félicitations et bonne chance. Merci, Lilou. Thank you very much indeed. Now, little change around in the order in GTE Pro with the 51 Ferrari coming out ahead of the 92 Porsche. Full field change for all of our GT Pro cars. Leaders are in as well. Number 8 Toyota, number 7 Toyota also on pit lane. And driver changes for both. Don't see anybody getting ready for number. Driver change for number 7 as well. So lots going on.
Significant pullback there, by the way, for the number 7. That wasn't quick in there.
As Alan pointed out, because of their big points advantage, essentially the number 7 team just need to finish. So it's not about pressure, it's not about speed pressure, it's not about time pressure. Those few tenths in the pit lane aren't going to cost them the title at the moment, but even so, you still have to work as much as you can. But they did have to come in around the number 8 car, so that's the disadvantage.
Around the world, people are waiting to find out what's going to happen with this GTE Pro battle. Is it going to be Porsche? Is it going to be Ferrari? I don't think there's anybody more interested in how that battle's going to sort itself out than the young man who's just sat down as our latest guest in the booth. That's because our latest guest is Laurens here. Laurens, welcome to the FI World Endurance Championship at WCTV. And the reason that you're going to be interested in what plays out in this battle is exactly why, if you can explain to our viewers.
Yeah, thank you first of all for the welcome here. We have been chosen from the FIA for the rookie test tomorrow as one of 2 drivers, and I will be driving the championship winning GT Pro car, so whichever car will win today, I will be driving tomorrow.
So you're in this fantastic situation of having a fantastic opportunity but not having a clue who you're going to be working with. We're going to come back to you in just a moment or two, but before we get to that, we're going to go down to pit lane and talk with Neil Jani, who is down with Louise, I think it is, in pit lane right now.
Neil Jani, you've just stepped out from the car there. There was a bit of a scary moment with the 29 car. Can you talk us through from your seat what happened?
Yeah, I would like to know what 29 was doing. I mean, he's in an LMP2, but he was like driving 5 or 10 seconds off and going off track, braking early, like very erratic. And that cost us a good lead gap. I mean, we lost 2-3 seconds a lap there, and very frustrating right there.
The temperature starting to drop. Is the car starting to come back to you guys a little bit better with grip? But the Ferrari is still all over the back of you. What does the nighttime driving hold for the Porsche 92?
Yeah, it seemed like the Ferrari had a bit the upper hand on us when the sun was out. Now at dusk, it seemed like we could be on the same pace, and we hope that we can now increase our pace.
Do you think having the 3 drivers is a benefit to having the Ferrari have the 2?
It's hard to say. We hope it's a benefit, and we'll see in 4.5 hours.
Neil, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
It's edgy stuff, isn't it, in GTE Pro at the moment?
It is.
And after all the machinations, all the politics, all the pain of the last few days, it comes down to 4.5 hours or thereabouts to find out which car Laurens Hurr is going to drive tomorrow.
Yes, that of course is the key thing.
Now, for those that follow the WEC and maybe not a lot of other endurance racing, we should actually explain why it is that Laurens has been given this honour, this opportunity. Laurens, you come to the WEC as a champion this year from the European Le Mans Series with DKR Engineering in LMP3, where it's fair to say that I think on pace you've taken a step this year. Where on earth have you found the pace?
I've been asked this a lot of times this year, to be honest. the truth is just all the team, the manufacturer and me, we just have kept pushing. It was after the LMP3 have been given updates from the 19 to the 20 season. We struggled a fair bit in last season on the race pace. The quality was quite okay. And we just pushed so hard during the winter, did a lot of development on the car, been testing a lot, did also the Asian Le Mans series. And yeah, we just made a major step just ever since the first race at Barcelona.
Now, last time you and I spoke properly was in the paddock in Portimao in the immediate aftermath of that title. There was another exciting opportunity the day following that. I've not caught up with you since then. That's to do with you being again out in an LMP2 car. And can you tell us whether or not plans have come together yet for DKR and whether or not we're going to be seeing you with the team next year?
Well, so my team manager, Kendi, he already said in an earlier interview that if we win ELMS, this means we will get the invitation for 24 Hours Le Mans in the LMP2 category. And he mentioned earlier that if we go there, I will be driving the car. So normally this is already quite good of a plan for me. And currently we are trying to fix also ELMS LMP2 program.
So fingers crossed a full season in one of these LMP2 cars. You've had a chance, you've been here with us for a few days to look up and down this pit lane. I'm hoping you've done what most young drivers would do and knock on a few doors and sit down and take a few meetings. What are you finding? How is the driver market out there at the moment for a quick guy like you?
It's quite interesting because it's very difficult. The big difference for me is I have no management behind me. I do everything by myself, and a lot of times I get into situations where I'm being told, yeah, the manager of him and him already arranged this, so sorry for that. But I'm just trying to keep pushing, and I've had also some interesting conversations this weekend.
People tend to notice pace and talent. It's been sustained pace and talent, and in particular, and you'll have seen this through your time in LMP3, it's more difficult, isn't it, when you've got such a spec basis. It takes something for a driver to show out in the way that it has happened with DKR Engineering.
Yeah, you're absolutely right with that. We can see it also quite good in LMP2 with the same car, and LMP3 is more or less the same. We have just currently 2 chassis manufacturers that are being run in ELMS, and so the cars are quite close to each other, and we as a driver can make the difference, and this is very nice.
We've often heard that from the perspective of a professional driver, the LMP3 car is a more difficult beast to get the pace out of than the P2. What's your experience in testing so far?
As I've done now a few tests in the LMP2, it's actually true. I've heard this before, and I was quite curious on how it will go. And the LMP2 to get a very good basic pace is quite easy actually, and I've experienced this also in the GTE when I drove it last year in the WEC, because those cars are just so well developed and they're just a step further, even though they're a lot quicker, that it's easier to have it run nicely.
I wish you well with it. We will find out in some point in the next 4.5 hours or so what you're going to be doing tomorrow. Yeah. I hope that goes well for you. It's been a pleasure to watch the pace coming and the racing this year in the European Le Mans Series. Kendi, with all of his reputation and experience, does pull together the LMP2 program. GT Pro tests, LMP2 testing, Le Mans, and perhaps ELMS and LMP2. That's quite a step forward, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm super excited for it.
If there's a team manager out there looking for someone with pace and without a manager to take a cut, I'm sure Lawrence will be happy to hand you a card as he wanders his way down pit lane. Enjoy the rest of the weekend. Yeah, it's been a pleasure to see you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, congratulations as well to Lawrence, who had another super successful season. He's been just coming steadily up the order, and be interesting. Yeah, is he going to be wearing red or grey tomorrow?
I think he'd look better in. It'd look great in either. We should have asked him, but obviously being a German driver, whether or not he'd prefer one or the other. But that's really not the question to ask right now.
Probably not. We don't want to get him in trouble.
But I've bumped into Lawrence a couple of times this week down in the paddock, and it's pretty clear he's enjoying wide-eyed the experience of being here. It's another step forward in the show, and as we've heard from Alice Powell, from Jamie Chadwick, from Michelle Gatting, the opportunities that are beginning to open up in a range of different ways, whether or not it's through the ladder with the ACO, with LMP3 and with the LMS and into the WEC, whether or not it's in these young driver opportunities that are coming in through the rookie test, or indeed, as we've been talking about, the Iron Dames programme and the Richard Mille Racing programme for female drivers. It's a better time than some to be coming with talent. And how many times have we seen in all sorts of ranges of motorsport when young and talented drivers simply have not got a way forward? Isn't it nice to be sitting down with drivers and getting those opportunities?
It absolutely is, and it's always nice, you know, particularly in an endurance racing paddock, because you know that drivers can come here and hope to make a living rather than just pour money into a big hole. Khaled El Khabaisi getting a little bit of strapping up on the wrist.
Hopefully that's not too painful an injury.
No, it looks like the legacy of the contact that
maybe a
here we
spin.
see again. Yeah, the problem with contact so often is that it just snaps the wheel around.
Up there.
No, that wasn't the issue that we saw. He had contact down in turn 1 and the car looped around, but the steering gets ripped out of your hand and bit of taped unfortunately the race over for them.
It is, I'm afraid, and Julian Anvar, I think,
Axel Jeffers rather, so was at the wheel of the car.
Yes,
so,
it was.
Kind of getting taped up there, presumably for just the violence of the car.
So there's not going to be another win in Bahrain this weekend, at least, for Khaled El Khabaisi.
Nope.
Another, by the way, father with multiple children in motorsport, in his case both of his daughters, making their way through junior formula and karting with success.
As of now, with Ferrari first and third, they will be the team's champions, but if nothing changed in the order of the cars, the 92 Porsche team would be the drivers' champions. So first and fourth for Ferrari.
No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't. James Calado is leading.
I beg your pardon. No, you're right. Yes, it is 51 ahead. So at the moment, Ferrari are taking the entire package, drivers and teams.
This is going to get fruity, isn't it? We're 15 minutes away from halfway in this race, and this is feeling now like a real endurance race. Temperatures are coming down as we were talking at the top of the show. We're starting to see significant differences here in the way that the teams have to manage the precious resource that sits on each of the corners. This is 29 and 34. This is full position, by the way. This is Fritz van Aert under pressure from Alex Brundle.
Brundle's first time in the car in this race. Fritz van Aert's second.
Indeed. This is Alex having done short stints up to that full course.
Yeah, because Renger started, did a double, and then I think Kuba Śmiechowski did the next stint.
He did a short stint to the first full course yellow and then a full stint. Alex has done the same, a short stint to a full course yellow. He's now midway through what at the moment we'll predict will be his first full stint.
Had a couple of very impressive runs in the car last weekend.
Yep, we're at the yellow end of the paint palette for this battle.
We probably are, aren't we?
And Alex announcing with the team that he has signed up to a 2-year programme with Inter Europol. There is a get out should the hoped for offer come from a factory LMDH team.
Yep.
If not, then I'm here to predict that the Polish bakers, the racing bakers, will be not that far back in the queue for their own LMDH programme at some point. They are extremely ambitious. We'll see this effort expand to 2 cars in LMP2 next year, with 1 car here in the FI World Endurance Championship, 1 car in the European Le Mans Series, and still retaining, they hope, a 2-car attack in LMP3.
Wow. And it's just been really fascinating to see how that program has grown and grown. And in GTs, you sort of see someone like Tom Ferrier with TF Sport just growing and growing, you know, moves up the next step on the ladder, but doesn't retract the ladder behind him. So sort of every time he goes into a new category, continues racing the previous one as well.
It's that multi-championship, multi-platform, and you know, in the case of Inter-Europol, it's been LMP racing with initially the Ligier LMP3s, then the Ligier LMP2s, switching to Orica for the FI World Endurance Championship, then potentially expanding now to a second platform. In the case of Tom and TF Sport, it was GT3, GT4, into GTE, through the route of the Michelin Le Mans Cup initially, and then onwards from there, GTE into the FI World Endurance Championship, and now with an LMP2 program. In just about every platform that is offered, whether or not it's here in ACO Rules Racing, with the SRO package, with International GT Open, TF Sport have been everywhere. We've often joked with him, TF Corsa, it's the proven platform of customer racing for an Aston Martin product. And it's a pleasure to see those teams coming forward, as it is these. This is Dempsey Proton Racing, part of the Proton competition efforts. That is the remaining car, the 77 car, now up to 5th, under pressure from Takeshi Kimura, Jackson Evans. Or has that just changed the way? It's just changed the other way, hasn't it? 77 has gone by the 57 as the Kessel Racing car burns some of the gentleman driver time. And Dempsey Proton competition looking to return again next season with 2-car efforts here and in the European Le Mans Series. They've got representation through the WeatherTech Racing concern in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Kessel Racing as well, looking to expand in their GTE efforts. And latest plan there, although that might see some change, is an additional 2 GTE cars currently slated for European Le Mans Series. But there are some moves potentially afoot here in the World Endurance Championship over the shape of GTE AM moving forward.
And Kessel Racing's another team in a similar mode. They spent so many years focusing on racing Ferraris in Ferrari Challenge. And then have just gradually taken it on and moved on and moved on, and again, you know, moving up the ladder of progression. And this is Le Mans Cup, European Le Mans Series, World Endurance Championship. You know, that is the ACO ladder of progression, and you know, every level the hooks are baited. Well, if we can do this in this one, we could maybe graduate to the bigger cars, then we could graduate to the next series up, and so on and so on. So
it's finding those opportunities, and Kessel's a great example. We're quite late into the GTE marketplace compared to the other Ferrari super teams. Their route in came with a service support for Scuderia Corsa, taking a Le Mans win back in the day. Their first effort under their own badge came as a result of win in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, I think, or was it European Le Mans Series with a championship win. But then this alliance with Car Guide that came through the Asian Le Mans Series, and that's the colours we can see now. And if my sources are correct, and they sometimes are, I think we're going to potentially see an all-Japanese lineup in that car next year.
Ferdinand Habsburg leading in LMP2, WRT number 31 machine. Let's hear what's on their minds.
Next car ahead, Alex Brundle. He's on used tires. Gap Toyota 10.5.
Okay, so that is the car ahead of you on the road, not ahead of you in the race. One blue light means the leader in LMP2. 28 Jota Sport Car second in LMP2, 22 United third, 38 Jota Car fourth in LMP2. But interestingly, Fritz van Aert in 6th position now, leading in Pro-Am still, but right behind in 7th, car number 70. That is the real team racing car. Esteban Garcia second in LMP2, and the gap has just come down from 11.1 to 10.9 seconds. So he's creeping softly closer, but he's certainly not slicing big time out of Fritz van Aert.
And we'll go back to that equation. Remember, once Guido van der Garde got out that car and we had Fritz van Aert going head-to-head with Esteban Garcia, that gap was 40 seconds. After it played out with the last lot of pit stops, and we have both the gentleman drivers back aboard, 25 seconds, and now 11 seconds. Esteban Garcia is having a cracker of a stint here.
Yeah, he is, isn't he? Well, you can see the AF Corsa Ferrari team, James Calado leading Michael Christensen, and there's the Cetilar car that leads Giorgio Sanaggiotto ahead of Alessio Rivera by 25 seconds still. And in fact, Sanaggiotto's last lap 2 minutes 1.6, Rivera 1:59.6, so he closed a couple of seconds on that lap, but Sanaggiotto doing a really solid job out front. I wonder how much of a boost for the team morale, not that they're exactly downcast at the best of times, but how much of a boost for the team morale that pole for Roberto Lacorte was. Sanaggiotto doing a really solid job out front ahead of Alessio Rivera. Ricardo Pera third, Dylan Pereira fourth for TF Sport, and AF Corsa's Alessio Rivera in second place. Hot and sweaty looking drivers.
That's Roberto.
Yes. He is not having a bad time here at all this weekend, is he? Great overhead shot of nighttime Bahrain. Look at all the illumination around this circuit. So there is fantastic visibility everywhere. You're aware that it's nighttime, but there's certainly not the dark patches that you would have, well, for goodness sake, at the Nordschleife where it's pitch black except for the pit straight pretty much, or even at Le Mans where there's definitely a real contrast in the amount of light at certain points compared to others.
Yeah, it's dark, darker, darkety dark is the scale we use in motorsport. Yeah. I think that's the professional term.
Most of Le Mans is very dark. Blimey, it's blinding on the pit straight. Ooh, back into darkness again.
Yes, yeah. The brake car on its way, 18.3 seconds to the good ahead of the Sister 7 car.
Gap continues to grow. The 7 car not necessarily needing to really pick the pace up very much at this stage.
If you're joining us late on in this race and wondering where the third hypercar is, the Alpine led the race for half the stint at the starts. It was Nico Lapierre making his way to the front with an audacious move up the inside to leapfrog both of the Totas, held that lead, hit some gear shift problems, we believe, and has been making their way back ever since after a 7-minute delay. That car, by the way, is on the cusp of getting back into the overall top 10 at the moment, but is 5 laps down on the leaders.
Yeah, still third in hypercar. Brendan Hartley really ought to stay on the grey stuff. You know, I know it's not that much different from the runoff area, but there's much less gravel.
We sort of saw this as a 1-minute stop-and-go penalty for car 56 for putting a marshal in danger. So that's the 56 car, which is in the hands of Ricardo Pera at the moment. That is the third place car in GTE AM. That will help TF Sport. Not a lot, but it brings them back up into third place. Now, we had a brief look at what actually happened with that incident. I'm sure.
Well, the marshal was running out into the track to try and grab a bit of debris, and certainly the Porsche got a lot closer than you might have thought was actually ideal. Number 1 Richard Mille Racing team. This is a battle for position.
Esteban Garcia and Tatiana Calderon, both, by the way, catching Fritz Van Erden, both being caught, by the way, by Mathieu Vazevier, who's right there with this battle. Yeah, he'll be got there. That is the Alpine.
He'll be by them in a second, won't he? This is that's actually for position.
This is the
Alpine is 11th overall.
9, 10, and 11 overall here right now, and that's the second place car in LMP2 Pro-Am.
Yep.
Then the number 1 car, which sits 10th overall, 8th in the overall LMP2 classification. Then behind them is the 36 car in this recovery drive. Car 91, by the way, this is further drama in GT Pro. We'll have 10 seconds added to the pit stop for pit stop infringement.
That car is currently 4th in Tatiana Calderon, the tail wagging there on the number 1 car.
That's
really wagging.
That's effectively going to mean they're not going to play a part.
Right, Duncan Vincent in the pit lane. What was the issue with the 91 car?
I was standing.
We're going to get some team radio done.
Okay.
Right behind me. What tires have they got? Does it tell me?
Yeah, it's Sarah in the car on 4 new. Sarah in the car on 4 new.
Okay, so the message there is suck it up, keep him behind as long as you can, but it's not an even battle. There's the 92 car on 2 tyres, I think. And Dunk, you were about to say there was an issue with the 91 car in the pit stop. What was it?
Yeah, Richard Leach was putting in Fred Mako, but it took too long. And the car was on the ground, started up trying to drive away as Richard was still trying to get the finishing touches done on the driver's door, so I believe that's what the penalty will be for, Martin.
Yeah, we've heard a couple of times over the last few races that driver changes have been unnecessary, or have not been unnecessary, so, but have been slower than hoped for because drivers with racing gloves on can't do seatbelts up very well. And the driver, the outcoming driver, leans in to help the incoming driver do the belts up because you can't do them up yourself efficiently. So that's where the penalty comes in. That's really taking them out of being a factor in the race. It's going to be still 92 versus 51.
But it wasn't a delay. It wasn't a delay because that pit stop was 3 seconds quicker than anybody else did that time around. So it was Porsche trying to rush it, get them out, keep them in this fight. So that's just a clear error, a clear mistake from Porsche, and got to be said, slightly clumsy.
Yes, unfortunate, definitely, because unforced errors, as in tennis, are going to cost you here. And the real issue there is 91 is not running as the tail gunner to 92, so is not in a position to put the 52 Ferrari under pressure, whereas the 52 Ferrari, by putting the 92 Porsche under pressure, is allowing 51 to gradually creep away and open the gap.
And it's
3 seconds with 4 hours doesn't sound like a lot.
No, but 158.7 last time around from Collado in clear air.
Oke, welcome back again. Kita sudah sampai di paruh yang kedua.
Paruh yang
kedua untuk balapan 8 jam FIA World Endurance Championship di Bahrain International Circuit. Masih bersama saya, Gary Eka, dan juga rekan saya di sini,
Pak Riko, dan juga masih
pastinya ada
Pak Arif yang langsung dari Bahrain.
Belakangnya udah beda ya?
Udah rame?
Udah rame ya Pak? Di media room ya Pak ya?
Bukan udah rame. Ini di luar udah gelap. Jadi kelihatan terang di sini.
Kelihatan terang banget.
Jadi lampunya. Dan memang sebagian wartawan dan fotografer karena di balapan 8 jam istirahat dulu di sini di media center, mereka evaluasi lah, mau melihat foto, lalu mau bikin draft berita, plus mungkin sebentar lagi mereka akan makan malam di sini. Kan di sini juga ada kantin, ada makan malam itu. Baru habis ini mereka ke track lagi. Tapi emang karena di luar sekarang udah gelap, kan udah di track juga lampu udah nyala. Jadi nggak ada cahaya yang masuk ke dalam media center ini. Yang ada ya cahaya di media center ini, jadi kelihatan terang dan rame di belakang saya gitu.
Oke, Pak Arif, ini kan sekarang di atas track bener-bener fight nih antara WRT sama Jota 28 nih. Gimana analisis Sean versus Hasbro nih yang sekarang lagi berjalan?
Iya, memang kalau tadi benar-benar cuma 2 emang kelihatan, karena United Motorsports lalu Jota 238 itu udah benar-benar di belakang. Sekarang udah ini udah hampir 30 detik ya. Gap dari Sean dari Jota 28 yang sekarang dipegang oleh Sean ke United Motorsports 22 yang di nomor 3 itu udah jauh banget. Jadi ini benar-benar fight antara WRT 31 sama Jota 28. Dan sekarang ini fightnya itu antara pembalap yang dua-duanya ini starter. Tadi Ferdinand Habsburg buat WRT 31 dan Sean Galeo untuk Jota 28. Dan ini fight nih, kita lihat fight ketika sekali lagi Sean harus fight, benar-benar fight untuk melawan para backmarker ya, pembalap GT. Kita ingat minggu lalu Sean ditabrak oleh Paul Dalla di tikungan 10 sehingga dia kehilangan waktu ketika ingin menyusul. Tadi juga ketika dia ingin menyusul tikungan 11, tadi dia udah posisi bagus, menyusul dipepet sama backmarker GT sehingga dia harus keluar atau melibas gap dan kehilangan waktu lagi. Dan ini barusan juga Sean harus fight lagi karena dia sekarang benar-benar fight, maksudnya fight dengan pembalap GT ya, yang mestinya pembalap GT itu dengan mudah memberi jalan karena emang bukan kelasnya dan tidak saling berebut posisi gitu ya. Tapi alhamdulillah tadi Sean bisa melewati dengan bagus. Nah, ke pertanyaan tadi, bagaimana real fight antara Ferdinand Habsburg dengan melawan Sean ya. Tadi di awal setelah pit stop sebelum saya jelaskan itu, ini ada perubahan dulu dari kru Jota 28 yang barusan saya dapatkan infonya di garasi. Tadinya Sean tuh cuma satu stint di mana di yang sekarang ini, tapi karena speed dia bagus, Sean lagi benar-benar lagi bagus.
Jadi double stint.
Jadi 2 stint sekarang. Bagus, Sean lagi bagus, lagi enjoy banget, lagi asik banget nih Sean sekarang jadi 2 stint. Memang tadi juga tertolong oleh full course yellow sehingga ada pit stop yang dipercepat ya. Tapi tadi setelah pit stop itu Sean rata-rata saya catat 1 sampai 2 detik lebih cepat dari Ferdinand Habsburg sebelum Habsburg kembali keep up the pace ya, kembali pada pace-nya. Tapi average Sean di stint ini yang bersama Habsburg ini kita lihat lagi ya, rata-rata 1 sampai 2 detik lebih cepat dari Habsburg. Dan dia sangat konsisten di stint ini. Dan itulah kenapa gap yang sekarang sekitar 10 sampai 13 detik ini ya memang jauh, tapi tidak terlalu mengkhawatirkan karena setelah ini kita yakini apakah nanti Stoffel atau Tom yang menggeber Jota 28 akan bisa menempel dan syukur-syukur menyusul WRT 31 karena sekarang nih untuk fight championship nih udah tinggal 31 sama 28 mau nggak mau Jota 28 harus nyusul 31 on the track, apakah benar-benar nyusul di track maksudnya di saat balapan atau saat pit stop apapun itu harus nyusul karena kalau kondisi sekarang 31 nomor 1, 28 nomor 2 kita kalah di championshipnya.
Berarti satu-satu cara adalah Jota 28 harus finish di atas WRT 31.
Nggak ada cara lain, nggak bisa mengharapkan, dan memang yang lain juga kayaknya udah ngelepas nih, ngelepas tanda kutip ya, udah biarin aja deh Jota 28 lawan WRT 31 untuk championship.
Iya kelihatan sih.
Udah kelihatan juara bertahan United Autosport saja udah kayak apa ya, speednya kalah. Tadi Philip Hansen 2 kali loh disusul Sean di sebelum Sean diganti Stoffel. Philip Hansen itu bukan pembalap sembarangan, itu bisa disusul Sean 2 kali. Gitu.
Beda banget ya istilahnya ya. Kalau udah kayak mau ngelepas gitu kan, jadi mereka benar-benar kasih kesempatan untuk Jota 28 dan juga WRT 31 untuk langsung bertanding one on one gitu kan. Dan ini kalau nggak salah nih Pak, si Tom Blomqvist belum bermain nih Pak. Belum mengaspal lah istilahnya nih.
Ya, jadi Tom tadinya di program yang saya dapat itu Tom mestinya dapat paling nggak sekarang ini udah 1 stint ya. Tapi tadi mungkin karena Sean lagi enak atau mungkin memang sengaja disimpan oleh Jota, Sean masih belum diizinkan atau dikeluarin lah, belum dikeluarin sama Jota 28, dan Sean sekarang sedang ada di track karena lagi bagus-bagusnya, lagi enjoy-nya. Mungkin setelah Sean nanti akan ada Tom atau ada Stoffel, dan terakhir sisanya akan digeber oleh Tom, kita belum tahu. Tapi yang kita harus semua sama-sama yakini Tom dan Stoffel, kalau dapat Stoffel pasti dapat stint lagi karena dia driving time-nya masih kurang. Tadi dia baru 2 stint, baru sekitar 1,5 jam, dia masih harus 1 stint, minimal 1 stint lagi untuk untuk mendapatkan minimal driving time, karena satu pembalap minimal driving time itu di balapan 8 jam ini adalah 2 jam, dan Stoff masih kurang. Tapi Tom memang kayaknya harus keluar, kita belum tahu kapan keluarnya gitu. Dan itu Pak, kita yakini Tom akan jadi jadi kartu as lagi bagi kita kecepatan. Dan sekarang suhu ya, kita tarik dulu ya, suhu sekarang ambient-nya itu udah turun 3 derajat dari tadi siang. Tadi siang kan 32, sekarang 29 di sini ya. Dan track temperature atau suhu di permukaan track itu udah turun 10 derajat. 12 derajat. Udah turun 12 derajat. Jadi memang ini udah lebih friendly buat ban. Dan bisa nih sekarang setelah ini ya. Untuk kita kan tadi aja Sean juga udah membuat paling nggak lap tercepat sementara buat Jota 1:52.986 ya. Dan tentu kita berharap siapapun nanti yang driving, apakah yang maksudnya driving setelah ini apakah Tom dulu lalu Stoffel atau Stoffel dulu baru Tom, itu akan memperbaiki apa yang sudah sangat baik dilakukan oleh Sean Gelael.
Ya. Dengan lebih friendly-nya untuk ban dan juga untuk mobil yang pasti juga Tom masih sangat fit pastinya ya, karena belum sekalipun mendapatkan stint. Kita lihat nanti di akhir akan menjadi senjata terakhir untuk Jota 28 bisa finish di depan 31 dan menjadi juara.
Sudah siap nih, ini Tom Blomqvist sudah siap.
Ya. Oh, ternyata menggantikan Sean stint berikutnya.
Berikutnya ya.
Ungunya itu
ya.
Sudah bersiap-siap.
Itu sudah siap untuk menggantikan Sean, dan tentu kita harus salut juga buat Sean karena tugas dia sudah selesai dan dia menjalankannya dengan sangat baik.
Ya, benar, setuju dan bagus banget performanya bagus banget Sean dari awal ya pokoknya. Jadi buat
P2 lo ingat ya.
Hah?
Sangat di P2. Tadinya kan P9 ya, posisi 9 kan?
Hah?
Posisi 9
sampai P2.
Posisi 4, sekarang P2 lagi kan. Nomor 5, dan ini udah tinggal di finishin ya, tinggal udahlah finish the job gitu.
Betul banget. Tinggal gimana sisanya Tom Blomqvist harusnya masih bisa lah ngejar lah kalau kita lihat tadi sementara. Ya, kan tadi kalau kita lihat sementara sekitar 8-9 detik ya terakhir maksudnya. Apa 9-10 detik itu terakhir beda ya dengan WRT 31 ya. Kalau nggak salah ya, Pak Arif ya. Ya, harusnya masih
ini udah siap-siap yang bentar lagi nih
ini WRT nih.
WRT juga ada pergantian balap ya.
Oke, kalau begitu.
Dan kita juga akan mengganti pembalap.
Yes, betul sekaligus. Kita akan melihat nanti bagaimana Tom akan mengaspal kali ini.
Iya.
Di sisa waktunya, apakah akan langsung di fullin ataupun nanti akan ada pergantian pembalap lain? Kita akan lihat nanti di sisa 4 jam ke depan.
Ya.
Yang sebelah kiri kita lihat di head to head ya. Sebelah kiri ini Tom Blomqvist.
Nah itu.
Yang sebelumnya tadi dibagi dua, sebelah kanan itu WRT ya. Ya sudah, WRT udah jalan, udah siap jalan. Dan Tom udah sebentar lagi
akan langsung jalan juga.
Ganti ban dulu ya.
Yep.
Ya ganti ban dulu.
Oke.
Kita lihat pit stop.
Oke. Baiklah kalau begitu buat teman-teman yang nonton juga di channelnya Kui Entertainment, jangan lupa untuk di-boost lagi likes-nya nih ya. Aku lihat ada 2.200 orang yang nonton di kolom live chat. Dan likes-nya nih harus di-boost lagi nih biar nanti makin banyak acara-acara seru lainnya pastinya di channel YouTube-nya Kui Entertainment, apalagi tentang balap-pembalap nih ya. So, kita akan langsung kembali aja ke Bahrain International Circuit untuk melanjutkan balapan kita yang masih ada 4 jam lagi, betul ya?
Ya,
oke. Baiklah kalau begitu langsung aja kita ke Bahrain.
To come in, and this is the 28. Alan Manish arrives just in time to cast judgment.
Yeah. You didn't want to do that, and that was to both.
They were both at fault for that one.
It's tricky. I think in reality, Mathieu Vaxivier got down the inside 3/4, but he needed to stick it completely down the inside to stop any question marks. And didn't quite get it all done, and at the same time the Jota Sport car was obviously looking at a different thing, which was coming into the pits.
That was not for position either. The Alpine car is still a lap behind the LMP2 leaders, Real Team and Richard Mille 8th and 9th.
33 car on pit road for their latest stops. It's quite some fight back this from the 33.
It's an absolutely backs against the wall from the first minute of the 8-hour race. So Ben Keating gets back in, and we've seen some big stints from Ben Keating over the season. I think we are going to see a hugely fired up Texaco. There's the number 1 Richard Mille Racing Team car right behind Racing Team Netherlands and the United car, but look how much the gap has opened up over the 4th car in that queue, which is car number 70. Now 2 cars behind Racing Team Netherlands, not 1 car, or a car behind, not the car behind.
That's thanks to the efforts, I think, of who's in the car before Tatiana. Oh, it's a second stint, isn't it, from Tatiana?
Tatiana stays in, yeah. So they had a slightly shorter stint. Esteban Garcia has taken over at Real Team. Gerda van der Gaard back at the wheel of 29. There's Fritz van Aert, and again, do you know what? Looking remarkably well temperate for a man who's just done a double stint in the car in these conditions. I know it's cooler. These are not European conditions.
Single stint. Single stint.
Okay.
Fritz,
Even
either
so.
way.
Albuquerque dive bombs Van der Garde.
Still Scherer.
Is it still Scherer? Scherer dive bombs Van der Garde. So what was, have a look, and what was Fritz's stint time? Compared to either of the other two drivers in total stint time in the car?
So Fritz that time around was a 1:58.7 average. It's a 1:55.3 for Job van Uitert in his last stint, and 1:55.0 for the second stint of Guido van der Garde. So, but if you're looking against some of his opposition in the gentleman, he did lose time on that stint, as we said he had, to Esteban Garcia. The difference is the number one car has got into the mix.
So what was Garcia's?
It was
time?
a full second quicker.
So
on
second
average.
a lap. Okay.
Yeah.
And what about somebody like Roberto Gonzalez? Because that's what we're mingling, isn't it? We're mingling the gentleman drivers, the AM drivers, against each other.
It's difficult to tell because Gonzalez hasn't had a full stint in these conditions, but earlier in the race he was quicker still.
Yeah.
But we saw that at the start of the race, Gonzalez was doing pro times.
He went off like a rocket, didn't he?
He most certainly did. A big step forward for him.
Mathieu Vaxivière in the Alpine now up to 7th, chasing Fabio Scherer for position, not right behind him on the road, but 14 seconds behind him. So that will be a pass for position when he gets to the United car. Real team Loic Duval back in and flashing the headlights at Tatiana Calderon. She's coming towards the end of a second stint. The tyres that Loic has got aren't exactly the freshest either. They're a stint old.
So LMP2 battle underway. Alan?
Yeah, just saying about driving time as well, because the LMP2s have got to do a minimum of 2 hours. Fritz van Aert, he is actually at 1 hour and 47 minutes, so he's actually only got 12.5 minutes to go, which is annoyingly close to the limit, but means that he's got to go in for a short stint. So if they have got a short stint, like a splash at the end, then that could be the time to stick him in.
Absolutely. To catch up with the machinations in GTE Pro in the past half hour or so, it's swung comprehensively towards Ferrari. The 51 now ahead of the 52 after that pass on the road for the 52 on the 92. Fred Macko definitely has got the hurry-up call, as we've got the 85 car still with that damage, Alan, on the number.
They were told to change that at the next stop, if we remember,
Well,
back about 2 hours ago.
It
And I
hasn't
think,
worked.
yeah, and it's came off again. They put like they've put sticky tape over it, as you can see, but it's
it back down, and it hasn't worked at all. So it would appear that they don't have a fresh door. Rahal Fry taking over from, was it Sarah Bovey at the wheel?
The C5 just come in with Rahel came in the car. To finish the point about GT Pro, we talked a little while ago about Fred Macko closing in from that 12-second gap. He's now 8.5 seconds back, but remember, has to serve that 10 seconds extra in the pit next time around. That's Iron Dame's car. It's beginning to look very battered indeed, and here they come with
more gaffer.
Big lot of gaffer.
Big wadgy gaffer to cover the number over, so nobody can see that it's not
This
there.
is how it happened.
Yep.
And this.
That was Catherine Legg diving to the inside of, that was Satoshi Hoshino, I think, in the car at the time, the D-Station car.
It was an hour ago that they were told to repair it at the next stop for information.
It was Rahel Frey getting out and Sarah Bovey getting in, you're correct.
So the 1 and the 70 still battling away. Tatiana Calderon being hustled around here by Loic Duval. This is for 12th position overall, 9th in LMP2.
And that number one car going to get a lot of hassling tomorrow. It's got 3 eager occupants who we've had in the booth here who are desperate to get their hands on the car. So it's going to be a very busy another couple of days. There's Rahel Frey.
And
much of that.
Feeding back why she possibly can't do what they were asking her to do in that car.
A very strong-willed person, Rahel. I know her reasonably well, and I tell you, she's feisty.
She is. And quick and experienced.
Yep. But this, the Richard Mille LMP2 car, I think has done a very, very good job through the course of the season. It's consistently delivered and improved each race. And as you can see at the moment, Tatiana Calderon is able quite, I wouldn't say it's going to be easy to hold Loic Duval back, that's for sure, but she's actually not given him too many chances to have a sniff to overtake.
Every sign, by the way, that Richard Mille Racing team will deliver something that we've not seen yet, which is a driver coming out of one of these all-female squads and dropping into another squad. There's every chance I think we'll see her in the European Le Mans Series in a not all-female crewed LMP2 next season.
Well, Sophia Flörsch joined at the end of last year, at the end of this year, at the last race in Portimao. Joined Algarve Pro.
She did, and did a great job there, and I think there's every chance we'll see her there next season.
Oh, bit later on the brakes there for Calderon. Bit squirrely as she went in the last downshift into the apex of the first corner. We got it sorted out as High Class is also in the pits on the inset on the screen.
Robert Kubica brought that car in. Didn't see a driver change in the shot that we got of the number 20 car. They've had a fairly quiet race here. 13th overall, 10th in the LMP2 standings, and at the moment 4th out of the 5 Pro-Am runners. Time to go yet though.
All 4 wheels being changed on that one. And Loic goes for the inside move down to turn 8, so he gets it stopped and turned.
He's going to be keen to get onto turns if he possibly can with the 29 car ahead that's now got Guido van der Garde back at the wheel. So the next 2 targets for Loic Duval are Guido van der Garde and Renger van der Zande. And it's just under 5 seconds is the gap from 29 back to 70, which is now for second in Pro-Am, with the Dragon Speed car now ahead, but with, remember the other major point to take into account here is just exactly where are we, burning the bronze time with these drivers in the 3 championship contending teams. So to where they are in points, 29 points at the moment for Fritz van Aert. Remember, he's the only driver in the 29 who's driven through the whole season. 9 points ahead of, in the Drivers' Championship, of the 21 squad, with Ben Hanley, Henrik Edman and Juan Pablo Montoya, and another further point ahead of Esteban Garcia. Norman Nato has driven every race this season.
Actually, that's on the same points now because that car got pole position.
Completely correct.
And so therefore jumped up onto equal points in second place in Pro-Am.
So that is going to be a battle to the finish here. That's going to be defined, Alan, not just by these battles on track, but just who's done what in terms of getting the bronze driver time under the wheels of these cars. We've got 3 hours and 41 minutes or so to go, and there are lots of storylines still to be written. 56 car starts its attack again after serving that stop and hold penalty. That was for putting a marshal in danger in an instant zone. So we've lost a minute of their attack. Through comes the number 51 car. So the Dragon Speed car, the 21 car, should be one of the next LMP2 cars on pit road. They currently lead this Pro-Am battle. They are 8th overall, they're on pit lane now, in fact 5th in LMP2 as Ben Hanley brings the car onto pit lane. The ebb and flow of this kind of Pro-Am formula is going to leave people guessing considerably deeper into this race. The 21 car, so we're now just looking down here to see what we've had by way of time from Henrik Edman. Did a full stint to start the race, and this is his second stint now, so he's got 2 full stints to serve in the remaining 3.5 hours and change. So warning flag meanwhile for car 38, the Jota car, for overtaking under full course yellow. They were lucky there at 17:13:45. That's over an hour ago. So that is the 4th place car, which by the way is on pit road now in the hands of Antonio Felix da Costa.
Yeah, that was the one that they had had their issue coming through the pit lane, and then from there the full course yellow. That would have been a triple whammy for them. They had 3 things just all in very, very quick succession, but got away with that one, so there must have been a reasonable case to argue.
So they're still in the mix here. That latest pit stop, by the way, for Antonio Felix da Costa puts the Alpine back into 6th position overall, and the Portuguese driver stays at the wheel of the 38 car. Team WRT now under 9 seconds again ahead of the 28 Jota, with Tom Blomqvist now at the wheel, chasing down Charles Milesi. Fabio Scherer is a further 26 seconds back. Then the interloper that is the Alpine. Not hearing that message from Eduardo, but my guess is it's the 38 penalty we've just heard. Then the 38 car just on the outlap now with Antonio Felix da Costa, then a big gap before the next group, which is headed by Inter-Europol competition with Renger van der Zanden. This is Ben Hanley talking to Elton Julian, the team principal of Dragon Speed.
Everybody's still with handling issues. You can see him just kind of talking about the way the car's taking a bit more of a set than he really wants it to.
Yep.
Toyota crew limbering up.
Yeah, don't blame it on the sunshine.
Bit of origami before they get out and get ready for their next pit stop. We do this almost every 5 minutes.
Car 29 under investigation for possible unsafe release. That was just over about 14 minutes ago. You didn't see that one.
Yeah, no, it was WRT.
It was WRT. We were slightly concerned he hadn't obeyed them.
Sebastian Buemi.
And that was a smile.
Yeah, I know. Yes. Even I could translate that from the Swiss. Brendan Hartley leads from Kamui Kobayashi, number 8 Toyota ahead of number 7. I think it's entirely possible the number 8 crew coming in here know that only fate can hand them the championship. They can't go out and grab it, and that kind of gives you a bit of a mindset. Okay, we're just going to go and win the race. In GTM, Chetil our lead. It's Ferrari 1-2 with AF Corsa in second place, Alessio Rivera. And here is the 56 Project 1 Ferrari going down the inside of the Kessel Racing car. That's Ricardo Pera taking 3rd in class away from Takeshi Kimura. That was earlier in the last lap.
Michael Christensen, by the way, right back with Daniel Serra now. Dropped back a second or two, but he's pushing back onto the rear there. And Fred Macker still closing, not quite as quickly as he was, but 8.5 seconds behind teammate Christensen, but with 10-second penalty to take into account here at the next stop.
James Collado leading relatively comfortably now, 5-second margin. It doesn't look like they're having to overdrive the Ferrari. 51 and 52. And the deal obviously with having your teammate in front of the Porsche is that he can assist by holding up the Porsche if the Porsche's tyres come a little stronger later in the race. Might have to see if we can ask Duncan Vincent to have a meander down to Porsche and ask his good friend Alex Selig if they are looking at a softer tyre compound for later in the race, or for this half of the race now that the temperatures come down. Temperatures talk about the option for using a different compound, and I wonder if that is actually a realistic option.
Yeah, it's only 6:30 at night. Temperatures are dropping a smidge.
Yeah,
it would have to be. Yeah, I would be surprised if they move to something else.
Small whimper from the pit lane. Louise saying it is still flipping hot. She actually used that word as well, not any other descriptives.
Yeah.
That seems to be that's a shorter stint than I would have expected from Michael Christensen. There's 26 laps on that stint. He's on pit lane now for the 92 car.
Did he have jolly old tyres on?
What was the...
Yes. He was hemorrhaging time though, really.
Yes, he was.
Have they tried to squeeze another bit of a stint out? The slight problem with all of this is full course yellows and so on have sort of slightly interrupted.
Yeah, but you pull the stint to what you need, so therefore if he's losing time you don't do an extra 4 or 5 laps if it's not going to incur another stop. You just cut it short, and then it allows you to sort of fight again at a different point of the race.
Slipping away at the moment out of Porsche's grasp this race. The inside for the 77 car on the 33. That is for position. And Jackson Evans on Ben Keating for 6th position in GTM.
Ben Keating took over the TF Sport car from 3rd place, and that has done.
That's twice round the outside.
Stop all the others.
Then not messing about here, is he?
No. This is get the hell out of my way. I've got a championship to contend.
Thomas Floor ahead is in this fight as well for position, and those 2 cars ahead of that trio are the next target. This is tight here.
Oh, good sand. Floor didn't see him coming, and that might be major damage on the left corner. No, it turns. There's Tom Ferrier. That gum is taking a chewing. Late send down the inside into turn 1. Saw the brake dust coming off the LMP car in front, the P2 real team car in the lights.
You say
too late, Al?
Yes, it was very late and also from a long way back, and I think he sort of got caught into it there. Not sure why he didn't turn immediately once they had the connection, but it was a very easy run through for the Porsche in the end. After doing all the hard work of 2 corners round the outside and holding position, then he kind of gifted it away there a little bit.
Is it going to be 2 years on the trot that a World Championship win goes away from TF Sports? Last year it was brakes.
Yeah, I think this year they've not, here in this race, they've not quite had the speed. They had, I think, more speed, but there's been a slight change in the BOP regs for this one, and I think they've just not quite had it, not had enough to take the attack
I agree.
to the others. So they've been basically taking risks to be in the fight, which is obviously where they've came off.
Paul Dall'Anna moves up ahead of Takeshi Kimura.
As Louise has just said.
Louise, just to relate that little conversation again to us you had with Ben Keating.
I spoke with Ben Keating earlier in the week, and I asked him to give me 2 words that sums up his season, and he said missed opportunities is what it's been all the way through.
And Graham, that kind of a little bit, I talked about this earlier, sometimes you get the feeling looking at incidents and the way that they brake for certain cars and not for certain other cars, you get the feeling sometimes there's just that, sometimes the difference is the tiniest bit of luck on your side. And I know Alan's going to say you make your own luck and everything else, but sometimes you look at a crash or an incident or a clash and you think, how has he not got a puncture? And it's those things that can define champions.
Well, we're looking at the moment on the screen at a man that knows all about that. It's Paul Dall'Anna stepping away for the 98 car that's actually sitting ahead of the 33 on track at the moment. And there's a man that push. Le Mans, it's never worked for them. It's never worked for them. He's been quick everywhere. He's been quick at Le Mans, but somehow an error, someone else's error, has always got in the middle.
33 is in, 98 is in,
that's early.
57 is in, Kessel Racing.
That's damage.
Yeah, it looks like the left front is down again. Is down, no? Maybe not.
No, it's inflated.
He's only been out for, 9 laps?
Yeah. Has it knocked a weight off? No, the weights are still taped on. Has it done some damage?
For the weight.
Had this lunge down the inside of the 54 Ferrari.
It sort of didn't look well as soon as it got hit.
Cars going in, tyres, doing fuel and tyres, and then it'll go on the dollies and back into the garage. I think he's
3 tyres on, 3 tyres on.
I think he's feeling something on that left front corner, you're right.
Yeah, they're taking that in. I think that's a quarter change of the quarter suspension, so the left front suspension will be changed.
But again, all they can do now is get the car ready and get it back out and just drive hell for leather.
There's one saving grace here, because I think that is any championship chance done now, is that we do know that Ben Keating is coming back next year with TF Sports to have another crack at this, and we know that he's a fighter.
Yep.
It's good news that we've got a good team with a good car. and a good gentleman driver to come and have another go at this.
Louis Kobayashi back out of the pits from second place. He came in. Brendan Hartley should be stopping. Is stopping. He stops 2. Looked like a 2-tyre change for number 7 Toyota.
Tom Blomqvist, by the way, is pushing hard again, under 10 seconds back from the lead car in LMP2. This is the battle-scarred Alpine, 7th position.
Are we going to see a repeat at the very end of Le Mans with the 28 car Tom Blomqvist heaving up behind? And if so, are they going to put Robin Freins in for the final stint just because he has previous at avoiding people in the track?
I always have the feeling you're going to see dramas. In particular here, the circumstances here.
Don't doubt it.
The scene, the stage is set for something dramatic in the final hour of this race.
Yep.
Whether or not that's going to be coming with LMP2, whether or not that's going to be coming with GT Pro, GTM looks at the moment in terms of the championship to have swung comprehensively the way of the 83 car, which by the way, just 11 seconds off the lead now, Alessio Rivera, and that puts things well out of reach for the number 33 car. Away goes the number 8 car. Brendan Hartley stays aboard.
One of the big changes between LMDH, or LMP1H, the hybrids, and the current hypercar hybrids, of course, is that they used to away from the pit lane and only fire the engine once they released the pit lane speed limiter. Now they use the internal combustion engine to actually pull away from the pits as well.
It's extraordinary things, you know, as we tend to watch these races from a commentary booth. Didn't often have the opportunity to sit in the pit lane and watch and listen to how these things went as we look at the TF Sport crew going to work. When you actually see it, hear it close up, it is almost silent. It is quite the most extraordinary thing.
Right, I can remember going to the Porsche Curves the first time the Audi diesels were at Le Mans, and all you heard basically was a low-flying jet and tyres like tortured. Even when the thing went by, there was barely any noise. There's Brendan Hartley, replayed a shot we saw a little earlier, flicking up the gravel as he... There's definitely a long, long way from being on the racing line, or indeed on the racing track. However, number 8 Toyota leads in hypercar, 31. WRT leads in LMP2. 29 leads in the LMP2 Pro-Am. James Collado, Alessandro Pierguidi, 51 Ferrari leading drivers and teams championship in GTE Pro. And Chetelaar, the number 47 car that started from pole position, back at the front of the GTE Am class. Riding on board with our race leader. Charles Mallacy, yes, Charles Mallacy back at the wheel.
Again, pulling away. Again, he seems to be able to kind of hold this gap between something between the kind of 9.5 to 12 second gap with Tom Blomqvist. Blomqvist through this whole race meeting has shown real pace.
Left sides on both Toyotas, by the way. So almost even there. WRT creeping away, slowly but surely. Second lap at the moment. There's quite a comprehensive rebuild going on the front of the Aston Martin.
Yeah.
Now I know there's a lot of people working on something under the car, and that has all the look of it being a steering rack rather than any part of the suspension. But I wonder whether they're also going to throw brakes at the car. There's definitely a question mark over the Aston Martin's brakes in a Bahrain 8 hours. And they got through the 6 hours without a problem, but they were contemplating whether or not a long full course yellow would give them the opportunity to change brakes and whether the lost time would be made up with better braking. But now they're losing that much time, may as well.
They're 4 laps down now on the leader of the race, which is Sergio Giotto in the Cetelaar Racing Ferrari. So in that respect, I think they could throw anything at it at the moment. It doesn't really change too much in the big picture.
I agree. However, you might as well put your drivers out in the best car that you can put them out in. So there's time there. Toyota working their way back through their own video of their pit stop to see where they can find a little bit more It's the number 8 crew or the number 7 crew? Number 8 crew watching their own video. Or is this the number 7 crew watching what the number 8 crew are doing and
seeing if they can protest it?
Oh, very good. Yes.
23 seconds is the lead gap, 8 to the number 7 with 3 hours and 24 minutes remaining.
That'd be a heck of a way to retire.
Wasn't it just? Best last day ever.
Handing in my resignation, it's take to our protest of the winning car from the other side of the garage.
There you go. In looking where the biggest battle in terms of a class lead at the moment is in LMP2 Pro-Am. It is Loic Duval closing in on Guido van der Garde. That gap is under 8 seconds now, and Loic has got the bit between his teeth.
Quite a close battle here. Robert Kubica versus Henrik Hedman, both in Pro-Am. A high-class car coming up behind the Dragon Speed car. This is for third in the Pro-Am category. LC Bratislava with Nelson Panciatici at the rear of the 44 car, fifth in Pro-Am, and third place. Changes hands now.
Yeah. Can I just say that Robert Kubica is the quickest LMP2 on the circuit on average at the moment.
Yeah, well, he comes here after taking the European Le Mans Series Championship. There is indeed a lot of work going on there.
What you can see that hand holding is the end of the steering rack. The steering rack is being changed. So what's happened is it's shunted the wheel, which has stripped teeth on the steering rack somewhere on the rack and pinion, or broken a ball joint on the end of it.
Meantime,
there's the new rack waiting to go in. There's Eduardo Freitas, our race director, in race control.
The fast lane is now clear. Yellow flag is still being waved in the pit.
So these are not live pictures, this is just a little bit earlier on. So it gives you a good indication of just how much. There is the local Bahrain crew behind, Lisa Erouard, the assistant race director. Let's catch up with Toyota and the progress of Kazuki Nakajima.
Kazuki Nakajima, of course, the other announcement in the WEC paddock this week was that you will be stopping racing.
Yep.
You're getting ready now for your final couple of stints for Toyota. How's it going to play out?
Well, we are still focused on, winning the race together for my last race, and yeah, I'm fully still focused. Just race normal. That's my plan.
Not one that drivers normally want to hear, but how are you feeling going into this? It's your last race.
Well, feel quite same as usual. Before the race start, I was a bit emotional when I saw Anthony, because we are basically leaving the Wakefield together, and we were the teammate before, and we went through a lot of hard times. So at that time it was a bit emotional, but as soon as the race started, my focus is fully on the racing, and it hasn't changed a lot from the normal time.
And of course your relationship with Toyota will continue, won't it?
Yeah, that's my plan. So my plan, I cannot say much at the moment, but I'm hoping that I will be back in the Wakefield, maybe not as a race car driver, but with some other roles. So let's see what happens, and hope to see you again.
Well, that's good to hear that we'll still see you around. Thank you.
Yeah.
Alan McNish is asking if you'll be doing the tyre changes.
I'll be, I need a lot of training and build up a lot of muscle, but say hello to him.
Martin,
so many characters in this field, are there? So many characters.
As observers of this sport and at this level, we are so lucky. We've been so lucky to have so many of the guys at the top of the sport as approachable, as erudite as Kaz and Anthony, and for that matter, the wee Scotsman when he was driving as well, who are capable of expressing all of that.
Yeah. He was capable then.
Makes a good cup of tea.
And remains capable. Louise is having an Alex Wood Twitter. Louise?
When I was just thinking, when Alex stopped, he went into the team, but as we know, Alex has got lots going on within motorsport, with safety of circuits and everything going, so potentially that's where it will be.
Could well be the case.
Pit lane is clear. We've had because of penalty for starting the engine before the driver was back over the line. But you have 3 new tires, fuel delta 0, and 33 laps, please.
Not really something you want to hear, that you've got to serve a penalty, but that's the way it is. Meanwhile, the 51 Ferrari is in. Are they 3 hours and 18 minutes away from a championship title?
New tyres as well. So this will be a quick stint by the 51.
Left sides only.
Looking to nail this one. It's going to be 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for car 29. That is the current Pro-Am leader for unsafe release. It's another roll of the dice in what is a championship battle. It's the 2 factory Ferraris together on track with one of the Toyotas behind. It's 51 away clean, 52 in its wheel tracks. Exactly where the 51 would like it to be.
Yeah.
92 leads at the moment, but
Hoses a stop. It's going to be a long 3 hours and 20 minutes, isn't it? And not just in GTE Pro either, in LMP2, in LMP2 Pro-Am. GTE-Am looks... okay, in 3 hours 20 minutes we will have a GTE-Am champion, not before. We're not going to count those chickens.
92 doesn't owe us a stop, but they took fuel only.
Okay.
So they're on second stint tyres with new tyres on the 51. 12 seconds is the gap. Here is where you're going to see some World Championship standard blocking.
And are they on the same strategy?
So we've just seen James Calado in.
Yeah.
And there are a lap, it's around a lap between the two of them, almost, but to within a lap. Okay. They're on the same fuel strategy. 3 hours, 17 minutes to go. I think they're both going to need a splash. This is tight.
You know, and who knows, because, you know, full course yellows and everything else. Yeah.
Watch the timing screen. It should light up now with the 51 on those new tyres. Chasing down Michael Christensen, who's on stint old rubber, who's 58 seconds on pit lane. That's a fuel-only stop.
Well, as an indication, second in GTE-Am, AF Corsa, the 83 car, fastest race lap of that car's race has just been set by Alessio Rivera, 156.9. But it shows again that as the track continues to be rubbered in and continues to improve, and as the temperature gradually starts to drop a little, the track is getting quicker.
Yeah.
Because again, Rivera, it's not his first time round the block here. He's had stints before.
It's 58, sorry, I think it's 58. It's almost an identical lap time from Rivera to Michael Christensen's lap time last round. So what we're looking for is the lap time this time around for these Ferraris. Formation Lappery in pursuit of Michael Christensen. Just to report where Fred Makovicky is after that penalty. He is 30 seconds back from the 2 Ferraris.
Kevin Estre with his finger on the stopwatch.
No, what he's been told by the official is go there or there, one or the other.
Yeah, can't be halfway between the two. Fritz van Aert, suited and booted and helmeted up, ready to go again in the 29 car.
So this will be, remember, a 5-second hold at the end of this pit stop, and the advantage they have over Loic Duval at the moment is 7 seconds.
I tell you what, the Ferraris are going quickly in the cooler temperatures. Antonio Fuoco for Cetilar and Alessio Rivera for AF Corsa on the current lap they've just finished have both set new fastest laps again. 59.0 for the leader and 58.6 for the second place car in GTE-Am. So if these 2 Ferraris aren't setting faster laps, they will be once they've burned a few litres of fuel off.
Absolutely. So remember, the gap at the moment between Michael Christensen and James Calado, 11.5 seconds, but we believe with Calado on new rubber, Michael Christensen on stint old rubber. Yeah. Waiting for Christensen to cross the line. Just
Calado
so now,
had left sides only, didn't he?
He did. 1:59.240 is Christensen's time. The time for James Calado will cover the line now. He takes something over half a second out of the Porsche. It's 11.1 seconds now.
Okay, so that's 20 laps to catch. That's a stint.
Yeah. But you would imagine that stint on rubber is going to fall off a cliff a little earlier than new left-hand side.
I think stint on rubber is probably lost most of what I'm not a tyre engineer. You could well be right. Well, there is our overall leaderboard. If you've ever fancied yourself as an FIA World Endurance TV commentator, now might be your chance, because lunch has arrived and Alan McNish has cleared off, and Graham and I are both starving because it's been a good 6 hours since I ate anything apart from a Kit Kat. So
this is sad to see.
Yourself.
This is sad to see. This is the car that came in World Championship contention in GTM with Ben Keating, one of the most passionate, one of the quickest. This is not the way that Francois Perraudin and co would have liked to win this championship.
No, but you can't affect fate. You know?
No, of course you can't.
No, absolutely. You know, you would.
It was somewhat self-inflicted.
You would love it to be like the end of Le Mans with WRT and Jota. You know, inches apart, not even inches apart, 1700ths of a second apart. But fate decides. Fate decides, you know.
Charles Malaysia, by the way, fending off the challenge of Tom Blomqvist, who's dropping back a little now. Is 13 seconds back. That behind Charles Malaysia, I think, is the Alpine.
Yeah, the Alpine is looking to unlap itself from the WRT and from, as a result, the LMP2 field. But we'll still have to come all the way back through the LMP2 field. Well, not through all of them. We'll have to pass United, WRT, and both Jota cars again. So. Again, that's going to be a long run before the recovering Alpine can push the LMP2 leader off the overall podium. And that's what that's about, is the overall podium. So currently being held, the third spot being held by a P2 car.
In terms of the fights that are currently underway, Loic Duval is 7 seconds back from Guido van der Garde. We know that's
and
both
there's
those
this
cars.
one. Yellow car.
Way off the track, and that is the battle for 6th in GTEM. Alessio Rivera, though, in second, 6 seconds back from Antonio Fuoco now. And that's for the lead of the class. Here comes the 98 car up the inside of the... Oh, that's a biff. Oh, that's a big one. That's lost the splitter.
Well, it hasn't lost it. He's just...
Oh, no, it's not. It's not the splitter. It's the rear diffuser.
Yeah.
It's the rear diffuser.
The Ferrari ripped the back out of the Aston Martin, and the Aston Martin is trailing a lot of smoke. You see it because the Ferrari's headlights are right behind. Something is rubbing, rear fender rub. 98 is not having a good race either. This has not been a good race for Aston Martins. So down the inside comes the Aston Martin of Marcos Gomez, stops at the apex, the Ferrari turns in.
Neatly slices it off.
Yeah.
And then deposits it, and I think we're going to get a full course yellow here, because there is,
no question.
There is a lot of carbon fibre on the racing line.
Yeah, and not just that big lump away offline, it's what's at the apex. And again, 98 is coming in with a right rear puncture, same corner as they had before,
debris
but
at
it's going to
T1, we have carbon debris at T1.
Debris at turn 1. AOC Bratislava have just come through the pits. Ollie Caldwell out for a third stint in a row. I think so. And I think Eduardo is going to throw full course. Yeah, I'm not sure there's any option.
No, Ollie's done a double a little while ago. He's just got in the car.
Oh, just got back in. Okay.
So debris at turn 1. We will see whether or not
Nelson Panciatici handed over. Correct.
Not ceding that position. That is going to certainly hurt the handling of that car. The Kessel car?
I'm not sure they've done the Kessel Ferrari many
Yeah, I don't
either.
think so. Let's have a look at what the pace is like for both those two cars at the moment.
Between T1 and T2.
Full course yellow coming.
Middle of the track between T1 and T2.
Full course yellow in 20 seconds.
Yep, no question. Aston coming into the pit lane. Why no? Why not? Waiting for the full course yellow, but you're then going to waste an entire lap going round.
This, by the way, I think is extremely good news for the 29 car.
Because they need to stop, and they can you serve it under a full course yellow?
Hello, full course yellow.
Yeah, LMP2 whole field pit stops.
They will basically serve their 5-second penalty under full course yellow.
Yeah. Well, that's again, and them's the brakes. There's another gizzit.
These people are from eBay. They'll just.
And again, hats off to the marshals. It's not warm out there for anybody. It ain't warm out there for them. And they were out a long time before this race started as well, with the support races.
Top two cars in GTR amongst the first down pit lane. We hear that from Louise down there in the still sweltering hit. 38 Jota on pit lane, the 20 high-class racing car on pit lane. So
Oh, driver change at Chetelaar as well.
So this is going to be a battle for the lead in GTM on pit lane.
Now, not everybody is coming in. A couple of cars going by.
31 car in.
83.
And it's a change of lead.
So no driver change, I'm assuming, of course, Alessio Rivera stays in.
Yep.
But Chetelaar, Antonio Fuoco, and in fact Giorgio Sanaggiotto, I would imagine.
No, it's not. It's Roberto Lacorte.
Lacorte had more time to do. Okay.
And did I hear full set of tyres for the 38 from Louise? That's correct. So 38 is going to be on the attack. Antonio Felix da Costa brought the car in, and Davidson will take the car out for, you would imagine, this, whether it's a single or a double, will be his last appearance in the F1 World Endurance Championship. Our 2014 world champion starts his last run.
Yes, last behind the wheel of the car. Might have to drag him into the commentary booth from time to time.
WRT leave after their pit stop, also on pit lane, the 28 Jota car.
Yep.
High Class Racing, as we've already commented, that car in and out, and there's Fjord back aboard the car. Henrik Hedman on pit lane.
Yeah, I can't imagine many P2 cars are going to turn this away. How close were they towards the end of a stint? Not far away at all. Lap or two, tops. 10 laps. Okay. Between 3 and 10 laps.
Question. Yes, I thought, just about to say, 92 is taking this opportunity to reset the clock. This is their throw of the dice, and I think within their fuel window.
Okay. So lots of tyres being thrown out. Anders Fjordback's in for High Class. Henrik Hedman in with Dragon Speed. We saw our lead duo in GTE Pro, GTE Am rather. Andrea Pacini's come in for Iron Lynx. Sarah Bovia's come in for the Iron Dames.
Rather remarkably, one car that hasn't yet come in is a 98 Aston Martin.
There are the two Iron Lynx cars. Yeah, no, he went by under full course yellow, or knowing that it was coming. I mean, I knew it was coming. How they didn't know, I don't know. Why would you do that? It's just wasting 5 minutes you could be working on the car, because it's just chuntering around now at pit lane speed limit. 92 is out. Surrendering track position, longer game, roll of dice.
So 92 pushes that button. 51 goes through to lead the class again.
Driver change in the 56 car.
Pushes that button. 51 goes through to lead the class again.
Change in the 56 car.
Kessler in. Here comes the 98 car. Second time I'm asking.
Matteo Cairoli taking over, I think. Yeah, 98, that's just, 3 or 4 minutes wasted, I think, really. They could have been fixing the car. So yes, everybody else was going slowly.
Racing Team Netherlands still on pit road. We're about to go back to green flag running in just under 30 seconds. Remember, they'll have to burn that 5-second hold.
Andrew Watson out of the D station car. And Satoshi Hoshino has quite a lot more time to do in this car, so he might well be getting back in.
Fritz van Oord out on. They've got the new diffuser going on the back of the 98 car.
Yeah. 3,
back to go back to green flag.
1. Full course yellow removed. Thank you very much.
So both the leaders in LMP2 Pro-Am managed to get in and out of pit lane. So slight delay for the number. That was a. Oh no, it's a stall for the 777 car.
They're actually putting the diffuser on in the pit lane,
yes,
rather than in the garage. But you just saw it ripped off. I mean, how are the mounting points going to be in any sort of state to just slot it on? Oh dear, car got dropped before the wheel nut went on, and then there was a stall as well.
It's not gone the way of any of the Aston Martin teams
really
this evening. It really does.
Their race, has it? So 98 AMR is in.
This is the car with that missing rear diffuser, neatly amputated by the Kessel Racing car. 31 Team WRT car still in the hands of Charles Milesi. Stoffel van Dorn now chasing down that car, and it is a 25-second lead for WRT.
Charmed race for the 83 Ferrari. They are in the lead of the class. And their only championship rival is still in the pit lane, hemorrhaging laps.
That came courtesy, by the way, of a very short stop. It was 43 seconds only to just top up with fuel against a minute for their nearest rivals, Roberto Lacorte, getting aboard the Cetilar racing car. So the gap is 5 seconds, with Lacorte now fending off. You can see there Jackson Evans in third. So the top three in GTM separated by under 6 seconds.
Christian Reed's lunch has arrived, just saying. 98 still in the garage for Northwest AMR, so 2 of the 3 Aston Martins are currently in the garage receiving service. And as you say, Roberto Lacorte taking over the Cetilar car now under pressure from Jackson Evans, top Porsche driver.
Roberto Lacorte's had a cracking opening stint here. Let's see whether or not his form on the lights is as good as it was under the sunshine earlier.
I've got to say, the Cetilar car has been in very good form all race.
It has. That, by the way, is not the leader ahead. That's the 54 car. So another 4 seconds or so up the road is the 83 in the hands of Alessio Rivera. Up the inside goes Jackson Evans.
Well, as long as he avoids contact, then Roberto Lacorte has done his job entirely there, making sure there was nothing wrong there. Let the quicker car go by. 54 down in 6th place. Don't forget that car led early on.
It did indeed, and that's obviously now a lapped car.
Yep.
So 83 from 77 and 47. 56, despite that long hold, still holds 4th. That's going to be a tale of what might have been, with Matteo Caroli now at the wheel. A minute and 18 seconds off this battle. Still the rebuild for the 33 goes on. That is
more
tough
bits
to watch.
coming off, aren't they?
You've got 2 Aston Martins in the pits at the moment being rebuilt. The 98 after the incident that saw the Kessel car take off the rear diffuser, and the 33 car with what we think is a broken steering rack.
That'll teach Dave Richards to turn up for a race, won't it?
Stoffel van Dorn, meanwhile, has got the hurry-up call. He's in the 152s in the chasing 28 Jota car. 23.9 seconds is the gap to keep an eye on, and that time around took a 1.5 seconds less some change out of Charles Malaysia.
Ooh! Kevin S just set the fastest lap of the race for the 92 Porsche, 1:57.3.
And that took, what is that? That's a 1.5 seconds out of James Collado.
And behind him, Daniel Serra also setting the other Ferrari, the 52 car's fastest race lap, the 57.3 as well.
We're all starting to cool off a little bit, and at the same time as well, they've just had a pit stop, so I presume certainly in the case of, as you said, Estre is on a different tyre as well. Track temperature's now dropped to 31 degrees Celsius, air still at 28, so the track has dropped off a reasonable amount. So it's now 7 o'clock local time here in Bahrain.
So to add insult to actual injury, and I think it's a fair response there. See Loic Duval looking pretty hot after a spirited run in this number 70 Real Team Racing car. It's going to be a 10-second penalty added to the next pit stop, car 33, for causing a contact with car 54. Now, just to be clear, that even if they send the car out this time, it'll have to be the next pit stop.
Yes, correct.
Yep.
They would love it to be this one because of, but you know, again, being practical about it, they are last of the runners, the only runner that is behind them at this moment in time, and we're talking 10 laps from the TF Sport car to the next one that's up ahead, and the only one behind is actually out of the race.
It's another fastest lap of the car's race for the chasing 28 Jota car, 1:52.6 this time, takes another second, 1.2 seconds out of Charles Malaysia, 22.6 seconds now. 3 hours to go. 1:53.4 from Renger van der Zande in the Inter Europol car. That car sitting 5th in LMP2. Every time this season I seem to have looked at Inter Europol, they seem to have been 5th.
One breathing in very quickly there.
That's the overall classification. The two Toyotas, 152 laps under the wheels of both cars, 22 seconds between them. The 7 looking set to clinch that World Championship for that crew. 147 laps for the leading car in LMP2. That's the Team WRT 31 car, but that's now subject to a chase down from the Jota car. In LMP2 Pro-Am, it's Racing Team Netherlands trying to fend off Real Team Racing for effectively what will be the championship. 6 seconds is the gap there. GT Pro AF Courses 51 Ferrari leads Kevin Estre in the 92 Porsche. James Calado in the Ferrari, of course, under 11 seconds now, that gap, and that gap is coming down as well. And then 83 leads 77, the AF Corsa Ferrari from the Dempsey Proton Porsche, under 10 seconds there. This is hotting up with 3 hours to go, Martin.
It definitely is. 3 hours remaining, not halfway through. 5 hours done, and 3 hours remaining. And the ground-up restoration of the 33 Aston Martin continues in the TF Sport garage. You can see mechanics with TF Sport and D-Station livery overalls working on the car. That nose piece of the floor out of the way. There's definitely a steering rack being changed. We saw the new rack going in, Louise Beckett meandering around in the background. Renger van der Zande with the fastest lap of the race for the Inter-Europol car. He was saying earlier on that it wasn't really working in the heat. They were hoping as the temperatures dropped it would come to them. It looks like their hopes have come true. Bijtske Visser also with the fastest last couple of laps actually for Richard Mille Racing Team. 2 quicker laps. LC Bratislava Ollie Caldwell setting that car's fastest lap on this lap for Matteo Cairoli in Team Project One, the 56 car that's 4th in GTE AM. And here are our leaders: Brendan Hartley in Hypercar, Charles Milesi in LMP2, James Calado in GTE Pro, and Alessio Rivera in GTE AM. And of those, the 2 GT class leaders are on target to be world champions as of now. 3 hours remaining, so there could be much more drama and possibly even some crisis between now and then. So expecting to see some highlights of the race so far, but haven't quite happened yet. New tyres went on the racing Richard Mille Racing Team car for Bijtske Visser. I think she's just taken that over, hasn't she? Was a double stint for Tatiana Calderon. And 57 penalties are flying around today, aren't they? For the Kessel Racing car. Scott Andrews has been decided that he was responsible for contact with this 98 Northwest AMR. And you can see that they have got correct coloured gaffer going on to make the livery look like it ought to look. Excellent. Well, got to have a camel in the desert, haven't you? Hot and sunny conditions greeting the teams, unsurprisingly, in the Kingdom of Bahrain for the final race of the 2021 FIA World Endurance Championship. After 6 hours in the heat of the day, a week earlier, 8 hours into the night time, and relative cool, the final race. Toyota looking out the front row of the grid and looking to lock out the first 2 places at the start of the race from the other hypercar Alpine. Behind, LMP2 cars jockeying for position, and as the Toyotas watched each other, the Alpine went through into the lead. In LMP2, 29 yellow and black Racing Team Netherlands car. Geert van der Garde sold them all the dummy last week and shot down the inside, and hey presto, it worked for 2 weeks in a row. Didn't work quite the same for Richard Lietz in the 91 Porsche, trying to defend the 92 car in a 1-2, outbraked himself and allowed the Ferraris through. In GTM, a little bit of bumping and boring in the first corner, but by turn 3, 2 Aston Martins had lost tyres and any chance of a competitive run. The Alpine led for about 30 minutes, but then gear selector issues slowed them and allowed the Toyotas to catch and pass. WRT's Ferdy Habsburg in the opening stint of the race, confidently carving his way through the LMP2 field. The Alpine came in and lost 3 laps, changing its gear selectors, and then the number 8 Toyota on fresher tyres was allowed to pass the number 7 car for the lead. Drama in GTE AM, Satoshi Hoshino coming into contact with Catherine Legg, whose car then later shed most of its tyre, bringing out the first of our full course yellows. As we headed into the darkness hours, again the WRT car coming back up the order, taking the lead of the race away from Racing Team Nederland. More debris, more full course yellow, more marshals sprinting into action in the heat of the desert. And the battle in the GTE Pro class, a tight one between Ferrari and Porsche on track and in the pit lane. Definitely that one yet to be decided. Ferrari this time though pulling out faster stops than Porsche and actually gaining. The end of the race potentially for Ben Keating, contact with the 54 F Corsa Ferrari, breaking the steering rack on the 33 Aston Martin. And that means that it is almost guaranteed that the 83 Ferrari team will take the GTE AM title. Northwest AMR, contact with the Ferrari, the car guy's car, turning in behind, trying to get the cutback and then pulling the back off the Aston Martin. Penalty being judged for the 33 car. With 3 hours remaining, another full course yellow allowing for pit stops. 83 Ferrari leading in GTE AM and Toyota leading overall.
And while we look at the Toyota engineers on the pit wall going to work, dramas unfolding in GT Pro because Kevin Estre has got the hurry up on with a vengeance. 1:57.0 plays 1:58.6. That gap under 7 seconds now for the lead in GTE Pro and effectively the championship.
So the question is, have Porsche now had to put in a whole new set of tyres that they might not otherwise strategically have wanted to do at this stage just to get track position back, or do we think that they possibly had enough tyres left at this stage to really be able to race a lot harder?
I don't think they would have changed their strategy just to try and get track position. I think it's basically the ebb and the flow of when they're putting their tyres on. And because we've got to remember that they've got a total of 26 tyres, so 6 sets plus 2, which is 2 sets more than they normally would have for a 6-hour race, and it's just the managing of that all the way through.
Dramas as well in LMP2 Pro-Am as Fritz van Aert brings the 29 car in. That will be him at the end of his driving time. That's exactly what they're playing. They're throwing their strategic dice. There's not been a very long stint, but they're burning that short stint now and trusting now to the speed of Guido van der Garde and Job van Uytert for the remainder of this race. So 2:51, 2 hours 51 minutes and 31 seconds. The 5-second penalty they had to serve will have been served as Fritz got into the car, or as they did the last. So 29 drops behind Real Team Racing and High Class Racing. Job van Uytert gets aboard the car. 58 seconds on pit road is all that took. But we're told that maybe they took the 5-second stop hold there. Odd, because they didn't stop that long ago.
Whichever way, Fritz van Aert's time is done. 2 hours is the minimum, and he's done 2 hours, 1 minute and 15 seconds. So basically 2 hours and 1 lap.
Cars 28.38, both the Toyota cars. 56, Team Project 1 and the 60 Iron Lynx car under investigation for full course yellow procedures. That could have a dramatic effect in LMP2. That is the 2nd and 4th place cars in LMP2 on the road, and it's 2 of the cars that are in championship contention.
And 2 Jota cars out of the 4.
Yeah.
Now, Racing Team Netherlands would have had no option. They had to take the penalty at that stop.
I thought they had the option to take the penalty on the previous stop because Fritz van Aert had not been in the car for very long at all. 7 laps for Fritz. Maybe I've got that one wrong, but I thought they had.
Oh, during the full course yellow. Are you allowed to?
You can't take a penalty under full course.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
So if they held Job van Uytert back from getting in the car, it wasn't just to allow a bit of fresh air in. So
5 seconds then burn. Job van Uytert now has, with Real Team Racing now on pit lane for Esteban Garcia for the So this is Real Team Racing doing exactly the same thing. Remember we saw Esteban Garcia aboard that car for a long period of time. Heeler burned his driving time too. Where are they going to emerge? Bearing in mind that 5 seconds, they were very close coming into this phase of the race.
Yeah, they were, weren't they?
Where is Job van Uitert? I think he's gone through.
Well, they've been so close. Yeah, Job is now down to turn 1. So, again, the gap's not going to be much. What, 7, 8 seconds, maybe 10? But they've been
the apex
very
of turn 1.
Close.
There's Esteban Garcia.
Yeah.
And there's the smile. That's what we want to see.
Bring me the head of Esteban Garcia. Once he's less sweaty.
It's been a hell of a battle between these two teams.
Absolutely.
United Autosports up the inside of the 21 car, not for position. But that's the 22 in the hands of Phil Hansen. He's trying to chase down Stoffel van Dorn, who's on a bit of a tear, but is no longer closing on Sean Malaysia.
Malaysia stabilised the gap at over 20 seconds, 22 seconds back now to the second place car. This is a battle for third. Chetela's Antonio Fuoco chasing Jackson Evans, both on an outlap. And there is Roberto Lacorte. I was going to say fresh from his most recent stint in the Chetelaar Ferrari, but possibly fresh isn't. It'll take him another 60 seconds or so to get the ear-to-ear grin back, but these guys nose to tail out of the pit lane and still nose to tail. Esteban Garcia Esteban Garcia still shown as in the real team car on our time
we've just seen him, so they need to change that driver.
Yeah.
Locator. Roberto Lacorte, by the way, has completed his driving time. He required 2 hours and 20 minutes. He's done 2 hours and 30 minutes aboard that car. So Lacorte has played a full part in the proceedings so far. And I think I was hearing from.
We're having a little conversation off air with Lou in our ears about whether or not Ben Keating will finish second in the points. I think, well, according to my rubbish mathematics, the third place car is too far behind the 54 AF Corsa car. Even if they win the race, they can't overhaul Ben Keating and team for second.
No, if they win the race, they can overhaul. But if they finish second, then they can't.
Yeah.
So, and at the moment, they're not quite
Not
there.
really showing the pace that they had last week, are they? No. So I think that's less of an issue until, in fact, if Ben Keating and team, if the 33TF Sport doesn't even get classified as a finisher, they still have the points they have. So Sebastian Buemi getting ready to take over the number 8 Toyota. Little chat with the pit wall about what I'm not entirely sure.
Giancarlo Fisichella in that 54 car puts in the fastest lap of the 54th race, but in some way back, in some way out of the contention podium positions at this point.
Well, it's the fastest lap that car has done all race, and it was only 4/10 quicker than an average lap in the stint from AF Corsa's Alessio Rivera that leads the class. So again, that car doesn't seem to quite. Maybe it's got the pace it had last week, maybe it hasn't advanced any in the slightly cooler conditions, which some of the cars have. And again, here comes Antonio Fuoco on Jackson Evans. Cares not one jot about the reputation of the Kiwi in front of him. He's going to have a proper go. Those cars were almost touching when they came out of the pit lane, are still almost touching. What's the difference in lap times? Jackson Evans, a 59.332, a 59.388. They were shown as 1,000th apart at the line, and through goes Antonio Fuoco.
Yeah, indeed. So good stuff there from Fuoco. Chetelaar make up a position.
Now he is fresh into the car, so you are assuming he has fresh. I'm assuming he has fresher tyres. You would think that's logical. Jackson Evans in the second stint. Fuoco's just taken over from Roberto Lacorte.
I think it's Jackson Evans that's on the fresher rubber. I don't think they changed tyres in the Chetelaar car.
Well, Roberto Lacorte's just got out of it. I'd be surprised if they hadn't. They've got more tyres to play with.
They took a minute on pit road.
Okay. In which case, definitely Antonio Fuoco doing a good job there to get by.
So here is the Alpine.
6 laps behind the race leader in Hypercar, still third in the class.
Yeah, and trying to make up positions on the road. They're up to 6th position overall, 25 seconds now behind Phil Hansen's United Autosports Orica, which is running 3rd in LMP2. Are we going to get an LMP2 car on the overall podium?
Any number of things could still happen, couldn't they?
Certainly could. Felixinho, Nicolas Lapierre.
And Sophia Flörsch at the far end as well, because they share facilities in 2 side-by-side garages with the Alpine team in Hypercar and Michel Racing team in LMP2.
What I'd like to do, Seb, is this.
Remember, Seb, stay calm. Let's hear what Brendan Hartley and team have to say in the number 8 car.
Okay, Brendan, for the steering change, you will switch ignition off and jump out. Ignition off and jump out.
Steering, wheel change.
It's got to be a wheel.
Yes, so the steering change we're hearing there. Ignition off and jump out.
Now, is that, it won't be because the display has gone down, it'll be because the functions of something or other have gone down on the wheel. You can see it's still got display, but clearly some twiddly rotary doofery isn't working.
I would suggest it's more something related to the gear shifts and things like that. That's actually, it's nothing to do with the illuminations or the rotaries or whatever.
Here's a neat one, and with thanks to Sam Smith in the WC media office. He says, should Mike Conway win the title today, he will become the first British driver to take back-to-back WC titles, and beyond that, the first to take back-to-back world titles in endurance since Derek Bell in 1985-86.
Oh, that's very good. A belated happy birthday to Dinger.
Absolutely.
No British driver has defended a World Endurance Championship until Mike.
Until Mike.
Win and leave. That's been the way.
Absolutely. The rebuild goes on. This is lengthy and
it is, isn't it?
Heartbreaking.
It is. And actually had a little message from the pits suggesting that once it goes back together, they will put it all together to do an install lap and then park the car. Their season is done.
2 hours and 42 minutes of the season remain, and the World Championship in GTE comes down to this. It's 0.575 of a second between the number 51 Ferrari and the number 92 Porsche.
And in 2 hours and 42 minutes, I don't imagine it being much further apart than this either. Well, whichever car's in front is going to be in front by fractions.
Well, all 4 drivers involved in this battle have won world titles in the WEC.
Yep.
Neil Janney would become the first ever to win a FIA world title in both prototypes and GTs.
Correct. And of course,
Sorry.
no. That's what we like to hear from a driver. Little fighter.
Yeah, but he's got a lot more braking grip. There's no question to be able to achieve that.
This has been quite a chase from Kevin Est.
I tell you what, there's a lot of defending going on there by Collado. I don't think that was necessary, to be honest, and it's now allowed Estre to get past him.
And Estre is going to wheedle him over to the grass to force him up behind the GTE AM car. Doesn't want to get him allowed to get too much of a slipstream.
Collado's got to try it round the outside. He has to.
Oh, does it?
Yeah. I mean, the AM car was not quite as in the way as I thought it might be as they got to the braking zone. So Estre, who's in the
Satoshi Ashino bailed out of that one.
Yeah.
No, I don't want any part of that.
Pro cars in both mirrors.
I've got to say, I think Collado defended when he probably didn't need to into the final corner quite so much, which compromised his exit and allowed then Estre to have a clean run down the inside.
Bit of a kiss there.
Estre was never backing out of that on the inside, was he? Even if they both ran straight at the barriers, way past.
He was always on the inside, so he was always going to come out ahead.
Unless he outbraked himself comprehensively, but.
It's nice though. Nice.
And this is what you want from pro drivers in pro teams, wheel to wheel, and absolutely professional driving.
The kind of action we're going to see as the hire cars return to the airport after the awards do, and the overnight flights, I'm sure.
This is, he's just pulled away though. This is three-quarters of a lap.
This is
he's disappeared.
Well, he's on 4 fresh tyres, so maybe that's why the imperative was to really get by. I mean, he's reeled in James and shot by and shot away.
This was the throw of the dice under that full course yellow, and this is their opportunity to try to put a stamp on this. And where are we in terms of stint times on this? James Collado, 18 laps in. Kevin Estre, 13 laps in.
But the average time isn't so far different.
No.
No, it is actually, sorry. It's a second difference.
It is 1.3 seconds different. Antonio Fuoco, meanwhile, pushing hard to try to catch Matteo Caroli. Jackson Evans still sticking with him though, so GTM no less close than this, albeit not for the overall win at the moment. Caroli over a minute back for Alessio Rivera. So, hearing from Duncan Vincent down in pit lane, sad news that TF Sport will return for a single lap to complete this race. That 33 car, the competitive running for this season, is done. Very sad. Came into this race with an outside chance of the title. It was gone by turn 3 with that clash with the other Aston Martin, the 98 car. Punches for both cars, and then on a recovery run that was impressive to watch. Probably not good enough to put them into contention without dramas for the 83 car, and then I'd suggest somewhat self-inflicted clash with Ben Keating damaging the steering with a touch into turn 1 or through turn 1. The car with a damaged steering rack will not be out again, as there's goes past there between the 47 and the 86, and you'll see that car just coming out for a single lap to complete this race.
Yep, and the 98 Aston Martin also in after contact with a puncture with the Ferrari, and Marcos Gomez is back at the wheel of that car. Warning flags only for the 28 Jota, the 56 car and the 60 Iron Lynx car.
There's no decision yet on the 38 which is on that list.
No, that might be a worry for the 38 Jota car. At Davidson at the wheel. Pit stop for Mathieu Vazivière in the Alpine. Meanwhile, the chase continues. Cetilar Ferrari, though, is pulling away from Jackson Evans in the 77 Dempsey Proton Porsche. Of course, the only retirement is the 88 so far, as it is the 88 Dempsey Proton car. Axel Jeffries, a little bit of contact, spin at the first turn, could not get the car to start again for whatever reason. Back with Beitske Visser, 4 tyres on that stop. Loic Duval reeling her in. Wonder what rubber he has got.
Has to push here because this is a Ballot Championship. Beitske Visser is the car in between him and the target. The target is the 29 car, Racing Team Nederland. Between those two, whichever finishes ahead takes that championship. And at the moment the gap is just over 13 seconds and the number 1 Orica.
So reports from Toyota, Brendan Hartley was reporting that the car had missed some upshifts, and the deal is he has to get out of the car while the steering is replaced. He cannot be part of the repair. So I'm assuming he will step out in the pit lane, they will pull the steering wheel off, put a new one on, and he'll get back in rather than the need to push it into the garage.
I wonder why that is.
Why he has to be out of the car. I don't know. I don't know why he can't.
To be honest with you, I'm not sure. On the regulation side, it never used to be the case, because people have changed steering wheels whilst driver stays in the car.
So Loic Duval closing right in on Beitske Visser now. 54.9 last lap compared to 55.6 for the Richard Mille Racing Team car, and she allows him to go through quite cleanly. Again, lose as little time as possible.
So this now becomes Loic Duval trying to chase down Joop van Uite, the gap 13.6 seconds.
That is for second in Pro-Am at the moment, and as Fuelback, the high-class car, are leading Pro-Am, but it is not, the high-class car is not leading the title battle.
No, and Anders will be in before those other two cars, I believe. Yes, he will. Significantly before.
Interesting little shot there as the LMP2 cars are coming down the straight. You just see a big lump of rubber rolling across the track that has been spat off by another car. So much of this pickup just sticks to itself. You can see not tiny little bits of rubber, but enormous great whacking lumps of it. The size of some of this, you know, when you're rubbing something out with a rubber that's, you know, on the end of a pencil or something, you get these tiny little bits, and that's effectively what happens with the tyres, Alan. You rub off tiny little bits of rubber at the time, but they just accumulate on the edge and stick together and get into bigger and bigger lumps, and then eventually get spat off the tyre or out of the wheel arch.
Yeah, well, you hope you get spat off the tyre. If they stick onto the tyre, then you get a massive vibration, and it shakes your teeth. But in general, part of the art of driving is understanding how to clean the tyre, how to keep it clean, and especially after full course yellow periods, that sort of thing. The way to do it is, it's not necessarily obvious, but there is definitely a way to achieve it.
Just looking where these gaps are coming up and down. Kevin Estre, as Alan said, is driving away from James Calado, almost 4 seconds to good now, with Miguel Molina further almost 12 seconds back. So this charge from Kevin Estre that's brought him back to the lead is now taking him away.
He's 8/10 quicker than Estre. Estre was 8/10 quicker than Calado on that last lap alone. I mean, these are big margins from two cars that have been so closely matched up until now.
But we saw, in the first phase of this race, we saw everybody so close together. Then there was the odd error and the odd bit and piece coming together in pit stops and through the full course yellow things. Then it looked as if Ferrari really had got the march on them.
Had a tiny bit of an advantage.
They really did, and it looked like that might just go that way, and all of a sudden...
And I wonder whether Porsche were just sucking up the body blows at that stage, taking the pain on older tyres to have more fresher rubber left. I mean, you know, I assume that Porsche and Ferrari have both got a very good idea of what the other has left in terms of rubber, because that's really, really critical. Obviously, we don't.
There's a big lock-up. Is that the ARC Bratislava?
It is.
It is.
And who's the wheel? It is Ollie Caldwell. That's the first error we've seen from him in his first ever LMP2 drive.
First ever drive with us in the FI World Endurance Championship.
Yeah.
A championship debutant this weekend.
Still no decision on that potential question over the 38 Jota car. Not really tempting fate here.
Well, it's either nothing or something is up in the air.
It would have said nothing if there was no further action, because it said it for 3 cars. It could just be that it was a typo. Yep. That does happen occasionally, and it got left out of the list. But usually Eduardo spots things like that. WRT Charles Milesi leading in LMP2 from the 28 Jota car. Gaps 23.8 seconds and growing. And Phil Hansen in third for United Autosports. Fourth, the 38 Jota car. You're looking at it now with Ant Davidson, Antonio Felix Acosta, Roberto Gonzalez. Roberto finished his drive. He seems to have done a lot of time in the car.
Pretty certain he's...
I would think he might well have done. I think we said when he got out last time he's done his minimum time. Whether or not that means he's going to drive again, I don't know.
He has done 2 hours and 12 minutes. He's done what he needs to do. It's 2 hours in LMP2. It's 2 hours 20 minutes in GTE-AM. So Roberto Gonzalez is done for the afternoon.
Unless he fancies another crack.
Indeed.
To be honest, I don't think there's many racing drivers who don't want to get back in a car.
There apparently is one.
Yeah, but he's still broken after doing 2 kart races the other night. So 29 cars still running in the 8 hours of Bahrain season finale in the 2021 FIA World Endurance Championship. Adrian Negrão, the documentary factory, he had pitted Those tyre, he wasn't 3 laps ago he was in the pits, was it? Are those
the ground?
Is that a qualifying set? That's not his out lap, so maybe it is. Maybe they are brand new tyres. Tyres are 3 laps old.
Indeed.
And his stint is 3 laps old, is it? So
it's
brand new
flaps. It's 4 new tyres.
Yeah, brand new sticky tyres, sticky stickers.
So that car back into 7th position now. With that, with Anthony Davidson, thanks to the stop 4. The Alpine just popping up into 6th. So LMP2 battle, 24 seconds. Charles Milesi fending off Stoffel Vandoorne. Then Phil Hansen, who is gradually just closing in 3rd position in the 22 United Autosports car, and Davidson a further 35 seconds back. So the gaps are significant. 7 car for the next stop looks like it's going to be Mike Conway to get aboard, and we'll tell you that's a very interesting factet about Mike as and when we get closer to the point at which that can be fact rather than possible/probable. LMP2, WRT at the moment doing enough here to fend off the challenge from Jota.
Number 8 can't be champions, can they?
Not at this point.
No, they can't. Not at any point.
Not unless the 7 car retires.
Yes, sorry, no. Yes, it needs to finish. Correct. Yes. Right, let's hear from Kamui Kobayashi and the Toyota team.
Okay, can we box this lap? Press speed confirm. Travel change with Mike. Travel change.
So confirmed that it will be Mike Conway.
Now we're hearing all this about, does Brendan Hartley have to get out of the car? Does he have to step out of Canada? We've seen Sebastian Buemi with his helmet on ready to go.
Yeah.
So I think Brendan Hartley has to get out, because otherwise it's going to be quite hard for Sebastian Buemi to get in.
I think it's a matter of the sequence.
Yeah. Well, it's Hartley out, steering wheel change, Buemi in. Would seem to be the logical conclusion.
It's
there.
a less dramatic way of putting it, isn't it?
Yeah. So in between, in the middle of the driver change, they're going to...
So the point being is, he's not getting out of the car to change the steering wheel to get back in. That's the point.
No, I think possibly the gist of it is Hartley can't just get out and take the steering wheel with him, and Buemi can't just get in and put the new steering wheel in, because it is seen as a repair.
That might well be the
right. So, yes.
On pit road now, the number 7 car. So Kamui Kobayashi brings the 7 Toyota to a halt right now, and the crew go to work, and Mike Conway strides out.
Friend of the show?
Absolutely.
They're all friends of the show.
Everybody's friends of the show.
No, exactly.
And so Mike's strapping in, and is this going to be en route to a repeat World Championship for this crew?
Well, again, it's going to... And something that Toyota are not entirely unfamiliar with. It is going to take a very cruel twist of fate for it not to be the case. However, as we well know, fate can turn.
It can, and it often has here.
And it often has Toyota as well.
It certainly has. And
yes.
It's sometimes difficult to remember that. You know, we've seen seasons of some dominance from the stunning race cars that were produced by Toyota over the last few years.
Left side's only for Conway there, was it? That didn't look like... Did they do the...
It's 4 new, according to Duncan
the right
Vincent.
side tyres first? I think they just ran round and did the lefts.
Duncan is insisting 4 new tyres.
Well, he's only got 1 set of human eyeballs, and I've only got 1 set. I don't... Back right. Did they do the left front?
In comes the sister number 8 car for the lead. This is where we will see Brendan Hartley. Dirty on the front left side around the number, isn't it? Look, there's a lot of brake. Dirty race car. Out gets Brendan, and then we'll see someone presumably lean in. No, so that goes in. No, they're not going to change that.
So no steering wheel change yet. Oh, right. So they can't repair it while fuel's going in. They can do the driver change. Fuel is now not finished, so they can't do that. They can't do it until the fuel is done. And because there'll be repair going on, they can't do tyres at the same time.
Now they will.
Can't do that. Somebody else working on the car. That is not a safety issue. can you do a tyre change and a repair at the same time? That would appear to me to be too many people working on the car. 4 new tyres and a new steering wheel. Is that, if that's a safety issue, it's not a repair, which means the driver could do it. If the driver can't do it, it is a repair, which means there are too many people working on the car. Surely.
We're going to find out.
I think we might.
Charbonnet, meanwhile,
we'll leave that because Toyota are cleverer than me.
Yeah.
We'll park that one for the
Seb Buemi rejoins the race. Mike Conway in the Sister 7 car.
169 laps ago, the number 7 Toyota set the fastest race lap. It is lap 171. It was basically started and finished in the first stint, the race between these two cars.
Yeah, but, sadly we didn't see a full race length challenge from the Alpine. That car making its way back up the order still as the 91 Porsche from 4th in GT Pro. Comes to a halt. Red Lucky Vicky is out of the car.
Yep. Now, does this mean that Jimmy Bruni is back in our cyclical run through the drivers?
That is Jimmy.
G for Jimmy, because Jimmy is not actually his name, it's Jamaria, so GB. Not sure that was whistling into shot there, being lobbed away by, slide and tilt steering wheel.
Absolutely, tunes in the radio.
And in fact, until the change of regulations, your Porsche racing car, your GT Racer, used to come with a chassis, a seat on seat rails, so you could slide it out. Oh dear.
Trouble.
A lot of trouble. That is not coming off.
We saw this last weekend, didn't we? Lots of rear left troubles.
Wasn't seated properly and hadn't gone back and hadn't gone on properly, so...
Literally zero delay in getting the hammer down there.
No.
That will be further time lost, I'm afraid, for the number 91 car.
It is just as well that it is not that car that is in a championship hunt. Yeah. However, germane to all of this is where the 2 cars finish compared to the 2 Ferraris. Right now, 1st and 4th
is enough.
More points than 2nd and 3rd. Yeah. However, if the 51 Ferrari takes the lead of the race, then suddenly everything changes and Ferrari take everything. At the moment, Porsche take everything.
Brendan, a good stint there, but it comes with a little bit of trouble by the sounds of things. Why the steering wheel change?
I was having a few issues upshifting, so we didn't know if it's a software problem or the upshift paddle not recognizing the upshift. So we've done a precautionary change. Hopefully it's fixed. I don't think it's a big problem. It probably happened 10 times in the 2 hours that I was in the car.
Was it only on the way up or was it also on the way down?
Just on the way up. So we've had it before with a little sensor issue. So hopefully it's solved now.
Okay, you've handed the car over to Seb. I take it you'll be looking for any feedback that he has. Apart from that, is the car running faultlessly?
Yeah, so far the car's feeling really great. You know, we had a really tough time last week. We went aggressive on the setup. We've had understeer in a few other races, so we said we're not going to have understeer last week. In the end, it was a bad decision. We destroyed the rear tyres, and car 7 pulled away in the race. So this week we've been super strong. We had a little engine niggle in qualifying yesterday, which meant we couldn't really challenge for the pole, but we felt so strong. And I mean, the championship's basically over, but we're fighting for this last victory for Kaz. It's an end of an era for the legend Kazuki Nakajima. So hopefully we can keep it together and get him the final victory in the WEC.
Brendan, thank you very much. The best of luck with that.
Thank you.
That's great to hear. So fighting for their friend and a victory, a win to finish a fine career with an excellent race team. Gap 25 seconds, by the way. Cost them about 3 seconds, that wheel change on the full service pit stop.
Can I read somewhere, am I correct in thinking I read somewhere that Kazuki Nakajima has now raced for 22 years as part of the Toyota program?
Is that right?
Man and boy.
Well, I mean,
even when he came over to British F3, in his formative career, I believe he was part of the Toyota development program and a Toyota funded and sponsored driver at that time. So, I think his entire racing career.
Well, even in the WEC era, just 2 men, as we see the 38 car with Anthony Davidson. Is this Is this a double, France?
He got in last stint, didn't he? So this is the first stint on these tyres, I think. Might have trouble getting him out, to be honest.
Yeah, together with Seb Buemi, the only one of the drivers for Toyota Gazoo Racing. He's staying aboard the, or is he?
Door open.
Could be just a drinks bottle change. The only driver in the Toyota Gazoo Racing team that's driven every one of their generations of WEC cars, from the TSO 30 through to the GRO 10. And if anything, despite the fact he did miss races, he missed races because he was racing other things for Toyota in Japan.
Toyota, yeah. Yes.
But very much a favoured son of the Toyota brand. Son of a famous father, of course, Toru Nakajima.
WRT in from the lead in LMP2, Charles Malaysia out. Are they single stinting the drivers now?
So Charles Malaysia got in that car, where are we? That is a second stint. It's not quite the full stint. He did a slightly shorter stint with the full course yellow, but that's almost 2 full stints for Malaysia. He fended off the attack from Stoffel Vandoorne, who, by the way, is on pit lane as well now. Comes in from second. But,
Robin Freins takes over 31. No driver change at Jota.
No driver change, nothing. They're just going through the rigmarole just now. Big screen clean. I can't even see tyres around here just now where I am, Martin. So this might just be a fuel-only stop for the number 28 car just now. Under the watchful eye of team boss Sam. A big smile on his face there. This is an important part of the race for these guys.
Yep. Of course, these are the two cars, first and second, who finished first and second at Le Mans in that nail-biting final lap when WRT were 5 minutes away from a historic 1-2 on their debut, and ended up with the car with Yifei Ye, the leader, stopping dead in the first corner, basically, and then the battle for the lead 28 car, Tom Blomqvist, closing down Robin Freins right to the line and the checkered flag.
Well, Freins comes down after 1 minute 15 for that car on pit lane, 11 seconds quicker with no tyre change for Stoffel Vandoorne. It is 13.9 seconds is the gap with 2 hours and 17 minutes to go, and the script is coming together.
Yep. Another car that had huge dramas at Le Mans, of course, after being clattered into a spin and then slammed into by another car, was the #1 Richard Mille Racing team. Certainly Fortune they did not deserve at all. Beitske Visser takes fuel on and stays in, and she will continue. Sophia Flörsch took out. I didn't actually see the driver change. So Sophia Flörsch.
One pit stop we didn't comment on because we were watching something else was the lead car in LMP2 AM coming on pit road. The high-class racing car drops back to third. Job van Uite retakes the lead in the 29 Racing Team Netherlands car and is fending off Loic de Valley. It's 15.5 seconds the gap for the title in LMP2 AM. By the way, the pace of Kevin Estre is now taking him 11 seconds clear of the 51 car of James Calado.
Right, Ferrari had better have more fresh tyres in their locker than Porsche have, or this is a game changer.
This is a punishing stint from Kevin Estre. So on this stint alone, Estre has been 1.1 seconds quicker on average per lap than James Calado.
Wow. And that does have all the hallmarks of, nobody is 1.1 seconds per lap every lap quicker, I don't think, in this class. That has all the hallmarks of being a tyre advantage.
Well, it's odd because Calado did take left-hand tyres. Miguel Molina, by contrast, by the way, 0.2 of a second difference from Kevin Estre. So Calado, for whatever reason, has struggled for pace on this stint. It is the end of his second stint he's coming to, and in fairness, the previous stint was 1:59s. So 1:59.0 on the previous stint, 1:59.1 on the current stint for James Calado, a 1:58.0 on average for Kevin Estre on the current stint.
Interesting. In the heat of the early part of the race, it looked that Ferrari could cover off everything that Porsche had and maybe creep out a little bit more. Now it's cooler.
It's coming back.
It does seem that the balance might be swinging the other way. Not Actually, I was going to say not so much in GTM. However, second is a Porsche, fourth is a Porsche. All right, all the rest of the top 6 cars are Ferraris, but there are only 2 Porsches, 3 Porsches, right? We talked a little bit about Inter Europol, and Jakusz Michowski is at the wheel of the car now. Duncan Vincent, you were talking to Renger after the hot runs that he did at the beginning, and he was saying he was hoping cooler weather would help them with the car's performance. That seems to be the case, right?
Yes, Martin, he wasn't happy at all when I spoke to him when the sun was out, and he was looking forward to the night time to hopefully think that the car would come alive, and that's exactly what's happened. The number 34 Inter Europol car has come alive. He says he's got good feel, good speed, a very happy young Dutchman in that car. Well, he was, he's now in the garage.
Very good news. I thought you were going to allude to the fact that he was young, and moving on. Dunk, find out from Porsche what they are doing differently now, or is it just that the car works better in the cool? Are they using a slightly different tyre? Are they just finding a bit more pace? Change of position. Giancarlo Fisichella goes down the inside of Satoshi Hoshino.
That's for seventh.
No question at all. His engineer will have been telling him who was coming up. Let him go. Not your battle. Thomas Floor is the direct rival in that car for Satoshi Hoshino, not Giancarlo Fisichella.
So just to confirm, this is the 33 car, stricken 33 car after broken steering in that incident. So the intention of TF Sports is to send this car out just for one glory lap, basically, to complete their season.
Yeah, just to make sure. Is this car not running in the rookie test tomorrow?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I think that's the deal. I think that's the deal. Make sure it's all back together, because they can't run it until the rookie test starts.
Correct.
So get it on track, make sure everything's running. If it's not, bring it back in and keep going. Right, let's catch up with Dunk. Dunk, what's the deal at Porsche then? Have they got more in the locker?
They're on a different tyre strategy just now from Ferrari. They're on newer tyres. They need to make a gap just now. Say to me, Duncan, it's going to close up towards the end. It's going to be incredibly tight. It will come back towards Ferrari. Fingers crossed for Porsche, he says.
Yeah. Alex Daly wants to take it lock, stock, about. And I did sort of wonder. Yeah, Estra on 4 fresh tyres. It's about getting track position and trying to break Ferrari, but. Again, we talked about this, and I'm sure they know pretty much exactly what Ferrari have left, and they're gambling now on getting away and being, in the last half an hour, if you're on older tyres but you're ahead, and it's the World Championship, how much more of an advantage do Ferrari have to be able to force their way by? Yeah, we could get a last lap pass on the grass for the championship.
Oh, we could, and who bet against it, to be honest with you. Kevin Estra's style in this stint has been very much someone who looks like he's spurring his horse to further action. He's been heading for the hills as quickly as he possibly can.
Yeah.
By the way, whatever your setup at home is to watch this race, it's not as good as Olivier's.
That is not what you see in the commentary booth. We have the same pictures that you have at home. In the centre of the shot there was Olivier Denis, who is our director. On the right-hand side is the switcher. Now, he's the guy who switches from camera to camera following the action and has to pick them up. And on the left is Natasha, whose job is to tell the cameraman which car we are looking for. She's effectively the spotter. So when you come to camera 3, you'll be going, the red Ferrari, trying to pick out the car in the group that we're following the action of. So that's the front desk of what is the tip of a hugely talented iceberg that brings you all these world endurance pictures that we then waffle randomly over.
13 seconds is the lead gap now between Kevin Estra and James Collado. That's coming out nicely, but you kind of heard in the way in which Duncan was relaying that. Porsche, no, this is not done.
Nope.
It's Cetilar Racing with Dempsey Proton Racing right behind Antonio Fuoco, Jackson Evans, 2 young guns.
I don't think Porsche had a chance if they sat, or not, they don't think they had a chance. I don't think they had an option. They had to make something happen. Ferrari were leading and staying in front. They had to make something happen, and I think that's sort of what my gut feeling was, that what was going on was they were trying to get track position, get away.
Yep.
It's easier to lead and hold them off than it is to chase and then to force the pass, and I'm afraid possibly that is what Ferrari are going to find. Well, there is the Aston Martin. It's not yet in a condition to go back out. A little bit of briefing going on here. So we are how far away now, Graham, from pro
pit stops?
90.
So the 51. They're closing in. So Alessandro Pierre Guidi will be aboard, I think, within the next lap or so.
Okay.
With the 92, they've got a little longer to go. They're on 29 laps at the moment. James Calado is on 33. Estre 29, Calado 33. The 91 we've seen down pit road just recently, and just looking 52 effectively.
Calado
so here is
the
the 51.
Yep.
52 on the same lap count as Kevin Estre.
Okay.
So 51. Here's the next throw of the dice. This will be driver change. James Calado out, Alessandro Pierre Guidi in. Now, what are they going to throw at this on each corner?
Well, Pierre Guidi fired up, as he always is, and he is going to have 4 fresh tyres. There's absolutely no question.
This is where they
can't
stop the rock.
Allow the Porsche to get too far away. You've got to keep them within shooting distance.
While we're watching this, by the way, I'm keeping an eye on LMP2, where Stoffel Van Dorn had got that gap down to under 20 seconds again, and then Robin Freins has hit the hammer, and he's done 2 consecutive fastest laps of the race in the Team WRT car, the 31 car, with a 1:53.049, 2 seconds quicker. Away goes.
Was that a 4 change? Okay, Duncan's there, 4 tyre change. Walk faster, Dunk, I can see you. 1 minute 13, the last stop, and that was a 1:16. So if that was a 4 tyre change,
it was a good one.
Then either the previous one was a slow 2 tyre change, or it was also a 4 tyre change, in which case can't be, because that was in the middle of Calado's stint. They wouldn't have given him 4 fresh tyres in the middle and then another 4. So that was a slow stop, because Calado's last stop was a 1:13 stop. That's 1:16, including driver change and 4 tyres.
James looks like he's had a day's work there, doesn't he? That was clearly.
However, Estre's last stop, 1 minute 2.
Yeah. And they said on fresh tyres.
How did they get him out 11 seconds quicker?
I don't know.
Or, I beg your pardon, 14 seconds quicker with 4 fresh tyres. And he did have 4 fresh tyres, Estre. I mean, you know, we're talking about the fact that they've been half a second apart for half the race. Or is Estre now on a double stint? No. He's not in the middle of a stint. He's in the middle of a run, isn't he?
Because he did a short stint. He did a short stint on fuel. Shorted on fuel. So
and that's how they got the track position. Okay, James Calado out of the car, Duncan Vincent in the garage. Let's see what James Calado thinks of the race at the moment.
James, this is a topsy-turvy race, and it's a race that's going to go right to the flag. You're on a different tyre strategy from Porsche. The new tyres have gone on for Alessandro. He must push. Did you see anything on the in-lap that could help him about how the track's evolved?
The track's getting better every lap. However, it's really tough to manage the tyres on a double stint. I think I did the best job possible and maximised the most potential out of the car. Whether it's enough at the end, who knows? But going forward, we've got better tyres than Porsche now, and we've just got to push as hard as we can to try and catch them.
Personally, how is this for the emotions that you're actually feeling just now? I mean, it's a tough game.
I'm knackered, mate. I gave it absolutely 200% every single lap, as much as I could. Just trying to, not lose the tyres, trying to push, trying to do other strategies going on behind the scenes, and you know, I've given it my best, and now it's just down to Ale to do the same.
James, congratulations, and congratulations on becoming a dad for the second time very recently.
Thank you.
Well done.
Yeah, you know, it's going to be a big week for James Calado with a brand new baby and potentially a second World Championship title. I mean, either way, it's a huge week, but it could be really done. And you know, absolutely giving everything. It's not just James Calado, it's not just Kevin Estre, it's not just the drivers, it's every single person involved in the pit stops, in the strategy, in the management. Every single item is being pushed to the absolute limit.
Both the leading cars in LMP2 Pro-Am on pit road. It was 15 seconds the gap when they came in. Jon van Utte goes on to a second stint. The 70 car is rolling. Deval brought that car in. That means High Class go back to the lead in this class with, well, 4 minutes to go until we've finished what is the second 6 hours of Bahrain, but we've got 2 more hours to go. It is Norman Nato that takes over that car. That will just drop them back a couple of further seconds with the driver change, so it's going to be closer to 20 than 15 when they get back up to speed.
They lost just 2 seconds
with the driver change.
Yeah.
So,
and bearing in mind, these are both effectively the same team. In the same way that D-Station and TF Sport, those two Aston Martins, are all TF Sport employees, then those two cars are all being run by guys from TDS Racing. So
you're right, that's a cracking display from them. This battle in GTM between Jackson Evans and Woco has been a cracker. The 83 car from the lead is on pit road now in the hands of Alicia Rivera. There is the 83, and there's a driver change there as well.
Duncan Vincent is watching.
Yeah, I'm right behind the car. Nick Nielsen has just slipped his hips into that, which will be, I would imagine at this point of the day, rather hot and damp. 4 tyres about to go in. We've got 2 new and 2 scrubbed by the looks of things for this car, guys. But this is a big part of the race for the 83 car, with TF Sport being out of it. They just need to bring this car home for a GTE AM back-to-back world title.
Back-to-back world titles and a third for Francois Perrodo. And the GTE battle between Antonio Fuoco in the blue Ferrari and Jackson Evans in the black, white and blue Porsche continues as LMP2 battles squeeze through it. 33 out onto the pit apron. So the plan here to run the car, see if it's all okay, and then park it and save it for tomorrow's rookie test rather than risk any further damage. The crew have had a tough enough week as it is without making them work an all-nighter for the test.
52 Ferrari on pit road from currently second in GT Pro. Still this battle goes on between these two cars. GTM.
Interesting. Rears only.
Oh, well, that's split the strategy, hasn't it? We'll have a look to see what Miguel Molina brings out on the track. It was 1 minute and 3 seconds last, 1 minute and 13. That feels like reasonably close to
change, maybe.
Yeah, well, we'll wait and hear what we can find from pit
See,
lane.
folks at home, I've just said we don't have a million screens like Olivier, the director, does in the TV truck, and that's for a very good reason, because I have trouble just watching one and seeing what's happening in pit stop. He doesn't need to know how many tyres have been changed. I sort of do. It was rears only. It just had that feeling. Okay.
On pit road now is the leader in GT Pro. Kevin Estre comes in. It's 1 minute and 23 as they cross the timing line before to Alessandro Pierguidi.
Alessandro Pierguidi setting the fastest first sector of the race for his Ferrari in the chase.
Now we look for what happens with tyres. It's screen change, screen clean.
So Duncan Vincent, you're right in the heart of the action. Kevin Estre stays in. He looks very calm. What are they giving him?
I can see the eyes on Kevin Estre through the windscreen just now, guys. Looks very calm. He's got 2 brand new sticker tyres, 2 brand new Michelins for what should be the left-hand side of this 92 Porsche. This is a big moment because Ferrari are on a different tyre strategy. And Martin, you've been keeping an eye on what Pierguidi is doing, and you can hear the guns going off in the background there. Very, very fast. Out comes the air. Down goes the jet. And there we go.
51 on the way down towards turn 14 as the hammer goes down on the 92 car. The 92 car will emerge with Kevin Estre still at the wheel. How long were they on pit lane? It was 1 minute and 16 seconds for the Ferrari. It is 1 minute and 11 for the Porsche.
Porsche's in turn 1 and the Ferrari is out of the final corner and starts a new lap now. So he's halfway down the straight. So it's half the length of the straight, which is about 500 metres between the two of them. A little under. Back straight, by the way, is 750 metres, of which about the first 50 is sorting out the corner onto the back straight, and the last 100 is braking, so it's about a 550 metre straight. There's Roberto Lacorte for Cettilar.
That's the battle in GT Pro for the World Championship. In LMP2 Pro-Am, Job van Uitert and Norman Nato separated by 17.8 seconds, both putting in the fastest lap of each car's race last time around, with a tenth of a second between the two of them in terms of time.
With the advantage over Norman Nato. And this is the battle for the lead in GTEM now. Antonio Fuoco ahead of Jackson
pagi,
Evans.
bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu semua serta teman-teman yang masih setia menonton FIA World Endurance Championship Bahrain 2 jam terakhir.
Karena udah selamat pagi sekarang ya.
12 lebih 1.
Iya betul. Udah selamat pagi sekarang. Pak Arif gimana Pak Arif?
Masih semangat Pak
Masih
Arif?
semangat?
Masih dong. Tapi di sini masih malam. Belum pagi.
Masih malam, belum
Masih
pagi.
malam di sana.
Kan bedanya 4 jam.
Apalagi Pak Arif ngelihat ini posisi semakin menegangkan nih.
Iya, benar banget.
Iya, betul.
Karena belum berubah nih.
Nah, belum
1-2-1-2-nya dari LMP2 nih. Karena pertandingan dari LMP2 kita tahu hanya tinggal 31 WRT 31 atau Jota 28 yang nantinya bakal menjadi juara. Tapi nih Pak Arif, tadi kan Tom sempat main, sempat keluar, tapi cuma 1 stint doang. Nah, gimana tadi menurut Pak Arif analisanya waktu Tom ngelawan Charles Milesi di WRT 31?
Ya, betul. Memang yang nggak disangka itu Tom cuma 1 stint ya. Saya pikir juga Tom akan 2 stint, tapi cuma 1 stint. Tapi ketika fight itu dapatnya Milesi ini masih muda, tapi bagus, kencangnya minta ampun, kencang dan konsisten. Sampai tadi Tom yang nggak bisa ngejar lah istilahnya. Ketika keluar pit kan sama dalam kisaran 5-6 detik. Tapi begitu di track itu Tom benar-benar istilahnya belum bisa memberikan perlawanan kepada Charles Milesi. Konsisten tadi lap time yang saya perhatikan itu Charles Milesi bisa 153, 154. Tom sesekali sempat meladeni, jadi meladeni dalam koridor 153 sampai 154. Tapi selebihnya Milesi bertahan dan Tom karena ban juga udah aus sempat drop sehingga tadi pas dia masuk pit diganti oleh Stoffel, gapnya tuh belasan detik ya. Jadi emang di stint tadi Tom sih belum nolong dalam artian ada banyak faktor ya. Pertama memang WRT lagi bagus dan memang siap untuk lomba, siap untuk menang, siap untuk jadi juara LMP2 dengan 3 pembalap yang sama bagusnya, atau memang tim Jota saya tidak melihat tadi ada masalah berarti ya. Apakah tadi Tom pakai ban bekas atau baru, belum, saya nggak dapat laporan, tapi kalau ngelihat lap time yang dia buat sih ada kemungkinan dia tadi tuh menggunakan ban bekas sehingga nanti bannya itu disimpan, kan masih ada ban baru nih untuk 2 stint terakhir Tom Blomqvist setelah Stoffel Van Dorn ini.
Oke.
Tapi kayaknya tadi problemnya memang Tom menggunakan ban bekas saja sih. Sementara Charles Milesi tadi ban baru. Kenapa ya?
Berarti tadi yang membuat gap yang istilahnya tadi lumayan dekat jadi jauh lagi sampai lebih dari 20 detik itu memang faktornya pembalapnya yang memang bagus banget sama faktor bannya juga ya Pak ya istilahnya.
Nah, yang tadi ditanyain itu kenapa jaraknya tadi yang udah belasan detik terus tiba-tiba lebih dari 20 bahkan sampai 25 detik itu karena gini. Tadi di garasi itu ada kesalahan saat pit stop. Jadi pas pit stop pas Porcello tadi masuk ganti ban, tapi bannya yang baru kepasang tiga udah disuruh jalan Stoffel nih. Udah disuruh jalan.
Nah, yang belum kepasang benar itu ban kanan belakang. Ban kanan belakang belum kepasang benar, sehingga disuruh mundur lagi, jadinya ekstra kehilangan waktu lah, lost time ya. Jadi kehilangan waktu, sehingga tadi pas pit stop itu yang ban belum terpasang itu Jota 28 itu kehilangan 27 detik. Nah, itulah kenapa tadi jaraknya yang tadinya udah belasan detik tiba-tiba jadi jauh lagi. Itu emang sangat disayangkan. Memang setelah itu pas pit stop pergantian pembalap buat WRT 31 itu dari Charles Milesi ke Robin Frijns itu mereka kehilangan waktu juga 11 detik. Tapi mereka kehilangan waktu tapi ganti ban menggunakan ban baru, kehilangan waktunya di pit, tapi di track tadi kalau kita lihat sekarang jaraknya udah 36 detik ya. Itu benar-benar ban baru yang dipakai oleh Robin Frijns, benar-benar mukul telak karena Stoffel benar-benar sekarang nih nggak bisa nempel karena Stoffel kan masih pakai ban lama nih, ban yang dia pakai tadi yang baru 3 pasang terus akhirnya dipasang satu lagi itu. Nah, itu kan Stoffel masih pakai ban itu tadi pas pit stop terakhir Stoffel soalnya nggak ganti ban, dan Robin Frijns ini menggantikan Charles Milesi juga menggunakan ban baru, sehingga ban baru yang dipakainya sekarang udah bikin jarak yang tadinya belasan detik sekarang udah 37 detik gapnya antara Robin Frijns dengan Stoffel Vandoorne. Jadi betapa sampai sekarang paling enggak taktik yang digunakan oleh tim W31 ini benar bagus, dan mereka ini Ferdinand Haasbroek ya, kita lihat nanti itu, dan mereka benar-benar tidak membuat kesalahan dari start sampai finish tadi. Sementara Jota tadi sempat membuat kesalahan saat pit stop, sehingga jarak yang tadi sudah dekat dan siap untuk dipangkas jadi jauh lagi, dan sekarang ketinggalan lagi karena jaraknya besar.
Oke.
Sudah lebih 37 ya sekarang.
Nah, tapi dengan 37 detik, jadi ada beberapa minor mistake yang dilakukan oleh Jota 28 ini. Menurut Pak Arief sendiri 2 jam ke depannya Kansa akan seperti apa nih Pak? Mengingat ini hanya tinggal 2 jam kurang lagi malah.
Ya, jadi ya kita yakini karena habis ini Tom Blomqvist akan drive sampai finish ya, karena dia driving tapi masih kurang, baru 1 stint, kan minimal 3 stint lah. Jadi dia 2 stint terakhir ini akan digunakan oleh stint terakhir ini akan digunakan oleh Tom Blomqvist. Kita harapkan dengan ban baru yang akan dipakainya ini dia benar-benar akan memangkas waktu yang ada sekarang. Gapnya kan gede banget dan feeling saya kalau tadi ngeliat Ferdinand Haasbroek driving time-nya udah cukup, Robin Frijns sekarang lagi driving, mungkin di stint terakhir WRT 31 ini akan menggunakan Charles Milesi lagi, karena Charles Milesi tadi pertama memang driving time-nya belum cukup, dan dia tadi sangat konsisten cepat ya, sampai tadi Tom Blomqvist juga yang ngelawan. Jadi kalau melihat strateginya, ada kemungkinan di stint terakhir ini akan terjadi duel antara Charles Milesi dan Tom Blomqvist, dan kita harapkan tentu dengan ban baru yang tersisa yang akan dipakai oleh Tom Blomqvist akan paling nggak angkas gap dulu deh, angkas gap dulu yang sekarang lebih dari 30 detik ini menjadi ya berapapun nanti. Setelah itu kita lihat kita lihat hasilnya. Kalaupun misalnya WRT bertahan di posisi sekarang dan Jota juga bertahan di posisi sekarang, ya kita tetap harus bergembira, senang dengan hasil ini, karena bagaimanapun ini tahun pertama Sean dan di ajang WEC full season ya, dan dia sudah memberikan segalanya bagi Indonesia gitu, dan juga bagi timnya Jota 28.
Oke, kalau begitu kita akan melihat 2 jam ke depan akan seperti apa, yang mudah-mudahan dengan ban baru bisa memangkas habis ketertinggalan terhadap WRT 31 ya, begitu
sekali,
ya.
Ya, pastinya kita berharap tidak terjadi lagi minor mistakes, dan kita juga bisa berharap kalau ini bukannya nyumpahin itu yang namanya apa ya?
Berdoa untuk
berdoa untuk kesuksesan tim Jota 28.
Betul.
Masih ingat yang 24 jam? Tiba-tiba di
iya, betul.
WRT-nya berhenti ya.
Ya.
Mari kita doakan.
Enggak gitu dong.
Gitu. Pokoknya bertanding yang fair and square aja. So, teman-teman, langsung aja kita kembali lagi ke Bahrain International Circuit untuk menyaksikan 2 jam terakhir FIA World Endurance Championship ya. Nanti kita ketemu lagi di 2 jam mendatang. Siapakah yang akan menjadi juara? Apakah Jota 28 bisa memenuhi ekspektasi kita semua untuk menjadi juara? So, langsung aja kita silakan.
Stoffel Vandoorne ahead of United Autosports Fabio Scherer, and Davidson will come in from 3rd place. Beg your pardon, no, Jota United and Jota are 2nd, 3rd and 4th in LMP2. 31 WRT car is still in front and is only 1 lap ahead of Andre Negrão in the Alpine, which should, all things being even, finish the race in the top 3.
It's looking that way.
3rd in hypercar, yeah.
So, in this stint, Jon Venuta is taken the lead from Anders Fjordbach and has pulled out a bigger advantage against Norman Nato, it is, isn't it? Yes, so he's something like 20 seconds ahead of their championship challengers in the Real Team Racing car, so he's taken time and position out in this stint, so it's been a good stint from the young Dutchman. In Kevin Estre, meanwhile, holding that gap to Pierre Guidi to 12.7 seconds. So again, good stuff from Estre. And GTM, who knows?
I'm not sure that's a category you're going to put much money on.
No.
For the title, yes. For the race itself, yeah. Perm any one of 6 cars right now. Again, you know, we haven't been following what they're doing on driver strategy, on fuel, on tyres and everything else, but it is just, yeah, it's absolutely flat out now to the flag, isn't it?
We did say we'd see a very different race over the 8 hours of Bahrain compared to last weekend's 6 hours, and so it has proven.
Yeah.
GT Pro has been a light all the way through. The LMP2 battle, well, that's really been nailed in at the moment by the pace of Robin Freins, who at the moment is quicker than the Alpine.
Yes.
And has been for a few laps. He has put paid at the moment to the challenger Stoffel Vandoorne, who looked like he could get onto terms with the WRT car for a little wee while. And Davidson is still working the final stint of his professional career.
Yeah.
And that will be a moment to mark when Ant comes into pit lane.
Do you know what his takeaway memory of this race will be? The fact that he came into the pits.
Oh, no.
Unexpected. But it will, because he's a racing driver,
Yes.
and that is the one thing that will nag away at him at the end of the race.
By the World Championship and everything else, when he looks back on the career as a whole, never mind all of the things that he's done within his support within Formula One of Mercedes and Grand Prix, their successes. So I think that's, you know,
absolutely. No,
a smidge in the big picture.
He is very, very in love with motor racing right now, and is in a good position to be leaving. So
and he will hop, skip and jump back to the airport and back to the family. That's what's drawing him away from professional racing. It's to spend a bit more time with his growing family, and it'll be a happy place whatever happens to this race.
News for Aston Martin fans: 98 Northwest AMR car has left the pit lane again with Augusto Farfus at the wheel. That has been in for
That's just 1 minute and 21 seconds. That repair was done a while ago.
It has been circulating again. Yeah.
So to just unpick what's going on, overall it's 32 seconds. Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 car ahead of the number 7 car, which looks set at the moment to be on the road to a repeat World Championship win. Team WRT still hold 3rd position overall, but under 30 seconds now ahead of the recovering Alpine. That's been a long road back for the Alpine team after that gear selection problem early in the race, after leading from turn 1. Andre Negrão catching, and he is catching at the moment Robin Freins, but not that quickly. It's 10th, not seconds. Stoffel Vandoorne holds 2nd place in LMP2. Fabio Scherer, another great stint from Fabio. He's holding 3rd place in LMP2 ahead of Ant Davidson, working his final stint in professional motorsport.
thing you got to do with those slow-mos is watch one man and see what his job is and how good. I mean, even the driver, the outgoing driver there, seat into out, tosses it into the doorway of the garage so it's not lying in the pit lane, and then first thing pushes his teammate's head in, pulls the driver radio cord off the Velcro on the helmet, starts plugging that in as his teammates sit down. I mean, they spend so much time trying to save a tenth of a second in a pit stop that lasts over a minute, because it's so hard to make a difference on the track between equal cars and equally well-driven cars.
Indeed. Here we go again with Antonio Fuoco, Matt Campbell now right behind. So it's a bit, again, formalisation of vu here. And these two cars, they just might as well be towing each other. It's been like this, what feels like about an hour, with different drivers involved in the Porsche. Jackson Evans it was first before he finally made his way by Fuoco. Now Matt Campbell gets the opportunity to have another crack at the same task. This is for third position in GTM. Leading the race are the championship leaders, heading towards the championship. Nicholas Nielsen has 52 seconds over Matteo Caroli. He is closing that gap, but we're ticking down. It's an hour and 43 minutes to go. That gap when Caroli got aboard the car, if I recall correctly, was about a minute and 12 seconds. So he's made good progress, but there's a long, long way to go.
Well, if Nick Nielsen ends up, or the AF Corsa team, 83 team, end up winning this race, it will be a great way to round out their season, win the race and win the championship. The championship looks absolutely confirmed because TF Sport 65 laps behind out of 190.
And is out.
They're not going to be, even if they started running again, they wouldn't be classified as a finish, I don't think. So it's an open goal for the 83 car.
Matt Campbell looking racy here, looking to put the Ferrari under pressure, looking for that position, looking for a podium finish at least to finish off the season.
By Jackson Evans, another man who's made a lot of time in the last few years behind the wheel of Porsches. Who ran wide in the background? He was behind the Jota car there on track.
70, wasn't it?
Came back on
It was
again.
the Real Team Racing car.
It was the Real Team car,
yeah. Second place car.
Great opportunity for Campbell, as again, this is what happened the last time Jackson Evans started the moves there when the Toyota came by, the 47 Cetilar Ferrari, and suddenly it was all on. And again, Matt Campbell is trying to do that.
Looking to put it under pressure. Good move up the inside.
However, as we know, Fuoco is certainly not averse to a counter-attack, and he may use the Real Team car. Roberto Lacorte, a bit of a frown on his face.
Yeah, he'd like to bring this home with a podium finish. This is brewing up nicely, gentlemen.
Yeah.
For a cracking finish in GTM, a cracking finish in GT Pro, where that gap, by the way, had just edged back down underneath 12 seconds. It's back over again. But we heard from Duncan, Porsche believe this will swing back in Ferrari's direction at the end of this race. Too close to call is what Porsche were telling us.
Another driver change and another pit stop for Alpine. Nico Lapierre bolted in. Interesting that Alpine are using a team member to do the driver belts rather than a hot, sweaty driver in racing gloves. Because we've seen there have been problems getting belt buckles and so on done up by racing drivers in gloves. And you don't have to have a driver change, you can use a team member.
Definitely a team member's an extra person as well in the whole system, and so from that perspective for me it's a no-brainer. You use all of the tools available to you, and if the team member is allowed, then you use the team member, and there's a dedicated person to do that during the course of the race.
Right, now that Alan McNish is back, let's get him off headset. Toyota, we saw them changing the steering wheel on the number 8 car. We were told that the drivers were not allowed to do that, so they couldn't take the steering wheel out with them and the new driver get in with the new steering wheel. They didn't do it while the fuel was going in. They did effect a repair on the car, on the pit apron, while the tyres were being changed.
If it's an extra person, you're allowed to have an extra helper to do things like cleaning the screens and other things. So drinks bottle, the data cards, that type of thing. And presume...
Affecting a repair. They changed the steering wheel because the car wasn't shifting.
Affecting a repair is...
That's why the driver couldn't do it, apparently, because it's defined as a repair.
Yeah. Well, certainly there's there'll be something that will be a kind of pre-agreed what are the parameters and limitations of what is seen as cleaning and tidying up and what is seen as affecting a repair. But I've got to say, in the past, steering wheels have been changed with the driver in the car.
As a mark, we talked about this a little bit earlier, mark at the pace of Robin Freins, who's still, by the way, in 3rd place, and with the latest pit stop for the Alpine, that drops back to 7th. You'll recall, gentlemen, that gap had come down under 20 seconds as Stoffel van Dorn mounted something of an attack. That gap is now 48 seconds. He's taken half a minute out of Stoffel van Dorn.
It was Antonio Felix da Costa running off for a quick wee there and then changed his mind. Here is the 38 car, Anthony Davidson at the wheel, 4th place in LMP2. How soon are we expecting him on the pit lane? Well, the fact that one of his teammates is fully suited up and helmeted in this heat is not just for his own edification, it'll be because we're due to see Ant in soon. Fabio Scherer, 9.9 seconds. How much is the gap altering? Well, Fabio Scherer a little slower, 1.2 seconds slower on the last lap.
A bit of tableau developing. It's in GTM again, where much of the action has been in the last hour or so. Matt Campbell is pulling away from Antonio Fuoco in 3rd position. He's working now a 22-second gap to Matteo Caroli, 2 young Porsche drivers. He's put in the fastest lap of the race for the 77 car. Let's keep an eye on that one. Matteo Caroli, by the way, still bringing that gap to the leader down under 52 seconds now.
Yeah, Nick Nielsen in the Ferrari leading. And again, the imperative is not to win the race for the Ferrari.
No.
Much as they would love to, they don't have to. And that can make a difference if push comes to shove, literally, in the final stint.
At this point, they just need to finish the race.
Oh, yeah.
And there'll be no risk, I'm sure of that. So, and I'm sure Matteo Caroli knows that, and what he'll be looking to do is get as close as he possibly can, see whether or not pressure brings to bear, and he can bring back a win for what we think may be Egidio Perfetti's final race in the WEC.
Just coming back to that particular point you mentioned there regarding Toyota, 12.3.2 of the sporting regulations, repairs that can be carried out by the driver during the race, apart from in those areas situated in front of or inside the garage, so basically the pit lane, and on the starting grid, repairs must be carried out by the driver alone with the tools and components transported on board his car. So therefore, if it's in the pit lane, then it must be done by the mechanics. That's effectively what it's saying.
Yeah, well, my question was, how many people are allowed to work on the car on the pit apron?
You've got, well, 2. Your number plus the additional person. 2 plus the additional person for safety items, which is cleaning the screen, cleaning the lights. But they did it during a tyre stop, and that was really what I was thinking. Now, whether it had been pre-agreed with race control, is this going to constitute a breach? No, it's not. No. We haven't seen any. We haven't seen any decision about it. But
so Kevin Estre still holding the gap, 11.5 seconds, coming down, but by tenths in the GT Pro rankings.
Yeah, 10 seconds is not a lot with 95 minutes of racing to go, is it?
Yeah.
And Porsche have already held their hands up, and Ferrari have confirmed that Ferrari have more in the locker room in terms of fresh tyres. As James Garner said, we know what Porsche have got, and we've got better tyres left.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that we've got exactly the same from Alexander Stehlig via Duncan.
Underway at the moment, though, still underway at the moment, is one of the performances of the race coming from Robin Freins and still pulling away from Stoffel van Dorn. That one together with the opening stint from Roberto Gonzalez, which for a non-professional driver was astonishing, and Kevin Estre's current performance.
When you look at it as well, and talking about that again, it's a kind of a replication of last weekend when it got to the end of the first stint, definitely through the second stint, WRT had the performance hold over everybody else.
Well, the difference I think we've seen between the two drivers been in the 31 car most recently. Charles Milesi was closed down initially in his stint, then held it and then just marginally extended it towards the end of that stint. Robin Freins saw the same. Stoffel van Dorn on fresher rubber was able to put that gap back down to something like 20 seconds. Since then, though, Freins has put 30 seconds plus on the Jota car. a crushing performance.
Well, you've got an ex-Grand Prix driver and a current Formula E driver, so there's no question of their calibre, their pace. But right now, Frines in the WLT car, as you pointed out, absolutely has the upper hand. And it's never just one. It's never just that the car is better. It's never usually just that the driver is better. It is everything working in sync together.
Well,
On board with Anthony Davidson.
Give you an idea, looking at the current stint currently underway, it is average 1:53.7 from Robert Frines. Listening to the number 38 car, and Anthony Davidson.
Anthony, box, driver change to Antonio, hit your box, big push now, big push.
This is the end of an era.
It is 42 years old. Well, according to another retiring multiple world champion this weekend, or who's announced his retirement this weekend, Gabriele Tarquini, Ant has a near 20-year window of opportunity to be a touring car driver still. Gabriele Tarquini retiring at the tender age of a mere 59.
And did race a touring car once, raced at Macau in a Honda Civic once.
Right, if you're going to race a touring car, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, can I just suggest Macau, not a good place to start.
The car still exists, it didn't have that bad a day, so...
Even so, there are slightly less fraught places on which to make a touring car debut.
Let's take a moment here.
Yeah. And a special helmet. Now that, he especially will treasure from this weekend, that his teammates went and got a special helmet commission. When did he make his announcement? Tuesday?
Yeah.
Here we are racing on Saturday. They've had a special helmet commissioned and painted for him.
You do realise Bell is at the circuit and the helmet painter is here.
I do.
But still.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Fabulous
still,
stuff.
Yeah. No, and again, you know, as you know, Alan, from your years of racing, not just at Audi but at everywhere, especially in endurance racing, teammates become really, really closely connected. I think Ant might just take a moment or two to take his helmet off.
Quite right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sam. It's been amazing to watch a guy whose world was focused around Formula One rediscover his love for motorsport and motor racing in sports cars.
Twice.
Yep.
Once in LMP1 and then again in LMP2. And the man who is as in love with the sport now as he takes his helmet off for the final time as he was probably when he put it on for the very first time.
Is a familiar moment, Al?
Honestly, not really.
I've got a vivid memory of Al skipping out the back of the garage with a party pack of tonics.
I knew that my last race when it was, but I didn't tell anybody until a couple of days afterwards.
Yeah, maybe that is a slightly less emotional roller coaster way to do it.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, I know you're making us all well up. Come on, Ant.
He should be proud of his career. Very, very proud.
Absolutely correct.
I'm sure he is, absolutely. And you know, and that is merely the beginning of his career in motorsport. He's going to be a fine broadcaster for a lot of years to come, I think.
I absolutely agree. One of the very best analysts in Formula One right now.
Yep.
And he tells me with an extended deal for Sky Sports next year, which is good news for anybody that likes highly professional analysis of a very complex sport. In comes the
you to announce it for the first guy. Congratulations.
Oh, he did put it on the podcast. He's already done that.
Okay, that is driving time completed for Jakub Śmiechowski, and Alex Brundle takes over the wheel. So Jakub will drive no more in this race, and Davidson completes his season as we are joined by friend of the show, friend and foe.
He's looking in the lunch bag. It's Jamie Campbell-Walter.
He's looking in the lunch bag. All right, well, let's hear from the Jota team.
So, box, driver change.
Driver change, so Stoffel Van Dorn is out. Alan McNish similarly hands over the headset to a long-time incumbent of various commentary booths at Le Mans and various other places. You can take your mask off in here, you're relatively safe, and then we'll be able to hear what you say. So driver change, Stoffel Vandoorne out of the 28 car, Tom Blomqvist gets back in. Jamie Campbell-Walter, you are here this weekend because...
It's another free dinner, isn't it, Jamie?
Free dinner, nice hotel.
Well, a lot of people don't know why you're in the WEC paddock, so tell them why you're in the WEC paddock.
Number one reason is Ferdinand Habsburg, who I've looked after now for some 8 years, and many drivers in ELMS as well. We had 3 of them at Le Mans this year, but Ferdinand's the only one in the WEC championship, and currently looking a healthy lead, let's say, but still an hour and a half to go, so I'm slightly fingers crossed. We're all a bit nervous.
Do you find yourself more nervous as somebody watching a young protege like that than you would be if it was your car and your teammate driving it?
I think the best place to be in this situation is driving the car.
Answer the question.
I think...
because I don't really, even in the list years, I don't really remember you being kind of nervy the way that you are when you're watching the timing screens.
No, I think you know, when you're in it, but you're slightly out of it, you sort of see mistakes or errors that happen, which everyone makes, you know, drivers, teams, mechanics, engineers, and you view it in a slightly fly on the wall because you're in it, but you're not directly involved. And you know, I've known Vincent Voss for a long time, and
exactly. So in fact, you were teammates.
We were teammates at Le Mans in 2003, I think, and we raced together, against each other for many years in FIA GT and in this championship. And you know, he's what a phenomenal job they've done this year to win Le Mans as a rookie team with 2 rookie drivers, Robin and Ferdinand, obviously, and Charles, I think, only had done Le Mans once before. So relatively, you've got to say, inexperienced lineup and team.
And damn nearly a 1-2. I mean, you know, talk about a weird last lap of the race. You know, they were 5 minutes away from a 1-2, and again with another complete rookie team, pretty much. You know, with what you had 6 drivers with a total of 8 Le Mans between them.
So, and I mean, you know, looking at the Toyota now on the screen, obviously that sad day for them as well a few years ago, and I felt really sad for the 41 car. The 3 drivers did a phenomenal job. The team did a phenomenal job, and you know I'll just stop.
Just to say that this is Kaz Nakajima aboard the car for his final trip in the FIWC, and that you were just referencing, Jamie, that 2016 drama, one of the biggest dramas in motorsport history, not just Le Mans history, ever. And there's a man on his final trip out in the WEC car right now that has experienced the towering highs and the unbelievable low that motorsport can bring us. You know, middle name drama, Kazuki Nakajima, and in common with Ant Davidson, who we just seen finishing his professional career, I think we will see Kaz Nakajima racing somewhere other than the WEC, but this will be the last time we see him aboard, and he's been another guy that's been an absolute pleasure to deal with out of the car, despite the fact he's been dealing sometimes with matters that perhaps he'd rather go and headbutt a wall somewhere. He's not done that.
Well, it is all part of the history together, he and Ant Davidson, and part of Toyota's history and part of Le Mans' history, isn't it? But let's hear from Anthony now after his final drive.
Well, as we see Kaz Nakajima, your ex-teammate, entering into his final stints, Anthony, that's it for you. Now's the time to hang up your helmet. I left you a little while so you could go around and speak to the team. I mean, it must be quite emotional.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's a bit strange because, you know, the race is still going on. We're embroiled in this fight now after those last couple of stints with the cars in front, with 16 seconds behind the sister car. But yeah, I loved every minute of those last stints, the double stint, taking those tyres all the way through, just soaking up every moment really. And every time I had a bit of oversteer or a lock up, or I was thinking, I'm not going to miss that. And every time it hooked up and felt really good, I thought, I will miss that. So it's a strange feeling. Still, yeah, I can't quite process it at the moment, but yeah, there were a few tears, must admit, you know, with people coming around hugging me and saying I did a good job. I knew I was doing a good job out there. Almost redeemed myself for earlier on, the incident coming through the pit, so it's a bit of an old man moment, but
I'm not saying anything.
That's why I'm walking away.
But it's good to see, as you've just said, you may be hanging up your helmet, but you're straight down there, after you've spoken to the team, looking at the times and looking at what you can do in these next, 1.5 hours?
Yeah, absolutely. On my in-lap, I just said to the team, let's go and get them. I don't know if that was broadcast, but yeah, it's just, you know, it's a great fight. It's a great feeling when you're catching the other cars, when you feel quick out there. And that's how I wanted to walk away, remembering that I'm still fast and what it felt like to be quick out there. So yeah.
We'll leave it there. Well done. Thank you very much.
Nicely done, Ant. Thank you, Louise.
I love emotion.
I know. Yeah.
Genuinely, I love the emotion of endurance racing. You know, it comes in all sorts of ways. It comes when you see teams at the end of a race, a 24-hour race, whether they've won or lost, just getting home, raw emotion.
Yeah.
And that, as Alan McNish said before he walked away from the mic, he's got every reason to be amazingly proud of what he's achieved in a career. It's so difficult to get to a professional career in motorsport. We'll ask Jamie about this in a moment. But then to retain that career and to retain it through multiple disciplines. And he's done that, and he's been successful wherever he's gone. And what a delight.
And Jamie, I always think that being so immersed in something like that, it's a little bit like a military career, that what you learn when you're a driver, all those years, all those hours of having that focus, they never leave you. You still have got the same kind of analytical brain and the same, you know, go out and get it approach that you did as a young kid in TVRs and all the way through your racing career.
Yeah, it's a. I mean, you know, the emotions as a driver is similar to being a manager or a team boss or an engineer. And I mean, the emotion in the that you just saw on the TV then from Ant, and probably the same in the Kazuki camp is, you know, when you hang up your helmet, it's an emotion, but then life goes on. And, new adventures begin, and these guys will go on to have a phenomenal career. And as you know, the emotion inside the WRT team on that last lap at Le Mans this year was...
I can't even imagine.
I mean, literally, one half was devastated and one half was elated. So
it's little details. Vincent was telling me that the ACO officials were already in the garage telling the other two drivers where they need to go, what they need to do when Yippee came
for the podium.
Across. Yeah, exactly. And then suddenly they're all looking at the monitor going, what?
Yeah. And
I mean that's just...
and obviously they were completely devastated, you know, to break down with, 10 kilometres to go. Very, you know, they were only, 1 kilometre further on than the Toyota was in 16. And you saw the emotion in 16, and you saw the emotion, okay, it wasn't for the overall win of Le Mans, but it was still for the LMP2 win. And rightly so, they were devastated. And a very difficult situation in the box for someone like Vincent, who's got his two cars with one breaking down on the last lap and one going on to win it. And, you know, we thought we were going to have a 1-2.
And also, actually, their focus before the final lap was that there wasn't going to be a 1-2 because Tom Blomqvist was coming up like a rocket ship from behind. And then in the end, Robin gets to the line 17 hundredths of a second in front.
Probably the closest finish in LMP2 ever, is it? I'm not sure, but...
probably the closest actual finish in Le Mans ever.
Closest finish in LMP2? It has to be.
Has to be, yeah. I mean, that was, you know, here we are fighting with the 28 car, which was the car that was directly behind us. And that 7,000s, I'm not going to say it's going to give us something, but You know what I
The
mean?
potential difference here is there won't be a man with the flag standing in the track this time.
No.
I said that in the podcast to Robin Fries. I said, if you're ever in the same situation again, at least you won't suddenly have to avoid a break with a flag.
Just to check to say the two LMP2 Pro-Am leaders are on pit lane together again, the 29th and the 70th. That gap had come down again. Norman Nato down under 15 seconds as Job van Uitert and Norman Nato came down pit lane. It's Guido van der Garde now aboard the 29 car with an hour and 19 minutes remaining.
Saw Sebastian Ogier there. Nice to see Toyota giving some young kids a chance. I believe he's done a bit of driving on dirt.
Yeah. The publicity stunt, isn't it?
Well, but, you know, Sebastian Loeb turned in pretty impressive performance in a prototype at Le Mans, so, you know.
I think you missed that one.
I did miss that. I was busy watching Alan McNish's reaction to it in the doorway.
It was a bit of a dive by the Toyota, then rather overcooked it, and it was almost collected by the Ferrari as he went wide, so that could have been real drama in two classes. Meantime, by the way, GT Pro, we said this would come back towards Ferrari. It's under 10 seconds again. Kevin Estre is beginning to be closed down again by Alessandro Pierguidi.
Yeah,
that one's coming together.
So Porsche with track position, Ferrari with fresher tyres, or with more fresh tyres left in the locker room.
Yeah, the change that's come in LMP2 Pro-Am with that last couple of stops was a slightly longer stop for it was 1:30 for Real Team Racing, which means that they've dropped behind the high-class racing cars on a slightly different strategy, but Racing Team Netherlands retain 9th, lead in LMP2 Pro-Am. They've got a 17-second gap now over high-class racing, and for some reason, it's because it was a long stop there.
Pit stops, yeah.
But there was no driver change there for Real Team, so they've had a problem that stop.
Well, Racing Team Netherlands 1:14, 1:22 for high class, 1:30 on the pit lane for
a
Real
problem
Team.
for the 70 car there.
Yeah,
somehow. So that's dropped them behind high class racing, and now 30 seconds back from the Racing Team Netherlands effort with Guido van der Garde back aboard the car. That could be a telling blow in what is a fight for the championship. Sorry, Jamie.
No, well, and I was going to add to that. You know, you've got a 30-second gap in LMP1. You've got a 1 minute? I think just under a minute in LMP2. You've got 9 seconds in GT Pro.
Yeah.
Slightly bigger gap in
the AM battle is still opening up. Nick Nielsen in the air, of course, of Ferrari, staying clear of the battle for second place, which is Team Project when Dempsey Proton and Chetelaar.
I mean, we had WRT. We've had three issues actually in pit stops, which was first one in the first stop for Ferdinand. We just took on fuel, and for some reason the car wouldn't start. The starter was just not working, and we think it was just heat related, and we lost about 11 seconds. And then in another stop we lost a wheel nut, and these little things that can go wrong that can cost you just 10 or 12 seconds, really sort of insignificant in an 8-hour race, but not when the gap is 8 seconds.
And that's kind of been the story of the start of the season for WRT, wasn't it? You know, missed opportunities a little bit, but they've definitely, in the last 2 or 3 races, been absolutely on the money. And as we watch the pit stop for the 91 car of Jimmy Bruni in the GT Pro class, at the moment, Robin Frijns is just laying waste to the entire LMP2 field. I mean, he is just absolutely murdering them.
Well, I think we were quite conservative with our tyre usage in the first half of the race.
30 looked very conservative the way he was slicing past everybody, I've got to say.
No, but I think we saved a lot of tyres for the end of the race, the newer tyres, let's say, because we were quite limited, all of us, on tyres, and I noticed that Jota were really, they put 2 new sets on for Galal.
Okay.
I think a new set and then 2 new lefts. So they sort of went for the strategy of trying to get the car in the lead, I think, in the first half. And we've still got a nice set in the box, let's say, 2 new lefts and I think a quali set for the right. So pretty much a new set left for the final stop, just in case we were in a fight. So Robin's just doing a double stint, and then he'll finish with a single. Charles and Ferdinand are done, and at the moment, yes, we're looking quite strong.
and he's lapping still within 2 seconds of Nico Lapierre in the Hypercar Alpine, so he's still setting a ridiculous pace. 4 new tyres for the 91 car. Now, Kevin Estre took them at the beginning of his double stint, so they're now trying to get the 91 car back into the fray, and he's 36 seconds behind the 51 Ferrari here of Alessandro Pierguidi, but Ferrari have more fresh rubber to go with, Graham.
They do. Look at briefly at LMP2, where the lap just completed by Norman Nato, 152.163 in pursuit of Anders Fjordbach, second in Pro-Am. That is the fastest LMP2 lap of the race thus far. So Norman Nato, whatever happened in that pit stop, he's not given this one up, and he's under 9 seconds back now from the second place car. It's something under 30 seconds back from the lead.
The fastest lap of anyone in LMP2.
Correct.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
Beats the best from Robert Kubica, which came...
is that in Pro-Am?
No, that's overall.
So that's quicker than any of the laps.
Ford Course Yellow is coming. Ford Course Yellow in 15 seconds.
Wow.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
So, hearing from Louise, the issue for Wheel Team Racing in that pit stop was a broken wheel nut, or something with a wheel nut. In any case, not seeing why we've got this full course yellow.
No, maybe a bit of debris. So, now 91 has just made a green stop. How far are we in GTE Pro from a we're not close enough for a single stop run to the end, are we?
No, we're not. No, we're a couple of laps away from that, at least.
So
it depends on how long the full course yellow is.
Yeah. So a couple of laps away. Ooh, and with the full course yellow lap. Ooh. Do you give up track position? Okay, here's the 92 Porsche. Is he coming in?
So,
Jamie, yes or no?
No.
Felipe Albuquerque is on pit road for United Autosports.
Okay. Right, so he probably needed to come in. He's done 23 laps. So who else? So there's quite a few LMP2 cars still on exactly the same fuel run. 92's in. He's done 20. Oh, okay. He's done 23 laps. Estre's done 23 laps. So, do they now need this to go for another lap or two to get them to the end? And if so, who else is in? 60 Iron Lynx. 83 is in. Nick Nielsen, leader in GTM. Driver change. So Estre hands over to Christensen.
Yeah, 51 is in as well. So 1-2 in GT Pro.
Not Neil Jarney. Interesting.
I think it's fairly normal for them to put their quickest guy in, though.
Cars to pair left. I think turn 13 is where the issue is. Whatever is happening.
Okay, both. Okay. Alessandro Pierguidi is in. 51 Ferrari. These are our championship contenders. Porsche with 2 tyres. I wasn't watching. Let's see what Ferrari do. They weren't new. No, Ferrari new. James Calado told us we've got better tyres left than they have. We know what they've done.
WRT on pit road. The 52 GT Pro Ferrari on pit road.
52 is in. Full set for 31. Okay, scrub tyres for 31. And no driver change. Robin Freins heads out. Be one more stop to do for LMP2. And I imagine 4 fresher tyres for Miguel Molina as well. Driver change, yeah, Serra getting in, Molina out. And the double stint. And Jamie, Robin Freins there, just trying to weave a little bit of heat into the thigh. Yay, I've got the debris.
There's something else for the collection.
And drop the radio. Radios never stay clipped when they're supposed to. Full tyre change for the Ferrari.
Under an hour and 10 left of this race, and it will be, I think, a short yellow.
Yeah. May have been a critical mass there of bits of debris that needed picking up. Usually Eduardo has a bit of a shopping list. Well, I didn't think the WRT car was that close to the Northwest AMR machine when he came out of the pit lane. However,
it's another entry in the race cars are smaller than you think.
40 seconds, under 40 seconds to remove full course yellow.
Matt Campbell in the pit lane.
28, by the way, on pit lane now, but will not benefit from the full scope of this full course yellow. Here's the 83 car.
And because of the stop for
25 seconds
WRT,
to go remove full course yellow.
the Alpine is now third overall. So we now have the overall podium full of hypercars.
Yeah, for the first time since the first hour of this race.
Yeah.
10, 9, 8, 7.
Are they changing the front?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow removed. Thank you very much to all.
I mean, this really hands the race now to WRT.
Does a
It's
little.
got green.
Yeah.
I think that is a very significant sequence of pit stops.
There is the WRT car, the red and white machine that leads in LMP2, pulling away from Northwest AMR Aston. That is the last running car in the field.
38 car goes through to second in LMP2.
Yeah. So a change between the two Jota cars. So 28 is no longer even second in LMP2.
As just keep an eye on what the gap is here in GT Pro, but it's definitely come down.
Well, Jamie, part of what's going on here, of course, is the end of one season, but a lot of what you'll be doing is looking at what's coming up in the future for 2022, 2023, hypercars, LMDH and all the other stuff. Suddenly there's going to be a whole bunch of big name teams that are looking for drivers, and your job and Ferdy's job, particularly for the two of you, is to try and position him somewhere where big name manufacturers are looking for younger drivers and looking for new drivers to go with the experience, and that's where you want to put it.
Yeah, we've got a golden era, haven't we, approaching us?
I definitely think so, yeah.
Probably since late 90s when we had Toyota, Mercedes, Nissan, etc. But I think it'll be even bigger in 2 years' time.
38 car runs off wide.
It's now the second place car in P2.
Da Costa at the wheel.
Yeah.
And we've got this golden era coming, and of course for any young driver performing well, especially, and the experienced guys, I know,
top of the CV, name, age, Le Mans winner. Doesn't read bad, does it? You know, nobody wins by accident.
No, and you know, for Ferdy in particular, I mean, he's won the Asian Le Mans Series this year.
Yeah.
He's won Le Mans, and I'm not going to say it, but potentially he does a good job in WEC as well. And you know, lots of decision processes last winter to go whether or not to go with WRT, because of course you had United, who were so dominant the year before, Jota, who have always been strong in LMP2. It was a tough decision, but I think in the end, well, we made the right decision because pretty much won everything.
Seems to be working well.
And it's looking good today. So go on, Graham.
Watching GT Pro, that gap is coming down and coming down very rapidly. 6.5 seconds, Alessandro Pierguidi from Michael Christensen. That was 9 seconds before that sequence of pit stops. So that has come down substantially in just a couple of laps.
And Jimmy Bruni not in any position in the 91 car to do anything to help the 92 Porsche. So it is 2 reds versus 1 white. 92 Porsche with the advantage as they close in on lap 200 of the race, but it's the 51 car that's making all the moves here, Alessandro Pierguidi, and it will take wild horses, possibly not, it'll take wild Porsches to stop him winning this championship title.
Stellar lap as well there from the leader in GT Out, Nicholas Nielsen. That means he's the 3rd quickest driver in GTE as a whole.
Wow.
Let's have a quick look. Only Serra and Estra are putting quicker laps in a GTE car today than that 157.242. Fastest lap overall in GTE went to Daniel Serra in the 52 car on lap 143. 3 laps later, about a 1/10 of a second back, it was Kevin Estra and 2/10 back. It's now Nicholas Nielsen, quicker than anything James Collado, Alessandro Pierguidi, Jimmy Bruni, Fred Macco, Miguel Molina, or Michael Christensen have managed.
He is a quick bunny, isn't he?
What we're seeing is a track with 2 weekends of 6 hours and 8 hours of racing. The last sort of round of stops are happening. A few of the teams have saved their freshest tyres, let's say, for the push to the flag, and we've got the lovely cool temperatures now. I saw around about 29 track temperature. That obviously helps. Night time, so the cars pick up speed from cooler temperatures for the engine and more downforce. And of course, we're seeing fast lap times.
Yeah, and Pierguidi is taking advantage of that, under 6 seconds now. Over an hour to go, remember. This is not last gas stuff. He's got an hour to play with here, and it's exactly what we heard from Duncan, from Alexander Stielig earlier. They were expecting Ferrari to come, and they're coming, and coming quickly.
How long does that tyre advantage last? Does it last the whole rest of the double stint, or is he now in the really honeymoon period with those tyres? And if he uses them too hard, is he going to come back to bite them later? We're going to find out in an hour and 5 minutes, aren't we?
Also, by the way, Robin Freins looking increasingly comfortable in LMP2, but behind Antonio Felix da Costa is under threat from behind from both Tom Blomqvist, 10 seconds back, and a further 6.7 seconds back is Felipe Albuquerque. That's quite the trio.
So Michael Christensen taking over for the final stint in this car. He is the third driver in this car. The regular drivers all season long, who will be champions if they are champions, do not include the name Christensen. He was the champion 2 seasons ago in Super Season with Kevin Esche, but this year it will be Kevin Esche and Neil Jarni if they take the title. Christensen has only done a couple of the races, but he is the man charged with holding off 2 Ferraris, or at least one of them, all the way to the line. And the maths still is, if the Ferrari is in front, it's the champion.
Under 5 seconds, the gap for the World Championship in GT Pro now.
Was 17 4 laps ago.
Do we ever expect there not to be a race in GT Pro?
Well, if you listened to Ferrari and read their press releases last week and believed any of it, then yes, you would have expected there not to be a race at all.
Yeah, but I think it's proven that the ACO got it right, and the FIA got it right.
I think so. However, Ferrari, as we suspected, were playing the long game last weekend and not worrying too much about the result of the 6 hours and more the result of the championship as a whole. So an hour, a minute and change to go, and still no indication. As of now, Porsche take everything. However, there's a red car at the top of the shot, and the Porsche loses more time behind the D station Aston. Every single 10th of a second in traffic, Jamie, is absolutely painful when it goes away, and you know you're losing time getting held up like that.
Yeah, it's tough for the drivers because the other guy's got their race, he's in his race, he can see that red car hunting him down. 4 seconds the gap now. He'll be given that information by his team, and it's a tough one. You've got to push, but you can't push too much. You can't take too many risks in the traffic. But at the same time, if you take it easy, the Ferrari's going to be alongside it within a couple of laps. So, but of course now the tyre wear.
So the Ferrari had rears only.
Yeah.
That's an interesting way of skinning that cat. We saw them do that before as well, with rears only, a couple of stops ago. So Christensen with ostensibly a sort of better balanced set, but the Ferrari with better traction off the corner. But also, Jamie, that to a degree helps them, means that they can use a little bit more forward brake balance, perhaps, because the rears aren't locking up so much because they're not so
Yeah, and well, I mean, he probably got quite an understeering car at the moment because he's got extra rear grip. But after a few laps, that will balance out. He'll have a much better traction off this corner, for example. But of course, that gap's come down to 3.2. But now he's got 3 cars to pass. So,
and we are heading towards the final hour of the race here in Bahrain. The 14th hour of racing at the Bahrain International Circuit in 7 days. Toyota Gazoo Racing leading here into the final hour of the 8 Hours of Bahrain, the final hour of the 2021 FIA World Endurance Championship season. 9 of our 10 titles up for grabs today. We already know the destiny, as long as the car finishes, of the GTE AM titles. In fact, even if the car doesn't finish now, the 83 car, the winners last year, will be champions again in drivers and teams, but everything else is up for grabs. Martin Haven, Graham Goodwin with the action, Jamie Campbell-Walter with us for a moment or two, and then I'm going to let you go and join the WRT team.
Jamie, it's 3.2 seconds that gap in GTE Pro came down to, but now Pierre Guidi's got to deal with that 3-car batch of traffic. It will go out a little bit, it's going out a little bit, but he's dealing with that well. He's not losing anything more than tenths.
Robin Freins setting the fastest first sector of the lap for the LMP2 leading WRT car. That's where Jamie's interests lie with Ferdy Habsburg, and I'm gonna throw you out the booth, as always we do. You can take your caramel log with you.
Thank you.
Always good to see you, and we look forward to seeing you a happy boy at the end of the race.
Let's hope. See you at the party, boys.
All right, cheers, mate. Thank you very much indeed to Jamie Campbell-Walter, and to all our guests during the race who've come in to have a chat. 0 errors. I like there's a thing there that says errors on it. You don't want to see ever anything there. Well, let's take a look at where we got to, or how we got to this point in the race. We started the final race of the 2021 FIA World Endurance Championship in Searing Heat. Anthony Davidson and Kazuki Nakajima starting their final race, no longer as teammates, but certainly as long-time friends. One for Toyota, one for Jota. And with 31 cars on the grid, a daytime to nighttime race here in Bahrain. Starting with Toyota Gazoo Racing 1-2 on the grid, locking out the front row. And the championship battle in hypercar between the two driving crews. They had eyes on each other, and as the number 7 pole sitter covered off the number 8 car, through went the Alpine to take the lead. In LMP2, from the second row of the grid, the third row of the grid indeed, Gerda van der Gaard in the 29 Racing Team Netherlands car took an early lead and cleared off into the middle distance. In the battle between Porsche and Ferrari in GTE Pro, it was never going to be comfortable, and so it proved. In the GTE Amfield, there was contact for 2 Aston Martins in the first lap, both of them heading to the pits with a puncture, putting the 33 TF Sport out of action and out of the championship. Problems for Alpine with the gearbox saw Toyota retake the lead. Ferdinand Habsburg for WRT, carving his way through the LMP2 field, would end up in the lead. Alpine pitting and losing half a dozen laps to the Toyotas with the gearbox issue. A change in position in the second stint on fresher tyres. Sebastian Buemi caught and was allowed to pass Mike Conway. Number 8 has remained in the lead ever since. WRT battling for the lead of the race with Racing Team Netherlands, as Fritz van Aert took over, concentrating on the Pro-Am battle. Full course yellows have been to remove debris and broken cars, and have slightly affected the way that the teams have had to strategize for fuel and tyres. But the battle in GTE Pro has been as fierce on the pit lane as it has on the racetrack. Problems again for the 98 AMR car. The Ferrari chewing a bit off the back of it as they made contact, forcing another pit stop for the 98 car and another full course yellow. 83 Ferrari leading in GTE AM in the championship and in the race. Fantastic battle between Ferrari and Porsche in GTE Pro, wheel to wheel and swapping paint as they dice for the lead. Porsche coming back ahead of Ferrari. Anthony Davidson completed his driving career with a great double stint in the 38 Jota car, 38 Jota car. Kazuki Nakajima will complete his at the checkered flag for Toyota. GTE AM, the champions will be the 83 team. 92, no clue who's going to win the title, but the Porsches lead in both races in GTE Pro. WRT leading in LMP2, and the number 8 Toyota leading the race, but if the number 7 car finishes, it will be the championship winning team.
Those lead gaps, 26 seconds it is between the leading car, the number 8 car, Toyota from the number 7, which though is heading towards the championship. So 6 laps back is that Alpine after that delay. 210 laps, and with almost a minute's lead after some stellar form from Robin Freins, is Team WRT there on the way to that title. Back inside the top 10 are Racing Team Netherlands, and fending off the challenge from teammates at TDS Racing, Real Team Racing. Guido van der Garde at the moment holding a healthy lead on the way to the Pro-Am title. It's not done, not nearly done in GT Pro. It's 4.2 seconds between Michael Christensen, Alessandro Pierguidi. The Dane, though, has stopped the rots at least a little for now. And Nicholas Nielsen holds 1 minute and 4 seconds over Antonio Fuoco now into second position in GTM. It's AF Corsa from Cetelar Racing, and it looks to me, and certainly everybody else, with 33 done, 83 will win this title.
Yeah, because they are ahead, and even if they don't finish, the 33 car won't score either, so that championship is decided. The 83 crew will win the driver's title for the 2nd year in a row, and the team will also win the team's title in GTEM. So the GTEM title is decided, and I don't think the 33 car can be passed for 2nd place either. So Ben Keating, Dylan Pereira and Felipe Fraga, although they won't finish the race, will finish 2nd. In the GT Pro class, right now, 1st and 4th is enough for Porsche to beat Ferrari. 2nd and 4th, Ferrari win. If Ferrari 51 wins the race, then Ferrari win both titles. If the 92 Porsche wins the race, Porsche win both titles. It could not be more crystal clear. It's really coming down to an hour of racing, and we suggested it might be that. Survive 7 hours, be in a position to fight for victory in the final hour. Let's hear from the number 8 Toyota crew as Brendan Hartley squirrels over the curbs.
Brendan Hartley, the number 8 has been quick in so many of the sessions this weekend, and it's looking good for you in this last hour.
Yeah, the car's still great all weekend. We learned a lot of lessons from last week. We tried to go aggressive on the car, make sure we had no understeer, but we just ended up destroying the tyres last week. So we've basically come towards the other car's setup. The car's felt amazing all week, as you said. A few lessons learned. Qualifying was looking good. We had a small little engine issue, but today everything's gone to plan, other than we've used 2 more tyres than the other car, just the right-hand side. And because of a couple of full-course yellows, it means there's a longer last stint than we expected. So the other car is catching us now, but we think we can still hang on. But it's still tight. It's always tight between the 2 cars.
And there's been, as you say, a lot of full-course yellows that have changed the plan for so many teams along the pit lane.
Yeah, we've basically ended up with another stint. Normally we expect that we can kind of get rid of some of the stints, but because we've ended up pitting under full-course yellows earlier than we expected, we've got a longer last one, and on our car we made a mistake to use the tyres up a bit early, but I still think it's going to work out.
All right, thank you.
Fingers crossed. For Kaz, actually, for Kaz.
Yeah.
Last race. It's end of an era.
It would be lovely, thank you.
Great stuff from Brendan Hartley. Don't think that battle, by the way, in LMP2 Pro-Am is done. You can see Norman Nato coming back at Guido van der Garde. That gap under 22 seconds now. Was over 30 just a little wee while ago. 3.8 seconds is the gap from Michael Christensen to Alessandro Pierguidi. Whatever happens there, by the way, we will see double world champions crowned in either car, because it would be Kevin Estre with the 2nd GT Drivers' Championship, Neil Yarni with a unique record, if they win, of a championship in the overall classification, LMP1 as it was, and the GT Championship, and it would be a 2nd championship in GTE for Alessandro Pierguidi and James Collado if they manage to get by the Porsche in the last 51 minutes of this race. So dramas galore still to come, not settled by any means where we're going to be in terms of who is going to take to the podium in what order in GTEM either.
Would also be a 3rd straight win here for Kevin Estre, with Michael Christensen at the end of last season, with Neil Jarni last week, and with Neil Jarni and Michael Christensen potentially this evening. However,
it's the pick and mix of GT Pro, isn't it, really?
It would be a 1st win here for Collado and Pierguidi.
Would it now?
Yeah. AF Corsa's 51 car has won with Jimmy Bruni and Tony Vielander. Giancarlo Fisichella and Tony Vilander, Jimmy Bruni and Tony Vilander. And then since the 71 car won with Sam Bird and Davide Rigon in 2017, but it's only been Porsche and Aston Martin that have won since the 51 cars victory back in 2014. Wow. So that's 7 years since the 51 Ferraris won. 71 has won in the interim time, but the odds suggest that Porsche has a better hold on this racetrack. However, streaks are made to be broken. So I'm still not putting any money on anything there.
Lead gap coming down a bit. I think a little bit of traffic there, but under 23 seconds, and that's closest it's been for some little while. And Antonio Felix da Costa making some inroads, but still almost a minute back from Robin Freins. That last stint from the WRT man really does appear to have put a tin lid on this.
Yeah.
Tom Blomqvist and Felipe Albuquerque not out of the reckoning here. They're certainly going to be battling the final podium finish in LMP2. Keeping an eye on that run from Norman Nato, trying to get back at Guido van der Garde and still taking time out of the class leader. 3.5 seconds is the lead. Michael Christensen to Alessandro Pierguidi, and we've seen how strong Pierguidi can be in a GT car at the end of endurance racing time and time and time again.
Well, we talked about the end of Le Mans with Tom Blomqvist chasing down Robin Freins, and in the end Freins hanging on by, I don't know, thickness of a coat of paint or two, having bounced off a Porsche, swept past the photo op Toyotas, bounced off a Porsche and just avoided the flagman. But they do seem to be fairly much in control here, and of course we've sort of not really looked at the battle in LMP2 overall, but just a reminder there from the graphics that it is the 31 WRT team that lead the championship race as well as the race itself, so they could well be on for victory here and championship victory, which would be pretty impressive for WRT in their first year. Let's hear from Charles Milesi.
Charles Milesi, your team more than anybody knows not to count your blessings too soon, but it's looking good for you.
Yeah, for sure it's looking good for the moment, but still like 47 minutes remaining in the race, so we still need to be patient, and we'll see 6 minutes now, so yeah.
It's your first year in WEC with WRT. Did you, the rest of the team, think that you would be at this point battling for the championship at the end of your first season?
For sure, I think beginning of the season we're not thinking to be fighting that much, maybe doing some, good races, being in top 3, maybe fighting for the victory on some races, but fighting for the championship in the last race and winning Le Mans, we're not expecting that for the first year. But I think, yeah, we did an amazing job straight away from the beginning, and we're improving race by race, and now we are having good pace and a good team.
It looks good to me, and I can see activity behind you, so it looks like a pit stop's coming up. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Well, Charles Milesi certainly does know not to count his chickens. Right up to the wire, it seems, we've had the 47 car chased all the way by the 77. Matt Campbell was within a second or so of the 47 to that pit stop.
And if it finishes in the position it is at the moment, then that will actually leapfrog that team up into third overall in the drivers and in the team's championship. And so it brings them onto the podium. It's clearly going to be won by AF Corse and the 83 for Perodo, but it's certainly this battle for third place, the final podium position, is leaning in the way of the 47.
That dot in the distance you can see from the 51 is this car. That is the gap. That's the gap for the race. That's the gap for the championship. That's the gap for the World Championship. In fact, both World Championships.
Yes.
2.9 seconds it's down to now.
Yeah.
So it's he's dragged it back 1.1 seconds in the last 3-4 laps since he got through that GTE AM traffic, but not quite with the rest of it with the speed that he had at the beginning of the stint.
No, he's certainly not closing the gap in the very rapid fashion he was before we got to that little phase, but it's been impressive stuff again from Alessandro Pierguidi. It did look for a little wee while as it was over. We had Duncan Vincent on pit lane getting the skinny from Alexander Stelig, who said they're going to come back, it's going to be super tight, and that was spot on.
But the question is, do either of our pro contenders need a stop?
Yep, they both need a stop.
They both need a stop.
I think they're on almost identical strategy now.
I think so.
Yep, they are an identical strategy. So the question for me would be, can somebody do it quicker? And Porsche have been a little bit quicker in the pit lane.
And they, at one stage, pulled out an extra lap on fuel as well. Let's hear from Robin Freins with WRT.
So an update, it's actually Antonio who's running P2. He's 54 seconds behind us, but he will pit in 2 laps, so he will drop down again. Gap to Blomqvist is 106, 106.
One of the astonishing things about this season, in fact the last 2 seasons of LMP2, it really has been the story of the LMP2 super teams. Last year it was all about United Autosports, won literally everything they possibly could in LMP2. This year we've seen some dominant displays from all 3 what I would call the super teams. United Autosports, WRT, who now set to take this title, and Jota, well, what United did last year, WRT look like they're doing again, and that's all about the strength, as Alan McNish is making clear here, of the silver driver they've managed to actually get there, and the engineering input.
And the same under previous flags for Jackie Chan DC Racing, run by Jota as well. Let's get down to the Porsche team then. Has Kevin Estre got any nails left? Let's see if Louise can find out.
Well, Kevin Estre, the team did predict that this was going to open up and close again, and that's certainly what's happening.
Yeah, what a crazy race so far, really. We've been first, second, third, first, second. It's just crazy. The strategy has been very different from us and the 51. At one point they were quicker and we had to try something. We did, and it was working. We could retake the lead later on. But now the gap is 2.7 seconds. They have slightly better tires than us, and we are very tight on fuel. So I think both of us are tight on fuel, but yeah, it's my nerves are quite. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what to say there.
I can see. Are you going to need a splash at the end?
Depends how the fuel saving is going. If we get a full Cocielo or not, how long is going to be the full Cocielo if there is one. So it's just at the moment it could be a gamble in the end. If a full Cocielo come, there are 2 strategies possible and could be a gamble. So we just have to make sure we are on the right one. But yeah, so far, to be honest, the team did a mega job because they had the pace. The Ferrari had the pace in the middle of the race, and we came back being stronger on strategy, and now we just play our cards, being a bit better maybe in the end of the race. So difficult to know, but I mean it's very good racing, and I'm really proud to have been part of this championship this year and this final race.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are certain tones of voice, and that tone of voice was not confident.
I'm not sure I've seen a more nervous Kevin S. I'm genuinely not sure. 38 is in the pit lane as predicted to Robin Freins by his engineer. So ACDC stops, Antonio Felix da Costa. I know it's not AFDC, AC, never mind. So he drops down to 4th place behind United. So Tom Blomqvist is now the chaser. There's a minute in it. However, the last time there was a minute in it to win the race for WRT, they had, I'm not going to use the word that came to mind, ragged tyres, really, really ragged, because they didn't have onboard air jacks working. They were having to change a pair of tyres at a time, and they had an engine issue. This time it looks less like a drama for them. They're back up into 3rd, by the way, because the Alpine has stopped again. That will be surely the Alpine's final stop. Can they do 40 minutes? They should be able to. And there is the Jota car. There's the AF Corsa car that will be that is our champion. Yep. The 33 car, once it stopped and dropped out of being a finisher, is out of the deal. So Alessio Rivera, Francois Perrodo and Nick Nielsen will be champions for the 2nd consecutive year, and the AF Corsa 83 car will be the GTE AM championship winning car as well.
So 3rd WEC championship for Francois Perrodo, and becomes increasingly something of WEC legend, doesn't he? And it's good to be able to say that about a gentleman driver.
Absolutely. And he is gentleman and driver, charming company as well as a quick peddler.
So watch the sad dismantling of the TF Sport 33. Any P2 car stopping from this point onwards will be good to go to the end.
Which means all P2 cars must stop from this point onwards to get to the end.
But a number have already done so, including the 38. Yep. 34 car, which stopped from guess where, 5th, is now rejoined in 7th place behind the two battling Pro-Am cars. That gap, by the way, back over 20 seconds again. So Guido van der Garde has responded to the challenge from Norman Nato.
Again, I wonder how much they had in the locker room in terms of fresh rubber for the end. You know, there's an 8-hour race. You think, okay, you spread the rubber evenly. It tends to be that you have something left at the end because that's where you win the race. Not necessarily where you lose it, but it is where you win it.
2.3 seconds is the gap for the lead in GTE Pro.
It's not come down under 2 yet, has it?
No,
but Pierre
no,
Guidi is just creeping relentlessly closer. It was funny, you know, you think they're going absolutely hell for leather, no holds barred, and yet 2 words I noticed in Kevin Ester's interview there: fuel and saving.
Yeah, and I think they're both right on the edge. They're on a similar fuel strategy.
So are they having to race nose to tail for 100th of a second and also try and save fuel at the same time? Well, let's hear from Francois Perrodo. He is in the AF Corsa garage.
Francois Perrodo, that's not how you want to see your competitor going out, but it does give you more confidence and more security.
Yeah, I guess it relieves a little bit of the pressure. So it's a shame what happened to Ben Keating and his crew. They've been a formidable car to fight against the whole season, but yeah, I guess luck has gone our way for the last race. I mean, it hasn't been easy, but so far so good. I think only 37 minutes to hold, so looking forward to a great finale.
Yeah, I'm just saying to you off camera, I'm a little bit nervous, just in case.
No, I agree. I think in terms of the championship, I think unfortunately car 33 is so far behind that whatever happens, I think we've clinched the championship, but it would be amazing to finish on a podium, a victory.
We look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Me too. Thank you, guys.
Still doesn't want to call it.
No.
Knows it's true. Doesn't want to call it.
No, I know. No.
This is why.
Yeah, this is why. This is the contact, the second contact for the car. This is the final nail in the coffin. It broke the steering rack.
Yeah, that was Ben trying to chase back, part of a valiant chase back from first lap clash that punctured tyre on the 33 car and left them way back. It's a valiant fight back that looked like it could actually end up with something as good as a podium for that 33 car. And then
that was very much on the cards, although they may well have used up tyres that they would have needed at this stage. Gap is now under 2 seconds. Kevin Estre, I beg your pardon, Michael Christensen ahead of Alessandro Pierre Guidi. Daniel Serra a minute behind, minute and 10 seconds behind, and a further minute and 50 behind Jimmy Bruni. So it is, the whole thing is about these 2 cars. The other 2 cars just sort of faded into insignificance almost, although they're running with exactly the same package, exactly the same tyres as the sister cars, and with no pressure. It's remarkable that 52 and 91 are so out of the equation, and these 2 cars are a second apart. It's not like you can give all the other cars tyres to these cars, because that's illegal. How can they be so far away? With no dramas, with no accidents, with no punctures,
we have had some
with no...
Of course, yellows, and we've had a split of strategies at that point.
And we got a penalty as well, remember, for the 91.
Second.
Yeah.
So there's a few things that on their own are not very much, but cumulative, then it brings it into the equation after 7.5 hours, where there is a split. But there is only 9/10 of a second, as it turns out to be now, between first and second after 7.5 hours. And they're on exactly equal points in the championship after 65.5 hours of racing so far.
Yes, half an hour to go, a second in it.
Yep,
I'm not sure we expected anything different.
We've got one more year with GTE Pro. News to come about what is in store for this class next year, and I think it's going to be good news. But boy, has this doled out some entertainment in the year this thing's been a formula.
There's only 4 cars in this category this year, so it's a bit light on pure numbers, but on entertainment value per car, then you've got to say it's been up there with anything else.
It's the engineering, it's the talent, it's the strategy, it's the pit work, it's everything. And how many times this year, gentlemen, have we seen a race coming into its latter stages with action like this? Well, absolutely stellar stuff.
The classic cliche is it only takes 2 cars to make a race, and boy, what a race these 2 cars are making of it. 1 second in it, as Alan said, after 7.5 hours, and after
65.5 hours of racing.
65.5 hours of racing. And who's got what left? I think that the final tyre stratagem was rears for this Ferrari, and it's brought them right in there. This is now arm wrestling, isn't it? And the do not blink challenge for 35 minutes.
I think this is a case of now in the lead-in, it's down to 3 key points. Who gets a clean run through traffic, if there can be something there that impacts on it. If they need a splash, how quick can the refueler get onto the car to put it in? And the reaction time of the engine on the restart from it, because the engine has to be switched off at that. And then the final point is, who's got the biggest elbows?
Track position.
Right.
You know, the 2 key words in American motorsport, track position. And right now, if this is the last lap, the Porsche is in front. It's the last half hour, the Porsche's in front.
Few nervous mechanics there, without question.
I tell you what,
everybody in tender hooks everywhere.
Yeah.
Is this going to be about a last throw of the dice to risk it in the final lap or 2 on fuel?
Well, I think the Ferrari's in the position there where it's got a slightly easier strategy call, because it can do exactly the opposite of the Porsche ahead if need be. But to be honest, if you're playing that game, you know the number before you get to the last lap, which is obviously your last point of being able to refuel.
And you've probably got a hugely educated guess of whether Ferrari can eke out 1 extra lap that you might be, or if you're Ferrari, whether Porsche can go as far as you on fuel. You will only know how much your own driver is consuming, but you've got a pretty good idea from the race so far of what the other drivers are consuming.
You can work it out.
Yeah. So it's, again, you know, this kind of goes back to 20 years ago in ALMS, where we got so many fuel races at the end. Can you make it? We need a caution. Can you make it? We're going to gamble. And you know, what would be heartbreak here for either team is for the car to stutter and start to run out on the final lap. But you might have to take that punt. It's a world championship. You're not going to win it by being cautious.
It's 1.017 seconds with 32 minutes remaining of this season.
It's been down to 9/10 and it's back out. It's back down to 9/10. The Ferraris, slightly fresher, or considerably fresher rear tyres, are helping it in certain parts of the track. No question about that. Still, it's got a slight advantage in rear traction.
I think, as Alan says, it's a much more comfortable place to be. Possibly in the car than in the garage at this point.
Yeah, it's a more comfortable place to be, to see which strategy you could play in the last roll of the dice. It's more comfortable to be leading, because in leading you're still controlling, and it's up to the person behind to catch and then to have an overtake. I would suggest that, remembering back to Alessandro Puerghini, the first time I remember his name was a last lap lunge and overtake at the Daytona 24 Hours going into the kink, where he just threw it down the inside at a point where, and there was a bit of, I would say, rough and tumble after that, where it was suggested he may not be picking up the trophy because he may have a penalty, but finally it was given to them, and that's where he blasted onto the scene in my eyes, and we're coming up to a position where I could see that happening again.
And the thing is that somehow the 92 Porsche must stay more than half a second away, because even half a second back out, it seems like such a tiny amount of time. In race car distance, it's a long way.
two leaders in LMP2 AM with 30 minutes remaining are both on pit road now. It was 17.9 seconds the gap as they made that stop. Remember, both these teams run by TDS Racing. Is there anything left in the strategy box here for either of them?
Right. There's not really time to capitalise on even two fresher tyres compared to the time that you're going to add to your pit stop to take it. That is a proper knockdown, drag-out battle. Geert van der Garde leaves first. Everybody's bouncing on their toes, and there's Geert van der Garde fresh out the pits, just slightly in the way of the Ferrari that runs wide onto the dirt. Filthy tyres, filthy tyres, loses ground, loses time, and picks up lots of sand and rubber on those tyres.
Gotta say, I think there's a little bit there. I know Guido's got 17 seconds back to Norman Nato and 18 seconds up to the Inter-Europol of Alex Brundle fighting for 5th place overall, but in LMP2. But I think there the team need to be on the radio to say this is a fight for a championship. That's down to, yeah, I know. But
he's in a fight for a championship as well.
Yeah, but he's in a fight for a championship, but he's not in a fight where it's within a second.
No.
He's in a fight where it's 18 seconds back and forward, and at the moment he's leading the championship and also leading the Pro-Am category.
Yep.
So that's edged that out by about half a second.
Here comes Guido, gets by the Porsche cleanly. Yeah, so 1.5 seconds first to second in GTE Pro.
What that didn't do was to help the health of the slightly better tyres. On the rear of the Ferrari.
Yeah, that lift off through turn 12. You know, that normally is pretty, in quality it'll be pretty nigh on near flat, and it's a huge, huge lift in weight and then back onto the throttle.
Don't forget, although the Ferrari's got fresher rear tyres, the fronts are antique.
Yeah, but then it's about balancing the car.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily about the freshness of the tyre. It's does the car have a balance front to rear, and it maybe brings it into the right position there.
Porsche had diametric opposite tyres changed. So Kazuki Nakajima leading Jose Maria Lopez. Nakajima's last professional race in World Endurance Championship. Big lock-up from the high-class car in front. Doesn't need any dramas here. And as fuel back, perhaps feeling the pressure a little bit of having the hypercar hoving up behind him into the braking area at the end of the long back straight. Through goes Kaz Nakajima. As you heard from Brendan Hartley, they would love to win this race, not just because it would be a good way to finish their season, but a good way to finish Nakajima's career as well, with victory in his final World Endurance Championship race. Into the pits, number 7. So they don't need to win. They are comfortable points leaders. All they need to do is finish the race.
And he's on exactly the same stop strategy as Nakajima, but coming in 1 lap early to split the 2 cars. Nakajima will be in next lap.
Yep. So for number 7 team, last year they were the world champions, but they were beaten at Le Mans. This year they have won Le Mans, and it looks as though they are going to claim back-to-back world championship titles. They have been pretty much the quickest car all year long. For 2 or 3 seasons it's been ebbing towards the number 7 car against the number 8, no matter who the lineups in number 8 have been. Fortune hasn't always smiled on them, particularly in the long 24 hours. And for the number 8 crew, they stay out and come back in 1 more lap.
They're greedy right there. It's half a second again.
That was out to 1.5 seconds after the Guido van der Garde incident, which it might become called Guido van der Garde incident in turn 2.
Watch the movie by the book. It's
found a second on the last lap.
That's not half a second anymore.
It was actually Christensen that had a slower lap, more than necessarily Pierre Guidi having a fast one. It was Christensen. So I presume it was with a little bit of traffic there from the number 1 LMP2 car that has overtaken and pulling away.
Probably in the final corner, just left him offline. Final stop for Robin Frijns in WRT, race leader in LMP2, points leader in LMP2. 25 minutes from victory, but as WRT know from Le Mans, 5 minutes from victory. Too early to call it. Final stop.
23 laps on that stint, so slightly shorter stint than we've seen before, but away they're going to go. And without a cough this time, away goes the 31.
Tyres ready, but not used.
8 car in from the lead as well. Kaz Nakajima will start what will be the final stint of his WC career.
Back
nose
with
to tail.
the battle.
I can think of all the drivers we've got, or indeed have ever had, in the FI World Endurance Championship. I can think of 2 that if I were a driver, I wouldn't like in that position at this point in the race.
Who's the other one?
He's sitting next to me.
Duncan Vincent?
No.
All right, okay. Yes,
Yeah, to be honest, I wouldn't like Alessandro Pierguidi behind me either in that situation. But then again, I think in this point, it's everybody's got to be absolutely ruthless.
Yep.
After that pit stop, by the way, for the number 8 Toyota, gap is 10 seconds. That was 8 seconds slower on the pits from the number 8 car.
Ooh.
I can't
taking
imagine
on
there
less
being too
fuel.
much challenge on the last stint.
Not to Kaz Nakajima in this stage, at this point.
It would be churlish, I think.
However,
right, it ain't
back
going
to
to be
somewhere where
churlish whoever takes this one.
you almost certainly are going to see a challenge.
How long, though? How soon? I mean, how much pace has he got, do you think? If he gets by, can he get away, Al?
I would suggest how often.
If Pierguidi gets past.
If he gets by, can he get away?
Well, if he gets away, 2 meters, that's enough.
Yeah.
And I don't think getting away is the discussion point right now. I think, can he get past?
Yeah.
And what is needed to get past? And I said it about 5 hours ago, and I kind of feel it now. It is going to be a last lap.
Last lap lunge.
Yep.
Silverstone type finish.
Do they need fuel?
Well, and again, still that thorny question remains to be answered. And again, we might not know for 22 minutes.
We might see both these cars stop with 1 lap to go.
Yep. Leaders on the final lap.
It's really close.
leaders are in the pits. Yeah, it could be. It could be. We're going to have to be very careful in the TV truck about exactly how we document the end of this race.
And exactly where the leading car overall is compared to these.
28 is in for Jota. This will be their final stop. It'll be quicker than that of WRT. Needs to be.
Felipe Albuquerque on pit road as well.
Yep.
Looking at how quickly Felipe Albuquerque got through the pits last time, it was 41 seconds.
So they've done 2 short stints.
Yes, they have. But it's brought him back into contention.
Yep. So their next stint might be a little longer. There's Vincent Vos. You saw Thierry Tassin a little earlier. Okay, away goes the Jota. So 28 car on its way.
And there is the United car. That's not done.
Ooh.
That's not done.
And that might just help take pressure off WRT. This one, though, cut and dried, I think.
0.4 of a second for the last lap.
Not sure we need to particularly keep too much of an eye on this for the next 21 minutes and 37 seconds.
Yeah, I think we're looking at it. Jimmy Bruni he's got 2 more laps in this stint further than these guys, and so therefore I would suggest that we're going to see the fuel strategy come out with what Bruni's able to achieve. Because right now, I would roll the dice to make sure that Bruni can see if he can go longer as your sort of tester pot.
Yeah,
yeah. Tester pot, that's such a motor racing term, isn't it? Sebastian Buemi, Kazuki Nakajima, Brendan Hartley leading the race here. Final 20 minutes of the season.
Nakajima, end of a glittering WC career. One of the last 2 first men standing on the driver's squad alongside Sebastian Buemi. One of just those 2 men that have actually raced every iteration of Toyota factory car in the WC era.
That's a bit of a compromise now for Ferrari.
Yeah, just a fraction.
Yeah. Hopefully didn't have the lunge at the inside he could have done there, but this is still a battle, by the way, for the win in LMP2 and Norman Nato. Still 20 seconds back, though. Guido van der Garde is holding that position. That last sequence of pit stops, by the way, vaulted Alex Brundle back up above that battle into the traditional 5th place for Racing Europe's competition.
I wonder how long it's been since Kevin Estra's taken a breath. It looks like it's been about 20 minutes, doesn't it?
It's not just a race win, it's a world championship, and it's enormous.
And all those hours and all those months of preparation and training and all the racing, and it'll come down to tenths of a second in all likelihood.
It's good, isn't it?
Yeah, it is good, isn't it? Yes, it is just, but it is nervy as anything.
Still 19.5 minutes and whatever remains.
I don't know how you two can be sitting down. I'm bouncing on the balls of my feet, doing the very best I can to remain calm.
You've been since Spa bouncing on the balls of your feet, Martin.
It's very excitable.
I do get very emotional about the whole thing, I guess. Long may that continue. A little out wide there. Porsche still having trouble getting out of turn 10 cleanly. You can't be doing that very often as well. Every time you run wide in a certain corner, it gets pinged.
Da Costa Blomqvist, remind yourselves of Portimao, the second race of the championship. What was it, the second last lap where Da Costa threw it down the inside of Blomqvist into the hairpin to take the victory?
Well, this is for second place. There's 3 cars 6 seconds ahead, apart, because just 5 seconds back is Felipe Albuquerque. So 6 seconds between second, third and fourth, and a hell of a lot of bragging rights to go here.
Right, Alan's got back onto the computer. So
it shouldn't
as
change
of now,
it shouldn't change the championship whichever way that goes.
Okay. What about if Albuquerque dive bombs them both?
Shouldn't change the championship.
Okay.
Too much.
Guido van der Garde in the lead in Pro-Am. This is to seal the title for Frits van Aert. Frits would be champion on his own in the 29 Racing Team Nederland car because he has not had the same core unit of drivers with him in every race. Can't get a reliable Dutchman to drive all the other cars. It's just that other things have come in the way and they've not always had the same driver lineup. But Frits coming in here with the points lead in Pro-Am, a title that he was very, very instrumental in leading to its creation. Well, let's get back into the nervy 90s.
We drive like 51, we drive like 51.
So you say no track limits anymore, or what?
No track limits until I tell you to stop.
Okay.
Basically, until I tell you you're going to get a real slap dress, go for it in whichever way you can. I think Biagini's been doing that for a few laps already, but now it's gloves off. And I wouldn't expect to see, unless it's extreme overtaking off track, to have something coming along. But
I agree. I think that's it. If you gain an advantage off track, then I think you will be reined in, definitely.
There's an interesting moment coming in about a lap's time because they're being caught by the 2 Jota cars and the United car, who are battling.
yeah, Felipe Albuquerque is definitely catching there as well, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough with 16 minutes to go.
Last line is now clear. Yellow flag is still being waved in the
There's
pit lane.
Eduardo watching the action from race control. Michael Christensen here, like Guido van der Garde, trying to win the championship for somebody else, because he won't be champion if the 92 car wins it.
Okay, first call, track limit, turn 10. First call, track limit, turn 10.
That's unbelievable.
I know.
So he's done it once at turn 10, they've been called up for it already. Well, that's because the race control also heard the radio message saying, yeah, have at it, lads. So, unfortunately, if things get broadcast, they tend to get noticed more quickly.
Yeah, but
However,
Christensen was very calm on the radio there. Unbelievable, but it wasn't a stressed discussion. It was quite a calm discussion, and to be honest, he's held for the last 15 minutes this position. He's got the same again, and then that car is world champion.
He's been
cars
calm and Nordic, isn't he? And not Sebastian Buemi and fiery.
Calm, Michael, calm.
Yeah,
I've never heard that. Oddly. But watch at some point very soon. We're going to see 1 and then 2 Jota cars by this Ferrari. There they are in the background. They're battling. They're battling to stay ahead of Felipe Albuquerque, who is catching. He's 4 seconds back.
This is going to be tricky because this could be into turn 11.
Yeah,
for one of them,
and this could
12.
actually kibosh either the Porsche or the Ferrari. Do they get close enough? No, they're going to have to go up the hill, thread their way past in 11, 12, 13.
Well, that's going to help Albuquerque as well.
Yep, it's going to close this LMP battle for second place right up. 2 Jota cars and the United car. Where's Albuquerque? There he is. No, that's not him. There he is. He's the second of those cars in the background. Down the straight here, they have got to clear the Porsche and the Ferrari. Here we go with the 28 car.
I think 1 and not 2.
It's only going to be 1.
Yeah.
Oh dear, that's it. We are giddy.
Yeah. However, we saw him off on the dirt and finding a second. He goes out very wide, avoid the gravel.
That's lost a second.
Oh, and
also
more.
got dirt on the tyres.
More, yeah, and not just dirt, that gravel on the hot, sticky rubber as well.
There is what was going to happen. That second Jota car into turn 1 with the Porsche. There'll be some choice of Italian phrases, I'm sure, on the radio there.
Well, he certainly kept his hoof in, didn't he?
Well, I think the second Jota car actually compromised the Porsche through turn 1. That's brought Pierre Guidi back into it again.
I think you're absolutely right.
And here comes Albuquerque, and that gap, by the way, is down to 3.5 seconds between the Jota car, second Jota car, and Albuquerque, plus the traffic, of course.
Yeah, Albuquerque didn't clear the GT Am leading Ferrari of Nick Nielsen quite as quickly as he might have, so he didn't really capitalise too much.
3.4 seconds back to Albuquerque now.
Yep. So where's he going to catch them? It's going to be again down the back stretch.
I think so.
Can he get away? Can he get past? I'm not sure it's long enough. He's not close enough, is he? Down into 10. So, whoa!
Porsche whirly into that corner, really. Kind of lost the rear of the car a wee bit and ran wide.
Using the curb and the drop away there to rotate the Porsche off the turn.
13 minutes left.
There are other cars on track, I will give you that. Right now, though, there are no other cars quite as ridiculously close as these 2 on track. Toyota Gazoo Racing, Jose Maria Lopez, 10 seconds now behind Kazuki Nakajima, but I do not expect him to either make a lunge or ask to be allowed by, and I certainly don't expect him to be allowed by the team. There is your race leader. It's almost as if they hear us in the truck, isn't it? Toyota leading 1-2 from Alpine. WRT leading by 1.25 minutes and trouble. The 92 car facing the wrong way.
That's the World Championship.
That's the World Championship. Michael Christensen spun out or has spun out.
Last corner.
There contact?
This is the last corner of the lap where he seems to have gone off for some reason.
There a lunge? Yeah. Oh no, it's the United...
No, it was the Ferrari. The Ferrari hits him. He was hit from the rear by the Ferrari.
51 and 92 under investigation.
Okay.
That's a slam dunk.
Got 11 minutes to sort this out. Now, yes, the Porsche probably was slower in because of the United car. Yes, he had to brake earlier, but Alan, if you're in the Ferrari, you can see the United car is going to cause the problem. You've got to try and take advantage. It's the World Championship.
Yeah,
you can wave as much as you like, Neil, but you've got to try and do something.
I know, I understand. However, unfortunately, the car that hits from behind is the responsible party. You can't say that Estre was...
He didn't reverse into the Ferrari.
What is the gap? What is the gap? It's 10.8 seconds. Anything...
A drive-through. Well, it has to be a penalty now, a time or a drive-through. And a drive-through is not appealable.
There are enough laps.
A drive-through would be a 30-second addition to his race
to the end of the race time, Oh, okay. Well, another day where I, A, don't want to be a cameraman, and B, don't want to be a steward. Oh, I heard the words drive and through there.
Yeah, but remember, that goes to the stewards. The stewards make the decision, not the race director.
Yeah. Oh. Okay, well, it is now in the lap of the gods.
Car 51 is to give back the position to car 92. 10.5 minutes to go. Do it as quickly as possible.
Car 51 must give the position back to car 92. Car 51 must give the position back to car 92.
Right, the team are ready for the 92 car to come into the pits. Is there damage?
Is it fuel?
Is it fuel?
Fuel.
Is it a puncture?
And that will actually mean that it's very difficult for that means now that the car can't give up. He's lost all of the momentum trying to give the place back. And so he's lifted off, so he's lost the 10 seconds that he had. So now, when the Porsche comes in and the Ferrari comes back out after its stop, which will be in 1 or 2 laps, then it will be a slam dunk, in my view, for Porsche.
Yeah, that decision, no penalty, give the place back, let's race to the end. That's the wisdom of Solomon. That is a great decision, but completely kiboshed by the fact that Porsche had to stop. Or did they choose to stop?
He's still got to give the position back. He's not.
But he can, if he comes in for fuel, he will naturally give the position back because he's slowed down so much on the last part. And so where he's going to come out is going to be very critical.
Okay, so did Porsche absolutely have to come in that lap, or seeing that the Ferrari had to slow down, did they then choose to come into the pits? No. But that's some. If that was, that's some enormous. First of all, kudos to the stewards for making that decision.
Yep.
A fantastic sort of almost played the advantage rule, allow the race to continue.
Christensen did 30 laps there, so it was a natural stop point.
Right.
Pierre Guidi's done 30 laps.
So he was on fume. So Pierre Guidi needs to come in this lap. Okay. Oh my goodness me. All right. So still another chapter to be written. 8.5 minutes to go, but not in GTE. Nick Nielsen leads for AF Corsa. Alessandro Pierre Guidi leads in GTE Pro.
They're ready.
The team are ready.
51.
This has to be the single best pit stop a Ferrari team has made all year in any discipline whatsoever, bar none.
91 is at turn 9. 92, sorry, is at turn 11.
What are sector times like? 35 seconds for sector 1.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see.
44 for sector 2, that's competitive.
Turn 12.
37 for sector 1, that's the same as Daniel Serra did.
He's on the back stretch as the 51 car is rolling down towards pit lane.
92 coming down the hill towards the final corner. This is going to be
super tight.
Side by side into turn 1. 3.
Final turn
2,
for the number 92 car.
Go.
He goes.
I think he's going to make it out, but he still has to give the position.
He does.
Yeah. Yes, of course he does. It's not as cut and dry.
Second car with
with all the headlights on.
That's the one.
Yeah. How is it that they've got lights that are like
the bonnet,
searchlights?
the bonnet on the Ferrari is flapping.
Yeah.
The left-hand front catch is actually raised, so at speed, if he's not careful, that'll lift up and flap up.
He's gone wide.
Yes, but he's got to give the position back. It is starting to peel up.
Yeah, but when do you give the position back? You give the position back into turn 10, so he's compromised, and then you can attack him into 11.
Yep, you do as much as you can. It's all gamesmanship now. 6 minutes to decide the championship, just under 7 minutes to decide the championship. Alessandro Pierre Guidi leads, and in second place, the 92 Porsche of Michael Christensen.
There comes the 91 and the 77 from second in GTE AM.
Right now, Ferrari win the lot, but
he's got to give the
he's
position
got to give the place back.
6.5 minutes to go. While we're watching this, the
he needs to do it on the back straight, doesn't
Backlund P2, Antonio Felix da Costa is with Tom Blomqvist. It's 3.9 seconds now. Behind that pair is Felipe Albuquerque.
Alexander Selig, not quite as Teutonic and calm as is often the case right there.
He's got to lift off a lot here to give it, hasn't he?
He's going to give it back in the least convenient place possible.
Yeah, but he's got 5 minutes to go, so, you know...
Final stop of the 2021 season for what will be the GTM Championship winning car.
Yep.
The 83 car of AF Corsa, Nicholas Nielsen.
What a way to win it for them as well. Back-to-back titles here in Bahrain, and they will claim victory in the race as well.
Nicholas, by the way, Team Project One have gone through to second place in GTM with that stop for Matt Campbell.
Yeah.
Let's have a quick look in a moment to see whether or not they are due back on pit lane.
Okay, the Ferrari is still in front of the Porsche down into turn 1.
Oh, he's locked up.
Are there a number of laps in which you have to give the position back?
Yeah,
Normally it is immediately.
Yeah.
Is it the same as serve a drive-through or obey a flag signal? 3 laps? Do you get 3 laps? So it's not a question I've had to contemplate before.
No, it's a maximum time period that you've got to do it.
56, I think, is good to the finish. Is 4 seconds ahead. Ricardo Pera of Matt Campbell for second in GTM, but it's all about this.
Just when we're looking at that quick thing, Jota, second, third, United, fourth. That gap is 4.2 seconds between second and fourth in LMP2 with 4 minutes to go.
0.2 of a second is the gap between Blomqvist and Da Costa. There they go!
Oh, lunge!
Exactly like Portimao, late lunge down the inside. Da Costa takes second place.
Oh, take that again. Ant doesn't like following, does he? I do like Da Costa. I mean, yeah, I like all those guys, but Da Costa just does have an attitude, doesn't he? He really just does. Fantastic stuff. Possibly not well appreciated either by Tom Blomqvist or by the Jota Garage, but, you know, we'll argue about it later. Which seems to be the goal in GT Pro as well, because there is the Ferrari still exceeding track limits and still no intention of giving the place back. We'll argue about it later.
Yeah, looks like it. Ooh, that's compromised the Porsche a lot as well.
Or is he going to do it in the last possible opportunity?
Yeah, but then he's got no opportunity to overtake again.
Yeah, unless he thinks I can let him back under braking for turn 1 and then do him between turn 2 and 3.
That bonnet's coming up even further.
Yeah, but the right-hand catch, it's you see, when it slows down, it closes right down flat, so it's not actually bending yet either, so I don't think they do bend.
Off track again for the 92 in pursuit.
But, hey, throw everything
absolutely.
at it.
To be honest, he's going off track from what is currently the moral high ground. You know, you can't see the track limit so well from there.
We've got, I think, 2 laps left for the leader. 6.7 seconds is the gap, with what looks like it might be a photo finish for Tota in the first season of Hypercar.
Yep.
It looks to me like it's going to be a win in his final race for Kazuki Nakajima, the championship though for the 7 crew. Look at the faces, no one's sure what's happening here.
Well, I think we are sure that
not sure
at the moment,
not quite sure what to do.
Pierre Guidi's not going to give the place back. I would say that's the one thing that I'm becoming more sure of.
Yep.
So then it's going to be a question.
What happens
there?
Well, you see, what Pierre Guidi is thinking is, I slowed right down to give them the place back. They went into the pits on their own decision. I am not giving it back now. You can argue about it later. I'm going to win the championship. I'm going to win the championship for Ferrari, and our lawyers are better than us.
I would suggest that is a decision that's coming from the pit box.
Yep.
And I would guess as well that they're ready for whatever their decision is going to be at the flag. I don't think we can be left in any doubt. It will not be something we're here till 2 o'clock tomorrow morning waiting for. We will know before we get to the podium.
Oh. Louise is complaining there's an awards ceremony to do immediately after this, and she's not wrong. Well, and the other thing, of course, is that still, as we get to the checkered flag, Lawrence Hoare won't know which car he's driving.
Philippe Albuquerque is almost with Tom Blomqvist for the final podium position in P2.
Ooh.
Meanwhile, the Elvis Lip, that is the front of the Ferrari.
2 seconds ahead of the Porsche. Yeah, Pierre Guidi's not giving this up. I'm going to race to the checkered flag. I'm going to win this race. You can sort it out amongst yourselves later. I no longer listen nor care.
Matt Campbell is with Ricardo Pera for second place in GTM. We said it'd come together at the end. It has.
Yeah. It's becoming a little bizarre. Hey, of course, leading from Ricardo Pera in Team Project One. Nick Nielsen ahead of Ricardo Pera. Matt Campbell looks like he's going to be third on the podium. He is a second behind Ricardo Pera, so that might be a last lap lunge. 1 second in it for second place in GTE-AM. There's your race leader in GTE-AM.
30 seconds to go, the last lap for the race leader.
Racing Team Nederland on target for win and title in Pro-Am.
Just one thing about this, remember the teams do have a direct line to the race director, and if there is a statement, please give the place back. They can also have communication to have clarification after a situation like this pit stop.
Well, you would hope that in the final 5 minutes of a championship, if the decision had been changed, it would be announced that it has been changed.
Well,
keep an eye on this.
We will wait and see. Final lap for the race leaders. WRT LMP2 car is on the final lap.
Checkered flag at the end of this lap, and it will be one of the WC family, another one in their last race, and started at the beginning of 2012, will finish here at the end of 2021. It will be the FI Media delegate Jeff Carter who will wield the checkered flag.
Yeah.
Thanks for everything, Jeff.
A great honour to be allowed to flag a race and the end of a season and the end of an era for a couple of drivers, not least the man who is going to take the checkered flag first, Kazuki Nakajima. So two departing pillars of the community here in FIA WEC, and the arguing is only about to start in GTE Pro. GTE-AM leader behind the GTE Pro leader, so these two Ferraris will come to the line with the Porsche steaming literally as well as metaphorically behind. Number 8 Toyota comes past as well, down into the final turn. Checkered flag awaits. Kazuki Nakajima, Toyota Gazoo Racing will win here in Bahrain. The number 8 team claim the final win of the season. The final race for Kazuki Nakajima ends in victory for the Japanese stalwart for Toyota, and the number 7 car will finish in second to claim the Drivers' Championship title.
On the line, Matt Campbell takes second place in GTE-AM.
That was a checkered flag for them. They were right behind, weren't they? You're right.
0.123 of a second out of the final turn. That move was made.
Team WRT, Le Mans winners and World Endurance Champions Robin Frijns, Ferdy Habsburg, Charles Milesi. What a season. Frustrated at the beginning of the year that they couldn't stitch things together in the World Endurance Championship the way they were in ELMS, where they arrived with a bang, 2 wins in the first 2 races, but they have ended up with a very, very confident run to the flag. In the GT Pro class, it will be the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi, battered and bruised, that is first to the checkered flag, and behind him on the road is the AM winning Ferrari of Niklas Nielsen. Well, there's no question that the 83 Ferrari wins the AM category and the title that goes with it. We will have to wait and see exactly what the upshot of the contact and the penalty, or the request to change position, was for the 51 Ferrari. Right now, they are celebrating a championship win for the drivers and the team. Whether that remains a championship win in the next hours, we will only be able to tell you once there is a decision from race control or the stewards room, as it will now go
waiting for it. It's the 38 comes home second in LMP2, the 28 Jota 2-3. Yeah, Philip Gallagher couldn't make that one stick. So 31 from 38 from 28.
Well, let us hear from the number 7 Toyota team, our world champions.
And who's coming? Who is coming? It's the world champion. Well done. Well done, car 7. Thank you, mate. World champions again. World champions again. Congratulations, everyone in the team. Thank you very much for this season. It's been
a second straight world championship for Jose Maria Lopez, Kamui Kobayashi and Mike Conway. A 5th FIA World Championship for Lopez after 3 World Touring Car titles on the bounce.
A 3rd FIA WC title for Francois Perrodo.
And a second GTM straight for him with Alessio Rivera and Nick Nielsen, his teammates last year. And this
also home, and just see the car in the background there. The two battlers in LMP2 AM. It is Racing Team Netherlands. And it's Victory Donuts. They seem confident at this point.
He doesn't care what anybody else thinks. He was the first to the checkered flag, and definitely ahead of Alessandro Pierguidi. That was the way it should have finished. Now, somebody's going to be out there painting that before tomorrow morning, because there's the rookie test. So, as of now, champions, we wait to see whether the stewards will intervene. Just that one tiny little question mark over the.
Dan itulah tadi seluruh balapan kita untuk hari ini. Sangat disayangkan sekali.
Ya,
Jota 28 gagal menjadi juara di World Endurance Championship untuk kelas LMP2.
Tapi kita juga harus berbangga dong.
Benar.
Karena berhasil menempati posisi kedua untuk season kali ini, dan Sean pasti juga sudah memberikan performa terbaiknya juga. Setelah ada Tom Blomqvist dan juga Stoffel Vandoorne
ya, pastinya ya. Nah, Pak Arif, ini gimana nih kira-kira analisa Pak Arif untuk Jota 28 dan juga istilahnya WRT 31 nih ya, pada balapan 8 jam kali ini, ataupun untuk keseluruhan musim World Endurance Championship, ada analisa yang boleh di-share nggak, Pak Arif?
Ya, jadi untuk Jota 28 dulu ya. Tadi kelihatannya memang jadi kayak apa, dejavu ya, dejavu, tapi dejavu yang tidak mengenakan. Ketika tadi bahkan di 4 menit, kalau di Portugal kan 5 menit terakhir, ini 4 menit terakhir disusul oleh balap yang sama, tim yang sama, dari garasi yang sama, Jota 38 ya, sehingga tadi akhirnya Jota 28 finish di posisi 3. Tapi sebelum ke sana itu ada kunci di mana tadi Jota 28 benar-benar apa ya, kehilangan momentum. Ketika tadi ada full course yellow, di mana full course yellow tadi full course yellow terakhir ya, WRT masuk, saya pikir ini kesempatan nih, karena kan belum sebelumnya itu kan baru masuk pit ya. Saya bilang ini bagus nih kalau di full course yellow yang ini, ketika tadi WRT masuk, kesempatan buat Jota 28 bukan untuk nyusul tapi nempel gitu, mendekati gitu kan. Tapi ternyata malah kebalikan ya, ketika tim WRT udah keluar pit, Jota 28 itu kan full course yellow-nya hanya untuk kebuang debris yang nggak banyak ya, pecahan itu, serpihan yang nggak banyak di atas di track ya. Itu Jota 28 masuk pitnya itu ketika full course yellow hanya sebentar lagi mau habis. Sementara WRT udah di track. Jadi kayak gini, kalau full course yellow masih lama, ketika semua pembalap yang ada di track kan harus pelan, 80 km per jam. Tapi karena full course yellow sudah mau habis, lalu Jota 28 masuk, ketika pembalap yang sudah ada keluar, dalam hal ini WRT atau siapapun yang ada sudah di track, begitu full course yellow selesai, kecepatannya normal lagi. Nah, disitulah kalahnya Jota 28 di full course yellow terakhir, dan bahkan mereka gara-gara itu kesusul Jota 38, dan itu memang sangat disayangkan. Karena di full course yellow itu mereka masuk pit dan mungkin ada masalah, sehingga tadi harus ganti hidung mobil ya, hidung mobil. Dan itulah momen dimana akhirnya Jota 28 bukan hanya gagal menyusul WRT yang menurut saya tampil sempurna di balapan ini, di balapan 8 Hours of Bahrain ini, tapi juga Jota 28 kehilangan momentum, akhirnya diambil oleh Jota 38. Jadi posisi 3 ini ya hasil maksimal yang sudah bisa diraih oleh Jota 28 dari Sean tadi di awal, lalu ada Stoffel Vandoorne, dan terakhir Tom Blomqvist ya. Nah, itu aja. Itu analisis di balapan ini ya. Gitu. Dan kalau saya boleh bilang dari 3 pembalap Jota 28, justru top performer itu adalah Sean Gelael, karena dia tadi benar-benar nyaris tanpa kesalahan, hanya sedikit kesalahan dia tadi bukan kesalahan, terlibat insiden dengan tim GTE di tikungan 11 yang membuat dia tadi sedikit mundur, tapi dia bisa recover dan malah menunjukkan kelasnya sebagai pembalap yang bisa juga menyusul dengan aksi menawan di beberapa tikungan di sini. Tadi yang paling banyak sih dia nyusul di tikungan 4 ya.
Ya. Di awal race tadi ya pastinya ya. Oke.
Di awal ketika dia stint awal ya.
Ya. Tapi Pak Arif, selesai sudah berarti season kali ini di World Endurance Championship, harus puas dengan posisi kedua juga untuk Jota 28 ya pasti ya. Dan apa nih nextnya untuk Sean Gelael, karena udah membuktikan sejauh ini tuh sangat kompetitif di World Endurance Championship ini. Bahkan terbukti ini full series dia pertama di season ini dia bisa meraih poin sebanyak ini. Kira-kira nextnya ada apa?
Ya, kalau berkaca dari musim ini, juga berkaca dari WRT ya. WRT kan gini, kalau kita bicara WRT itu sampai kan ada 6 season ini ada 6 balapan ya. Sampai 3 balapan pertama itu WRT ada di posisi 4 klasemen tim. Kalah dari United Autosport, Jota 28, Jota 38 dan tidak kalah dari 3 tim itu. Tapi mereka sangat-sangat konsisten ya. Bahkan di 5 balapan terakhir mereka tuh selalu ada di podium, dan podiumnya itu kalau nggak 2, 1. Bahkan podiumnya itu di 3 balapan terakhir mereka menang. Di Le Mans 24 Hours mereka menang, di Bahrain minggu lalu 6 jam mereka menang, dan sekarang hari ini balapan Bahrain 8 jam mereka juga menang. Jadi mereka benar-benar tim yang bisa belajar dari kesalahan, dan ini mungkin bisa juga dijadikan pijakan buat ke depan buat Jota, dan juga tentu buat tadi udah nanya soal Sean Gelael ke depannya ya. Sean sudah membuktikan dia sangat kompetitif, dia sangat cocok dengan balapan ini. Dia juga pernah bilang dia sangat menikmati endurance racing. Untuk ke depannya kita belum tahu dia akan balapan di mana dan tim apa yang akan dibelanya, tapi paling enggak dengan hasil ini Sean menjadi pembalap Indonesia dengan raihan tertinggi sebagai runner up ya di ajang yang diakui oleh FIA. Jadi ajang yang diakui oleh FIA itu bisa single seater, bisa GP3, F3, F2 gitu. Kalau F1 kan juga ada F1, bisa World Rally Championship, bisa World Endurance Championship, dan Sean ini sebagai runner up LMP itu adalah pembalap dengan raihan tertinggi yang pernah diraih oleh pembalap merah putih gitu.
Ya, pasti membanggakan juga ya Pak Arif ya untuk Sean.
Sangat membanggakan. Apapun walaupun dia gagal, walaupun dia dan Jota gagal menjadi juara, tapi ya kita tetap harus tepuk tangan lah buat Sean dengan usahanya, dengan pengorbanannya, dan dengan tentu saja usaha dia untuk belajar dengan para pembalap terbaik di ajang ini, karena dia kan juga pernah belajar dari pembalap terbaik di single seater di F2 misalnya. Dia pernah belajar pernah satu balapan dengan misalnya pembalap Ferrari sekarang Charles Leclerc, dengan Stoffel juga, bahkan sekarang Stoffel satu tim ya. Nah, bersama Nick de Vries ya, juara Formula E ya, Antonio Felix da Costa juga juara Formula E, dan sekarang dia belajar lagi di ajang yang berbeda gitu. Jadi pengalaman ini bisa membuat Sean menjadi a better driver ke depannya ya. Ini stepnya sekarang, mudah-mudahan mulai 2022 kita akan bisa melihat Sean yang lebih baik gitu.
Amin.
Semoga juga dukungan dari penonton, dukungan dari masyarakat Indonesia lah, yang juga istilahnya sekarang turut bersuka cita. Karena memang inilah usahanya Sean Gelael untuk bisa menjadi yang terbaik. Meskipun saat ini masih berada di posisi nomor 2, tapi ya ini bisa dibilang balapan yang sangat-sangat sukses sekali untuk Sean.
Betul. Dan mau ke depannya, mau series apapun yang dijalani sama Sean, kita juga pasti bangga banget karena di posisi sekarang aja di World Endurance Championship, ajang yang diakui FIA ini aja udah membanggakan banget pastinya hasilnya buat Indonesia. Yang apapun lah pokoknya series yang dijalankan Sean, kita berterima kasih juga pasti sama Sean ya, karena udah mengharumkan nama Indonesia juga ya di kancah internasional pastinya. Gitu. Oke, jadi Pak Arif, mungkin Pak Arif juga mau ke podium juga, nanti kita
bersama rekan-rekan. Jadi silakan Pak Arif untuk bisa bergabung dengan rekan-rekan, dan teman-teman kita akan melanjutkan penayangan ini sampai selesai pemberian.
Cuma sebelum itu Mas Giri, sampaikan salam kita untuk
salam buat Sean untuk seluruh rekan-rekan di sana, dan istilahnya
sehat-sehat selalu ya buat Pak Arif juga ya di sana.
Sama di sana juga sehat-sehat.
Yes, betul sekali. Semoga nanti kita akan ada bincang-bincang lagi yang lebih seru Pak Arif ya pastinya ya.
Amin insyaallah.
Oke, baiklah
kalau begitu.
Teman-teman kita juga mohon pamit atas acara hari ini dan istilahnya di balapan yang sangat luar biasa kali ini kita diberikan kesempatan untuk bisa membawakan acara. Kita udah berapa seri ya? 6 seri semuanya ya?
Iya, dari Mei ya awalnya.
Dari bulan Mei, dan terima kasih juga untuk seluruh penonton kita dan juga untuk rekan-rekan yang sudah mendukung gelaran acara FIA World Endurance Championship di channel YouTube-nya Q Entertainment. Sekaligus mewakili seluruh panitia yang bertugas, saya Gereka dan juga rekan saya
Pak Riko dan juga ada Pak Arif di sana pamit undur diri.
Dan silahkan teman-teman menyaksikan lanjutan dari FIA World Endurance Championship ini sampai ke penyerahan podium segala macamnya. Tapi kita pamit dulu di sini ya. So, terima kasih dan sampai jumpa di event-event mendatang. Selamat malam dan assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
High class finishing in fourth ahead of ARC Bratislava. Well, it'll be time now to catch up with our Hypercar World Champions. Louise Beckett is down with the drivers.
Maybe come and join us. I mean, guys, congratulations. First Hypercar champions.
Yeah, double champions now. Got Le Mans as well this year. It's been a really nice season. So, congrats to these two guys here. Always doing a solid job, and all the team. Everyone on car 7, and congrats to car 8 as well. They've always fought us hard the whole way through. So, but yeah, feels good. Probably hadn't quite sunk in yet, I don't think, but nice feeling for sure.
Congratulations, well done.
Thank you.
So the very first Hypercar World Champions. Double world champions now, of course, after their LMP1 World Championship win. To the podium come the 3 hypercar teams. The Alpine trio fought hard, led that race. Kaz Nakajima will finish a glittering career for Toyota Gazoo Racing with a win. 59 of the 72 races in WC history he has graced with his presence. He's won 17 of them. He finished on the podium in a further 19.
For the number 7 crew, that has been halted by victory here for team number 8. Number 8 Toyota team, Sebastian Buemi, Anthony Davidson and Kazuki Nakajima winning here at the end of 2017. And the year before, number 8 won as well. Ollie Jarvis, Lucas de Grassi and Loic Duval in the number 8 Audi. And in fact, only 4 numbers of cars have won here. Number 1 Audi has won here, number 18 Porsche. Other than that, it's been an 8 or a 7.
Toyota celebrating their win. Hypercar is going to get a lot more difficult to win from this point forward.
Yes.
When we get to 2023, very, very difficult to win indeed.
Well, early adopters, you know, they've been here, they were here in LMP1, in LMP1 Hybrid, and they have remained in the championship. And when the new rules came along, they embraced them 100% and went for it. And they went with the Le Mans Hypercar format. And as you say, Hypercar as a global deal is going to get a lot more difficult when all the LMDH manufacturers and other hypercar manufacturers arrive as well. But right now, they were the last LMP1 champions. They are the first hypercar champions.
Well, I don't even know what to say about that race. That was just incredible, and I can see what it's taken out of you.
My brake further, I couldn't do anything.
Here is my ass.
I think so. I understand it's not the way that everyone would like to see the end of the race, but to my point of view, I couldn't do anything because he was trying to close so hard the prototype that he blocked. We were very close. He braked so hard in front of myself. I didn't expect anything. Then they say to wait for him to give the position. I was waiting a lot, and then he pit, so I couldn't do anything. I was trying honestly to be as fair as I could, but. I didn't expect it, and so I think so with the blue flag you should give the position to the prototype, and nothing happens because we fight for another category. Then it breaks so hard, so I really couldn't do anything. I'm sorry for them, but from my point of view, I really could not do anything.
Thank you for that. Thanks.
I think that's the most extraordinary World Championship winning interview I've ever seen in my life.
I have to say, I think Alessandro Pierguidi handled himself an awful lot better than Neil Jarni did. That was, really the least professional part of the whole deal so far. You know, it was not intentional, and there's no way you could even, suggest that it was intentional to take the Porsche out of the race. I don't think that was ever on the cards, and as Alessandro said, it was almost impossible. In fact, it was impossible to avoid hitting him. They were so close together, and okay, whatever else happened after that, he did slow down to try and get the position back. Porsche did pit, whether it absolutely had to or not, we don't know. Porsche do, but
well, here's the podium.
Yeah, here is the podium, and at the moment, as far as we are aware, there are no penalties being served or looked at either. As of now, Ferrari are world champions. Our world champions, James Calado and Alessandro Pierguidi, and Ferrari finishing first and third means they are world champions as well. And really, Neil Jarni not even bothering to take his hat off for a national anthem on the podium and interrupting the interview. Never mind what happened on the track, that's unacceptable.
Just a word about Alessandro Pierguidi. His body language, his expression in that interview with Louise. He's not celebrating the way that was won. It's clear it wasn't intentional. He's experienced enough to know that a contact like that, there would have been a consequence. And from that point forward, he's a factory driver. He's taking instruction from the pit wall. So whatever has happened, to be blunt, the last person I'm pointing my finger at here is Alessandro Pierguidi.
Yeah. And I have to say, it's interesting that neither Esther or Christensen, former world champions in the category, went to remonstrate with the Ferrari drivers, and Neil Jarni leads the walk-off from the podium, which I don't think necessarily was in the minds of either of his two teammates. However, in other slightly less cloudy waters, Charles Milesi, Ferdinand Habsburg and Robin Freins dominated the race here and claimed the championship title. What a year for them and for WRT. They are the three WRT drivers who, as fate decided, won Le Mans, and their teammates unfortunately did not, although they were just 5 minutes away from a victory, a fairly comfortable victory, and leading a very happy 1-2 for the team. Nevertheless, WRT cover themselves in glory. They have done a stunning job this year.
What we've seen is a festival of professionalism in LMP2 racing. Fantastic stuff from all
winning drivers.
Ferdy, I can see just what this means to you. I mean, what a year, what a season that Team WRT have had.
Yeah. All I can say is we won it. Like the cap says it. The cap proves it. Oh, can't believe it. I can't. I was checking my heart rate the whole time on my watch the last hour. I never went under 130. The longest hour of my life, but it was worth it.
Well done. It's a stunning first year from all of you.
Yeah. Thank you so much to everyone. My mum came out this weekend. That's so cool that she came out. It means a lot. And everybody home. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for the messages. Thanks to my sponsors, obviously, as well. Big shout out to them.
Congratulations.
Thanks. Thank you.
Well, congratulations to all of our drivers.
Well done to Team WRT winners the last 3 races. From Belgium, represented by Sebastian Vigier.
Wolfgang Ulrich there, congratulating Vincent Voss and Thierry Tassin, the Brains Trust that have run this WRT operation in European Le Mans Series and World Endurance Championship. You could see his teammates holding Ant Davidson aloft. Second place on the podium for the Jota driver in his final race. And Graham, you know, a lot of really good feel-good stories in LMP2.
There are, and 10 wins in the FIA World Endurance Championship, the Championship in 2014, 3 wins in LMP2 in the second phase of his career, and goes out with his head held high and with high emotion and, you know...
and smelling like a winner, covered in champagne, and feeling like it was having just had the time of his life in this final race weekend. So congratulations to all of them. In the GTE AM title, last year's champions are this year's champions. Alessio Rivera, Francois Peroda and Nick Nielsen. Tough break for Ben Keating, Dylan Pereira and Felipe Fraga. They needed a miracle. Unfortunately, they didn't get one here. Third place in the title race for Christian Reed, Jackson Evans and Matt Campbell. So you've got a Ferrari team winning, you've got an Aston Martin team in second, you've got a Porsche team in third. And that's a pretty decent spread of teams as well. Well, let us hear from our champions, with Francois Peroda now a 3-time champion.
And a tough season that you've just...
Yeah, no, it's been an amazing season, the perfect season really. I think out of 6 races we won 4. Portimao was not so good, and last weekend we finished 5th, but that was enough. I think we finished with a lot of points in the lead, so it's been fantastic. I mean, driving with Alessio and Niklas is a dream come true. So you know, it's like we carry on next year in LMP2. It's going to be a new challenge, but for now we're going to savor every minute of this title. It's brilliant.
You deserve to. Well done.
Thank you.
Hope you're all right.
That's what Pro-Am racing is about. It's about the professionalism of the team, of the professional drivers, the enthusiasm and the drive of the amateur drivers, and there's few better as 3 championship wins at World Championship level prove than Francois Peroda.
And yeah, he's looking forward to going back into prototypes, which he left to return to GTE, GTE Ampfield. So it's going to be a very entertaining race season next year. Well, you've just seen...
By the way, that was the change on the line for second.
Matt Campbell grabbing second for the Dempsey Proton team.
Christian
from
Reed.
Team Project. But he still is as whip thin as the 25-year-old professionals in his team. It's just, he is ridiculously fit and got out in the heat of Bahrain from a car looking like he was about ready to get into it. bunch of Ferrari drivers and Ferrari team personnel who have no question about where their championship title has ended up. A dominating performance in the season for the crew of the number 83 AF Corsa car.
Yeah, congratulations. I mean, that was not a poor quality grid, and to win that championship by 59.5 points is a quite extraordinary year.
And to do it by winning this race as well. And again, you know, talked about the fitness of Christian Reed, Francois Perrodo as well. You know,
Amato Ferrari on the left there, Caletta. Caletta on the right, the head of Ferrari Customer Sports, and yeah.
And there's Giulio Perfetti getting stuck in with the champagne. Is this his last race for a while? We'll have to wait.
I tend to think that's probably more likely than forever.
Yeah. Christian Reed, how many races now? All 72 races
all
in
72
FIA
races
WEC?
in the
and I wonder how many consecutive in FIA GT before that. A lot of GT racing, all in Porsches. Fritz van Aert is our Pro-Am champion from Esteban Garcia with Norman Nato. Gerda van der Garde, Job van Uitert finishing third, having done most of the races with Fritz. But it is Fritz van Aert, the boss of Jumbo Supermarket chain, who is our Pro-Am champion for the first ever time.
Racing Team Netherlands, Fritz van Aert, you've done it. That was an incredible race season for
I'm over the moon. I'm over the moon. Unbelievable. You know, winning the World Championship, winning this race, everything coming together, just 20 seconds, you know. These guys did such a good job. Unbelievable, man. I'm so happy. Couldn't be better.
Nothing more to say. Just go and enjoy it.
Actually not. No, we would like to drink something, I guess. Yeah.
Instead of this, I like a lot of beer tonight.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Of course, they're joshing kids. Athletes don't drink beer, even after winning championships. But here is the Pro-Am podium. In third place, High Class Racing. Anders Wilbach, Dennis Nielsen and Robert Kubica.
Congratulations to this trio, by the way. Another first-time team for the FI World Endurance Championship. They gave that one hell of a fight today. They made it a real fight. Esteban Garcia with Dominato and Loic Duval. But,
and like High Class, stepping up from European Le Mans Series again, and another team that has
stepping up from LMP3 to the FI World Endurance Championship. Great stuff.
Congratulations indeed to Racing Team Netherlands, our Pro-Am champions. Robert Kubica on the right-hand side there in that high-class car. Also, of course, the European Le Mans Series champion for WRT.
A word about those three drivers on the top step. Gerda van der Garde, what a star he's been these last couple of weeks. Fantastic drive from him. A really mature drive too from Job van Uitert. Unlike his baby there. But a really mature drive from Job van Uitert. Is that a breakthrough drive then from him to show the maturity it needed to just keep that gap, fend it off and then push? But Fritz van Aert it is who will stand alone as the champion, because each of the other drivers missed at least one race. And Fritz van Aert, well, this is the dream. This is why they come and do this, to win on a World Championship level as a non-professional driver in an effort you put together, flying your national colours. And, well, it's again another story of passion. It's Kazuki Nakajima.
Yeah.
What a story.
But, you know, 8 hours of racing, so many stories to follow. James Calado and Alessandro Pierguidi covered in champagne by their teammates. Whatever Porsche think or feel, it does seem as though Ferrari have taken the GT Pro Championship. And that then is all 10 titles decided. And the championship comes to its conclusion here in Bahrain. And that's it from everybody here in WEC TV. Thank you for being with us for this roller coaster ride of a season. From our director, Olivier Denis, and the whole WEC TV crew, from Cedric Viat and everybody at LMEM who help administer the championship, on behalf of all the officials, on behalf of all the marshals and the stewards who have helped throughout the season at all the races. For our on-air team, Graham Goodwin, Alan McNish, Louise Beckett and Duncan Vincent, I'm Martin Hayden saying thank you so much for joining us. It's au revoir, not goodbye, to those who leave us on a full-time basis, and we hope to see you and them again very soon for the 2022 FIA World Endurance Championship. Until then, final memories from Bahrain from all of us. Good night, thank you for your company, have a good winter.